Thank you so much. It's beautiful to see this full hall on a Sunday morning in Mumbai. But before I talk more about myself, can we please have a rousing round of applause for the wonderful Swagandhar Dhol Tasha troupe. Thoda aur, show them some love. Show them some love. Show them some love. My name is Barkha Dutt, and you're going to hear a lot from me and about me in the course of the day. But first, I want to talk to these wonderful women and one brave man on stage. I think he deserves a special round of applause, doesn't he? Now, what the women here on the stage are doing is what the spirit of this festival really is. Breaking barriers, defying traditions, and being agents for change. And you're going to see all kinds of such voices through the day. Some famous, some not famous. So let me start here. May I ask you your name?
Hema Ravi.
I don't know how many of you know, but I did my research and I know that Hema used to be a software engineer. Is that right?
Yeah, software program.
That's why software engineers can do more than write code. They can also play these gigantic dhols. What made you, as a woman, come into this?
I wanted to explore more. I am actually a certified yoga teacher. So I teach at a school and private.
Feel free to clap, guys. Show them some love. Yeah.
So I wanted to explore and sky's the limit. So I saw many groups playing this and there was something in me which really wanted to go and play that. So that's how I'm here.
And आपका नाम क्या है?
शिवानी पाटिल.
And ये एक औरत के लिए करना कितना अनकन्वेंशनल है और कितना मुश्किल है?
It's not मुश्किल at all actually कि जितना भी आप चाहोगे, जितना भी आप struggle करोगे उसके लिए, तो everything is possible. So we are trying to maintain our tradition and we are working for it.
Who taught you how to do this?
My seniors, of course.
How much did this weigh?
It's 10 to 15 kgs. Yeah.
Anybody here like spending their morning in the gym? You can just do dhol tasha instead, right? Yeah. So, you know, जब आपने शुरू किया होगा, people must have said this is only for men. Did you hear that?
Yeah, of course.
And then what would you say?
ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है. Like it's the activity everyone should do, and it's a traditional instrument, so हम सबको ये maintain करना चाहिए. So this is the instrument, by the way, from the era of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. So we are working for that कि ये maintain करें हम traditional instruments और इसको आगे लेके जाए.
और आपसे पूछूंगी before I come to the other women, our young man here supporting all the women on stage. ये कब से शुरू हुआ कि औरतों ने भी ढोल बजाना शुरू किया?
लाइक पहले भी थे बट ऐसे रिकॉग्नाइज नहीं होते थे. फिर जैसे जैसे न्यू जनरेशन आते गए और जिसने ऐसे इंटरेस्ट दिखाते गए सब वैसे वैसे जैसे लड़कियों को एंकरेज किया सबने तो वो शो अप होने लगे. और फिर रहते रहते अभी ऐसे बहुत सारे मुंबई एंड महाराष्ट्र बहुत जगह पे ऐसे ग्रुप्स है जहाँ पे लड़कियां भी परफॉर्म करती है.
लड़कों को कैसा लग रहा है?
लड़कों को ऐसे कुछ ये लगने दे लाइक वो खुश होते कि बाकी लोग भी ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं हमको. इट्स नॉट फॉर ओनली मैन, तो इट्स अ नाइस थिंग फॉर गर्ल्स टू.
Thank you for being in this supporting role today. Tell us your name.
My name is Urja Shah and I would like to add what he just mentioned. हम यहाँ पे खड़े हैं because we have extremely supporting men around us. अगर वो लोग नहीं होंगे तो I don't think any one of us would have been there. It includes our father, it includes anybody who are there in our own pathak and also the pramukh.
So, you know, you've said something very important. A lot of people, when you all were calling us to find out more about this festival, you said, are men allowed to? And we said, of course, men are allowed. The festival is called We the Women, but where is the gender conversation without men? They're a key part of this festival. They're champions, they're supporters. Sometimes we disagree and we debate, but there can be no We the Women without men. So a special round of applause for all the men in the audience today. I think we can show them some more love. थोड़ा और जोर से. आप तो सबसे जोर से बजा रही है. And here, look who's here. What's your name?
Reva.
और आपकी age?
9.
And how did you get interested in this? कैसे interest?
My mother also liked this instrument and I also because of I like music.
You like music? What song do you like? You sing also?
Yes,
Can you sing a tune?
sometimes.
Can you sing one tune? Kuch bhi. Kuch bhi. Kuch bhi.
Which one?
Anyone. Okay, any recommendations for her? Any recommendations for her? Is that your mother?
No.
No.
She's back.
Mother is backstage. Mother will scold you if you don't sing.
She's there.
Come on, quickly think. While I talk to her, you think. And what's your name?
Prachi Nirgun.
And what's your age?
My age is 16.
16. Yeah. So we have a 9-year-old and a 16-year-old. We literally have women of every generation on this stage. How difficult is it to play this?
At first, it was difficult, the weight, and you have to get used to it.
Yeah.
But yeah, eventually you get used to it. So it is like, it doesn't feel anything.
Doesn't feel heavy.
Little after a few hours.
Okay, who have I not spoken to? I think I haven't spoken. Come forward. Tell me about yourself.
Hi, my name is Hitisha.
And how did you get into this?
So, in our area only, the Pathak used to play at every Gudi Padwa and Ganpati, and I just saw all the women playing in sari, and I was like, wow, this is so mind-blowing.
So firstly, you're wearing a sari, then you're playing a dhol. I can neither wear a sari nor play the dhol.
No, but it looks really cool. So I saw that and I was like, I have to do this.
How difficult did you find initially to lift it?
Initially, it was difficult, but I love playing this, so it doesn't feel that difficult.
So what we're seeing here is an example of how tradition can continue, but change can come. It's simultaneous. You don't have to give up tradition to bring change. Tradition lives and change lives too. And what I want to do is request our youngest member to come here. We're going to also ask you all to play maybe for one minute more before we award you. But Gana socha? Nahi socha? Somebody help her? Yeah, come on, somebody help her out. Dhol Baji. You know that song? No. You know any song?
Shoot out now.
Huh. Cut.
जटाटवी गलज्जलप्रवाह पावितस्थले गलेवलम्बिताम्बुजङ्गतुङ्गमालिका डमड्डमड्डिनादवड्डमर्वयं चकारचण्डताण्डवत्तनोतु न शिवः शिवं जटाकटाः संरवं विलिम्पनिर्गनिर्झरि विलोलवीचिवल्लरी विराजमानमूर्धनि दगद्दगद्दगद्दगज्ज्वलालपट्ट पावके किशोर चंद्रशेखरे रतिक प्रतीक्षणं मम धराधरेन्द्र नंदिनी विलासु बंधु बंधुर स्फुरत्तिगन्त सन्तते प्रमोदमान
Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you. And through this day, we will be awarding those who have been agents of change. We call this recognition the Changemakers Award. And today, on behalf of all of you, I want to bring out our first award for the day. If we can have it on stage, here it is. And this goes to the Swargandhar Dhol Tasha troupe for continuing tradition and yet bringing change. Can I ask you all to come in front? And I want our youngest member to hold it. Can we have a big round of applause? You want to play 30 seconds for us before you go? Yeah, sure. Okay, come on, let's hear one last piece from you. You want to say something? Yes?
Something to you?
You can say it there.
Striyam tu rochamanam sarvam tadrojate akhilam and kutumbam, which means that when women are honored, the whole society and everything in the universe is honored.
Thank you so much. Before we let you go, just a 1-minute piece from all of you as a farewell to us. And good luck to us for the rest of the day. Let's hear it. Brilliant. Thank you so much. Let's show them some love. May I request you to just exit front of stage? It'll be easier for you. Thank you. And can we keep clapping for them as they go? Don't forget your award. There you go. Let's hear it up for them. You can see like how difficult it must be to play this with just how long it actually takes for them to get up and off the stage. All right, good morning, Mumbai. My name is Barkha Dutt. For those who don't know me, I have been a journalist for 33 years now. 33 years. And everybody knows me, but still, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the love. I want to ask you all something before we start. In your heart, think of the name of a woman or man who's changed your life. Because I'm going to be asking you later to talk about that. Because this festival, you may be wondering why there's a door behind us. Why is everybody walking in through a door? That door is not just an entry gate, it's actually a metaphor. And the metaphor is opening doors. What do we mean by that? We believe that in our lives, while our ambition, our talent, our hard work is something and often everything, somebody somewhere has opened a door for us. Either a generation of women who came before us, a man who's egalitarian, a partner, a friend, and hence we're all here to open doors for each.
डेट ऑफ बर्थ में प्रॉब्लम ही नहीं है, डेट ऑफ बर्थ बिल्कुल शानदार है, राजयोग बैठे हुए, ड्राइवर कंडक्टर के कॉम्बिनेशन अच्छे बैठे हुए हैं और डेट ऑफ बर्थ का सारा एल्गोरिथम भी ठीक बैठा हुआ है, बट जाना था जापान, पहुंच गए चीन. 80% of the population, they are into the wrong profession. Only 20%.
Also welcome with open arms. So many men in this audience, and that's lovely to see this morning. Yes, you can clap for it again. And that is the other thing I want to say. I love seeing this full packed hall, but I also want you to show your emotion. If you like something, feel free to clap. You want to whistle, you want to sing, you want to clap along, you want to dance. That's what we want you to do. We want you to let your hair down and enjoy this while we have some great conversations on stage. Talking about women who changed our lives, I'll share one small story before I introduce some very, very exceptional first speakers today. Yesterday was my mother's birthday. That in itself would not be significant, except that my mother died when I was 13 years old. Her name was Barkha Dutt, and she was India's first woman to report a war. When she became a journalist in the 1960s and she went to the Hindustan Times to apply for a job, she was told that there were no spaces for women in a newspaper and that all that she could be allowed to do is to cover the flower show in the city. And she took the job. She went on to become the head of the bureau. And in 1965, there was a war between India and Pakistan. And she went back to her editor and she said, look, I've proved myself now. Will you send me to cover this war? And the editor said, absolutely not. There's no question of a woman going to the war front. So she said, if you're not going to let me cover the biggest story that there is, then can I take a few days off? So she told her editor that she was going to go on chutti. She took a few days off. She went alone in a sari to the war front, Punjab's border, where she had a cousin in the army. And she began writing. Those days, there was only the written word. She began writing and sending these dispatches back home to Delhi, to her office, and they were too good not to be published. And so she became India's first woman to report a war. By the time she died in 1984, I was already 12 and a half, 13 years old. And I had been brought up on this role modeling. And so in 1999, I followed in her footsteps to report the Kargil War. And I was thinking last night that if she hadn't fought that battle, maybe I and other women of my generation could not be where we stand today. So through this day, I'm going to ask you all to converse back, to tell us your stories, to tell us who shaped your life and who's changed your life. Since the Kargil War, there has been only one other military conflict in India. For a post-war generation who may not even remember Kargil, the only war that they will remember is Operation Sindoor. Yes, we stand in Mumbai, which just commemorated the 26/11 anniversary. This city, more than any other city, knows the cost of terrorism. In response to the terror that took place in Pahalgam, we saw Operation Sindoor. And at the forefront of Operation Sindoor were our brave armed forces. And among them, this time, not only men, but also women, standing shoulder to shoulder at the front line, braving both bullets and drones. It is my enormous honor and privilege to welcome the opening speakers for We the Women, Colonel Tashi Thaplial and Lieutenant Colonel Anubhav Piti. May I ask you to step up here? And we always see this, the standing ovation. You know, I have goosebumps. I see these women in uniform and I have goosebumps. I really do. Can we please give it up for our two women in uniform? I want to hear a loud round of applause. All right, thank you. May I request you all to take your seats? Okay, can I request you all to take your seats? Okay, you can see the response. You can see how inspirational it is for people, especially young girls, to be able to see today you walking out, Colonel Thaplial, in battle fatigues. When I was a young reporter in 1999, I had to plead with the army to let me in as a reporter to cover the war. And I remember they told me that, you know, we can't let you in. And I said, why? And they said, there's no bathrooms for women. There's no food that we can guarantee you. We can't give you special treatment. And I said, I don't want special treatment. And here you are from then to now. It is so inspiring. We're all so proud of you. Let me start with you, ma'am. What made you want to join the military?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Jai Hind. Well, Barkha, I come from a family which is steeped in military traditions. My father is a retired colonel, and he's also a gallantry awardee. So service and uniform are part of my upbringing. My husband, who is also commanding, comes from a family with 3 generations in the armed forces. So leadership, discipline, and pride in the family is what drew me to join the armed forces. My family was very supportive. They saw my decision as a very honorable step. And till date, they keep encouraging me to serve with honor and dignity.
So there was no resistance?
Absolutely not.
What drew you to it? One, of course, was the Fauji tradition you came from. But did you ever think this could be actually a life-risking profession that I'm taking?
Barkha, as a kid, olive greens is what I've seen through and through. So certainly I was born for this. And when you speak of fear, so certainly fear exists. But as a child, probably I was too naive. However, now, if you're asking me if I fear being in the army, then this is a voluntary organization that I decided to choose for myself as a profession. I was well aware of the risks that were involved. And our training conditions us. It helps us to convert fear to focus. We are able to assess and act better under pressure. So all I would say is that we are able to convert fear to focus.
I love that line. Convert fear to focus. You know, a lot of people think that people are fearless. Nobody is fearless. It's how you manage fear. Can I ask you, ma'am, the same question? What made you join the military?
Firstly, Jai Hind to everyone. So I come from Uttarakhand. My native home is Nainital. So I've always grown up by 2 quotes. One is no offense, just defense. And the second is devoting one son to the service of the nation. So if we see the overall state, so it contributes to a large amount of people serving in the armed forces. But the changing point, what we say, it came when in 1999, we had the solemn homecoming of Major Rajesh Singh Adhikari, the Mahavir Chakra. So I was 10 that time. So in the eyes of a 10 years old, it forged that I have to get into the forces, not knowing that how difficult it was. But that was the time I decided that absolutely, this is the thing where I have to go, and I will be there.
Colonel Dhapriyal, this has been the year of Operation Sindoor. In fact, the operation is not over. It is simply on pause. Both of you, I don't know how many of you know, both of them had, I will not share any operational details, but both of them had frontline roles in this military conflict. I want to ask you, Colonel Dhapriyal, I was in Punjab and Jammu, and when I was there, it was like no war I had seen before. I had seen Kargil, which was very infantry driven more than anything else. And here we saw the skies light up with, you know, orange flames as Pakistan kept sending in drones and missiles trying to target Indian cities. Can you tell me what is the experience of being not just a woman officer, but a woman officer at the war front?
Well, Barkha, times like these are actually raison d'etre. That is the reason for our existence. So when I speak, you know, personally for me, this was a major capstone event in my professional career. More so because I was in command of a regiment.
Yeah.
So as a commanding officer, you know, you're expected to mitigate challenges, to plan for contingencies, to take measured choices and decisions. So here I was in the front line, doing all of this, commanding a team of very able and fine men. So certainly it was an honor for me, and I was blessed to be part of it.
Pleasant.
Blessed.
I'm saying if you ask ordinary mortals, they will not say it's very pleasant to be part of war.
No, I said blessed.
Blessed
To be
So
participating
it was
in an operation
like almost like a privilege to be able to serve your country.
So obviously this has gone
Yeah.
down in the history, you know, commanding a regiment which was operationally active in a war front.
Yeah.
It has gone in the War Digest. So I'm very proud of it.
Absolutely, and we're all proud of you. What about you? I mean, it was such a surreal, in some ways, this is modern warfare. The nature of war is changing. The way we protect our countries, the way our militaries, women like you, men in the armed forces protect us is changing. What was the experience like?
So it is always challenging. It
Yeah.
is not dangerous for us. It's always challenging. So when we see the Operation Sindoor, if we look closely to it, so we've already been trained during the training. If we see the armed forces, we train for mental preparedness, which is very strictly followed. So as we say that युद्ध भूमि में युद्ध हो उससे पहले मनोभूमि में खेला जाता है. So something like that is already there in us. Then coming to a teamwork, so we had a very supportive teamwork, and we follow it very closely. So we get a lot of support, emotional support from each other. And the last is our daily routine is so tight and disciplined that we actually do what we did in Op Sindoor almost daily. We have simulators where we actually practice them. So coming to Op Sindoor, yes, it was challenging. And that's what we want. I mean, Ye Dil Mange More is, of course, one of the famous quote, which I'm sure you are.
Let me tell the people who are too young here to understand. Ye Dil Mange More is what Vikram Batra said before he gave his life for India. And I was a young reporter in Kargil interviewing him. And I asked him, ma'ams, ki aapko dar nahi lagta? I was like, you know, in my 20s, young, never seen military conflict before. And he threw his head back and he laughed and he said, Ye dil mange more. And it was a Pepsi Cola slogan at that time, which then in his interview with me got elevated to the level of, you know, almost like a national motto. I want to ask you something, Colonel Dhapriyal. You said that you were commanding a regiment and there were some excellent men you were in authority over. A lot of people wonder, and this is not me asking because I have a lot of experience covering the military, but I know a lot of people asked us this. Is a male soldier different from a female soldier? Or is the uniform the only defining sort of spirit of the military?
I would like to answer your question in a very simple fashion. You know, not just military, any leader needs to have two fundamentals. One is professional competence, and second is a sound personality. And when we speak of an army officer, we need to be riding high on valor and passion.
Yeah.
So out here, I'm a woman officer in a male-dominant organization. I need to work on myself. See, as an officer, you're supposed to be physically fit. Very important attribute. Second, you need to have professional competence. You better have the same. So if you're meeting the boxes, there is no reason why you'll not be accepted. Have I answered your question?
Yes, but I would follow it up with saying that sometimes people assume that men will have problem taking orders from a female boss.
So navigating authority primarily is, professional competence is your key. The minute you've established your credibility, there's no reason why people would not follow orders.
We'll be opening this up for questions soon. So if we can have the mics ready in the audience. But ma'am, if I may ask you the same question. Does the uniform transcend all other different ways of thinking?
So I'll just give a very short answer. So if leadership, competency, organization ethos, if these three factors are in, and of course the leadership quality in one, then gender is nowhere. So this is what I want to say on this. And in army, we are gender neutral. A
Gender
task
neutral.
is given,
and that has to be not just accomplished, it has to be accomplished with excellence. So that's
Can I
what
please
we
add
do.
something here? The cradle of military leadership and the Chetwood credo does not speak of gender.
Yeah.
It speaks of the term officer. So when thank you.
You don't have to do a hesitant clap. You can clap freely, dil se.
And in the same breath, I would also like to say that, women and men, we each have our unique strengths and challenges. So it is high time that we thwart such stereotypes. Army is a gender neutral organization and merit prevails.
But look at the level of change that has come just in the last decade. We started with permanent commission for women. We now have had women leading Republic Day parades, flying fighter jets. We've had women officers like yourselves being in frontline positions in military conflict, commanding regiments. What is it that women can't do? The NDA that has opened its doors for women. Change has come, but change has taken its time. And sometimes it takes time to adjust to change. If I may ask you, do you feel that you have to prove yourself harder than men? Because that's what the other professions are not as lucky as the military. In most other professions, we have to work a little bit harder at proving ourselves.
Barkha, I would like to answer, what you said. The grant of permanent commission to women in the year 2019 was actually a landmark decision.
Yeah.
Thereafter, very recently in Ops Sindoor, as we have seen, there were women like me who were commanding major regiments. Then we had 2 officers who were the face of military response to terrorism. We have come a long way. The army has evolved. There are all these reforms and policies give a major signal that the army is evolving. There is place for merit, capability, equal opportunities, and certainly more inclusion. So the women in uniform in coming generations will have a good time. There will be parity. And I urge all the young girls and women aspiring to be officers to come join us and rewrite history.
So let me open this up. Is there anybody here as a young girl who thought of joining the military? I'm not sure where the mics are. If you could tell us, please. Okay. I saw a young girl raise her hand here. Yes. Could you stand up? Could you stand up? I actually can't see where the mics are. Okay, come up. Come up. I can't see the mics. Come up. Come up on stage. You've got to sprint up, because if you want to talk about the army or joining the army, you've got to be quicker to start with. Come. Sit. What's your name?
Hi ma'am, I'm Hia. I'm from Jehan College and I currently doing an internship at IIMUN. So my question to you is that, as you just said, India's evolving and there is no partiality done. What message do you give to the young girls in rural areas who don't have much of privilege, not much of education, those who have issues finding out basic necessities for themselves.
And they want to join the armed forces?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just hold the mic up. Just hold it up.
See, the entry to army, we've got a set template. We have certain types of exams that need to write. So certainly you need to meet the QR. Those in rural areas who are aspiring to join the army, I think nothing stops you, because there are n number of officers who are at very high, positions, general ranking officers who have come from very small places. So there's no reason, nothing stops you. And you need to be consistent, you need to be focused. And I know of many, officers within the family who have cleared their SSB in probably 6th or 7th attempt. So if you're determined, you're focused, you want to join the forces, then that is all that we're looking for.
Did you ever want to join?
As a kid, yes, I always looked up to the soldiers because it was always admiring for me, as it's so cool that you're doing something for your nation and not yourself. You're representing yourself as a country, and with all pride and confidence that you're fighting for the country.
Yeah, and as young girls, you can always join the National Cadet Corps.
Yeah, yes,
that
NCC.
gives you an insight as to what army is all about.
Correct.
So joining NCC is again one of the options to get through Indian Army.
So come on, be inspired and inspire other people. While you hop off the stage, let me ask, thank you for your question. Let me ask you the same question. To anybody girl or boy, who says, I'd get paid something more in the corporate world. I want to leave India and settle abroad. Why the military? By the way, you don't need to convince me. I'm a signed up fan, diehard fan of the military, but I wanted to come from you, especially girls, young girls in your family, in your neighborhood, girls here today who say, can I do it? What would you say, ma'am?
So the olive green of the army, or it's the white of the navy, or blue of the air force. If you're a girl sitting in a metro or a village, or maybe in some mountain and thinking, do I have it in me? Or am I really ready for it? Trust me, it's a loud and proud yes. Because I come from Nainital. Because I am from a very small town called Nainital, and it was a loud and proud yes for me. So of course it is for each one of you, and there's no limit. And the armed forces, in fact, everyone is saying the doors are opening. No, it's not opening. They are wide open. Everyone has to just walk, make a mindset, and just go for it. That's it I want to say.
Barkha, I would like to add here again. In the army, we ride on passion. And we are certainly living a life which is less ordinary.
Yes.
So if you're looking at high pay packages, I would admit that probably, yes, there is a difference. But we're living a life less ordinary. And our pay packets are very decent. And we have the 8th pay commission around the corner. So I don't think there's any reason. This should not be the reason.
And I feel
passionate.
I feel payment is not the reason. You're serving the nation. It's a pride in itself. It's the uttermost pride that you can have, being a Indian. It itself is an achievement. Absolutely. There's no other achievement or
I'm seeing other questions. Ma'am, come up on stage while they're talking. Can I?
Yeah.
Go ahead, ma'am.
For me...
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Serving the country is the, ultimate expression of duty.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so for me, wearing the uniform is the ultimate expression of duty. This is my identity. This is who I am.
And
when I wear the
army
uniform,
is not a job.
I feel more confident. I feel more responsible.
That's it, I want to do something.
Okay.
On everybody's behalf, I want to salute them first.
Oh my God. Ma'am, thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Anjulika.
Ma'am, please sit. Please.
The way she
now
said
you can sit with me.
that the first step you can take is you can become an NCC. Like you said, national
NCC.
Yeah, you enter
A cadet. Yes. What's your question?
The cadet.
Yeah.
So I became a cadet, and I was a cadet. And when I used to wear that brown uniform and start from my home, I walk to my college, and the admiring glances I used to get on the way. that I will never forget. Yeah, like, you know, people always...
I'll tell you something. There'll be many stars who'll walk through these gates today. The only ones who will get a standing ovation are our ladies here.
Yes,
Isn't that true?
That's why I started with a salute, Barkha.
Yeah.
And my question is, like, being in this profession or passion, I think your masculine side is very up. How do you keep in touch with your feminine side?
And what is that even?
Yeah.
ये तो बहुत बड़ा सवाल है. ये तो बहुत बड़ा सवाल है कि the traditional notions of masculinity and femininity are constantly being challenged, readapted. They're also very personal. They're different for everybody. Okay, ma'am. Thank you for your question. Can I ask you to just sit in the audience while they answer? Thank you.
I would admit that certainly there is a work-life boundary blur.
Yeah.
You know, it exists everywhere.
What if I told you your daily walk could be your most creative work time? With Whisper Flow, it can be. I learned that ChatGPT works best with detailed prompts, but I hate typing them. So instead, I dictate them using Whisper Flow while walking. When I'm walking, my brain just works differently. Ideas start pouring out. But ChatGPT's native voice dictation...
Old parents or your grandparents, you know, who are ready to uproot themselves out of their comfort zone and take care of your children. So that support system is a must. And certainly, family is the spine of a soldier.
Yeah. Can I ask you though, you know, I remember when I was a young war reporter and I would meet these soldiers, all men at that time in 1999, and I was 26 and they were 24. Some of them were recently engaged. Some of them had, you know, dreams of getting married. And I would ask them, how do you block out? How does a soldier, any soldier, man or woman, block out that feeling when in conflict? And since you've said, both of you have spoken about families and support systems, when you were in these frontline positions, and you've often been, not just in Sindoor, but even otherwise, what is your mental training that makes you, at that time, filter out thinking about your family? How do you do it?
Ma'am, when we talk about how do we like to do it?
Yeah.
So a support system is must. Your family is supporting you, your in-laws are supporting you, your husband is supporting you, and there's a lot list of people who are supporting you. So there's no question of even asking ki, how do we take it? And if we see our past, if we see our history, we had Rani Lakshmi Bai. So we don't need any other icons, I feel, to even to give us a stamp on that. So coming to the same question, there's a long list of support we have, and everyone, even our team, because the first family is our unit, is our Paltan.
Is the Paltan.
So they are supporting us. That's all is required.
But you, yeah.
I passed the question to her because she's got a 4-year-old child.
4-year-old?
Yeah, I have a 4-year-old child.
What is his or her name?
His name is Himaksh.
And does he understand what mummy does?
Yeah, absolutely. He sees me, he says Jai Hind to me when he gets up. When he walks in, when he's awake, the first thing he says is Jai Hind.
Is he here?
No, he's with my parents right now.
He's with your parents.
Barkha, emotions, you know, are natural. When you're speaking of emotions, they come naturally. And obviously, though we are donning the uniforms, but we have a family back home. We have a husband, children, mother, father. But over a period of time, what happens is we are battle hardened. You know, the sense of duty and the calling precedes every other thing. I'll give you a small example. It was my anniversary on 24th of April this year. And my husband thought of surprising me. And he landed up, you know, on 22nd, he was there at my location. But then Pahalgam happened the same day.
Yeah.
And we were all prepared to celebrate, you know, our anniversary. But, you know, call of duty, he had to get back without batting an eyelid. Both me and my husband very, you know, lovingly said goodbye to each other and got on our jobs. This is what Army does to us. And I'm not missing words. It is a story with every Army officer or a service couple in the Army.
Did it help that he's also in the military?
Very much.
Would he understand, you think, if he were not?
Absolutely. I mean, we are both each other's anchors.
Absolutely. Yeah. But yes, ma'am.
I feel there's a very famous quote of Shakespeare's that says, my life and my honor both grow in one. Take my honor and my life is done. So, which means that apart from everything, the honor that we are here for, serving the nation, is the paramount. And of course, the balance that you have to create, you have to have a very understanding family back behind, and which they are doing it very aptly.
But you know, your 4-year-old child sees an extraordinary role model in you. We talk so much otherwise about motherhood and mother's guilt, and you know, you must have often heard this conversation. I don't believe in this, because I believe that when women are living role models for their children will grow up to be fantastic citizens. But do you grapple with that? Do you sometimes find it difficult to walk out of the door into a possible dangerous situation? I'll start with you and then same to you.
Not really, no. We've trained a lot for it, and not really. And if I see you, when we were talking about your mother, you were telling that she went for the war and you were a small kid to report for it. So if you could take it, why not us?
Absolutely.
Why not us?
No, thank
and
you.
The times are different. Now we are into a generation where all gates are wide opened.
Yeah,
in
it's a
your
very
times,
different
they were
time.
opening.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of difference, and we get courage from people like you.
Thank you, ma'am. I mean, I was just saying we had to fight. You know, my mother had to fight to just get a job. I had to fight to report the war. And here
Absolutely.
you are.
And my son, when he sees me, he learns that. That's the biggest thing. And in India, we say, in fact, not in India, we see it, if we say that mother is the first teacher.
Yeah.
Abhimanyu was taught even when he was in the womb. So that is where we have grown from. So I don't think so there's any challenge in it. And this is a way, this is a process where kids learn. It's better they learn early.
You know, you said you grew up in sorry, ma'am, I know you wanted to say something, but you said you grew up in a smaller town of India. And I'm just wondering, how did the town respond when they first saw you come back home in uniform?
Yeah, everyone back was very happy. Of course, serving the nation is a pride. And I would like to tell you that every alternate house is serving the armed forces.
House, yeah.
So, of course, everyone is looking at the space where, you know, you actually are grown up and then you join the forces, and, you know, you are in that fraternity of the forces. So back home, it was, of course, a celebration. My grandfathers were damn happy about it.
कभी नहीं बोला कि ये लड़की का काम नहीं है.
Never. In
कभी
fact,
नहीं.
I'll tell you a small incident, and
Yeah.
I'm sure my mother, if she will hear, and she will be very angry on it. So when I was going for the training, she told me, either you do the training or don't come back ever.
Oh,
So that
really?
was the strong-headed she was on me going to the army.
She wanted you to do it.
Absolutely. There's no coming back. Devoting one son to the service of nation is must. So there's no coming back.
Son to theek hai, but this was a daughter.
So son, when I say, it's gender neutral.
Gender neutral.
You know, tears of joy, happiness, sadness, all these emotions do exist. We are all humans, but they're all bundled up.
Yeah.
When we walk out of the door, we are a stoic personality. I'm in command of a regiment. I can't walk out looking weak. I have to look strong. There are people looking up to me. I need to look confident and in charge. So emotions do not find place then.
I was just going to ask you, what does a soldier do when I love this pronoun, when she is having a bad day? What does a soldier do? What does an officer do? You're in command of a regiment. Let's say you've had some other problem in some other part of your life that relates to your family or something else or work. But, you know, you have to have that mental ability to put it away.
Yeah, you talk about personal issues.
It could be anything.
Yeah.
It could be anything. Like you said, you have to look strong, but you're also human.
Barkha, we learn to deal with it. I think each one of us, we're all going through something or the other. Nobody is coming out alive here. You know, everybody who's working is dealing with all of this. So yes, distance is certainly an issue because there are long deployments, there is separation. So certain times you are in troubled minds, but then, you know, you have an extended family. You have an extended family who takes care. So we are taken care of.
Yeah.
And
Ma'am,
we need to...
you want to add? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. So I feel that, you know, when you have a bad day, get up early in the morning, go for a run, be with your frontline family, which is your Pulton, and all solutions you get there and all problems are resolved.
Okay. Anyone here with a military connection who kind of knows? You had a question? Yeah. Wait, let me get you the mic. And you can ask your question. Pass her the mic. Yes.
Hi. Wonderful being here. I'm Shilpi. I'm coming from Hyderabad. I think it was all getting very, very serious. So I have a question for you both, ma'am. Can you share some funny moments back in the army? I mean, how do you all enjoy? Are there any moments that you want to share with us?
Before they answer, I want to tell you the best food is what you will eat in an army mess. Best. And even in the height of war, the army will not leave a visitor hungry. You know, I remember being a reporter with no access to food, and perfect strangers, young soldiers, would make sure that even if it was whatever, anda bread, you would never go hungry. So they're amazing that way. But I'll let you answer the fun moments.
Yeah, all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. And army is certainly not letting us getting dull by any way. So we do have, a lot of activities which keep happening. If you're talking of social get-togethers, we have plenty. And you're asking me a funny...
funny moment.
Funny moment.
Or light-hearted moment.
Okay.
I
So
think people
usually-
who are not familiar with army life, give us a sense of there's so much you get to do, right? You learn how to ride horses, you learn how to play sport, you have mess evenings and mess dinners,
So
the bada khanas.
Yeah. So in the army, I was just about to get there.
Yeah.
We have this tradition, wherein we have regimental bada khanas and company bada khanas. That is, where all the officers and all the troops, we all get together and have a meal together, make merry, sing, dance. So that is one occasion, when you let your hair down. There's a lot of music. We don't need it. So once what happened is, in my regiment, I had called for a, DJ and music, a live band and everything. So I saw that the event didn't, kickstart the way I was expecting it to. And I thought I had pumped in a lot of money. And in no time, the Subedar Major walks up to me and tells me that, Saab, ये अपना बंदा लोग perform करना चाहता है. इनको out कर देते हैं. So it really took me, by surprise, and I was taken aback. However, I honored the SM's request, and thereafter I saw them literally having a good time. So these are occasions. I wouldn't call them funny, but these are joyous occasions, and this is how we celebrate in the army.
Yeah, and there's a lot of music and fun and dance and masti, and every regiment has its own song.
Absolutely, ma'am. There's a lot of fun, dance. And in fact, if you see our leaders, all of them, there's a lot of, small places where we, even in the midst of an operation going on, the last was Operation Sindoor, and I remember a number of incidents where, Jawan will come up to you and crack a small joke so that things are light. And all our leaders are like that. So we have that fun element in between to, in fact, to raise our morale every time and to realign to what we are actually doing. So it's not about just seriousness. Of course, we have those moments where we celebrate, where we dance, where we crack jokes, but we do it together.
Okay, we have 3 or 4 minutes left. If any more questions, I want to take, okay, there are lots of questions. Can we get a mic here in the front row, please?
Hello, ma'am. My name is Priya, and I work online. So nowadays, AI has taken over, and people are losing a lot of jobs. And in army, also drones and androids have taken over. So, do you think like AI will take over army also?
So interesting. I hadn't anticipated that question.
So actually a very wonderful question. Very recently, the settings, we've been hearing of these terms, net-centric, hybrid warfare, digital cyber warfare. And all across the world, we are seeing how, warfare has changed. It's got a new dimension. Now it's not just, physical dimension, but we have got, multi-dimensional warfare. So in that regard, army is also upgraded. We need to upgrade ourselves. But certainly, you cannot replace a soldier.
So, so the fight is always of the land, and it's on the ground. So when we take things like the cyber or network centric and all. Yes, of course, AI forms an important part, but you have to have people sitting on the ground. AI will never do it.
See, the territorial integrity matters. It is all about territorial integrity, and for that, we need soldiers to guard our borders. Have I answered your question?
Yeah, I think by cyber warfare.
These are all force multipliers. These are all force multipliers.
So a recent example, if we see the Russian-Ukraine war, both of them are, in fact, both the countries are good in AI. Russia, of course, is one of the best in the all niche technologies, AI, drone, counter drones, network-centric warfare and everything. But still it is the fight on the land. So on the land, you need men.
And women.
You need and women. Men, when I say it is men and women both.
Yeah, you mean
so we
soldiers,
need individuals on the ground to actually fight. So that's why AI will not be able to do that.
Okay,
So
couple of more questions. I saw hand go up here. Yes, sir. Yes, the young man here. Yes.
Good morning, ma'am. Okay, my name is Chaitanya, and I have a question. My question is, ma'am, could you please tell us something about...
Hold the mic up.
Could you please tell us something about super soldiers? I mean, the way billions are invested into new technologies and stuff like that. So, and big nations like China and Russia, they are like creating super soldiers. So, could you please tell us something about that?
Okay, so super soldiers. Okay, so we are talking about machine and we are talking about AI, which is artificial intelligence. So it is artificial in the end of the day. It is not intelligence. Intelligence is human. So when we talk about these things, we need to remember it is artificial. It is not the actual intelligence that we hold in each one's mind or in our brains. So it is artificial. So let's treat it like the artificial thing.
Chaitanya, let me assure you, you are in safe hands.
Well said. Well said. Well said. All right. Question here. Yes.
Hello. Actually, I wanted to share stage with you if I can.
Ask from there only because we're about winding down.
Okay. So I am answering one of the questions where you mentioned that who was the woman or the person who changed your life. That is my daughter, because once you are a mother, you are.
Is your daughter here with you?
Yeah, she's the one.
Stand up. Stand up. Let's see you. Don't be shy. Oh,
because once you're a mother, you are never. It is never just about you. It is your life starts revolving around them, and your decisions also revolves around them. So when the career decision was to be taken, there was a question between whether you should be an Air Force pilot or a commercial pilot. She opted to become a commercial pilot, and today she is the one.
Very nice.
So,
very nice.
So my question was,
can we also hear from her, maybe?
Yes.
Before you ask your question. So you wanted to fly?
Yeah, I wanted to fly, that's for sure. And one of the questions that were, I think you asked them about the salary structure and the lifestyle. And when I was a kid, I was like, what, Air Force, because I have been in NCC as well.
Yeah.
And I used to be like, maybe in Air Force, I won't get the lifestyle that we all think about, which, you think that commercial pilots get. But the answer, ma'am, that you had given today, that, having the pride of the country is the best thing you can have. And right now I'm realizing that. So thank you so much for that.
yeah, so throughout the discussion and conversation, this whole thing was coming back to me. And I think she can still serve the country because while you're flying the aircraft, you are carrying so many lives on your shoulders. So if there is any message from your end to her,
so each one of us is contributing in different ways. Some are on the front line and some are actually behind and giving something to the economy. So unless you grow up and you actually stand on your feet and you do something, you should be very proud about yourself. And of course, if you get a chance, then the Dil Mange More is there. Always.
Okay, so here's the thing. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You have said twice, ye Dil Mange More. So I have a surprise behind the door. Any guesses? I may have. It's coming. It's coming. Dhire dhire. Any guesses? What?
Oh my God.
Keep guessing. Keep guessing. In the meantime. Okay. Not so much excitement also. May I have the moderator's privilege of a last question to both of you? If you were to tell your 20-year self something with the lived experience that the army has given you, what would that be? I'll start with you and then give ma'am the closing word.
In fact, let's rephrase it.
Yeah.
If I was 20,
yes,
I would join the NDA.
You would join
Again.
the NDA.
Again.
Lovely.
And in fact, I'll request God that if I die and another birth, I join the armed forces.
I think we can clap louder for that. The closing comment to you, Colonel.
Yeah, so Barkha, 17 years in the army, each tenure has added to my professional canvas. When I look back and I think of myself as a 20-year-old, I couldn't have dreamed of anything better. Army has given everything to me.
And to girls who are dreaming of becoming Colonel Thapliyal and Colonel Opreti, you would say what?
Yeah, so, if you want adventure, you're looking at overseas deployment, you're looking for some kind of an adrenaline rush, army is the place. With each passing year, my josh gets higher.
And one should remember, it's a lifestyle. It's not a job. So every terrain is different. Every situation is different. I'm sure ma'am is absolutely on it. Every terrain is different. Kargil is different.
Yes.
Leh is different.
Yes.
Punjab is different. And you get to know so much of culture. I mean, you might be from one small town of some state.
Yeah.
But once you join the forces, you know about the whole India as a whole. You know the culture. You know each one of the individual from each state. And you make so many friends.
I think ma'am has a closing word.
I just wanted to, close by saying this, that our country and our culture, it always acknowledge, Shakti. And the time is right. It is just the re-emergence of Shakti in many forms. And armed forces is one of them.
Thank
Please
you.
join us.
Thank you. May I ask our officers to just come up here? Look at this. There is not a single speaker on this stage who gets a standing ovation on entry and exit. But we're not done yet. There have been so many references to Ye Dil Mange More. There was Vikram Batra, the legend, whom I had the honor to meet. And then there is the Bollywood legend who essayed him. And I could think of no better person than my next speaker, my next honored guest, to felicitate, to honor our soldiers from the army today than, any guesses? Put your hands together for Bollywood's Sher Shah, Siddharth Malhotra. Thank you. Look at this moment. Before I give you the mic, I'm going to ask you to do the honors. And first to Colonel Opreti, who's on that side. May I ask the audience to sit down now? You can. I know you're very excited.
Yes, ma'am, of course.
Ma'am has been saying Ye Dil Mange More all.
Yes, I was just saying to sir that Ye Dil Mange More.
जी आपके दिल ने मांगा और हम आ गए यहाँ पे. It's an honor, ma'am. Thank you so much for your service.
Who commands a regiment, in fact.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the honor. Thank you.
I want to say here, everyone can have a mic. If we can just have everybody up here, ma'am, please. Please, can we have, this is a moment for the albums, as they say. If I may ask all of you to give these brilliant three people on stage a big round of applause. Louder. Come on, show some love here. And may I ask you to say a few words in their honor. They have been in frontline positions in Operation Sindoor, both of them. And we've been hearing from them, and I want you to say a few words.
Of course. Well, I'm very, very excited to be here sharing stage with two amazing soldiers where we, as actors, always portray the stories that we hear, ma'am. I think thanks to you, we get to play characters which are truly inspiring and heroic. Captain Vikram Batra is one such example that I was very, very fortunate enough to play. and today to share stage with you and be here with actual real life soldiers and heroes is an honor. And all thanks to Barkha, who's curated such an event where we can honor our soldiers. And if I may say, women soldiers, which kind of defines that courage and valor has no gender. And India is finally, I feel, fighting with its full capacity and capability, having women leading from the front. And we're so fortunate and really proud of our armed forces. Thank you so much, ma'am. Jai Hind.
Well, can I hear it from you all? How's the Josh?
Hi, sir.
Louder. How's the Josh? How's the Josh? Jai Hind. Thank you.
All right. Can we please show some love to Siddharth Malhotra? You know, he's so kind. I called him and I said, I can think of nobody better to felicitate our soldiers than you. And he didn't even blink a second. He's just become a dad. He's a new dad. And even then, a girl dad also. And even then he agreed. And I want you to just, on my behalf, show him a lot of love before I get started in the conversation.
Thank you.
Sidharth, thank you so much. You know, we were talking so much about Vikram Batra before you came on stage. The officers kept mentioning Ye Dil Mange More, and I kept remembering my time as a young reporter in Kargil, having the privilege to interview Vikram, to meet him, to get those words on camera, Ye Dil Mange More. And you have done not just Sher Shah, but so many movies which have been about the representation of the armed forces. Yodha, you know, to talk about another film. And of course, Sher Shah is a national award-winning film. I want you to talk a little bit about being a Delhi boy, the son of a merchant navy officer. I think maybe with some romance around the armed forces, maybe wanted to thought of joining the military. That's what some articles say. Tell us, like, when were you drawn to the uniform?
Yes, so I grew up in Delhi and my grandfather was in the army.
I see, yes.
And growing up, even my dad used to tell me stories that my dadu always told him to, ki wo exam dena hai ki nahi dena hai, do you want to try it? And my father and my father's brother went into the merchant navy, which in that time, which was actually even Vikram Batra's dilemma, which we used in the film.
Yes.
So maybe it was a culture for all the armed forces kids. So we also kind of, I always saw uniform at home. Obviously, my dadu passed away when I was really young, but we have those trunks, his uniform and the stories.
Those trunks are so fauji.
Correct.
Those
correct.
silver
Full
trunks
fauji,
with those handle on the
बड़े,
side.
उनमें उनका नाम लिखा हुआ है SK Malhotra with that paint. So
और मैंने घरों में देखा है in middle class homes, people would sometimes double them up as little tables or chairs. They would put a tablecloth over them and sit on them.
Well, my dadi would not allow that, so she kept it really nicely and all his stuff in it. But
Right.
yes, so we've all seen that growing up. And we had that reference of, acha yaar, uniform kya hoti hai? This is what a uniform means. And, you know, it's service. So I was fortunate enough to experience that. For us, seeing the 26 January parade was very close to home. And we would, you know, come outside and try to see all the helicopters pass by or the planes pass by. And actually meant a lot to us. We were very excited. So I think that's what trickles in my movies and the choices. Of course.
And so many different roles connected to the armed forces, if you think about it.
No,
or the
whether it's-
uniform in some way.
Whether it's Mission Majnu, which is about the RAW, or whether it's Sher Shah, whether it's Yodha, you know, all have had inspiring characters who've served in, you know, for the nation. I feel actually any of the freedom that we enjoy here today is all thanks to somebody is standing guard in a uniform.
Yeah.
So we have to, I think, as much as we can appreciate, and that's why when Barkha called me, all you did is message me that it's for the armed forces.
Very kind, and
I said we have to be here.
No, you were absolutely wonderful, and I have to thank you again. How did you then end up here instead of in the armed forces? You're a rank outsider. There are only a couple of more people who have that trajectory, Shah Rukh Khan and Akshay Kumar, Siddharth Malhotra. nothing, no prior connection to the movies at all. You could have been a Fauji, and here you are being a hot superstar.
Yes, actually, my father and I discussed it very early on. He said, "What do you want to do with your life?
Yeah.
Do you feel like you want to go into the service?" And very early in my teen years, I faced the small camera, which was pictures in that time,
Yeah.
and little bit of that performance aspect, or just being in front on stage and giving different emotions started off. But the journey took many, many years. I was 21, 22 when I came, thinking that I had bagged a film in Hindi cinema. At that time, 1 year go on, that film never took off.
Yeah.
Then it goes into the process of what to do in Bombay. It is a challenging city. Anybody who's come from the outside here, it takes a while. Takes a toll to...
and if you come from Delhi, it's very different. I'm a
Yes.
Delhi wali, so...
Takes a while to stand your ground
Yeah.
here, to share. I was fortunate enough to have many friends who I could share one bedrooms and live in. And
So you did like the whole PG thing? Like
the
you
whole, yes, the
really?
whole hall. I actually...
जिन्ना मेरे भाई, पाकिस्तान की मांग का आधार यदि धार्मिक है तो फिर विश्व के सभी मुसलमानों का एक ही राष्ट्र होना चाहिए। मुझे तो इतिहास में ऐसा कोई उदाहरण नहीं मिला जहां किसी कन्वर्ट ने अपनी पैदा हुई जमीन में किसी दूसरे राष्ट्र की मांग की है। मुसलमान तुम भी हो और मुसलमान मौलाना आजाद भी है। फिर क्या कारण है कि मौलाना आजाद पाकिस्तान बनने के सख्त खिलाफ है? वो हिंदुस्तान को जोड़ना चाहते हैं और तुम तोड़ना चाहते हो।
I was fortunate enough to have an opportunity, obviously, like a massive film and a big director to launch me like
Yeah.
Mr. Karan Johar. But the years before that, I feel whether it's assistant direction, whether it's being lost in Mumbai.
So
to
hold
try
that
and
thought.
making
I don't know
money.
how many of you know Sidharth actually started off as an AD, an assistant director on set, and then here he is.
Yes, yes.
And
That's actually my 4G upbringing. Ki beta जिसमें जा रहे हो उसको तुम्हें पता है उसके बारे में, how does camera work,
हाँ.
how does a set function. So that was
so
me
now you
training.
know, could you be behind the camera as well?
I could be. I love the process. I love
Yeah.
the process of writing, planning, imagining something on paper and giving it visuals, editing it and presenting it. In a film like Shersha, we learned so much about edits. Like we had so much to talk about Captain Vikram Batra's life. And I kept telling the family that, unfortunately, uncle, auntie, we can't put everything else. There is only 2 hours we have,
Yeah.
and एक format है pictureों का,
Yeah.
उनको इतने में ही देखना है. And then we understood that how we could, the story of the narrative could be impactful despite showing certain snippets
Yeah.
of someone's life. So I enjoyed that. That was me learning as a filmmaker, as an actor. And till date, the dream carries on to do bigger and better things.
Before your big breaks came, did you ever think, oh my God, what have I done? Let me just pack my bags and go back home?
Lots, yeah. As I said, the film that I came in for, there was so much promised. Being again from a merchant navy background or an army background, they were very particular as to kahan ja rahe ho beta. Show us some paperwork. So we did everything. It was on paper. Okay, I'm going to do this film. This is the money that we might get. And I spent a year in that, just waiting, training, practicing, doing workshops. But then one day they say कि नहीं यार फलाने कोई और actor बना रहे हैं, ये पैसा हमारे पास नहीं है, this film will not be made. So there is that thing कि अच्छा ऐसा भी होता है life में, that somebody promises you something on paper and for whatever reason it doesn't work out. So I was just lost. I had no other thing to tell my
So
parents.
what kept you going?
I think it was just a rickshaw ride with a friend of mine in Bombay, which was that he told me कि यार ये एक्टर ना ऐसे पढ़ता है स्क्रिप्ट या उनको लाइंस करनी होती है असिस्टेंट डायरेक्टर के साथ. तो मैंने बोला यार तेरे को कैसे पता, हाउ डू यू नो? He's like, मैं था ना, I was an assistant on that film. That's the first time I remember very clearly that I understood what an assistant director is. And I somehow, it was a calling that I feel like, okay, let me try this so I could learn filmmaking. I even went through a phase that maybe I'll write something and make a film.
Yeah.
In that phase, because all of us in our early 20s think that we can do anything and everything.
Yeah. Now, from struggle to stardom, my question is this. How do you remain real? You came from a non-filmy background. You came from Delhi. Your father was in the merchant navy. Your grandfather was a Fauji. You had a regular upbringing, right? When you have so much fame and wealth, how do you stop it from like completely transforming you? What do you do keep parts of your life real?
I think that credit goes to my family, my parents, my father, who's a massive influence, and you know how he keeps it. He's a straight arrow.
What did he
and
feel about you joining movies?
He was a bit skeptical, but when he saw that, you know, in the 20s, I'm so passionate about it, and genuinely there was an offer to come to Mumbai. I would have never come to Mumbai if I didn't have that film that never worked out.
Yeah.
So that's how destiny also functions.
Yeah.
So then he gave it, you know, ki chalo theek hai. You have like a year, and that year became 5 years. Then to struggle, and of course my mother as well, who was very nervously calling me every evening, used to just chat ki khana khaya, ye mila, ye nahi hua. And then I think when I became an assistant director, there was a little more structure to the struggle and madness, and at least you were gaining some kind of experience, and that kept me going. And today also, I think I'm fortunate enough to marry Kiara, who also comes from a non-film background.
You can clap for Kiara.
So that makes life easy to keep it really real and cultured, like how we grew up. So I think it is a part of our profession. We don't need to bring it to our home. You know, the amazing characters we get to play and stories we get to
Like,
tell.
what's the most normal thing you two do?
Everything. Nothing ghar mein, like we would give our little one a massage. Abhi subah subah. That's our routine.
Yeah.
You know, waking up with her, stretching. You know, life has definitely changed for the better since I've become a dad and a girl dad.
Yeah.
And she's the best phase right now. And I think
You just gave us her name, Sayara.
yes, Saraya. We just give her
Saraya,
that name.
yeah.
And I think I've never lost so many arguments to somebody who can't speak. You know, so anything
So what
she's
does
just
Saraya
looking.
mean?
Saraya is God's princess of God. It's not in Hindi, of course.
Yeah.
It's a exotic name that comes from the Eastern. It's actually Hebrew name that comes.
And all we saw on your Instagram page were two pairs of, you know, a pair of baby socks.
Yes. So we filled it finally. That's how we announced it. We wanted to round it off. And life is just amazing with there. And I realized that I'm no longer the hero of the house. She's the superstar.
How old is she now?
She's not 4 months.
4 months.
4 months. So she's
But you
the
took your
superstar.
time in naming her, or you took your time in telling us that she's Saraya?
We were thinking like whether we announce it or not, because trying to be कि हर घर में announce करने की जरूरत नहीं होती है.
Right.
But then we realized and we कि चलो ठीक है, we'll make it official and announce her name.
So are you hands-on dad?
Yes, I mean, you should ask my wife that. But talking about our routine, that yes, when I see her, my daughter being the superstar, my wife being the superhero, you know, the process of just seeing her through pregnancy and birth is an eye-opening experience for me. That you know, men always talk about courage and grit and you know, strength, but women actually demonstrate it when they become mothers. I've seen her during pregnancy go through hormonal changes, physical changes, and now she's being a true superhero, taking care of Saraya. And I'm contributing a little bit with changing diapers and clicking pictures or just trying to keep a happy environment. But she's
But is
the
there a
superhero and
generational
superstar.
change in how dads are now in your generation, you think? Like you know, do you have an idea of what kind of dad you'd like to be?
I didn't. I think I'm just improvising in the role as much as I can at present. But yes, that there's so much information.
Yeah.
And I feel we have a better work-life balance, or at least the intent to do that is there. Maybe my father was not so involved intricately at that time growing up, and we want to be a part of this process. So there's a shift and change in that. But that's for the better. I also feel like today's event kind of shows me that being a girl dad, that tomorrow my daughter could pick any profession that she wants in India.
Yeah.
So that gives me a sense of pride and comfort that, beta, whatever you want to do, there are no no's or do's and don'ts anymore. I think the lines are very blurred.
Yeah. Before I take a few questions from the audience, I have one thought when I was hearing you speak. You know, sometimes fathers are the softer parents. Do you think that you will be the sterner parent, or Kiara will be the sterner parent? And fathers with daughters are a whole different thing.
Yeah. No, it's funny. We did. Kiara was asking me the other day, you know, what
Just
will happen.
hold up the mic.
Kiara was asking me the other day as to what will happen. You know, what will you be like when she's in her teenage?
Yeah.
And she
Will you be
wants
one
to
of those
get out.
overprotective dads?
So I thought about it, and I feel I think that all depends on the journey that I have with my daughter, or the relationship I have, or the culture and sense that I inculcate from now onwards till that age.
Yeah.
So when I know that she can gauge what is right and wrong, I think that's my victory, or that's my contribution to her life. And then if I have utmost confidence in her decision making and gauging someone or gauging a situation, then I'm at peace. Because I think you can't be overprotective. You have to let them learn from their own mistakes, hopefully reduce them. So I think my homework, or I keep telling her, I said, our work starts now till that she's a teenage, to inculcate as much sense, instincts, I feel culture or knowledge, that she be capable to come outside in public and deal with people or friends or anything that she kind of faces.
Well, the world is going to be her oyster, and that's the beauty of it. Guys, we have time for a few questions. I know I saw a lot of hands go up. Okay, here in the second row. Let's get you a mic. There's a mic behind you. Yeah.
Hello, sir. My name is Priya, and I'm a Keralite. And sir, you are the Tom Cruise of Bollywood.
We can clap for that.
That's.
So, sir.
Once again, how do you like that compliment?
Well, I think that's a very tall order to fill, but it's a lovely compliment. Thank you so much. Hopefully, I live up to it.
So, sir, being a Keralite, recently I saw your movie Param Sundari.
Yes.
I saw you were playing with elephants, talking Malayalam, making appams, and climbing coconut trees. So, which was your best experience in Kerala?
Wow. Yes, Param Sundari, I was playing a typical North Indian boy going to Kerala and experiencing that city and amazing scenic views that Kerala comes with. So it was genuinely my first time living and staying there. And it's got the most lovely outdoors. I think people living in Kerala are very lucky to have that amazing outdoor experience. Just 1 hour away, you have a river flowing. And I was just reacting as my character, whether it's seeing an elderly person climb trees, a coconut tree very casually.
Did you climb one?
We did. We practiced
actually
it once.
for real? Or
We
just
tried that, yes.
Yeah.
On the first day when I saw an elderly, like a 60-year-old man climb up with just a piece of cloth around his foot and arm, us pe jaake chढ़ते the. I tried it and I couldn't manage. I took many minutes to reach where he could reach in 1 minute. But it was a lovely experience shooting in Kerala. I think I could barely speak the language, just like my character. So I was pretending. And I'm glad that I got to see a city or a state with such immense respect for culture, respect for their nature that they surround. And I found it the cleanest. And we tried some amazing things, which is that Neendran banana.
Appam, kunni appam.
Yes, I think so many amazing cuisines. Was the best experience.
Thank you,
Can I ask you, since he could barely speak the language, you want to say something to him and then translate it or make him guess?
Okay.
Say something nice, but okay.
ഞാൻ നിനക്ക് സ്നേഹിക്കണം.
Sorry? That's what my character did. So that's I'm still in Param character.
Okay.
इसका मतलब क्या है?
I love you.
Oh.
I think we can, for that we can get you up. Abhi,
Yes.
I love you bhi bol diya, Tom Cruise bhi bol diya. You deserve a hug.
So
Come
sweet.
fast.
That was a
Come
clever
fast. Abhi, these compliments
Yes.
deserve one little hug,
Yes.
right?
Aye.
One
Aye.
little hug. Okay.
You can.
Where are the awards?
For this lovely.
Say, Sidharth, bring her up here.
Come. We'll keep selfie also. And
oh my God.
I love you too. हम भी आपसे बहुत प्यार करते हैं. Thank you so much.
So I was crazy for Tom Cruise. I used to collect his photos.
But now?
But now when I saw you and the resemblance, so someone अपने Mumbai में है.
वाह, क्या बात है.
Now
अभी
you
आपको
have a
realize
DC
हुआ.
Tom Cruise and you've told him you love him. He's told you he loves you. Bas.
बस.
Kiara is there.
Kiara is there.
Kiara.
Small problem.
अभी आपने याद दिलाई उसकी बात. मैं भूल ही गया था मैं.
Thank you.
So sweet.
Thank you. You want a selfie?
Of
Okay,
course,
she's
of
the
course.
lucky one. She showed initiative. She wasn't shy also. She said, I love you. So
I
remember,
know.
if you feel something,
I loved it. I could.
Yeah.
Come. Yeah.
best day of my life.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, one more question. And everybody's not getting lucky. Everybody's not getting lucky. I'll give the lady here a question. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, there's no mic. Yeah. Yeah.
So Siddharth, you are a Delhi boy and
Ji.
now you are in Mumbai.
हाँ जी.
I'm in a profession where I keep traveling to Delhi.
अच्छा.
And Delhi people feel Delhi is the best. now, now being
Okay,
here,
everybody quieten down, please.
being
Yeah.
here and this as your professional battlefield, I would say. What's your opinion now? You love Mumbai more or Delhi?
ये देखो, this is the toughest question. Well,
This is a dangerous question.
I know, जैसे आपने
This is
कहा,
a dangerous question. There's no good answer to this question.
Mumbai is my Karam Bhumi and Delhi is my Janam Bhumi. तो उन दोनों के बीच में आप बिल्कुल नहीं चूज कर सकते कि कौन सा बेहतर है. एक जर्नी थी.
नहीं, एक बोलना पड़ेगा.
जी बिल्कुल नहीं. तब मेरी जर्नी वहां पे थी दिल्ली में. आज तो मैं डेफिनेटली मुंबई बोलूंगा जो मेरी करम भूमि है, जहां पे मेरे को काम मिला है. I've built a family and today my daughter is born in Mumbai. So I think maybe I'm slightly inclined, but I cannot deny that I'm a Delhi boy at heart. So a mix of both.
She's so happy. Okay, okay. All right. One last question. Somebody who... No?
Okay.
Okay, there. Stand up. Stand up and hold the mic a little close so our cameras can pick it up, guys. Ma'am, please sit. Yes.
Hello, Sidharth sir.
Hello.
How are you, sir?
Very good.
सर मुझे आपको ये पूछना है कि जब आप मुंबई में आए, जॉब मतलब जो भी आपका काम चल रहा था, तो आफ्टर दैट अभी जब उतार चढ़ाव तो आते हैं हर इंसान के लाइफ में, आपके भी आए होंगे, तो एक ऐसा दिल्ली का स्लैंग जो आप मन में बहुत बार बोलते थे, वो एक बार बोल दीजिए प्लीज.
दिल्ली का स्लैंग देखो, दिल्ली के जितने भी स्लैंग है आप मन में बोल सकते हो, यहाँ पे स्टेज पे नहीं बोल सकते. क्योंकि मैं भी एक पंजाबी घर में पैदा हुआ, वहाँ पे थोड़े बहुत स्लैंग्स वो यहाँ पे भी
only one
family channel, no abuses, huh? Please.
I think जब भी कुछ जब आप निराश होते हो, कोई चीज नहीं हो, being persistent कि नहीं यार करना ही है. दिल्ली वाले थोड़े ढीठ भी होते हैं.
Yes.
और वही ढीठपना आई थिंक मुझे यहाँ पे लेके आया है. क्योंकि अगर मैं हर ऑडिशन या हर पिक्चर पे ऐसे करता कि शुरुआत में कि सर मैं ही हूँ और ये चलनी चाहिए या ऑडिशन मुझे मिलना चाहिए, तो जब पहला ऑडिशन, दूसरा ऑडिशन या 10वां ऑडिशन नहीं मिलता, तो आई वुड हैव गिवन अप. जो वो दिल्ली का ढीठपना है, जो थोड़ा बीप बीप करके हम बोल के आगे बढ़ते हैं कि चल यार
कोई ना,
तो वो एक एटीट्यूड है, या वो मैं कहूंगा एक कहावत मेरे हमेशा जहन में चलती रहती थी. And that is what has brought me to this stage here.
So what next?
What next? I'm shooting a film called One.
Yes.
Which is a different genre completely. It's a folk thriller that I'm shooting presently. It's got me and Tamanna Bhatia and various other casts. So shooting that and coming out next year very soon to show it to you guys.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we have a very special moment on this stage, just like you honored our soldiers, we would like to honor you. And I want to bring up two very, very special guests. How many of you know, we know that the Indian women's cricket team won the World Cup. Wait. And you will be, if you're here tonight, Harmanpreet will be here. But the Indian blind women's cricket team also won the World Cup.
Wow.
And I want to welcome on stage Deepika, the captain of that team, and Simu, one of the star players. Hi. Hello. And
Congratulations, guys.
They brought their trophy up. Hi, man. Hi. Come here.
Come.
Okay. They want you to hold them up. Okay, Sidharth is going to know that's their trophy. You're getting your own. They have brought up their World Cup trophy to show you, right?
Amazing. Congratulations. बहुत मुबारक हो. आप लोग वर्ल्ड कप जीते हैं इसमें. इतनी मेहनत से.
Before you award Sidharth. क्या बोलना है? नहीं.
आपने क्रिकेट खेलना कब शुरू किया?
Started 2019.
2019.
How old were you then?
23.
Now?
Yeah.
And then?
Then 16.
16. Wow.
And what about you?
I have started in the year 2022.
अच्छा 2 साल अभी 3 साल पहले.
अच्छा मुझे एक चीज पूछनी है बिफोर आई आस्क यू टू अवार्ड सिद्धार्थ. जब आप वर्ल्ड कप जीते तो आपने एक बात कही. आपने कहा कि जैसे आप विमेंस क्रिकेट टीम को सेलिब्रेट करते हैं हमें भी वैसे सेलिब्रेट करें, है ना? तो उस पे आप हमारे ऑडियंस को क्या बोलना चाहेंगी?
हम किसी को देखकर हमने सीखा वही हम और लोगों को दिखाया.
वाह.
आप प्रधानमंत्री से भी मिले क्या? आपने तो गाना भी गाया उनके लिए.
Yes.
कैन यू सिंग दैट फॉर सिद्धार्थ?
Okay.
कैन यू?
कौन सा गाना गाया प्लीज? गुनगुनाए थोड़ा.
आऊं यहाँ पे?
मैं आया आपके कोई.
Ishwar song.
थोड़ा सा
Ishwar
ऊंचा.
song.
Which one? थोड़ा सा एक लाइन बताइए.
Yeah. भो शंभो शिव शंभो स्वयंभो भो शंभो शिव शंभो स्वयंभो भो शंभो शिव शंभो स्वयंभो गंगाधर शंकरा करुणाकरा मामव भवसागर तारक भो शंभो शिव शंभो स्वयंभो.
अरे वाह 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 वाह. अब बिग राउंड ऑफ. आप तो क्रिकेट खेलने के साथ इतनी आपकी खूबसूरत आवाज भी है. बट congratulations, thank you so much for playing the sport that you love. and उसमें आपको जो अवार्ड जीते, आप मैच जीते हैं, आप वर्ल्ड कप जीते हैं, उसके लिए बहुत बहुत मुबारकें.
Now I'm
thank
going
you.
to request them to give you the award, which I thought would be a very different kind of award for you to receive. You get so many glitzy film awards, but this one is from us and from
Absolutely.
the champions who have just returned from the World Cup, now honoring Siddharth Malhotra. May I ask you to give this? Yes. To Sidharth.
Thank you.
Can we have a round of applause for everybody on stage? Louder, louder, louder. Let's show them some love. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Truly, truly special.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you. You'll take them down stage? Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's have a big round of applause for Siddharth Malhotra.
Thank you, everyone. This has been special, and Barkha, this is an amazing event. I was so happy I made it
Thank
here.
you for making the time.
Lots of love, guys. Cheers. Have a great day.
Thank you. Yeah, just. Okay, may I ask you all to take your seats? I know some very emotional, fun moments on stage, but there's been so much conversation about motherhood, families, parenting. How do you find the balance? What happens? We spoke to a new father. What about somebody who's a new mom? How does life change? How do you balance your wellness, your health, your peace of mind, your ambitions, your dreams? Before I introduce our next two speakers, anybody here who's a new mom? Anybody here who is or knows somebody who's a new mom? Well, all of you have gone through that journey in your own way, and you know what its trials, tribulations, and triumphs are. I have two very, very special guests whom I'm about to introduce, who are about to walk through the door. Our first speaker is somebody who's a woman of many avatars. She is somebody who's had her own Netflix show. She's an entrepreneur. She's a designer and stylist. She is also now a new mom. Can we please put our hands together for Masaba Gupta? Hello, thank you, thank you. You did make it. Can we have a round of applause for Masaba? Thank you. Yeah. And with her in conversation, I need another mic on stage, please. With her in conversation is India's finest doctor, gentlest man, and actually somebody who captures the spirit of this festival, men who champion for women. Dr. Nozer Shariar. Can we please welcome him on stage? Show him some love, guys. Hello and welcome back. Please have a seat. Can I have a mic? Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
So,
Hi, Barkha. Good afternoon.
hi. Is it a lot of sleepless nights still?
No, I'm sleeping a lot. I sleep like 10 hours sometimes. Guys, I've hacked it. I've hacked it. It's
You
taken me
have?
14 months, but I've hacked it. I've
Okay.
hacked
When you have the perfect response in your head, but your fingers just can't keep up. We've all been there. Typing, deleting, retyping. Now I use Whisperflow. I just think out loud and it creates perfect formatted text on any app or
fully train yourself to have less guilt and also uh, figure what works for you. Yeah.
You know, we had soldiers of the army here an hour ago, and one of them has a 4-year-old child. And I asked her, I said, do you grapple with the much quoted mom's guilt? And she said, no, I have trained my mind not to, because I am going to be that role model for my child. So I want to know, what is this mom's guilt? How do you battle it? And what's the formula to hack it?
You know, as I was leaving the house this morning, because I fly to the US tonight, so I was thinking, oh, let me count my hours in the day, and I want to spend these many hours with my daughter, but I also want to be here, and I also want to make sure I pack, and then I also want to make sure I meet my husband and my mom and do all those things. So I think the only way beyond it is through it. You have to train your mind every single morning. I wake up with it. I go to bed with guilt. But at the end of the day, I think I'm also very ambitious, Barkha. I like my work. I love my work.
And I also love that you said in a happy way, I'm also very ambitious
I am.
with zero apology.
Absolutely. I have a lot of ambition for not just my work, but even for the kind of life I want to give my daughter and the kind of relationship that I want with my husband and my parents. So I think that keeping all of these things in mind is very important to keep training yourself. I keep saying like self-confidence is like brushing your teeth every morning. Similarly, I think in so many ways, talking yourself out of that guilt is a way of just getting up and doing it like an exercise every single day. I can't say that I have it down pat every single day, but most days I do try and work my way around it. The thing is, like small things, like I make sure I never check the baby camera when I'm at work.
You do not check
it?
it?
No, I don't.
Wow.
It's a rule. It's a rule that I've set for myself. Nobody told me to. I just decided that my work is my first baby. It deserves 100% of my attention. Yeah.
I think we can clap louder. When you agree with something, you can show love.
Yes. So it is my first baby, and why should that baby suffer because I've had another baby? Similarly, when I'm with my baby, I will not pick up my phone.
Really?
Never. Anything can be going wrong, and I will not entertain work. I will not entertain Instagram. I'm with my baby at that time.
So, just before I come to Dr. Nozer, I guess that's possible in some professions, but not all professions. You think that's true? Like, I mean, the soldier who is sitting here, I can't say that to her. She has to, do it differently. A doctor may not be able to. So I guess what I'm trying to ask is, it's a very personal journey. Everybody has to find their own navigation.
Barkha, it's also a privilege.
It is.
It is. And I have to admit that because I'm the founder of my own business, I can say that I pick my pace of work. I pick up when I can answer someone, when I can address a query, when I can be completely with my baby or completely be at work. I think it's also juggling priorities. Some days my baby needs me more, so my baby will have me more.
Yeah.
Some days my work needs me more, so my work will get more of me. So, but again, I can pick that pace because I'm my own boss.
Yeah.
And it's my privilege, which I'm very aware of. But at the same time, I don't know how, like you said, the lady who's in the army does it. I don't know how women who have to, my accountant is my biggest role model, by the way, let me tell you. She delivered her baby and within 30 minutes, she's asked me for an OTP. I don't know how.
No.
Yes, to complete a payment. And she was back on her feet in 48 hours in my house signing checks. I was like, this is amazing. And she cooks, she cleans.
Yeah.
And her husband works from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Wow.
And she takes care of the baby and she works. And I've given her the flexibility to come in when she can. But I think as as business owners, as people who have that privilege, it's our job to extend that privilege as much as possible to others.
And also socioeconomic privilege, right? I mean, I think of women who carry their babies to construction sites, because they don't have anybody to leave them with. In India, we still have care. We have nannies. We have help. You look at the Western countries, they struggle because there is no daycare. Women fall out of the workforce because they just simply don't know, Dr. Nausea, where to leave their children. I want to ask you, you're obviously Masaba's calming voice, and I know you're the calming voice for so many other people that we've met, famous and non-famous. What is the most common thing new moms go through that you think we don't talk often enough about?
So it's lovely we are talking about this, and Masaba's here. I once, years ago, saw a talk show by Oprah. And that talk show was about women telling her that nobody told us the truth. Nobody told us how difficult it would be. If someone had told us, we would be better prepared for it. So the first thing is, when you have just given birth, there are many things happening in your life. Dramatic hormone changes. Suddenly your hormones are all going down after being high in pregnancy. The second is your situation, your anxiety. How am I going to manage it? Every woman is going to have that anxiety. And that's where we probably have to support the woman with strategies. Now, what you asked, Masaba, valid for all women, but there are certain commonalities which can help them, particularly since we are privileged to be living in India. And I'm talking about a lot of women in India who come from maybe the middle class. There are support systems. And I will always tell a woman, it takes a village to raise a child. Take advantage of the village. A new mom wants to try and do everything herself. She doesn't want to give up even a moment. That is not sustainable. So that I say, use the village. Be kind to yourself. There can't be guilt. Unless you're doing things for yourself and you're happy, you're not going to be able to do
useful for anyone else.
This thing about our country of keeping women locked up for 40 days has to stop, because that is a recipe for postpartum blues and depression. I mean, just imagine being locked away for 40 days.
What do you mean locked away for 40
Oh, so in our culture tradition, women don't step out for 40 days because they didn't in the past. Now a woman 2 generations ago and today's women, she has to get out. She has to go out. I always say you get out for 1 hour every day for good behavior, and then you go back behind the bars. And I also want them that for the first 3 months, you love your baby, but your baby is not going to be fun. It's going to be needy, cranky, messy, hungry. And you love your baby, that will see you through, but you have to love yourself as well.
How common is postpartum depression?
Extremely common, a lot more common than we are willing to. In fact, what I'm doing now in my practice, I didn't do it a year ago, is every woman is going to get a postpartum depression scale. You are asked these questions which you score for yourself, which will tell you what's happening so you don't sweep it under the rug. It's postpartum blues are a reality. Postpartum depression, even worse. It has to be recognized, it has to be supported, it has to be prevented, and wherever possible, it has to be treated, even if it involves taking the help of a mental health professional. This country doesn't do good with mental health. We act like it doesn't exist. And believe me, today, in my practice, for many different things, that person, that partner of mine, the psychiatrist friend of mine, is probably become so important for me, because I may be a doctor for the body. She needs a doctor for the mind. And finally, and I might say this here because all of you are here, the one thing I always tell each and every patient of mine is, please, please, please shamelessly exploit the grandparents. I mean, without hesitation. That's what they've been waiting for unconditionally. But they may sometimes wait for you to ask. See, the problem with women is they are waiting for someone to offer. And someone may not offer it thinking it's going to hurt your feelings. So don't wait for someone to offer. And I just joke and say, you know, mom sitting there, just toss your baby towards your mom. She'll catch it and you go out and do your stuff.
So tell me, did you struggle with change right after you became a mom. And I think what Dr. Sharia says is so important, because there is this whole romance around motherhood. And I'm not saying that that's without reason and merit. But as he said, nobody prepares you for how difficult it's going to be. And suddenly you're wondering whether you should be feeling some of the things you're feeling, because culture has taught you or not taught you that you might be feeling some of those things. So I want to just understand, one, exhaustion, not wanting to do anything else, not having the energy to do something else. Then maybe being mean to yourself for, why am I feeling like this? Does this reflect on me as a mom? I mean, I've heard so many women go through this. What was your journey like, Masaba?
Mine was very scattered, Barkha, but even as we speak, I'm struggling with some form of postpartum. I don't know what it is.
How does it manifest, if I may ask?
It's strange, but just yesterday, I think I had about 3 breakdowns through the day at multiple times. And I was one time I was just reading to her and I broke down because I was thinking that I'm going to be in the US for 5 days. What's going to happen? And these thoughts kept just playing on and on in my head. And then I was playing this thing in my head where I thought that she's going to forget me. Or, is she going to have some sort of trauma when she grows up around the fact that her mother was this person who wanted to continue work at the same pace that she had earlier. So I think it's all about, and can I say a very controversial thing, but if you want to be a sane mother in today's day and age, and I didn't do it, I made the mistake, get off Instagram for the first 3 months. Just get off it. It's brutal. Everybody is an expert. Everyone seems to know everything about meal prep and about why your baby is crying and colic. Call your doctor.
Yeah.
I mean, I call my doctor when stuff is bad. I remember calling Dr. Nozert, I think 2-3 days or 4 days after I gave birth. And he said, how are you doing? And I was crying while I was talking to him. I don't think he knows, but I was just like sobbing. And I said, I'm having a bit of I'm struggling a little bit. And he said, next time, call me before the struggle gets so bad. And I think I took that advice because now I'm very aware of what's coming. Like I know today will be an anxious day because I fly out tonight.
Yeah. Firstly, thank you for sharing. I know it takes special courage to get up on a stage like this, a platform like this with so many people watching. Can we give her a round of applause for sharing something so personal? Can I ask you, when you say you had, sometimes 3 breakdowns in a day, you mean you well up with tears? You mean you feel anxious? You mean all of it? How does it manifest, this breakdown?
All of it. There's strange triggers. Sometimes I'm angry at her caregivers for no reason. They're doing a perfectly fine job. I have great help. Sometimes I'm angry at my mum because I think that she didn't train me to deal with this.
Yeah.
And I keep talking to her about mental health and she keeps telling me that we had the privilege of not having enough information back then, so we were protected from a lot of it. Today you guys have a lot of terms for everything, which is why everything feels like it's heightened. But she said I didn't have anyone to shoulders to cry on, so I didn't
And
cry.
she brought you up as a single mom.
I don't know
Nina
how.
brought you up as a single mom.
I have no idea how.
Unconventional, child outside of marriage, right?
Birth certificate leaked to the press. That was a nice moment.
What say that again?
Yeah, my birth certificate when I was born was stolen from the hospital and leaked to the press and was on the front page of a paper because someone wanted to prove that I was an illegitimate child.
Wow. Well, how old were you when you discovered that? I'm so sorry. Doctor's with you, otherwise I would have come and given you a hug. I can still give you a hug.
This is just mom guilt playing out, by the way. It's still playing out. I think I understood it when I was maybe 9 or 10, Barkha. I don't know. I don't think I fully understood it, but I did see versions of it.
Yeah.
But I didn't understand it, and I didn't understand why it was done. I mean, cruel, strange, very bad for my mom. I mean, I can be here and feel sad about it, but I don't know how she did it. So lots of challenges back then, but I think people, Barkha, are very cruel in general, and especially to women. The late Mr. Pritish Nandi actually did this whole thing. So I don't hold it against him, but I do wonder why. I keep questioning, why would you do
It's
something
just
like that?
salacious gossip.
Yeah.
I mean, his argument would be your parents were famous, your father is Vivian Richards, your mother was Nina Gupta, but I see no reason to steal somebody's birth certificate. It's just god awful.
It's brutal.
It's brutal.
It's brutal. It's brutal. And, you know, I keep hearing that showbiz is like this and showbiz is like that, but this is unacceptable. And I don't think anyone should ever go through this.
And again, thank you. I know some of these things are very difficult to talk about and also to start with to confront inside of you. Dr. Shehryar, how do we make women comfortable about the fact that you can love your child to bits, but you can feel great rage, great sadness, great anxiety, that this can also impact your physical health? We've been talking a lot about emotional health, but hormonal changes. There's also, less privileged women who we grapple in this country with maternal mortality. We grapple with undernourishment, issues of nourishment. We grapple with women romanticizing the idea of sacrifice, and in low-income homes, actually not even getting enough food to be strong, healthy moms.
So we live in a country, I mean, I'm just going to say this out here, where 52 pregnant women are going to lose their lives every day because of pregnancy. Okay, that's another conversation, because we are talking about motherhood here. Married to a professional working woman, and one day she comes home and she gets a card from my daughter who says, "Mama, do we love you? No. Though you leave us and go to work, we still love you." My God, talk about having a meltdown that evening.
Yeah.
I'm putting in my papers. Today, my daughter is my wife's greatest champion. Trust me, hang in there, do what you love. I have nothing against women who stay at home and spend all the time looking after women, but believe me, the women who, like Masaba, are great at their professions will also be great at motherhood. So that's just one thing. Now,
yeah.
So basically, you know, Sanjit Shetty, you brought me on a show with him once. In a recent meeting we were together, said, when there's an emergency on the aircraft, they say you first put on your oxygen mask.
Yeah.
And I always say women never put on their oxygen mask. They're always putting it on other people. Look after yourself. Keep yourself, happy and grounded. And trust me, everything else will fall into place. There's no perfect way of doing it. I'm so glad she mentioned Instagram.
Yeah.
It's become a part of my counseling now. I have to prepare women for it.
Digital detox?
See, first of all, I have to accept the fact that no matter what I say, they are going to go there. Let's face it.
By building a strong personal brand on LinkedIn, you can unlock hundreds of free leads, whether it's job offers, freelancing gigs, or even clients for your business. And here is the kicker. You can do it all of that using AI. From finding email IDs of prospects to crafting cold outreach messages to automating.
So how about you checking on every time you go to your doctor and you get prescribed something, you say, "Doc, will there be a problem? Will there be a side effect? Will there be a complication?" How come no one's asking the influencer those questions?
Yeah.
Will there be a side effect? Will there be a complication? Why are you saying all these outreach? So we are in a world where information is out there. I accept it, but for God's sake, get it processed with someone who knows. I have a cup of coffee on my table all the time that says, "Please don't mistake your Google search for my medical degree." And sometimes when someone starts saying a lot, I just don't say a word. I pick up the cup, I take a sip, and then that person suddenly breaks into a smile.
He did that with me, by the way.
Oh, he did?
Yes, I was sitting across from him and in my last trimester, and he just pushed the cup towards me. I said, all right.
So the important thing is no, but you also have a very important role. And your role is to stay in control for what's happening in your life. Do not cede control to someone else. Nobody. Not your mother, not your mother-in-law. Incidentally, I think the mother she mentioned, it is probably the most important person because she is there unconditionally for you. I mean, for a woman, mother comes first, doctor comes next, husband comes third when it comes to having a baby. But my point is keep control. And at the end of it, I say be kind to yourself. And when you're kind to yourself, you're much better at everything that you do. And we are all there. I mean, you got people there waiting to help you and to love you and to do things. It's a partnership. I mean, Masaba's partner is just amazing. Okay, you can't have a baby.
I mean, Satyadeep is a lovely. I went to college
He is
with him,
wonderful.
So he's a friend.
So he's
and so
just,
in this
you
case,
know,
I want to second that.
you know how.
But not everybody
No.
has an understanding,
Well-
or even if they think they're being understanding, not a hands-on partner.
You know, Barkha, I think part of the problem is society. I've always said men aren't bad people.
No, I wasn't.
Yes, they
You're
may be.
here.
They may be
We
stupid.
love you.
No. But they may be stupid sometimes, but they aren't bad. So one of the most important things I did in my practice 30 years ago was get the man into the room when the woman is giving birth. And this is not just for my privileged patients. I have a general ward patient who is delivering. Her husband stands with her when she is delivering. He has to be taught that he's a part of everything. He has a role to play. And trust me, when he's standing there seeing what's happening, he is going to value his woman so much more. Okay.
Yeah. Before I open up for questions, Masaba, also there are very spirited conversations around the world on breastfeeding. We have seen women in public life breastfeed in full gaze. We have seen others say, why do you have to do this? We have seen others pump milk and store it in the fridge. And I've heard a couple of interviews of yours where you've actually spoken about this. What is your process? And I know you've said the shame around it has to stop. Why should there be any shame? Why is there this whisper around it? So I just wanted your thoughts on that.
I mean, internationally, Barkha, I think it's a very open thing.
Yeah,
you go out and
absolutely.
you have, in fact, corners where you can go out and breastfeed as well.
Yeah.
I don't know why the same isn't practiced here. Also, I think that there's so much judgment around whether you want to breastfeed for 20 days, 6 months, 1 year, 5 years. Do what serves you. We don't know what's happening in someone else's house. We don't know their challenges. We don't know what they're going through mentally.
Yeah.
Right? For me, I was very clear that I will do what I can, but I will take it every day, each day as it comes. And there was a moment where I said, now I think I'm done. I think it was 7 months in. And I said, I think I'm done. I'm feeling like I've done a good job. And I was exclusively breastfeeding her. So it was a lot. And I went back to work in about 11 days after giving birth, which was a mistake, if you ask me.
You went to work 11 days after giving birth?
Yeah.
And it was a mistake because?
It was a mistake because I wasn't ready to process information at all from the outside world.
Explain.
I remember it was a board meeting that I had to do. And I was just hearing all these things. And I have 2 brands and hearing just details about both of these things, discussing what we should do next, what's happened in the past, how stores are performing, etc. I only was able, my bandwidth was only allowing me to hear things and solve for my baby. But here I was trying to solve for my business as well, which was a mistake in hindsight. I would have given myself a little bit more time because I remember then suddenly feeling like I have to scramble and save 3 things, not 1, and I know now that maybe I would have waited a little bit longer, but I'm also wired in a way where I perform better in life. I have better relationships, better conversations. I have better mental health when I am working. That's who I am as a person.
Absolutely.
But I know that there's many people who might not be like that. But I think I wanted to prove to myself that I still have it in me to go back like nothing happened. But the truth is something very big has happened. It's a very, very big life change. And whether you like it or not, your hormones will tell you, So here I was trying to do a call while feeding at the same time. And I was just like, nothing is getting what it deserves. Not my baby, not my work.
I have one other question. While you did lay emphasis on work and you saw it not just as something you love, but also something that was important to you to keep your balance, I also find with a lot of new moms, and Dr. Sherry, you can speak to this also, that the emphasis on your own health, physical health gets minimized, right? For example, I don't know, regular pap smears or testing for, which can easily test for cervical cancer. You have, today we have vaccines that we can give to young girls, but we don't even have these conversations. And I feel like new moms just stop thinking about their own bodies, their own wellness, their own health.
In fact, until you become a mom, or rather until you're pregnant, you don't think about these things, because
Correct.
somehow you're just in this room and you've been told you have to do these tests. Like I remember meeting Dr. Nazir, and the first meeting I had, he said you have to go get your teeth checked because there's going to be a point where you can't get any, anything done, even a cavity filling, etc. at some point in your last trimester. And you don't think of even the basics. You don't think of vitamins. You don't think of anything that can help you just lead a better life. And it's really unfortunate that women don't have access to it. I was telling him just backstage that I was talking to my mom when we did one of the tests where you check, I think the baby, it's called a dual, for genetics, etc., for any abnormalities, etc. And I was thinking that, wow, somebody who, I actually asked the person testing and I said, how many people get this done? And she said, very few, because it's very expensive. And I think it's about 25,000 bucks, don't quote me, but something like that. And I just thought, wow, why would anyone not be thinking of this? That every woman needs to have themselves tested. Because people who are below a certain income group, and especially, are not equipped to deal with these problems after the baby is born. Anyone isn't, if you ask me, but especially for them. So I keep thinking, what could I have done differently at that time? Could I have taken care of a few women to do that test with? Because we have the privilege of saying, rule out everything and book your nanny and your nurse well in advance, and you have all these people around you, and then you have this and that. And I think so many people don't have that. So I think women's health, the baby's health, just the amount of privilege that we have access to is shocking. It actually makes me a bit embarrassed, if you ask me.
Yeah. Dr. Sherry, before you add to that, I want to take a few questions. We have a couple of minutes left. Yes, there in black jacket. There's also a mic behind you in the alleyway, but we can also get you a mic, whichever you prefer. Can we get her a mic, please? Thank you.
Hi, Barkha. Hi, Dr. Nazir, Masaba. Thank you, first of all, for curating this discussion. I think it's very well needed.
Hold up your mic.
Yeah. My question is to both Dr. Nazir and Masaba. We've been speaking about how women, sometimes they compromise their health before, during, and after pregnancy. Something that we know is that anemia during pregnancy is very common. And if women don't prepare themselves for the pregnancy and for all the nutrition they need, it could also lead to very drastic outcomes like postpartum hemorrhage. And in this day and age, I'm sorry, like I'm trying to pack a couple of in one. In this day and age of, technological advancements, are there any solutions available that women can, sort of go to, or what can they do to better take care of their health and avoid these kind of, situations when they're expecting or when they're delivering?
So anemia is common in women, not just during pregnancy. Women and men are having the same diets, and men are not menstruating. You start off with a disadvantage, right? And we've never really done anything special to address this disadvantage. And you're absolutely right. It could be something really, really simple as supplementing diet, using iron supplements, which are honestly really, really affordable, though some of them are expensive. And that's a good way to start. Now, just to answer, we had a very famous gynecologist, I call him a gynecologist philosopher, Muhammad Fatala. He said women are dying of diseases that we can actually treat, but society has not yet made up its mind to treat them. Everything you said and that Barkha said is something we can fix now if society decides to do so. Now, I'm on the board of Guttmacher Institute, and they came up with a number. They said if the world spent $15 per couple, you would address all the reproductive health needs of girls and women completely. $15 per couple for treatment of anemia, for contraception, for giving her a safe abortion if she wants one, for a pregnancy and for her midlife, and the world can't afford it. When we spend such phenomenal sums of money on things, on
Because there's
important
an
things.
invisibilization around
We have
it.
to. So now she mentioned this and you said, what an opportunity pregnancy gives you.
Yeah.
You can address her diet. Now this is, for me, you evolve. I will not look after any pregnancy unless a diet is involved with a proper dietitian. I will insist on a dental check because that's preventive health care. She's not going to do it because I make her do it. I say, I won't deliver you if you don't have your dental health care. Every woman in our practice, if she hasn't had it, has an HPV PAP at 6 months. I'm so glad you mentioned it. And HPV PAP will be normal in 95%. They can come after 5 years. If it's not normal, she will come after 6 months or 1 year. At 6 months, if she hasn't already had the vaccine, she can still have the vaccine. And now the WHO has made it simple. Single dose till 22 doses after. It's even made the dosage simpler for us. So these are things which we have to now start capturing as a profession, as society. And if it's not being done, then women have to go and ask for it.
Yeah.
And ask the doctor, don't you think I should have a pap smear? Oh yeah, why don't we do it? Don't you think I can still take the vaccine? Please go ahead and take it. And you have a responsibility. I said, finally, it's you who are in control. So for God's sake, please step up, do your research, do your reading, go with your questions and get what you deserve.
Absolutely. And thank you for saying that. I want to just, in the end, call up on stage Anjali Nair of Global Health Strategies. They're one of our partners. They do a lot of critical work on this. And they've also supported us through the years on this festival. But the reason I'm calling Anjali up is because we would like to take this moment to honor both Masaba and Dr. Shehryar for shifting the conversation, for lifting the veil, for breaking the taboo, for stopping the whispers, for speaking so openly, and in particular to you, Masaba. My heart goes out to you. I don't want to be the trigger for one of your three
Don't say anything,
breakdowns.
I'm about to cry.
No, you can cry. We can all cry together.
Thank
There's Anjali. Anjali, if you want to just say something as the award comes out.
Nothing. I just want to thank you both. I think Dr. Shehryar has been one of the biggest champions as we work on complicated and complex issues. Women's health is given such little importance. So for us to have this conversation, Barkha, and you to support it every year is amazing. And a big hand for Barkha for doing this, for doing the conversations that no one wants to speak about. And thank you, Masaba. Guilt, I've been a working mother. My daughters are working now. The guilt never goes away. So, but thank you. Yes. And thank you so much for everything.
I just want a big round of applause for Masaba, Dr. Shehryar, for Anjali. Masaba, may I request you to just not be shy and just come up front for a picture. I think Masaba shared something very difficult and personal today, and I'm very moved by it, as I'm sure a lot of you were. So I just want you to show some love to her as she exits stage. And also to Dr. Shehryar for being a true spirit of he for she. In the morning, some people were asking us whether men were welcome to this event. And in Dr. Shehryar and so many others, I see Sanjit here. He'll be up on stage soon, later as well. So many people leading critical conversations around women's health. A big round of applause for our very special guests.
And to my team.
Yes. And to the GHS team, a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Shehryar, thank you. Thank you so much. Just backstage. Okay. Are we all set for our next guest? I am excited for this. I'm also a little nervous because the guest that I'm about to introduce is a legend. She's a legend. She started acting in movies when she was 13 years old. She's a woman of many parts, an accomplished actor, a parent, a parliamentarian, and somebody who never pulls her punches, who never is scared of calling a spade, and who is, in my opinion, a living legend of our times. Please put your hands together for the incomparable Jaya Bachchan. I have, look, you have a standing ovation here, and the only other speaker who got a standing ovation today was soldiers of the military. Can we show ma'am some love?
Lots of love.
Ma'am, first seat, yeah. हाँ, आप कर लो. Jaya ji is turning her mobile off, so we're going to give her a few seconds. Can you imagine if a call came in the middle of the session? It'll be so interesting, though. Nobody's going to call me. Ma'am, mic. Ma'am, mic, if you can take a mic. Yes. So firstly, I'd like to formally, I'll tell you a little story. I've been trying to get Jaya ji to do this conversation with me for a long time. And somehow we've never been able to get her to say yes. And this time I was traveling and she very sweetly called and she said, मैंने तुम्हें इतना बारी मना किया कि अब मुझे बुरा लग रहा है, I'll say yes to you this time. So can we just on my behalf say thank you to her for doing this? I don't say this about too many.
Do you ever wonder why the food at a restaurant takes 20 minutes to come to your table? It's because of a system that assigns...
Nervous कि आप मुझे डांट लगा दोगे? थोड़ा सा. I'm scared. Are you going to scold me?
सही बात करेंगे तो नहीं डांटूंगी.
मैं बहुत सही बात करूंगी. You know, you have so many facets to your very accomplished life. You have been an actor at an age when most kids are like in school. You were also in school, 13. You have been one of our finest.
Barkha, cut all this out. Let's go to the
नहीं,
questions.
नहीं. मुझे बोलने दो. मुझे मौका नहीं मिलता. Allow me to flatter you for 1 minute from the heart. And you are a parliamentarian. My question was going to be, which of these captures your essential personality, these roles? You were a child actor, if I may call it that. You were an actor, a parent, a parliamentarian. Are these all different facets of Jaya Bachchan? Or is there one that fulfills you in a way that the others don't?
I think all of them together is what I am about.
13 years old, and Satyajit Ray brings Jaya Bhaduri into our lives. It is, and I was watching another interview you did where you said that you thought that the nuns at the school would scold you.
Yes.
And you were lured into doing this with the offer of Cadbury toffees and chocolates. You didn't even understand what you were being asked to do. Do you remember? Is the memory clear? Is the memory vivid of being a 13-year-old child who's in a movie? And that too, Satyajit Ray's?
I remember, for me, actually it was like a game. I got thoroughly pampered. I was quite a brat. And
you were a brat?
I was.
Like, what was the naughtiest thing you did? Thoda sa to batao. We all want to see that side also.
Bratness?
Haan.
You see it all the time.
Well said. But you thought it's essay just maze ke liye in the beginning.
You know, actually what happened is, my father is a very well-known writer.
Journalist and writer.
Journalist, of course. And a writer in Bengal.
Ma'am, just hold the mic up a bit.
Sorry.
Yeah.
In Bengal. And that's how he knew a lot of people in the film industry there. And we went on a holiday. My father had gone for work and he asked me, would you like to come for a holiday? I said, yes, okay. I'd love to. I went with him and he had some work. And then he wanted to meet Tapan Sinha, who's a very close friend, almost like family. Tapan Sinha was shooting in Puri for a movie. So he said, let's go there. I said, okay, I went there. So I met the whole cast and crew and got very friendly with all of them. And there were 3 people in the film who are responsible for me working in Mahanagar. Sharmila Tagore, Mrs. Ganguly, and Ruby Ghosh. Mrs. Ganguly was ex-wife of Kishore Kumarji, Ruma Ganguly.
Yes.
They knew Satyajit Ray very well, and they knew that Satyajit Ray was looking for this child artist for a small role. And they said, you must take this girl. She would be quite good because, you know, I sort of became very friendly and all that.
Yeah.
And that's how we were introduced. And
the rest is history. If I know that if you had not maybe joined the movies, you wanted to be a soldier.
yes, I still want to be one.
Still want to be one.
Yes. Unfortunately, they won't take me, but
And you were an, award-winning NCC cadet.
yes.
What drew you to the uniform at that time?
I'm a bit of a discipline freak. Of course, my family teases me all the time, but I love order.
I think that's an understatement. वो आपकी personality में दिखता है वैसे.
Really?
Do you have any doubts?
No, I've always, since I was a child, I cannot, for me, anything out of place is not in order. So I think, and I always admired what they did.
The sort of order and discipline of the military.
Not only that, their mindset.
Yeah.
We are so many of us. What the hell are we doing for our country? Nothing. These people are. They are doing it. और हम लोग हंसते हैं, खुश रहते हैं. At what cost?
We opened this morning with our soldiers.
Yes, I met 2 of them.
And they moved us all to tears almost. Can I ask you something? As I listen to you, I feel, and I've known you over the years.
Barkha, I've become a bit of a
I'll speak
short
louder.
of
I'll speak
hearing,
louder.
because in Parliament you hear so much screaming. Thank God I've not lost my mind, but hearing a little bit.
And you've not lost your humor either. I was asking you, how do you reconcile being in the public gaze, whether as a movie star, a parliamentarian, a member of a very, very famous family? It's like a fishbowl existence. Everybody has an opinion. Everybody's looking at you. And you are clearly a very private person. You almost never even do these kind of events. Almost never, which is why we're so lucky that you're here. I know. How do you reconcile living in a world where the gaze is always on you and has been for years, with that need to guard your own space, guard your own privacy?
I suppose because I've been in the film industry for 55 years, and we have...
wow.
Thank you. Thank you. And we've always, once we got married, my husband after work came home and we never discussed cinema or films or whatever it was.
You and Mr. Bachchan never discussed cinema?
No.
Never?
No. I have never asked him, which film are you signing? Who is the director? Who are your artists you're working with? I've never asked him. That's his space. I have to give him the space. I believe in it. And we have, of course, it's different now with Agastya joining the gang.
Yeah.
Yes, a lot of discussion happens at the dining table. And, but I think because of all the time being, in the public eye, it's wrong. Don't want to be rude, but That's fine. I'm at a public function. I attend the function. I will respond, but I hate in anybody trying to
infiltrate that space.
Infiltrate तो क्या करेंगे मगर कोशिश करना भी. I hate it. I don't like
What
it.
is your relationship actually with the paparazzi?
You know, it's very strange. My relationship with media is fantastic.
It is.
I am the product of a media, but my relationship with paparazzi is zero. Who are these people? Are they trained to be representing the people of this country? You call them media? I come from media. My father was a journalist. I have immense respect, tremendous respect for such people. मगर ये जो बाहर ये ड्रेन पाइप टाइट गंदे गंदे पैंट पहन के हाथ में मोबाइल लेके, they think that that's because they have a mobile, they can take your picture and say what they want, and the kind of comments they pass. What kind of people are these people? कहाँ से आते हैं? किस तरह का एजुकेशन है? क्या बैकग्राउंड है? They will represent us just because they can get through to YouTube or whatever social. I'm not on any social network. And you know, it's very strange. One of my staff in Delhi said, you know, ma'am, I don't watch any social network, nothing, because you're the most hated person on social network. I said, I don't give a damn. I don't care. You hate me, it's your opinion, you're entitled. My opinion is I dislike you immensely because you think you can be like a chuha, get into somebody's house with a mobile camera and I get very angry, Barkha.
I know. I don't want you to get angry, but I want to ask you something.
Yeah.
You don't like them, but would you concede that a number of today's actors, their whole social media presence is fed by the paparazzi. They call them to airports. They pose happily.
I don't know them.
I'm just saying.
I really don't know these, whoever you're talking about.
I'm saying young actors.
Young to मेरा grandson भी है, who's just acting. अभी उसकी picture release. He is not on any social network. So everyone teases him that you will at some point have to get into social network. He says, we'll see. But अगर आपको अपना फोटो निकालने के लिए एयरपोर्ट पे कैमरा बुलाना पड़े तो then what kind of a celebrity are you?
I'm just laughing because I don't think there's anyone more plain spoken than you in this industry. मुझे ऐसा लगता है. I want to ask you something. You said that when you would go home, you and Mr. Bachchan would never talk about cinema. How difficult or not difficult has it been for you to be your own Bachchan, if I may ask that?
Not difficult at all. You just have to say it. You just have to say, this is me. This is how I am. If you like it, good. If you don't like it, tough for you.
Are you very different, both of you?
Very different.
What is the key difference that none of us know you all like that? So what is the main difference?
He is, the best thing I like about him is his discipline.
You're a big one for discipline, huh?
Yeah, I am. I was a very strict mother.
Were your kids scared of you?
Not now.
Were they?
Of course. अभी भी मुझे लगता है शायद ये कहना आज के जमाने में गलत होगा, मगर कभी कभी छोटे बच्चे बदतमीजी करते हैं तो एक आध कर देना चाहिए. Then they know हमने जो किया वो गलत किया, इस वजह से पड़ी है. I'm not saying it कि बहुत ज्यादा वो करें, but Kids have to be taught, because I've seen children, especially when you go to public places, sometimes I feel, idhar aao, baitho, aisa nahi karna. I feel like doing it. I've been that kind of a mother. And
my father used to say children should be seen and not heard.
Well,
I mean, it was a joke, but only
Yes,
partly.
yeah, yes.
But you were telling us about the differences, and you said what you like most about Mr. Bachchan is his discipline. I dare not ask what you don't
And
like
he-
about him. I'll get scolded, I think.
he does not speak.
Meaning?
He is not free with his opinion like I am.
Correct.
He keeps it to himself, but he knows how to convey what he wants to at the right time in the right way, which I don't. So that's the difference between us.
Because you have no filter. There's no filter. What you see is what you get.
But, you know, he's a different personality. Maybe that's why I married him. Can you imagine if I'd married somebody like me? He would be in Vrindavan and I would be somewhere else. Honestly.
But isn't it interesting that he, a man of few words, not expressive with his opinion, was the first person to end up in public life? It was an experiment that he didn't enjoy. And you outlasted him as a parliamentarian, as someone in politics, as someone in public service. It's so ironic.
That's the reason. Because I'm sure he must have been very frustrated in Parliament.
Why?
Because he has an opinion, but I don't think he felt that was the forum for him to express his opinion. I don't care. I express my opinion. I'm the daughter of a journalist. Don't forget that.
Well said. Can we go back to those years? How did your father, a journalist, a writer, an acclaimed journalist and writer, feel about you in the movies?
He was absolutely fine. In fact, when I got offered Mahanagar, I didn't want to do it. You know the story.
Yes.
He said, when you get an opportunity, take it. If you fail, you know it was not meant to be, but try, never ever let go of an opportunity. You will never get this opportunity ever in your life working with Satyajit Ray. Don't work in films if you don't want to, but don't give up this opportunity. Because that's how you learn.
When did you realize that you loved it? Was it the first film? Was it
I
Gupta?
think after Mahanagar.
You knew it, that this was what you
No,
loved?
I didn't know. No. I never thought I would get into films. Even going to the Film Institute was an accident.
Tell us.
So, you know, my father used to say, y'all go and see such rubbish movies. You know, we'd collect money to buy tickets. We used to walk because we couldn't afford. And my father would not give us money to go buy. Those days in Bhopal, you only got tanga or bus.
Yeah.
Taxis we couldn't afford. So he would never give us money. We collected money, go and see a movie, come back happy. And I used to collect those music books. You know, outside the theater, those days you got these, all the songs in a book.
Yeah.
I don't know where they are now, but... and then he said that, you know, government has an organization where they can train actors and technicians. I don't understand what you people get to, you know, enjoy when you go there. Anyway, it was in my mind. When I finished school, one day he said, see, this is called Film Institute of India and there is an ad. So I said, very good. And I passed my exams. I was going to join college. I said, can I apply? He said, if you want to, but it's not that easy. They won't look at your face and say, okay, you're in. You'll have to go through audition. You have to go through screen test. Then my sister said, try it. What's the harm? At least you'll know for sure that you're no good for this job. I tried. I applied, I did the audition. And you know who was one of my examiners? Was Kamini.
Looking for great hotel prices? Plan your perfect stay with Agoda. Cozy, fancy, or budget friendly, we've got it all. Book now with Agoda.
Said, now what to do? Should I go to college? Should I go to the institute? My sister said, go to the institute. Colleges don't start studying before October. If you don't like it, by Diwali, come home, join college. It's fine. But try. I asked my father, he said, yes, if you can. But don't expect me to do anything for you. You will have to take care of yourself. I will send you. My father used to send me 25 rupees a month.
The princely sum.
Well.
But it would have gone much further then than, you know. What could you do then in 25 rupees?
So when I, you know, we were about 10, 11 girls out of 150 students. So we got looked after by all the boys. But fortunately, I got scholarship in the first 3 months. And I felt so relieved that I'm doing something so different and my father will not have to pay for this. So
at the height of your career, you stepped back to focus on parenting. You took a break, if it can be called that. Was that a difficult decision?
It was a decision. My daughter gets very upset when I say this. But you know what I started doing is I would do my makeup at home so that I could spend a little more time with her. And one day she said, what you doing? I said, I'm doing makeup. Why? I said, because I have to go for shooting. She said, you don't go, let Pa go. It hit me. I mean, she had people taking care of her. We were always a joint family. But still, I mean, she said it very innocently, you know, a child wants a mother there. I said, time to step back. I started refusing films. And moreover, I was fed up because I was getting the same kind of roles.
You felt boxed in.
Either you play Guddi or Upahar or you play Abhiman. So there was nothing in between. I mean, I would have loved some other role.
Yeah.
But nothing new was coming. And this interested me more. The role of a mother and a wife was more interesting than going and sort of performing.
But you returned to movies, you returned to work.
Pardon me?
You were able to come back to acting.
Yes, I think after Shweta got married,
yeah,
I felt a loneliness. I felt very, very, I mean, I've never been so disturbed in my life like I did when she got married. I don't know what happened. I just could not stop crying. And I was the hardest mother to this child. But you know, there was something that just left me. And I said, look, I can't do this. Fortunately, Govind Nehlani came to me and he said, will you do Hazar Chaurasi Ki Maan? I said, of course.
Yeah.
And that's how, you know, went back.
Why do you think Shweta's, was it like was it an empty nest syndrome? Was it?
I don't know. I don't know.
What does she think it is?
But I think maybe because I come from a family of girls.
Yeah.
I mean, when Shweta was born, my father was celebrating and he was so happy. When Abhishek was born, he said, "Ha, theek hai."
Oh, poor Abhishek.
Poor boy, yeah.
Poor boy.
Well, he's making up for it now, getting all the love.
Yes, absolutely. Can I ask you something? You said very passionately, I don't give a damn about what people say about me. And I actually love that in you because I think, kya dusron ki opinion se kya karna? But
Barkha, sorry to दूसरों की opinion से आपका opinion बदल जाएगा?
नहीं.
Then why should you care?
I agree. But the world is a cruel place. The world is a cruel place. It is particularly cruel to strong women who speak their mind. Over the years, has something hurt you and got under your skin that you haven't been able to ignore? Or is it water off a duck's back?
See, the time when I was really upset was in Parliament, when the chair was speaking to the members, and that also in Rajya Sabha. Today, Rajya Sabha is very different from what it used to be when I joined 20 years ago. I mean, today, a lot of political people are coming in to Rajya Sabha. When we came in, there were not so many politicians. And the chair was speaking in a very, not a nice way to other members. I mean, of course, with me, though, that's an ongoing fight. I just couldn't take it. I just could not take it. And I stood up and I said, sir, how are you talking to us? And I think that is something that was unbearable for me. I, of course, paid a big price for it, but I said it. And I didn't say it for myself. I said it for somebody else. And the person I said it was like, ha 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 ha. The man. Can you imagine?
How do you adjust to politics? Politics also has a herd mentality, right? People expect you to follow whatever the diktat is of whatever party without getting into party A and party B. What I'm more curious to understand is, you are so fiercely your own person. Anyone can see that. Has it been was it tough initially to adjust to politics? What kept you there?
No, I don't think it was tough.
No?
No. I was very honest. My purpose was clear. I want to voice certain things that are not being voiced, needed to be voiced. If people like us who've been given so much love don't do it, I mean, it's like a soldier fighting at the borders for you, losing their lives, and you're enjoying it. Wrong. People loved me. People were so nice to me. I have to take their voice to a platform where maybe some people will hear and maybe some changes will happen. Not as good as a soldier, but a different kind of a soldier. I mean,
what did your family feel about when you first decided to enter public life? And the reason I ask this is, when your husband, Mr. Bachchan, did it, I think if I remember correctly, you were not in favor of it.
I was
right?
not
in favor of Mr. Bachchan getting into politics?
No, I supported him.
Oh, you did? Okay, I'm wrong then.
I did door-to-door campaigning. Nobody used to do that those days.
No, but did you feel Andar say that it was
no,
for him?
No, he should. The country has made you what you are. You owe it to the country. Give it back in a certain way. I mean, that's how I feel.
And how did they feel when you decided to enter public life?
Well, my family was not very happy, not because they didn't think that what I did was right, but they were scared that ye kuch bhi bol degi.
And wohi hua?
Well, they have to suffer me now. They don't have a choice.
We all watch the lovely podcast led by your granddaughter, Navya. And, it is a rare glimpse into the sort of fault lines and disagreements, very normal in any family, a 3-generational perspective on things. What do you all, at the Bachchan dining table, what is the biggest disagreement?
Everything.
Like clothes, issues?
Everything. We discuss everything. And nowadays we discuss cinema because of Agastya.
I heard you, or I watched you once telling your granddaughter that you believe that social media networks like Instagram and, all of these kind of, where you compare yourself to other people because everybody looks happy, have been terrible for self-esteem, have been terrible for the way we look at ourselves, have been terrible for what we prioritize. Are you a lurker on social media? Like, do you ever just log on to quietly see what's happening?
No.
Like never? Nothing? You have no accounts?
Once in a while, when they say that you have to see it, like Shweta will say, Mom, listen to this podcast. It's very interesting. You will like it. It's, so she listens to a lot of podcasts. So then I would listen to it, or I would see something that they recommended. But normally that's not. I'd rather play a game on my mobile than see all this rubbish. I love my game.
What do you play?
At the moment, I'm playing a game called Match Match. So they said that if you play this game, your memory will remain.
Yeah.
You know, after a certain age, you start losing. So I've become very conscious and I play it. I'm doing very well.
We have no doubt about that. Okay, we have about 5 minutes, and I know it's a full hall. I can only take a couple of questions. Please make your questions meaningful. Somebody who hasn't asked a question this morning. Yes, yes. Who is this? Stand up.
No, give this.
Where? Okay, 1 minute, 1 minute.
चश्मा पहनी हुई है ना?
चश्मा पहने वाली प्लीज उठ जाइए. हाँ जी, बताइए. Yes.
I like young people speaking. आपको जरूरत नहीं है, आप तो.
अच्छा, ma'am, hold the mic to your face. हाँ.
Hi Jaya ma'am, it is
Zor
a
se,
pleasure.
हाँ,
It is a
please.
pleasure to talk to you. It is a pleasure to talk to you.
Oh, okay.
I am a law student, and my question is that you are not able to serve in the military services. That is the reason you are serving for the public services. Like
Okay.
for the public interest.
Did you become a parliamentarian because you couldn't pursue your dream of joining the military?
Not really. It's serving the nation. In a way, yes, you're right. If I could not serve in that manner, at least I hope I'm doing the right thing. I don't know.
Yeah, in a way of public interest litigation.
I can't hear you.
Public interest litigation. It is a term.
Okay, okay. But I think that she's answered the question. Let's give someone else a chance. Yes, here in the same row. Please stand. Yes.
Hi, ma'am. Pleasure to meet you. And this
Speak a little
conversation.
louder.
Pleasure to meet you, ma'am. I'm Shilpi from Hyderabad. Ma'am, one question to you is that what 3 advice do you have for young mothers raising children in this era?
I mean, you stepped back from a career. Would you really want Navya to do that today, or anyone, like, you know, things?
I don't want Navya to get married.
Outdated institution?
Yes, absolutely.
Huh? This is
Absolutely.
an interesting. You think marriage is an outdated institution?
Yes, it is.
Tell us a little more.
Poor thing, she's asked me something else.
No, I know, but you answered. तो आप पूछना तो
You
पड़ेगा
know,
मुझे.
I'm a grandmother now. Navya turns 28 in another few days. I think I'm too old to advise young girls today how to bring up children. Things have changed so much.
Yeah.
You know, and today these little children are so smart. They are so smart. They'll outsmart you. So.
Thank you, ma'am.
But you said that you believe marriage or the legality of it doesn't have to define a
Yes,
relationship.
yes.
Maybe that's the better way to put it.
I mean,
hold the mic up, ma'am.
I really don't know. वो दिल्ली का लड्डू है, खाओ तुम मुश्किल ना खाओ तो मुश्किल. But just enjoy life. You don't have to make it. पुराने जमाने में तो हम लोग register भी नहीं भरते थे. Later on, we got to know कि now you have to fill the. I think we signed a register after I don't know how many years of our marriage.
Really?
So that means we were living illegally, na?
Does Mr. Bachchan have the same views on marriage as
I
you?
have not asked him. He might say that biggest mistake of my life, but I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that.
What do you remember that moment when you knew you were in love with him?
Sorry?
Do you remember the moment? Do you remember the moment when you knew this
Do
is the
you
man?
have to dig into old wounds?
Wound नहीं. ये तो अच्छी. This is not a wound.
I've been married for 52 years to the same man. इससे ज्यादा प्यार तो मैं नहीं कर सकती.
this is not a wound. This is a happy memory.
अरे wound तो है ना.
हाँ, मतलब every
For
memory
memory
is
also there has to be a
fair.
No.
Okay,
I think it was. I'm sorry. It sounds very outdated, and especially me saying after don't get married, it was love at first sight.
Oh. See, I'm glad I thoda sa got that wound to come out of your heart.
Hello.
Okay, here.
Hello.
Yes. Okay. Let's get you the mic.
जोर से बोलो हाँ.
जोर से बोलना आप लोग. Mic close पकड़िए. हाँ.
Good day, ma'am. Good day. I'm really, really proud of you, and I love you so much. I've seen, a lot of the way you speak and the work that you're doing is so amazing. My name is Merlin. Okay, and I'm so proud of you, and I hope to be like you someday. Really, because I've done.
मत करना.
No, I mean the way you're doing, and
उसके लिए आपको बहुत सहन शक्ति की जरूरत होगी.
Seriously, really, I admire your courage and your brave. You're so brave. And that is such an amazing thing to do. So, you've joined. So, how do we go? And the place where you're at politics, in the system, that's the best place to make change.
Yeah.
So my question is that how difficult it is to get into it, and how do you come? Yeah.
Okay, she's saying she loves you, she admires you, and she admires the fact that you got into politics and public service. But how difficult is it for someone to get into a space like that?
It is difficult. It is difficult because of the system that we live in. You get into politics, people start when they're students, then they get into parties because when there's a student, beta, पैर नीचे करके बैठो, पैर नीचे करके बैठो. You start politics in colleges, and then you decide whether you want to be right, left, center, back, whatever. And that's how you get groomed, and party picks you up, and if you're good enough, you get in, and it's a process. That's not how I got in, but I mean, for a normal person, that's how it would be. Or else you become the greatest scientist, and you get chosen to be a parliamentarian. Or you become a great writer and you are chosen to be a parliamentarian.
Or a great actor.
No, there are many actors. I'm not the only one.
And you're one of the few actors who actually also speaks in parliament. There are others who don't say that much. Now I'm making an indiscreet comment.
There are some who speak a little offline.
I want to ask you in the end, because I know you're flying to Delhi today, so we don't want to delay you. Something in your life that changed your assumptions about life. An experience, whether in politics or in movies or something else, where, when we're young, we have very definitive opinions. Hum to aise karenge, hum to aise banenge. And then you live and you discover that life is actually very complex, that your own understanding of yourself is sometimes flawed.
Barkha, I'm not that kind of a person. I don't think about ye karenge, wo karenge. उस वक्त जो सही लगा वो कर लिया, उसके आगे सोचा नहीं. And I feel that I've never planned, because when I plan, things go wrong. When I do things without planning, it comes from within. It does not come from here. And I'm a Hriday Jeevi. I'm not a Buddhi Jeevi.
Yeah, I like that. Well, I just want to say in the end, if I may ask you to just stand up, I just want to say to ma'am in the end that may you keep, thinking from your heart. But before we let you go, because you have shared so movingly how you wanted to be a soldier, it is our honor to call on stage Colonel Thapliyal and Colonel Opreti to honor you today. Can we, what a moment this is. 3 wonderful women on stage.
Oh no, come here.
May I ask you to do the honors? Come. Thoda sa aage aa jaओ. Jaya ji, thoda sa aage. Jaya ji, if you'd like to say something about this was your dream to be in this in the army, and here we thought this was the best way to honor you?
You know, I've never been envious of people, but I envy both of you. I wish I could wear the uniform and stand with you guys here.
Yes. Ma'am, it's an absolute honor to be sharing stage with an esteemed personality like you. Thank you very much. And we wish you good health and lots of happiness.
Thank you. God bless you. Continue doing. So proud of what you guys do. You know, really, really, I think is the most honorable job on this earth is to protect your people. What brave people, such brave men. What is this?
This is your award from them.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm going to take it to Parliament and show it.
Can we have a rousing round of applause for the three wonderful women on stage? Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. So, आप already military में हो, best हो.
I wish.
Thank you, ma'am. Acha, okay, let ma'am go. She has a flight to catch. Are? She has a flight to catch. Let her go. Let her go. Let her go. Now she has a flight to catch, and the soldiers are also waiting.
Okay,
ma'am.
Inspiring actors.
You are an actor?
I'm an actor.
Ma'am.
Ma'am, my question to you, ma'am, is what is your advice for aspiring actors in India?
Be honest to yourself first.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Ma'am, you will not be able to leave if. Thank you. Let's clap for them as they leave. Okay, everybody sit for just a second. I know you've been a great audience. Thank you, ma'am. Safe flight. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you, Colonel Opreti and Colonel Thaplia. Thank you. Okay, I just want to say, we also want to play out for you a lovely sort of ad campaign by one of our partners, Franklin Templeton. I'm sure you're going to enjoy seeing it. But before I do that, there's a lot more coming up. A lot of exciting speakers. You all have been a great, great, great audience. Give yourselves a round of applause. Right? And I'm just loving the energy, loving the questions. So keep them coming. If you ask short questions, more of you will get a chance to speak. At this moment, we are going to take a very short break. I request you all, okay, you're saying bye to somebody. Who are you all saying bye to? Oh, the camera. Achha, I was like, which guest do I not know about whom you're saying bye to, right? We're going to take a short break. As we slip into this break, I would like to play out this campaign. I think a lot of you would enjoy watching it. But before I do that, get yourself a sandwich, get yourself a quick bite. But we'll be starting again at 2 p.m. sharp. So try and rush back by then. I have no idea what the time is. See you all soon. But also look at our ad campaign by our partner, Franklin Templeton. Thank you very much, guys. See you soon.
Monisha, म्यूचुअल फंड में कंपाउंडिंग क्या होता है?
इंटरेस्ट का जो इंटरेस्ट मिलता है उसे कंपाउंडिंग कहते हैं. It's like when the extra money you would have earned also potentially starts to make money for you.
समझ में नहीं आया.
इंटरेस्ट का जो इंटरेस्ट मिलता है उसे कंपाउंडिंग कहते हैं. It's like when the extra money you would have earned also potentially starts to make money for you.
Smart, yaar. So smart. You're so smart. Smart.
Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
समझ नहीं आ रहा अपने सैलरी इंक्रीमेंट का क्या करूं.
बेटा इतना क्या सोच रहा है? अपने म्यूचुअल फंड्स के एसआईपी का टॉप अप करा ले. दिस इज द राइट टाइम.
क्या समझ में नहीं आया.
बेटा इतना क्या सोच रहा है?
अपने म्यूचुअल फंड्स का SIP टॉप अप करा ले. This is the right time.
अब समझा.
Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
Very good, Kavita. Very well prepared presentation.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think this will work out really well for us. Ma'am, Akash and I.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. It's just that I never thought I'd be here. You know, single mom. But ठीक है.
आसान तो नहीं होगा. It's going to be quite challenging.
पहले हम दो थे. सब कुछ दो था. अब सिर्फ मैं. बेबी के फ्यूचर के बारे में सोच के थोड़ा सा डर लगता है. I just want the baby to have a good life, you know. I'm so sorry, ma'am. I'll share the presentation with the rest of the team.
कविता, क्या तुमने इस presentation के लिए किसी की help ली थी?
Ma'am, I did it myself.
We trust you with our company's growth. All your juniors look up to you. Sure, you can trust yourself with your kid. सोच तो बदलनी पड़ेगी ना कविता. Why don't you invest in mutual funds?
Ma'am, अभी इतना कुछ चल रहा है life में. Not sure I can take on mutual funds. Seems complicated.
It's much simpler than what you pulled off here in this meeting. सोच लो. तुम्हारी सैलरी तुम्हारे आज के खर्चे संभालेगी और म्यूचुअल फंड्स तुम्हारे आने वाले बच्चे का कल संभाल सकता है. SIP में अर्ली इन्वेस्ट करना could be a good idea for you.
Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to 7. Today we'll be focusing on how to...
मुझे भी समझ नहीं आता. कोशिश कर रही थी, but मुझे लगता है ये सब समझने के लिए काफी इंटेलिजेंट होना पड़ता है. सच में. वैसे आप करती क्या हो? I'm a doctor. तब तो आप खुद बहुत इंटेलिजेंट हो.
It's too complicated.
पर इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए ये फाइनेंशियल न्यूज़ देखना और समझना जरूरी है. ऐसा किसने कहा?
इतने साल मैंने मेडिकल की पढ़ाई में बिता दी है. अब इसके लिए टाइम नहीं है. Not my cup of tea.
पर सेविंग्स तो आपकी है, तो आपकी कप और आपकी ही टी हुई ना. वो म्यूचुअल फंड्स है ना, वो बहुत आसान है.
म्यूचुअल फंड्स,
सिस्टमैटिक इन्वेस्टमेंट प्लान. उससे ना मेरा पैसा ऑटोमेटिकली हर महीने मेरे बैंक से कटता है और वो धीरे धीरे ग्रो करता है. गुड ना. इसके बाद ना आप एक कप चाय पिलाओ मुझे, फिर देखो कैसे आपकी सोच बदलती हो.
चाय में तो इन्वेस्टमेंट बनता है
और म्यूचुअल फंड्स में भी. वैसे आप करती क्या हो? आई एम होम मेकर. घर खर्च की सेविंग्स को म्यूचुअल फंड्स में डालती हूँ. माय अर्निंग्स.
Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
फिर से लेट. मत पूछो दीदी, हर दिन कुछ ना कुछ डिले हो जाता है. अब वो छोड़ो, मैंने लड्डू बनाया था, अब ये ट्राई करो. ये भाग दौड़ में लड्डू तो अच्छा बनाया. मैजिक दीदी. बट ये ऐसा नहीं हो सकता कि अब और भागना ना पड़े. एक सपना है, एक गाय खुद की, तो ले लो. तो ले लो. क्या दीदी, इतना आसान है क्या? गाड़ी के लिए सेव करूंगी ना तो रिटायरमेंट का टाइम आ जाएगा. सेव नहीं, इन्वेस्ट कर. और अगर सोच समझ के करेगी तो शायद इतना लंबा वेट नहीं होगा. ये देख मेरा सपना. वाह दीदी, हस्बैंड. धत, मैंने खुद खरीदी. मेरे एक्सपीरियंस में अगर पैसे जोड़ने हैं तो म्यूचुअल फंड्स। पहले तो डर लगता था, कभी ऐसे इन्वेस्ट नहीं किया ना, पर फिर मैंने हर महीने थोड़ा थोड़ा डाला और धीरे धीरे वो पैसा बढ़ा और पैसे के साथ साथ मेरा कॉन्फिडेंस भी बढ़ा। तभी तू भी म्यूचुअल फंड्स में डाल। अरे नहीं दीदी, ऑलरेडी बहुत सर दर्द है। तो सर दर्द होता तो मैं करती। अरे हमें लगता है कि कंफ्यूजिंग है, पर इट इज सिंपल। शुरू कर, ऑटोमेटिक पैसा कटेगा। ऑटोमेटिक? हाँ, सिस्टमैटिक इन्वेस्टमेंट प्लान से, SIP। इतना डर मत, तू सोच नहीं बदलेगी तो कौन बदलेगा? तू क्या सोच रही है? सोच रही हूँ कौन से कलर की गाड़ी खरीदूं। कभी कभी मुझे भी लिफ्ट दे देना। चल नंबर लिख, फाइनेंशियल एडवाइजर का, वो भी वुमेन फाइनेंशियल एडवाइजर का। ये ले।
मुझे भी नंबर मिलेगा क्या?
Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
म्यूचुअल फंड? मुझे लग रहा था कि तुम कॉम्प्लिकेटेड होगे।
हाँ?
या मैन, मेरी ये सिंपल लाइफ अपने डिम्पल के साथ डिफिकल्ट बना दोगे।
ओह,
कुछ बोलोगे और कुछ और करोगे, कंडीशंस पे कंडीशंस अप्लाई करोगे, नंबर्स पे नंबर्स फेंकोगे, क्लैरिटी की जगह कंफ्यूजन दोगे और अपने ये बड़े बड़े वर्ड्स यूज करके सीधी बात को टेढ़ा बनाकर गोल 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 घुमाओगे।
wait. What?
तो तुम वैसे नहीं हो म्यूचुअल फंड। You're simple only.
Simple, even with my dimple.
गर्ल्स, म्यूचुअल फंड्स इतने भी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड नहीं है। इन्हें थोड़ा समझो, इन्वेस्ट करो और टाइम दो। म्यूचुअल फंड इन्वेस्टमेंट्स आर सब्जेक्ट टू मार्केट रिस्क्स। रीड ऑल स्कीम रिलेटेड डॉक्यूमेंट्स केयरफुली।
समझ नहीं आ रहा, अपने सैलरी इंक्रीमेंट का क्या करूं?
बेटा इतना क्या सोच रहा है? अपने म्यूचुअल फंड्स के SIP का टॉप अप करा ले। दिस इज द राइट टाइम।
क्या? समझ में नहीं आया।
बेटा इतना क्या सोच रहा है? अपने म्यूचुअल फंड्स का SIP टॉप अप करा ले। दिस इज द राइट टाइम।
आप समझा।
Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
मोनिशा, मोनिशा, म्यूचुअल फंड में कंपाउंडिंग क्या होता है?
इंटरेस्ट का जो इंटरेस्ट मिलता है उसे कंपाउंडिंग कहते हैं। इट्स लाइक व्हेन द एक्स्ट्रा मनी यू वुड हैव अर्नड आल्सो पोटेंशियली स्टार्ट्स टू मेक मनी फॉर यू।
समझ में नहीं आया।
इंटरेस्ट का जो इंटरेस्ट मिलता है उसे कंपाउंडिंग कहते हैं। इट्स लाइक व्हेन द एक्स्ट्रा मनी यू वुड हैव अर्नड आल्सो पोटेंशियली स्टार्ट्स टू मेक मनी फॉर यू।
स्मार्ट यार, so smart. You're so smart. Smart.
Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
Shirali, fast. She's coming. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Did you enjoy that?
Oh, this was beautiful opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming up and dancing in the stands. That's exactly what we think We the Women is all about. Have you been having a good time?
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you. I'll just ask you all to hop off. And I just want to ask you, firstly, thank you. Can we have a big round of applause for Anjali?
Thank you so much.
It is still not typical for women to play the saxophone. When you decided to do this, what is the kind of response you got and what is the kind of difficulty you faced?
Yeah, as you said, saxophone is a male dominant instrument. So when I chose saxophone and when I used to perform on stage, people used to be in awe, like a woman playing saxophone. That too, when I came on India's Got Talent for the first time, they were like, thank you. Thank you so much. So I'm glad that my grandmother connected me with this instrument. She was a music lover. Like, none of my family members are musicians, but they were music listeners. But the thing is, I'm glad that my grandmother connected me to this instrument, which is my sole purpose now.
That's beautiful. You look beautiful. You play beautifully. And we're going to be hearing a lot more of Anjali through the day. But let's have a big round of applause for her right now. Thank you, Anjali. Thank you. Thank you. Can we just ask you to step off front of stage? Yeah, front of stage. Thank you. All right. I'm going to introduce a very, very special panel now. You know, the beautiful thing about this audience is that there are men and women of all ages. But something happens to women as they accumulate and gather experience is how I prefer to describe it. I don't call it getting old because who feels old, right? I'm 54 and I'm 18 till I die, right? But really, more seriously, I actually believe that lived experience empowers women in ways that we don't even talk about. And yet there is an attempt to invisibilize women in what are our power years. These are the years when we feel free, we feel comfortable in our own skin, but we also battle, you heard Masaba very movingly, hormonal changes, we battle perimenopause, we battle menopause, we face people looking at us in a stereotypical way. Raise your hand, those of you here who've gone through that, who've gone through people looking at you differently. And I can see a lot of hands being raised, and we'll hear from all of you in the conversation. But what's amazing about the next three women that I'm going to introduce is that in their own ways, they've actually shown that this number, whether you say 30, 40, 50, it's irrelevant. What matters is issues, wellness, health, and talking openly about yourself, about your bodies, about your dreams, about your causes, and how these are the most uplifting years for us as women in so many different ways. So I want to put our hands together to welcome our three guests. First, I want to bring on stage somebody who you may and you will know her as an actor, an accomplished actor. But I know her as somebody who has also spoken up for air pollution in our cities, for climate change, for many such issues. Please put your hands together to welcome Mirza. Thank you. Thank you. My next guest is also somebody you will know from the world of entertainment. But I'll tell you something about her. She has single-handedly led a conversation around the hormonal changes that our bodies go through, whether it's perimenopause or menopause, and actually said, here's what you can do about it. But the first thing you have to do is to start the conversation. Please put your hands together for the lovely Mini Mathur. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And finally, she's the fitness queen of not just Mumbai, but of India. Every celebrity is at her door, including Helen in her 80s. So what's your excuse? If you don't follow her now on Instagram, follow her work. She shows you that fitness is actually a pleasure. And she represents it. She's a living embodiment of it. Please put your hands together for Yasmin Karachiwala. Big round of applause, guys. Let's show them some love. Thank you. Thank you. How lovely. And all three of you have been very patient waiting for our audience to come back from lunch. So we thank you for that. I know you're all terribly busy women and appreciate the patience.
I want to know what they ate.
What did they eat? But then you'll scold them and you'll say bread mat khao or ye mat khao, wo mat
No, I
khao.
won't scold. I'll just say how they could eat it better.
Okay, anyone wants to share what they ate for lunch? Okay, one minute. Somebody stand up, and there's a mic behind you in the alley. Go there and tell us what you ate for lunch. Come on. There's a mic there. Hang on. Get to the mic. Yeah. Yeah, what did you eat? I can't hear you.
Rajma chawal.
Rajma chawal. Okay, keep the mic. She ate rajma chawal.
Any vegetables with it?
No.
So it would be a perfect meal
tomato
if you ate
and
rajma, chawal and vegetables. Because
Why
you
did
need
you
the
not have
fiber.
vegetables?
Itna bhi theek hai yaar. We can let that go.
I'm poor chap. Poor guy. Okay,
Samia wants to say something.
Okay, you want to say something? Can we just get first comments from all of them? Okay, we'll take one comment from you. Yeah.
We should be very diet conscious because, as the age increases, we really need to reduce the food products, which are not necessary for the body. So I myself, I don't eat rice, noodles, maida, and cold drinks.
So no chola bhatura?
No, I eat chole, but no bhature.
ये तो बहुत मेरे से नहीं होगा.
No, I do that way. And so now, today my lunch was zucchini, stir zucchini, and chestnut.
Yasmin would approve.
Yeah.
My point is, what about pleasure?
Protein. आज था बहुत zucchini के साथ क्या था protein?
Can we give her the mic, please?
You require the protein. You had the fiber, but you didn't have the protein.
So, I change every day. So I eat fresh fruit salad, and then I eat vegetable salad.
I want to say that I am feeling a great craving for chola bhatura hearing all of this health talk. Let's get to our conversation.
But now we have the baked bhaturas. You can eat that.
नहीं, मुझे तले हुए भटूरे ही खाने हैं. मेरे को तले हुए भटूरे ही खाने हैं. All right. Okay, guys, ma'am, I'm going to request you to take your seat because I'm waiting to talk to these three lovely women. The power years. I want to say that as we live, we learn. As we learn, we feel free. And yet the way society looks at us as we go through these changes, our body goes through these changes, is almost pitifully. Some parts of society, not all parts of society. I want to ask all three of you if you've experienced that stereotyping and how have you countered it? I'll start with you, Diya.
Of course I have. I'm an
how does it
actor.
manifest?
I'm an actor in the Hindi film industry.
So ageism follows you
is
everywhere.
like, yes, it does. So, I mean, it's interesting. This year I'm doing films with some stalwarts and many of them are well over their 50s. Some of them are in their 60s. and I'm cast, as a romantic lead with these people. And I was just thinking and talking with my management the other day and thinking, which 70-year-old or 68-year-old woman do you know who's been cast opposite a 40-year-old and is playing a 45-year-old?
Yeah.
None.
None.
It doesn't happen. That concept doesn't exist. So that is the fundamental, issue that we're dealing with on a daily basis. And then, of course, we're a part of a capitalist consumerist system that is packaging us and selling us for different products and different things.
So do you fight it or do you just accept it, this ageism? Or do you say we live on our own terms?
I think we say we live on our own terms. There were many things that I was told when I was in my 20s. I was told I wouldn't be getting parts, good parts, past my 30th year. I've played some of my best parts after I've turned 40.
I think we can have a round of applause for that, right?
I was told that women have a shelf life in the entertainment business. I think Minnie and I both are, complete and total examples of the fact that we don't. We decide when we stop working. Nobody decides for us. No one.
Well said.
No one.
Well said.
I was told that after you get married or after you have children, your opportunities reduce. I think some of my best work has followed after I've had a child. So we're here fighting the stereotypes with our choices. I just want to add one more thing, Barkha. I don't think I had the vocabulary to understand the gendering that we experienced when we were younger. I think the biggest advantage we have as women today is the fact that we have the vocabulary to understand the gendering. And that is a very big power shift, because when you understand what the problems are you able to solve them? Even within your own mental makeup, you're able to see it at home. You're able to catch your parents out if they do it sometimes, or even your partners or your siblings or even your children. Sometimes children can say deeply patriarchal things without realizing it. And if we are equipped with that understanding, we're able to change mindsets. And I think you've played a very big part in making that possible. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Minnie, you have actually very consciously, Dia talks about not having that vocabulary, and Dia, thank you. It means a lot to me to have impacted the sense of freedom for any woman anywhere. So thank you. That's why we do what we do. But you have actually consciously gone looking for that vocabulary. And you're saying, we're not going to let anybody else, just like Dia said, define us. There is a positive way to take everything that we've learned, all the experience, all the accomplishment, all the talent that we carry within us, while recognizing that physically there is something happening to our bodies that actually may not, may outpace our mind at times, right? At least I've had that experience where my mind and my body are sometimes going in different directions. Talk a little bit about what made you, in a way, devote and commit yourself to this space.
So, Barkha, I have always been playing catch up to everything that I've done. I mean, I actually entered the television industry when I was 28 after I finished my master's in business, while everybody else around me, especially at MTV where I started, was 16 or 17. And I was always the one who was pushing the age ka boundary upar. Okay, so I mean, most people did what they did right out of school because they were clear, and I was just following my path and my callings all the time. So for me, while I've not faced any biases, age biases, till I was 40, 45, I suppose, I didn't think about it at all. And physically also, I looked after my health. It's only when I started sensing that, oh, so the plum parts are going to go to the next, whatever, or my seasoning and my experience with my profession, which only gets better with time, is not, there's no credit for it. You don't get a better show because you are more equipped to handle with it. And that used to really rankle me, that just when I'm on top of everything, you are looking for the next, younger person. So that was kind of setting in. And at the same time, when I started noticing the fact that my body was changing and my mind was changing as well, today at 54, I feel more focused. I have more clarity. I am absolutely certain about my boundaries, but I had a tough time finding space to draw these boundaries about me without without letting people define, call me somebody who couldn't multitask or whatever. So while my answer is so all over the place,
No,
because
I
it's
understand
like,
your answer.
the women today are having to deal with the biggest transition of their life when they are least equipped to handle it.
Which is menopause.
Which is menopause. Which is when your body, your hormones, you're changing, you're living another biological life, you're starting it. And that is when this hits you like a ton of bricks. And you're also being told, "Are pet dekho, ageism, auntie, pregnant hai, why is she wearing something like this?" Everyone has an opinion on it. And now we have trolls everywhere. So you are having to deal with the ageism when you're least prepared to handle it, So why I started speaking out about it is because if people like me don't come out and sort of identify how old we are and that we don't define what we do and how good we are at it with our age, it's not going to happen. So we have to move it forward.
And I think part of it is this whole coyness around, a woman and her age, never ask a woman her age, these old ideas. But Yasmin, you come to this from actually a very interesting perspective. You say, yes, our bodies are going to change, but here's how we can manage that change. Before you come to how you've done it, and led the way for so many of us, I think the point that Dia and Minnie are making is we don't even talk about it, right? When we feel we're in the prime of our lives because we have achieved, many of us have achieved things that we were chasing, our body isn't keeping pace. Our mind is whirring in one direction, our body is sometimes going in another direction. How has that journey been for you? I know you may have done a better job than most of us because you're a fitness guru, you lead by example. But even so, I mean, the women on this stage, we're all above 40. Some of us are 54, some of us are 50, some of us are in our 40s. And our bodies are changing and our mind is changing. And yet, this is the most empowered I think we've all felt. And it's all happening together. Yes.
So I totally agree with both of them that this is actually the best time of our lives because we've done everything, right? From wearing bikinis to having to look good for other people to now doing everything for ourselves. And that is very empowering. As a kid, I used to be a tomboy. So when I got into what I was doing, my profession, I was, I think, one of the first female instructors out there. And I started with teaching aerobics and, that didn't matter because, women are always doing aerobics. But when I entered the strength training space, my competition was men, but I only focused on what I was doing. When menopause hit, fortunately, I was very disciplined. So the workout was not a chore for me. My body went with where my mind led it and my mind wanted to do it. But of course, a lot of people around me who struggled. And that's where, discipline comes in. So it was like, maintain your good habits, focus on your nutrition because your body needs to be nurtured. And I think most importantly, after 40s, you need to realize that exercise is also meant to nurture your body. And you need to find that form of exercise and the right combination of nutrition that's going to nurture you from inside out.
And if Helen is doing this with you in her 80s, what excuse do the rest of us have,
Exactly.
right?
She just had a birthday last week.
She's what, 87
and
or something?
She's 86, 87.
Wow.
And she works out every day. So we've done a reel before where people got motivated but intimidated at the same time. And so this time I was like, Auntie, let's do a reel with 5 exercises that everyone can do at home. And I think with her as well, because of the time she puts into her body, the confidence is different. She's walking better, she's feeling better. And at the end of the day, I think it's important how we feel. And once we feel empowered, there's no one that can stop us.
So Dia, is it yes, you please clap loudly for the bits you agree with. I agree, but is it that simple? I agree, 100%. But here are the things that happen, right? Your metabolism changes. So suddenly the body that could be a certain way till you were late 30s, 40s with the same lifestyle isn't responding in the same way. You know, hot flashes have become the subject of caricatures and jokes. When we were young, nobody wanted to talk about periods. You know, you had whispers around it. We didn't talk about menstruation. When we're older, nobody wants to talk about menopause or perimenopause. This is bizarre. This is bizarre. This is the female body that births this universe. And we are not able to talk when we're young about menstruation, when we're older about perimenopause or menopause. Minnie, you wanted to come in? I was just going to go to Dia.
I just want to say, we as women are so scared to take up space in a room and nurture the world around us, but just we don't want to talk about what ails us because we feel that then we'll be impinging on something else that could better the lives of the people around us. And it's just high time we came out of the shadows as well.
So is it as Yasmin says, you exercise, you look after yourself, you'll be good, you'll be fine, you can manage this. Is it like that? Or do people look at us differently? Do they want to not look at us? Do they want to, as Minnie said, call us aunties? You know?
I've had a very love-hate relationship with physical exercise.
Yes.
And truth.
Thank you for saying this. Though
No,
Yasmin's going to
truth
smack
be
both you and
told.
me, but
Yes,
yeah.
but truth be told, it's a battle for me.
Yeah.
There are phases where I really enjoy working out and I'm very disciplined and I'm mindful and I'm doing everything that I need to. But then there are phases when I just can't. And it takes a lot of motivation to get myself into a space in a room to work out. I've made things very accessible for myself. There is that treadmill in the room next to mine. But that comes from a place of privilege. I'm just saying that if I can find 3 things that I absolutely must do and I push myself to do every day, then I am doing my best to make sure I do those 3 things. But it's taken a lot of yo-yoing to get to this point. You know, it's taken a lot of not showing up for myself and realizing, oh my God, what a fool. And then saying, oh, when I do show up for myself, look at the results. It's so empowering. It's so good. See, the thing is that when we reach this point where we are, I'm about to hit perimenopause. So I am beginning to experience flashes, hot flashes. And so I'll be sitting there on a very hot set and suddenly breaking into, unbearable hot flashes. And everybody's looking at me like I'm having a meltdown. I'm Godzilla. And I'm like, I'm really sorry, but I need to breathe. And you make a joke of it, but it's hard. It's really, really hard. But for the most part, I think what happens is we don't consider how challenging it is to be dealing with changing hormones and dealing with the kind of work that we have, especially people like you and me, who have such public work where so much of what we do is about human interaction. You know, we can't isolate ourselves and say, today I'm not in the mood, but you have to show up and you have to do the job and you have to be amiable.
And for most of us, Barkha, this comes at a time, the hormonal imbalance comes bang at a time when your kids are dealing with teenage hormones and you have ailing parents to look after.
Yes.
So there are usually 3 stages of hormones and, going around in the same family.
I was just going to say that. 16-year-old teenager, 4.5-year-old toddler, my own perimenopause setting in. And I don't know, maybe my husband's going to be hitting andropause very soon too. And then there's work.
Yeah.
And there's that work that requires so much of you.
And here's my question. This thing of showing up, looking or appearing amiable when you're not feeling it. How do you all do it? To you first, Minnie, and then to Yasmin. All of you and me have very public facing jobs, work, right? We are not, eccentric writers who can live in isolation and turn out a novel. We're constantly meeting people.
We're meeting people and there seems to be some kind of strange scrutiny that happens every time you step out. That doesn't ease up. So even if you are 50,
give an example.
The paps will still zoom into that one bulge or that one thing and write nasty things. And of course, then social media will be all over it. Not that it scares me. The beauty of it is it doesn't bother me anymore because I have come into a space where I don't give a shit, frankly. What you think of me and everybody else's opinion is not of consequence. I used to feed off it some years ago. But the clarity and the focus that comes with your hormones telling you that life is in here and not in here, and that your power doesn't rest with your beauty is amazing. And the moment, I can't wait for all of you to get to that point where you know that the power does not rest in your beauty. That is very important. Barkha, the day I wrote on Instagram, I am 52. I exhaled. Somewhere I exhaled and I said, now I don't have to keep up. I don't have to keep up with my 16-year-old colleagues who are doing the same thing. And the lifestyle reset that Yasmin, of course, will talk about, and she, I totally identify when you say that, there's some days where you want to, and there's some days where you have to own up to your feelings and say, I can't work out. And the beauty about hitting this is that your body is asking for time, your body is asking for space, it's asking for boundaries, it's asking for you to stop and smell the roses that you haven't done for 40 years of your life.
Yeah.
And it forces you to sit and smell the roses and take your own time, and that's what calms you. And then you get down to the exercise when you have to.
I just say don't sit for too long.
Before you go to Yasmin, because she's like going to
quickly
stare into both of us. The pause and the calm only comes from one thing for me,
which is
meditation.
Really?
Yes. Nothing gives me more of a pause than that. That discipline of breathing every day, that 20 every day. That's one thing I've never stopped. And
I mean, it's a different matter that you've also been speaking about how difficult it is to breathe in some of our cities. But yes.
So for me, my exercise is my meditation.
Yeah.
And that's where I breathe, and especially in Pilates, because if you've ever been to a Pilates class, all you hear your instructor saying is inhale, exhale. Inhale, inhale, exhale, exhale, inhale. So we're constantly for that hour, the 50 minutes, we're telling our clients to breathe. And as we grow older, like I come back to the point that I said, we have to find exercises that nurture us, exercises that we look forward, movement, not even exercises, movement that makes us feel good. Of course, there are days when you don't want to do it and your body just needs a break, but those days need to be short. Like you need to understand that, and we all know that, the movement loves us, and we love the movement because the movement makes us feel a certain way and breathe easily as well.
But tell me, you were always this sorted?
I was the laziest kid.
No, I don't believe you. Nobody's going to believe this story.
My mom, you know the story.
Tell the story.
I used to be the laziest teenager.
Then?
If you asked me to get up and go get that bottle of water, I'd say, Barkha, can you throw it to me? Because I wouldn't get up from here to go get it.
Yeah.
And my mom used to always tell me, Tera kya hoga? Kuch to kar.
Why are you giggling? Take the mic.
I'm saying that for my daughter right now.
I used to come
and my daughter's sitting there saying, listen to her, pay attention, things are going to change.
From school and not get out of my night.
So how did that person become this person?
Just, a friend of mine was dating someone and wanted to look good and forced me to go to the gym because there was a deal 2 for the price of 1. And I went in because, when we were kids, it was peer pressure. Yeah. If you're my best friend, you'll do this for me. So I was like, okay. She knew exactly what she wanted and she had a goal. She had to impress somebody and fall in love and all of that. I just ate biryani more than all the boys I knew. I ate pizzas. I was eating vada paos outside Xavier's College. And I went there. When I went to this aerobic class, I thought I was really cool. I thought there was no one cooler than me. I was a good dancer. I have made a fool out of myself because I didn't know coordinated movement. Yeah. And when people went to the right, I went to the left. When the teacher was doing this, like giving us instructions, I was raising my hand.
Look at you now.
I know, exactly.
And I just felt so bad that I was terrible at something. Yeah. And I kept going back to that class again and again to prove to myself that I can't be so bad. And one day the instructor was unwell. She called me up at home and she said, those were before the mobile on the home. Will you teach my class? And I said, like, what do you mean? She said, just go. My cassettes will be there. Just play one. And whatever you think. And I actually went, it was 10 song sequence and I played it and I knew everything. And I could tell everyone what to do. I could, speak through the class. And when I finished, everyone said, oh, when did you practice? And I was
amazing.
Like, okay.
Amazing. You just showed up for yourself. That's so cool. Thank
Okay,
you.
I
You've
have
just
time for a few
you've
more
given me
questions,
hope.
but yeah, I know the rest of us slackers, we have to catch up. Are there questions or people who want to share their own experience here in the second row in the white? Yeah, stand up. By the way, there are mic stands at the back, but I don't think you are able
There's
to.
a mic right
Yeah, but there's a mic. They can't see them. If we can maybe make them more prominent, but go ahead. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My
Speak
name is
louder.
Dhupia.
Speak louder.
Is this okay?
Yeah.
Great. So I have a question. We were always told that a healthy body is a body which is a curvy body, and not a very skinny and a thin body. So I would like to hear from you, ma'am, Yasmin. What do you have to say about it?
A healthy body is when you can get up in the morning and not feel tired,
Yeah.
when you can go around doing the chores in your life and whatever you have to do through the day, and go to bed and get a deep night's restful sleep.
Can I hold you there? One of the things about this age is not being able to sleep. I don't know if
Barkha, that is one of the most important factors to balance your hormones after you're 40.
Yeah.
I was going to add to that, it's basically a lifestyle reset. That's what it all boils down to. Every parantha you've eaten, chola bhatura, or any, alcohol and, everything, late nights, all of that.
That's so unfair, no?
It's not, because you will find ho gaya na, you've done enough of it. This is
I don't want to stop doing
and
it.
you can. If 80% of the time you can reset what you're doing and do it well, you can take your leaps of faith. I do that all the time.
No, but also we have to realize the hormonal changes, right? So we need supplementation because
Yeah.
we're not getting it from our food, and our bodies after the age of 40 need more supplementation, need enough protein to make us not feel tired, magnesium to be able to
But sleep.
Yes,
Magnesium to be able to sleep. So
to
sleep is the basis
And
of
if you-
everything.
But I
But
want
don't
to say-
self-prescribe magnesium, okay? First check what the
Yes.
levels are in your blood.
Do your
Exactly.
blood test,
Type.
show it to somebody who knows how to read it, and supplement. Because our food's not giving us the enough.
No, but here's the part that I want to stress on. Who's having these conversations with us? The point is, yes, somebody on Instagram, yes, some of you, yes, some exposure that some of us with privilege have to what we read. The fact is that most women in this country are going through all of this without understanding a darn thing about what they're going through.
Because the doctors are here to solve bigger problems, and that nobody has focused on the longevity game for women. And I insist that everything that you see on Instagram isn't true, but doctors don't have the kind of 1 hour or 1.5 hour of conversation they need to understand to be able to prescribe the things that you need, right?
Yeah.
Everyone has to be their own health advocate at the end of the day, be on top of the science, be on top of where you're at, be on top of your fitness game, your food game. You can't go to one doctor and say, fix me. You can't. You'll have to go to multiple people, but then there has to be that one person who brings all that together. Okay,
Yeah,
and
I
understand.
think the internet has been a game changer because it
For good or
has
for bad?
for good also, because a lot of access to good verified information is available more than ever before. And it's,
Or at least put options on the table.
But it's
Absolutely.
also important to check and verify the information.
which is why I
that
said
you're reading.
verifiable
Because you
information.
have a lot, like
But we're not acknowledging a very large percentage of women in our country
Who have
when
no
we're
access
talking
to
about
any
who have
of
no
this.
access to any of this, right? Which is like, say, 60% of your farmers, your agricultural workers, your women
Yeah.
who are in the fields doing the work. Nobody is talking to them about how their bodies are changing,
Yeah.
and they're working
And if
through
they
those
attempted
changes.
that conversation, they'd be scoffed at.
Absolutely, but there
Even
is
some of us may be scoffed at.
I met
know.
someone who's
Absolutely.
doing a PhD in menopause for rural women.
You mentioned that to me when I brought this up
remember,
with you.
yeah.
Yeah, because when she set up her platform, I said, Minnie, what you're doing is so important and so fantastic and so necessary. Can you find a way to reach out to rural women?
Yeah.
Because they need this information just as much as we do. But the good news is, like she said, she has a friend who's doing this PhD, but there are more and more now NGOs that are working and focused on women's health and making information that's vital to them accessible, including supplementation.
Yeah.
Which is something that was never, even like government programs are doing it now. Of course, we are far off from where we
Yes.
need to be, but there is some movement in the right direction.
I have time for one more question. Let's hear somebody who hasn't spoken. Have you spoken yet? Yeah, stand up in the black. Yes. There's a mic behind you. Yes. Oh, okay. All right. It's okay. It can be anybody. It's all right. Yeah.
You must have heard about this experiment of reverse aging by Brian Johnson. What are your views on that?
Oh my God. All right. Anyone wants to take that? Because
I will.
Yes.
और भी गम है ज़माने में.
Reverse.
Reverse. This idea of longevity, of youthfulness, I think is the opium that has corrupted the conscience of man. I'll tell you why I'm saying this. It is the same ego and the same avarice and the same desire for power that is driving the climate crisis, or rather the catastrophe, is driving inequity in society and is causing 99% of the problems that we're dealing with. So no, I don't believe in it at all. I hope that especially some very powerful, can I say it?
Yes.
White men who are disadvantaging this world to the extent that they are, I hope they go sooner than later. And I hope no reverse aging programs work on such people.
Okay.
And why is everyone so scared of aging?
Yeah.
Age is beautiful. I'm 55, she's 54, you're in your 40s.
54.
Yeah, and we love it.
54.
Why are we looking at
I don't think there's
reversing
anything more dynamic and powerful and beautiful than a person who is evolving.
Yeah.
At any age.
Absolutely.
Plus, you have an audience that's fairly in their 20s and 30s here. I'm so proud of all of you. I can only tell you, it's all about being hopeful. Every decade that I have lived has bettered the decade that I've lived before that. And I hope that for all of you.
I agree.
It's the best ever.
I want to ask all three of you in the end. We've called this conversation the power years because we believe that we are the vehicles of our own power. We don't need that validation externally, though we all struggle with it in different ways. What's the one thing that gives you power, all three of you? I'll start with you, Yasmin. Where do you get your sense of power from?
From being comfortable in the skin that I live in, from being comfortable at the age that I am, and looking at my children who are now men and knowing that, oh my God, they're good human beings, they're respectful, they're empathic, and just kind. I think that gives me power to know that I'm living the best life of my life right now.
Minnie?
I think my power comes from purpose.
Yeah.
And that purpose keeps changing every decade.
Yeah.
And if I feel that, I'm doing things that I'm meant to do this decade well, then it's a good journey.
Dia?
It's amazing that they've both said what I would have said. My power comes from purpose and kindness. I don't think anything is possible without these two things.
Passion? You need to add some passion.
I don't think purpose, you can't realize, you can't have purpose without passion. And, life holds an entirely different level of meaning when it's a kinder space, when you are kind every day of your life.
Well, I want to say, I'm looking at the three of you and you're glowing. You're glowing with your own comfort, with your own confidence, with your own sense of self-assurance. And it is beautiful to see. Is it not?
Thank you. And we feel the same about you.
Thank you. Going from strength to strength, power to power, most amazing things. And it just gets better. So you are a prime example.
You've been my biggest inspiration. For decades. I've always looked up to you. I've always admired you. And I have always reveled
when you messaged me.
I've always reveled in your power.
Oh.
So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm going to start crying because it's so moving to hear that. There's one very special moment that we are now going to unfold on stage. We've spoken so much about women, but there is one of our partners is a man-led company that is shifting the conversation on menopause, on women's health, and they have been a partner in this journey for the last 3 years. I want to invite on stage as we honor our three wonderful women with the Changemaker Award, the Mirror team. If we can have Sanjeet Shetty and his team on stage, please. Can we have a round of applause because these are also men leading change. Okay. may I ask all three of you to come here? Sanjit, could you please do the honors? The Mirror team is a lot of young women and one.
I love your colors.
So I just want to say about, before we give out the awards, Sanjit.
Do you remember me? Because I've been stalking you for years.
Oh. Hi. Okay, I just want to say before we give out the awards that Mirror is focusing on community, on talking about hormone replacement therapies, about they have an app, so look them up. And what I've always found very interesting is how passionate. This is not Sanjit's main sort of business, but this is something he does from passion. He's really interested in it. He's been talking to me about it for years, and I think it's wonderful the work that Mirror and the entire team, Sanjit and the entire team have been doing. If I may ask you to do the honors now for Yasmin Karachiwala, our Changemaker Award. Let's have a big round of applause for the next one for Dia. Guys, show them some love, come on. And Minnie. Let's give it up for all of them. Sanjit, you want to say
Every woman will go through this for nearly half of her life through 50 odd symptoms, yet it's the world's most favorite secret to keep. I asked myself why, and I really appreciate, I bow down to all these women, including the women in my team. It's because of you that the conversation is shifting. God bless you all. I'm just a male ally, and I tell you, I feel for this. And I go around the country talking to other men. So whenever you have men who want to hear it from another man who speaks loudly, please call me. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Barkha. Sorry? They
Thank
might
you,
know it.
Thank
Check it. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, how many of you were here this morning and saw our opening speakers? We have some more excitement for you, some more inspiration. Any guesses? No, that's later. Any guesses? Any guesses? Okay, let me not keep you in suspense anymore. Hang on. Okay. In the morning, we were talking about how this year has been the year of Operation Sindoor. And for many of you who are a post-Kargil generation, the only military conflict that you have seen in this country, unlike me who reported Kargil, is Operation Sindoor. And through this day, we have been celebrating the brave armed forces who protect our country. And the armed forces have really evolved with time. The changes we see today with women in frontline positions in Operation Sindoor and other operations on an everyday basis is extraordinary. And in fact, a reminder of the risks that our armed forces take every day came in the very tragic Tejas crash. I'm sure many of you saw it at the Dubai Air Show, right? I want you to give your loudest applause possible for my next two guests. The first is a Gallantry Award winner, very senior Air Force officer. Please put your hands together for Wing Commander Poonam Gulia. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. And also your loudest applause for Flight Lieutenant Antara Mehta, if we can welcome her as well. I want you all to show them how much you admire them, not just with a standing ovation, but a rousing applause. I always say, when I was young, I used to crush on men in uniform. Now that I'm older, I crush on women in uniform. Request you to take your seats, ma'am. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Everybody settle down so we can start the conversation. I want to start with you, ma'am. Does the uniform recognize gender, or is the uniform gender neutral? What made somebody like you join the Air Force?
First and foremost, good afternoon, everyone. Jai Hind.
Jai Hind.
Can it be a little more louder, please? Jai. Yes, that's the spirit.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for inviting us over here and this warm welcome. It's a great opportunity for us to interact with not just women present here who have been doing great in their own respective fields, but also young minds present here who are the future of our nation. And thank you. The team has looked after us very well. We really appreciate it, and we are honored to be here. Coming back to a question that what made me choose the Air Force?
Yeah.
I feel that I have not chosen Air Force. Air Force has chosen me. And why do I say this? Because when my parents welcomed me to this world, my father was already serving at Air Force Academy, and he was maintaining aircrafts which were used to train the future fighter pilots of the Indian Air Force.
Yeah.
And growing up at different Air Force stations all around the country, and seeing this blue uniform every single day, and seeing boys and girls transform into officers really inspired me. And from that day itself, I dreamt of wearing this uniform and serving the nation. With that dream in my heart, I pursued my BTech and cleared my SSB and joined Indian Air Force as an aeronautical engineer electronics in Jan 2013. And I always wanted to be a part of active combat. That's why I chose air defense as my mainstream after my initial military training.
Fabulous. And if I may ask you the same question, ma'am, what drew you to the Air Force?
First of all, thank you so much. As ma'am said, your team has been lovely.
Thank you.
And taking care of us.
It is an honor for us to have you with us.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Coming to your question of joining the Air Force, I think probably I was in my 6th grade. I was 11-year-old when the first time I saw a blue uniform, someone wearing it. And it struck my mind and my heart that I want to wear this uniform
someday. You were
someday.
not from a military family like
I don't come from a military background. So I have a very much civil and service background. So it was then my friend suggested to watch the movie Top Gun. I think probably that is the breaking moment that it struck my mind that I have to become a fighter pilot. So for me, Air Force was all about flying. And with that determination and with that perseverance, I worked hard, got commissioned in 2020 after completing my BTech degree. And coming to your initial question of gender, I think uniform is a uniform. So we are officers. We are not a man or a woman in a uniform. So, yes.
And yet I want to ask you, this has been the year of Operation Sindoor, and without discussing anything operational, but more as a conceptual question, somebody like me, I cut my teeth as a young reporter covering the Kargil war, and then now as an older reporter covering Operation Sindoor. But it was a very different war. That was infantry driven. This was a war in the skies. We saw Pakistan attempting to send in drones and missiles. We saw the black sky light up with orange and explosions. And I just want to ask you, both of you, when you experience this, and war is changing every day, what went through your heart and mind? Or did you say this is the moment we've been trained for all our lives, ma'am?
Yes, absolutely. That is what my answer would have been, that this is the moment that we have been trained for. And I feel that I was privileged, or we all were privileged, that we got this opportunity to serve our nation, because I don't think we had that chance in the past. So it was a wonderful experience and a privilege that we could take part and prove our mettle.
What about you, ma'am?
So during Operation Sindoor, I was posted in one of the forward bases at that time. And my family was with me. I have a little one as well, who's 1.5-year-old.
So hold that thought, because ma'am's husband and little baby is somewhere here. Are they here? Can we stand up and see you? They're outside.
When we were entering, he was saying, "Mama, Mama." So probably he must have taken.
So your child is 1.5 years?
Yes, he's 1.5. At that time, he was nearly 1. And as ma'am said, it's a once in a service opportunity that we get to perform what we've been trained for. So it was a routine thing. It was difficult. The times were tough, but we were trained and we were prepared very well for it. And we all know it was a successful operation.
So I want to ask you, and I maybe your husband and baby will come in. Can we bring them in? Okay, they've gone out. What I want to ask you is, you had a 1-year-old, right? And this can, of course, happen to a man as well. This is not a woman-specific question. Any soldier, any armed forces personnel, when they have to deal with combat and country on the one side, but a little child at home or their partner at home on the other, and as you said, during Sindoor, your baby was 1 year old. How do you mentally, ma'am, conquer that anxiety?
First of all, not just in defense forces, I think in all the fields wherein women are there working and on the forward basis, they're there. So I think you need to have a very strong family support. So for me, they were my in-laws and my mother, of course. So my mother-in-law is the primary care for my child and my husband as well. So
and your husband is not in the military?
He's not. He's a very much civilian.
Yeah.
So
I don't know where he is. He's looking after the baby somewhere, by the way. Being a good hands-on dad. Please find them and bring them in. Huh?
So I think you need to have a very strong family support, those who are there to take care of your little one. And we've been trained mentally so strong that...
Come up on stage. You also deserve a round of applause. And we need to see this wonderful 1.5-year-old who has a beautiful role model, and he's being quite stubborn, huh?
He just wants to come to mama.
He just wants to come to mama.
He's very naughty. He doesn't sit in one place.
Can we have a round of applause for you also? Sir, may I know your name?
Vaibhav Chadda.
I just want to ask you, you're obviously you've obviously had to be a hands-on dad while your partner is out there serving the country. How does that make you feel? We applaud you, but were you scared for her?
No, never.
Never?
Never. We had trust in her.
Of course. Yeah. And what would you say to women who feel that without the support at home and the support of their partners, they can't do what they want to?
No, they can, and I think everybody is supporting nowadays.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay.
Let's see if we can sit for 5 minutes.
Let's see. Okay. Continue, ma'am. Sorry, you were saying in any profession.
Yes, we need to have a very strong family support.
He's holding the mic for you. I think he's going to be a journalist.
But also the training is such that we are mentally so strong that we have to leave our... so we have two roles. One, when we come home, then we have to handle the family. But once we wear the uniform, once we wear the overall, then we are completely transformed into that. And we've been trained very well for that. So once we are there in the office or we are flying or operating any machine, that time we don't think what is happening at back at our home.
But ma'am, it's an extraordinary mental battle. You're a decorated officer. You have seen so much challenge. How do you block out anxiety? How do you block out fear? I know that it's training, but still it is some sort of leap. It is some sort of adrenaline leap, duty-bound commitment, courage of the highest order. How do you do it?
Like Andra had already said, that when we have family back home and we know that our kids are being looked after well, so that is taken care of. We don't think of that. And coming to courage, the training is such that when the moment comes, all we think about is getting successful. And like when we were there, the only thought that came to my mind for those 5 or 6 days was we have to get them. We will not let them enter our land or sky.
We salute you. We really, it gives me goosebumps every time I hear the stories of valor of our armed forces. And I want to ask you, ma'am, what would you say to young girls or even boys today who may be thinking of the armed forces? Two very different backgrounds. Your father was in the Air Force. Ma'am didn't come from a military background. And yet here you are, and the uniform is everything and it transcends everything else in that moment. How would you take that message to our audience here, many of whom are very young people, on what this uniform means to you?
Okay, I'll be very candid and honest in answering this. The answer is purely from my experience. that Air Force is a place where sky is the limit. And it offers you...
You can clap.
So the life behind this blue uniform gives you a healthy work environment along with immense opportunities to grow. The organization is always pushing you forward to do better and have a life full of passion and adventure.
Yeah.
Sorry.
He is going to be 100% a journalist. He wants all the mics. He wants all the. Should we? Are you okay? Or you want to? Yeah. Now I think, sir, we need you because it takes a village and it takes the dad also for women to shine and follow their dreams. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes. Oh, bye.
So
sorry, ma'am. Yes.
So the Indian Air Force gives you wings, which makes you fly beyond the horizon of your own imagination. So don't be scared. If you want to have a life full of passion and adventure, come join us and touch the sky with glory.
You came from a civilian background. You saw Top Gun. You saw the fighter jets. You saw Tom Cruise. What would you hope would motivate young people today that someone like you, who all, many of them are civilians, what would you say to them?
So there's a very famous phrase that is written in the wing of the Air Force Academy, which kept me going through the tough times. It said, somewhere above the rainbow, the sky is blue, and the dreams that you dare to dream really do come true. So to the young girls, I would say, never lose sight of your dream, and you need to work hard towards it. And if we keep going day by day, it's a day by day process, then you will definitely achieve your goals and dreams in mind. The Air Force gives you wings to fly. The sky is beautiful. The flying is absolutely something that I cannot express. It gives you a sense of pride. It gives you honor and respect. And in return, it will take every ounce of your being.
Yeah.
So, but the sense of purpose for serving the nation is unmatched. So please come join us. Don't hold back, and the sky is your space to fly. So that's all I can say to the young one.
Okay, we have time for a few questions. I want to go beyond the first two rows, which have been taking all the questions. If there anybody who has a question at the back, yes, I see you standing there, ma'am. Can you stand up? There's a mic in the aisle. Can you come there? Could we have the mic in the aisle identified, because literally nobody can see it? Yeah, there you are. Yeah. Go ahead, ma'am. Could you ask your question? Yeah.
Yeah. So what mindset keep you grounded, and what makes you resilient every day?
What keeps you grounded and what makes you maybe just get up and, sometimes you get bad news, you lose comrades, right? And how do you motivate yourself every day, ma'am?
Okay, so once you wear this uniform, you don't need any motivation. So once you look at yourself in the mirror, you know what you have to do. That's it.
Is that easy?
Yes, now maybe, yes, we are conditioned to do so. And now that it has been so many years, even if there is a bad news or a good news from home, it doesn't affect us much, because we know there is something waiting for us at the office, and we have to go and get that done.
Is it the sense of something larger than yourself? In the end, the uniform is larger than everything.
I think, first of all, it's very important to know that where you come from. You should never forget your roots, your family, your background, and where you're coming from. So that keeps us grounded. Your family is there, so that helps us to be grounded. And I think a sense of pride or larger than life is nothing like that, because it's a routine thing for us.
Really? We look at you and we're like, these heroines, these heroes, and you're like, it's routine.
But taking a sortie every day, flying that beautiful fighter jet, it's a routine thing, because we have been trained to do those things.
Yeah.
And we don't get that feeling, or we don't get that time to realize that we are flying a fighter jet. There's no time. If there is, as instructors used to say, if you have a second to think, that means something is going wrong. So every second we have to be on our toes and performing that routine thing or that duty towards everyday job.
and it's more of a calling for the nation. So we don't like think of it as a job or as a service. It's for more of a calling on a larger picture. So that keeps us motivated, and we cannot have a day or a moment of louse. We have to be prepared 24/7, 365 days. So that also keeps us motivated.
Before we close, we have a few more minutes left. So if there are questions at the back, yes. Okay. On the left side, I saw someone's hand go up. If you can stand up, could we please guide somebody to where the mic is in the aisle, because nobody is able to find it. Okay, ma'am, go ahead. I don't know where it is. Yeah.
Hi, ma'ams.
Yeah.
I have an 11-year-old daughter at home. What is one piece of advice which you will give to her so that she can be in your place after, say, 2 decades?
Okay.
Oh, that's a great question.
That will be only one piece of advice that I will give her, that you tell her that her dreams are not too big. The world is not off limits. You can rise as high as you dare.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Last question. Last question here. And I'll take it here. Here. Yes, ma'am. Please stand up. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Ayushi. Thank you so much.
Speak up.
My question is, do any of your peers, for example, face any mental health concerns, and how are they dealt with at your workplace?
Well, it's an interesting question. If I can add one of my own, ma'am's made the, spoke about the split second, that if you have even that split second, it means that there's something wrong, because you're supposed to be that razor sharp. But it is a very all-consuming profession. It's a dangerous, potentially dangerous, high-risk profession. How do you all keep mentally strong? Physically, of course, but how do you all remain mentally strong? Because mental strength will be as, if not more important than physical strength. Ma'am?
So yes, as you have already told us that we keep us physically strong. We do exercise, we do meditate, there are a lot of tools nowadays that keeps you calm. And in the organization also, the Indian Air Force is a very well-knit organization wherein we look after each other. Even if I'm not there, if I'm on a deployment, I know that my family is looked after well. So that mental tension is not there. And along with that, there is meaningful welfare in our organization, which keeps a balance at home as well as at work. So that also somewhere I feel keeps your mental load little less. Keeping yourself calm. Obviously now we have a lot of tools like pranayam, and those are there. Also we have counselors. Even as a team, we work like a family. We say this is our family away from home.
Yeah.
So in my team, everyone knows, like I, especially being the commander, will know that what is going in in the life of my men who's serving below me. So if there is anything that he's dealing with, I would make sure that I talk to him, because I feel talking to others and sharing your feelings makes your mental trouble a little less.
I have a last question, which is this, that, sometimes people think that men won't take orders from women bosses. She just spoke about, the men in a squadron, in a regiment, it could be anywhere. What would you say to that? I know you've already said the uniform is gender neutral.
It's not they're taking order from a woman. They're taking order from that uniform and from that chair and from that rank and from that probably.
Well said.
Yes. So it's never that a man is giving an order or a woman is giving an order. It's the uniform, and it's the nation, it's the service that is giving that order from them to do the work.
Well, I just want to say in the end to both of you, if I may request you to just take a position here as we felicitate you before you go, and you will be here through the day, I hope, is that we admire you so much. You are such excellent role models. Your young child watching this brave mother is going to have an excellent role model. And ma'am, you are a decorated officer. It is our privilege to have you. I know so many people are so inspired. Am I not right? And to do the honors, to felicitate our two wonderful, 1 minute, ma'am, to felicitate our two wonderful officers, I want to welcome somebody who's having probably the best year of his life. His movie is India's entry to the Oscars. He's an extraordinary actor, one of my personal favorites. Please put your hands together for Ishaan Khatter.
So nice to see
May I request all of you to come here? And Ishaan, I'm going to request you to do the honors for Wing Commander Poonam first. Guys, let's show them some love. And for Flight Lieutenant Manlhotra. Ma'am, don't go back. Please, aage aao. Aage aao. And may I ask you a few words for what this moment means to you? Two very different fields. Both of our officers have been in frontline positions, decorated officers, brave officers. And, this is a year when we've seen military conflict. They've been at the front line of it all. And we just thought it would be lovely to get somebody like you to felicitate them. If you want to say a few words.
First of all, hello, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Barkha, for having me. How do I feel about this? It's totally a surprise. I was told 5 seconds ago. But it's such an honor. Thank you for allowing me to show my gratitude as well. Having spent some time with the Armored Corps during prep for a film called Pippa that I did, which was a war drama. I know what it takes, and I know the grit and the resilience that the armed forces function with every single day of their lives. And so I have utmost respect for both of you. And as they say, ke desh ki betiyan, this is a very, very inspiring thing to see. And my gratitude to you to let me express this. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your service. Thank you.
Mic for a second. Before our officers leave, can we show them some love? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much. Such an honor. Such an honor. Thank you. Fly and fly, huh?
Where would you like?
Middle, in the middle seat. Thank you. You have a surfeit of microphones. Yes. Okay, and now let's show Ishaan some love and welcome him to our stage.
Hello.
I think you can show him some more love. Yes. That's more like it.
Thank you. Thank you so
love
much.
Homebound.
Thank you. We love you. Thank you.
So we're all rooting for Homebound, and I know you've been traveling to the US, to England, taking the film around to people who may not sort of have got to see it in the normal course, and we're all really rooting for it, fingers crossed. What is this moment like for you to be in India's official entry for the Oscars? I mean, it's the country, but it's also a movie. You and I have spoken about it that you really profoundly believe in. And in the end, it's a movie about hope and possibility and friendship and humanism and humanity. So how would you explain this moment to everybody here?
It's at the moment, we're putting in the work. We're doing the due diligence. We're trying to make sure as many people as possible can watch this film.
Yeah.
So when it comes to that, all of you who are supporting it, saying your kind things about it, talking about it, that every word counts. It is overwhelming because, like you mentioned, it is a film that's very personal to me. It's very dear to me. Outside of being a milestone in my career, I think I always had the sense that this is, in many ways, a role of a lifetime. And but I think what's making me the proudest is that we have a film in a time where I think the world is beginning to feel more and more divisive, more and more intolerant. We have a film that is talking about humanity, that is talking about compassion and empathy, and being able to have the social awareness and the openness of your mind to just listen to the other person and understand another point of view. And I think that is ultimately what cinema is to me. And the fact that this film does that in such a beautiful way It's undeniable in a sense. You know, I'm so proud of the fact that no matter where we have shown this film, whether it's Cannes Film Festival with, you know, film connoisseurs and critics, or at TIFF in Toronto in Canada, or at Melbourne or Zurich, now in the United States and in London, every single place, or whether it's here, you know, in the interiors, every time we've shown this film, people have come out with this immense sense of being aware of their own privilege. They're moved to tears, and a lot of gratitude for the life that we have, and also maybe a little more socially aware. And I'm really proud that that's been the unanimous reaction to this film, and just trying to do whatever we can to show it to as many people.
It is a profoundly beautiful film, and you and I have spoken a bit about this earlier, but for people who may not know, you in real life are also the child of an interfaith marriage. And the movie captures the deep friendship. I won't give away the story for anyone who hasn't seen it. Please see it. The movie captures the friendship between two people of different religions, Hindu and Muslim. And it looks at the fault lines of caste and faith, but in a hopeful way, in a way that relationships of love and affection and bonds transcend these divisions. For you personally, Ishaan, growing up, being of a mixed background in terms of faith, what did religion and culture come to mean to you? How did you understand the two different faiths that you'd been exposed to?
I'm going to try and tie up all my feelings. It's a big question.
Yeah. Sorry.
For me, no, not at all. Thank you. For me, that is my idea of India, actually.
I want to hear a louder clap on that. Yeah.
You know, when you're raised in a household that is, for the lack of, you know, another word, pluralistic or secular, or just open and liberal, you grow up like I did, going to mandirs and masjids and churches and all of them, and trying to imbibe the beauty of all of these religions and cultures and faiths. And for me, I think that is the strength of India. I think the fact that we are such a high functioning democracy in that sense, and the fact that when you go to a place like New York or London, you love it because it's a cultural hub, it's a melting pot, you have so many different cultures. I think that is probably the progressive way to be, and that allows for so much of growth in society. You know, just to have different perspectives, to be able to have different people bringing in different strengths, you know. I think that is something that is beautiful about our country. I think the fact that we have this within our grain naturally, and it's not something that has had to be enforced. I really hope we can hold on to that, you know, because I think that it's beautiful and symbolic the way that we have shown the friendship in the film. It's a quiet act of resistance just by itself. You know, connection is a form of resistance when systems try to push you out or into the margins. You know, it is not only a story of two people from different religions. It's a story of two marginalized boys who are able to empathize and understand each other on a level maybe, you know, other people wouldn't, who don't have the same obstacles in their life. So I'm glad that it is adding to a conversation, because I think that's the only way to move forward. What I'm very proud of about this film is that it doesn't feel like it's taking a political stand to make you feel smaller or to give you a lecture.
Yeah.
This film is not an argument, it's a conversation. And I think we can all use more conversation.
Absolutely. At a time when some days it feels like we've all forgotten how to talk, you know, with somebody who may even slightly disagree with us. But, you know, again, to talk about you, Ishaan, growing up here in Mumbai, partly Hindu, partly Muslim, embracing all of it.
Fully human, by the way.
Fully human.
That I can vouch for.
And that's what I said, embracing all of it. Life's embrace, which is the largest thing. Did it even matter? Like I remember growing up not even thinking about religious identity. So I'm just, yeah, and it is a privilege. And I always say, sometimes I say, I don't believe in caste. And it took a Dalit friend to say to me, you can say you don't believe in caste because you didn't face that prejudice. And so every time we say, oh, we didn't even think about this, we have to recognize that we come from a place of privilege. And that's what I'm wanting to acknowledge here. But today, if you were to talk about building those connections as a form of humanism, as a form of reconciliation, as a form of healing, as a form of love, how has that been? Where would we start? Where would we start? Friendship? Conversation?
I think this is where all of those things that you said, but I think this is where, and this is not to speak of myself, but this is where I feel artists are relevant in society. And this is why I feel that it is a profession of value. And because you're like a purveyor of, you can start a conversation, and I think it's much easier to bring people into a conversation by way of feeling rather than logic. Lecturing, So I think step one is to be able to acknowledge, actually, I would say step one is to educate. I think awareness and education is step one. If we don't know that there are problems in society, we cannot fix them, And all of us, of course, are living our own personal experiences. But I think if you are a member of society that benefits from society, I think you should all yearn to give back. And the least you can do is be aware so that you're not contributing to the ignorance that is creating problems. I think you mentioned the Dalit caste and your friend. My experience with Neeraj has been so enriching. There are so many people who say, this is you're being exploitative, etc. This, that, the other. He has to hear things like that every day. But just the fact that he is the first openly Dalit Hindi filmmaker in 100 years of cinema should tell you something. The fact that he is the first person to embrace his identity, and that is not all of his being. That is not who he is as a person, and especially not who he is as a filmmaker. But he has to find a way to say something about what he believes in. And this has been his life. And therefore, the film is so personal because it borrows from lived experiences and his own foremost. So I think the least we can do is try to understand.
I couldn't agree with you more. I want to ask you one more question about Homebound. I don't know how many people here know that when you were preparing for it, you actually traveled into the interiors of, I think it was Uttar Pradesh, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, we went to Barabanki.
You went to Barabanki,
yes.
Correct? You went to Barabanki. And it was a sort of learning for you, not just to do some sort of method acting, slipping into character, but also to understand a little more in a granular way. And what did you discover? Because, I think I shared this with you earlier, that every time I travel as a journalist, I'm just blown away by the warmth of strangers. I actually call it the intimacy of strangers. And sometimes it'll be somebody who has one roti on their plate and they will make sure you get the bada girai of, from that roti. So I just want you to talk a little bit about Ishaan, Khatter and the troops in Barabanki and what that was like.
The troops.
Yeah.
I'm first of all, I'm really grateful I got to be a part of a process like this because it's very rare to get an opportunity like that. I was hungry for something which just felt like an authentic, real experience, And the reason we did this, like you said, was not just kind of an actory thing where it's, we'll go and pick up a body language and kind of do this academically. It was to actually go beyond the academics. When we were preparing for this film, we were working on a dialect. We were working on finding the flavor of Avdhi. We did about 2 months of dialect work before which we had decided we'll get to do one thing. Either we do a workshop in India or we get to travel. And I was begging him that we get to travel, so that it stops being, words on paper for us. And what we discovered in these 7 days was we would go interact with people from these communities, talk to them about their just their daily lives, their triumphs, their struggles. The generosity we saw was unbelievable. I mean, they would let us into their house, they'll feed us. We would be allowed to sit there, read our script. And other than what it gave us, I think it just made us feel so small, you know. This film is so much bigger than us. We're talking about millions of Shoaibs and millions of Chandans. It's not just about these characters. And, you know, there was this one experience where we went to a village. It was our last day on this trip. And there was a family who took us in and fed us a meal. And the man of the house took Neeraj on the side and he said, "Ke, आदमी गरीब हूँ लेकिन खाना अच्छा खिलाऊंगा." And you know, it really got to Neeraj, because in that moment is when he felt, "Ke, what am I doing? You know, I'm making a film about something, but that effort is so small compared to the lived experiences, the daily lives of so many." And so we just tried to be true to that. And that was something that became an inherent responsibility without being a burden. We felt the plight. We felt, you know, the helplessness, you know, and just to give a voice is, I think, a step forward. It's so unfortunate that we live in a country where 80% of our stories are hinterland stories, but we don't get to see them on screen so often. So, yeah, it's a small step, but it came from the heart. And I'm glad that people are taking it like that.
And we're all rooting for Homebound and for you and Neeraj and the team. Now let's get to, how did this happen? Tell us, for somebody who doesn't know your life story, did you always know you were going to be in the movies? How old were you?
I did actually, you know, before I go to that, I just
Yeah.
want to say, now I just described this, you know, small, very intimate experience for you guys in a village somewhere, you know, nameless village somewhere in northern India. But the fact that this story is, we're sitting in rooms with some of the biggest dignitaries and Academy members in LA and New York and Mr. Martin Scorsese championing this. And this film is representing India on a global scale. You know, it just goes to show that the more specific, the more universal. You know, we hear these things, but it's so true. You know, we didn't do any work to pander to a Western gaze or a Western audience. We made a very deeply rooted Indian film. It's a testament to Neeraj's craft as a filmmaker that he can make it universal, but we need to just tell our stories. That's all we need to do.
Amazing. It is amazing because so many of these movies otherwise fall into that Orientalist trap. They look at India in a cliched way, and this film
In
absolutely
exoticized way.
does not do that. But yes, as I said,
Yes.
rooting for you. But now, tell us the story of Ishaan.
My story, I don't know where it begins. I think
Arey,
maybe it started in the womb or something, because like
everybody's story kind of starts.
I was like hopelessly, that's true also. Yeah. See, this
That's not unique to you.
The vein now, what to say now? My experience. No, but the truth is, I don't know when I fell in love with cinema. I think the first story my mom ever told me, and I've said this many times, so sorry to those of you who might have heard this before, but you know, they took me to a movie theater when I was under a year old. So, and usually बच्चों के साथ क्या होता है कि you will think if, you know, they'll get impatient or रोने लगेंगे, they'll throw a fit or something like that. But in my case, I got transfixed on the screen. The movie started and I went like
and then
and I just stayed like that for like an hour and a half or something. उनको लगा बच्चे को कुछ हो तो नहीं गया बेचारे को. And they took me out in the interval and I wanted to go back in. So maybe that's where the magic of movies kind of got me.
But that's your mom's conscious memory. What is yours?
Mine, I would do Ik Pal Ka Jeena, like so many people. Hrithik sir's Step for my family.
Can you kindly?
I mean, I would be.
Wait. Okay, wait. We need the track. We need the track.
No. We don't have the track. You're running out of time.
No, that's 21.
I'll do my own song.
Okay, fair. But then do the step again.
I'll do this on that.
ये वाला on that.
हाँ तो मैं कहानी सुनाऊँ कि ये बताऊँ? So yeah, I mean that's kind of where it began for me, and then as I grew into my teenage years, I became serious about it. That's the only difference. I always knew I was passionate about it.
Yeah.
And it was a day one thing. कि मुझे acting करनी है, मुझे dance करना है. Those were my passions. But when I grew up, I kind of started watching cinema beyond just entertainment. You know, it started interacting with me. I think maybe also because I don't want to trivialize this at all, but maybe I'm somewhere on the spectrum, I think, of ADHD. I've done an online test, but I think it just captures me in a way that, and one of the symptoms is hyperfocus. So I think it's what happens to all of us. You go to a dark room and a film begins and you forget your life for a while, when it's good.
But why did that make you feel you're on the spectrum?
That didn't. Many other things did. My attention span in the classroom made me feel that. But
did you do the test then?
I have.
And what did you discover?
I'm somewhere on the spectrum for sure. But again, I would not, recommend. I'm not trivializing it. I'm not saying, I'll go to a doctor and confirm it, but 100% I am. So, what it does for me is like it consumes me. I need to feel something to really enter it. At least that's my experience, and it feels extraordinary and it feels larger than life, but at the same time it's taught me so much about life. I think the films that I was able to watch in my teenage years, I would go to Mami Film Festival or IFFI or even Jagran Film Festival, watch films like Anand even on the big screen, and Pyasa and it and Guide and so many, and I think it just gave me a larger perspective on life than a teenage boy from Mumbai would have. And that's what really made me fall in love with it. And then after that, I kind of started taking it more seriously. When I finished my A-levels, I studied up to my 12th. I was seriously starting to now just hang by a thread when it came to formal education. And I told my mom, I want to educate myself in what I want to do in cinema. And so whatever was within my access and within my means, I tried to do. I did 1 year of a training course with Shamak as a dancer. It was a certification course. We did anatomy of dance, ballet, jazz, Shamak style, Indian folk, many things. Of course, I grew up with my mother, who's an exponent of Kathak, and she's Pandit Birju Maharaj's student. So I grew up with classical music and dance. And then I started assisting. I was an AD for about 2 years. I was on a film called Urta Punjab.
Of course.
And that was amazing film, amazing performances, and again, such a relevant film. We were shooting in Punjab in the midst of a real drug epidemic. While it was happening around us. I remember one day going to, as an intern assistant, you do like 8 or 9 jobs. You're as good as how productive you can be. If you're productive, then I see somebody nodding. Are you an ED? I see somebody, bahut kaam karwate hain yaar. So, if you're productive and you want to learn, every department will say, you give this boy to us, So one day I was doing photocopies of something that we call a storyboard. It's kind of like, for those of you who don't know, it's like a comic strip. You have short breakdowns in drawings. So I was doing this photocopy in Punjab, in Amritsar. And I heard the gentleman who was doing it talking about his son who was dealing with drug addiction to somebody else.
Yeah.
And they didn't know we were making a movie about that.
Yeah.
So I guess my journey has been kind of infused with these experiences that have been socially relevant, and when I started as an actor with Beyond the Clouds with Majid Majidi, he really gave me the push and the impetus to be the kind of actor I always wanted to be. I always wanted to really push for excellence. And but the first Guru Mantra he gave me, which I try to abide by every single day of my life, is, I know you want to be a great actor. And he said this in Farsi, in Persian. He had an interpreter because he's from Iran. And he said, I know you want to be a great actor, but focus on being a great human being. Everything you want will come from there. And that's what I try to do.
So what do you think, since you seem to be somebody with a high degree of self-awareness, what is something that you like about yourself that makes you think a fine human being? And what is something you'd like to do better at? Or be better at as a person? Since Majid Majidi said this to you, and we're all constantly thinking I wish I wasn't like this.
Apni tareef karna is so weird. I'll start with the second part.
I think
I'll start with the second part. I think what I'm proud of is also something that I'm working towards, to be honest. So I think just to be able to, and again, this sounds like, maybe it's the phase of my life, but I think it's just to be able to listen and understand and have compassion for experiences that are not the same as yours and people that have lived lives that are very different. And I think, especially when it comes to the conversation of gender roles in society, which I'll tie into today's theme as well. And we spoke about this the last time that we met. I think just being able to understand the perspective of, say, my mother, for example, and lend her.
And she raised you as a single mom.
Yes, she raised me as a single mom for the most part, and she, I think the one thing that did for me is it broke there's almost like a stigma, there's almost like this understanding, or maybe it's a line of respect, you could call it, but I think what it really is there's a lack of conversation in a household when you're growing up. We all live in a largely patriarchal society, and I think just to be able to talk to your mother like a person, as a woman and as a friend, opened that channel up for me at such an early age that I find it easy to understand women. I find it simpler, I find it easier. And I think that to me has probably been defining in a way that I'm now beginning to understand as a 30-year-old man. Now I'm beginning to understand what that did for me. And hopefully it allows me to be a better, a more tolerable, man to be around.
Let me pay you a compliment since you're being coy about praising yourself. I don't know too many 30-year-olds who'd be so reflective and so thoughtful. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Right? You may agree? I have time for a few questions. Oh my God, so many hands.
We actually have a request here.
1 minute. What? Oh, you have a
Someone
request?
is a huge fan and they really want to dance with Ishaan.
Oh.
This is a very imaginative request. ये तो आपने अलग खेल दी बॉल.
ये तो clever हो गया. Okay, what's your request? You want to come up here and make your request? This
Yes,
doesn't mean
please.
that the others won't get a chance at a question after this, but yes.
I would like to dance with him if that's possible.
What's your name?
Nandini.
Nandini, please come.
Okay. What are we dancing to? Okay. Do we have a track? Can I now play a track? Do I now
Sure,
have your
play
permission?
whatever.
Okay, let's hear it.
Parvana, somebody said. Do we have Parvana?
We have a track. Our producers are pulling it out. Let's see what they.
We have a track.
Yeah, we do.
अगर मेरा गाना नहीं हुआ,
नहीं आप ही का गाना.
मैं
By director.
मैं फिर भी नाचूंगा, लेकिन थोड़ा खराब नाचूंगा.
हुआ तो okay.
You join us? Who wants to see her join us?
No. This is something I don't know.
देखिए पाया पलट सकती है.
अच्छा चलिए अब शुरू करिए मैं.
इससे थोड़ा आगे ले लीजिए गाने को प्लीज.
आगे लीजिए भाई. Thank you.
Say. Thank you so much. I loved it. I'm a huge fan and thank you so much. I am like speechless right now. Thank you so much. Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. See, even I shook a leg of some kind there. Okay, there are more questions. We have time for a few more questions. Yes, here. Yeah. You. Stand up. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Barkha, for giving me this opportunity. Hi, Ishaan. Hi, the Oscar star. So I was waiting and I was saving questions just for Ishaan.
Okay, so let's hear them now.
Yeah. So Ishaan, my question for you is, I've been following you since your first film. And I think when I see you as a performer, as an actor, I see a very collected person, and as someone who's having a lot of self-awareness. I would like to ask you just one thing that I'm also learning through theater is that whenever you're giving a performance, how does it happen that you bring in the honesty in you? Is that the process? Or is it that it just comes naturally, or from where do you actually give in the moment? Because I've seen a lot of actors, I've seen a lot of films, but I just feel there's a lot of honesty that with, the way you perform. Yeah.
Thank you. What's your name?
Apurva.
Apurva.
I met you last year.
Good to see you again.
Yeah.
I mean, you have a real fan here, signed up fan. Right?
I am manifesting.
Of course I remember you. Of
You
course.
do.
Yeah, I do. कहने की चीज नहीं कहते ना अरे हाँ no, I do. So I think it's a good question. It's a lovely question, and it made me reflect. And I think that I do not think it's the process. I think the process can give you tools to shut everything out and be able to function from a place of honesty. But honesty is intention. I think if that is what you want to be as an artist, that is who you want to be as a person, then you function from a place of truth and honesty. I think it is that sincerity, it is that intention that carries you through. And sometimes it gets difficult to hold on to that. Sometimes you'll shortchange that for, other things. You'll compromise it for being easy to work with, or you'll compromise it for a big paycheck or something or the other of that nature. But I think if you really care about it enough, and I think that's what it comes down to. It boils down to, do you care or do you not care? If you care about it enough, you'll find a way to come back to that. And so tools and process and craft are all things you can learn, but who you are as a person will reflect in who you are as an actor. So never lose that.
All right. So that's what we see. That's the inner you, right?
Thank you.
Yeah. If you've seen me and loved me in my films, then that is who I am.
Okay. Thank you so much.
I have time for one more question there at the back. Yes.
That's
with
a
the
joke.
glasses. Yes. Let's get her a mic, please. Yes.
Hi, I'm Anshika and I'm 13 years old.
What?
13?
Yes, I'm 13.
You're 13, I'm 30. Just lose an end.
I'm a huge fan. I have been following you. And my question for you is that what pitch or what piece of advice would you like to give to the people from our generation who want to join the entertainment industry?
Do you want to join?
I am not really sure about it, but yeah, I know many people who want to join, but they are not too confident about it. And I want them to be true to themselves. So what piece of advice?
Why do you feel are they not confident about it? Are you not confident or are you?
I am confident, but I am not sure if I want to join the entertainment industry.
Okay.
I just want that whoever wants to should actually care about it and be happy with what they're willing to do.
There, you said it. You said it.
You're a
it's
wise
fine.
13-year-old.
She is, yeah.
Thank you so
Anshika,
much.
It's fine to not know what you want to do. Oh, she's your
She's
daughter?
your daughter.
Everyone.
Clap for the mom.
So, Anshika, to answer your question, I think it's totally fine to not know exactly what you want to do. You're 13 years old. Everybody blooms at their own time. So no pressure on that. But if you do like it, if you do have a fascination for it, I would go as far as to say you're in love with storytelling and with cinema, then educate yourself on it. Don't see it. You cannot see it merely as an audience, although you should always put the audience first. But you know what I did, at least when I didn't have any formal education, I didn't go to any big institutes or universities or do any Lee Strasberg courses, etc., etc. It was not within my access. But I found many things that gave me a lot of value that were within my access. And it's all about what you take from it, For example, I did a theatre course called Adi Shakti, which was very, very helpful for me. But their philosophy on acting was very different from mine. They come from a place of breadth and emotion, and it's all about reaching a state of emotion with your breath work and your physicality and not really feeling it, you know. At least that's how I took it. And I, even though I knew that was not who I wanted to be as an actor, I took so much from that workshop. It opened up my instrument. And as an actor, your body is your instrument, right? So educate yourself, whatever you can do. Go watch movies, go to film festivals, you know, get a group of friends. You can talk to them. Okay, what did you learn from this? What did you observe? What did I observe? You know, open up your perspective, your dimensions. And somewhere within that journey, you will end up getting the tools you need to be a successful actor.
Yeah, I totally agree with what you said. And like, I love to dance.
Yeah.
And once in my school, Kartik Aryan had come for Bhool Bhulaiya 2 promotion.
Yeah.
So I was there in the group that danced with him. So like,
You dance better.
no, I'm not saying that, but like, I am really into dance and dance is my passion. And when I was a bit younger, I wanted to become a dancer, but like, I don't have stage fright. But like, I wanted to ask that what made you really confident that yes, this is the field you really want to choose?
I mean, I always knew that I couldn't think about anything else. I was always in love with it. So I had no choice. मुझे कुएं में कूदना ही था. So, you know, for me, I had no choice. But like I said, it's totally fine to take your time and really be able to suss out whether this is something you can do seriously. And if you're doing it, I would say, don't give yourself an option B, you know.
Yes.
And one more thing I would say to the generation is don't be scared of failure. Failure is a stepping stone to success. If you don't fail, you will not learn how to be successful.
Thank you so much.
I would say get it done quickly, fail faster. Be quicker with it so that you can learn quicker.
So before,
Thank you so much.
Before we come to a close, what do you believe you failed at?
Nothing. No, of course we have.
अभी तो अपना lecture
We
दिया कि
have,
don't
you
be
know,
scared of failure.
I actually think I'm much more comfortable with who I am today. Although it's not an easy journey. It's not easy for anybody, you know, especially in my teenage years. I think I failed at being able to have my emotions in control, be able to understand my emotions. I'm still working on it. But, you know, I saw this video, very interesting video, which showed a profile of a face, almost like a skeleton, and the eyes go backwards and they start observing the brain. And you are your own observer. And when you learn to do that and you learn to observe your brain and you understand your emotions, I think you're able to function better and you're able to move ahead quicker because you're not overwhelmed, you're not reacting, you're responding. So I think that is something that.
Well, thank you for being so open, so reflective, so thoughtful, so sensitive, older than your 30 years, like she's older than her 13. Ishaan, I'm going to ask you to just step up here.
Sure.
Because what we're going to do is now recognize and honor Ishaan as one of the Changemakers of the year. This has been so much his year, homebound, of course, but in so many other ways, from Royals to homebound to, you know, your best years are ahead of you, your wonderful dancing. I want to welcome an amazing next speaker to do the honors for Ishaan, but also to then be in conversation with me. She is a woman of many parts. She is a business leader, the first woman in her family to actually join the board of her illustrious family business group, one of the leading, most respected names of India. She's also been a musician. She's been a mental health advocate. Please put your hands together for the amazing Ananya Birla. Let's show her some love. I saw. May I ask you to present Ishaan, please? Can we have a big round of applause for Ishaan? Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Such a darling. Thank you. Thank you.
Goodbye. Thank you so much for everything. And
Bye.
it was so
Thank
lovely
you.
talking to all of you. Bye. See you at the movies.
Bye, Ishaan. Thank you. Middle seat, please. Yes. Can we please have a big round of applause for Ananya Birla?
Thank you all so much. Thank you for having me again.
It is such a pleasure.
I am your biggest fan, so this is a huge moment for me. It always is every time we chat.
Thank you. That's so nice of you. Let's talk about you. There's so many different dimensions, so many different things to talk about. You know, when I first spoke to you on this forum, you and your mum were talking about how important it was to lift the veil of silence around mental health. And you spoke very movingly about your own experience. Since then, I know that you have committed time and energy and resources, as has Neerja, to this cause. But since then, there have been so many other things that have happened in your life. Music, business, so many new ventures from microfinance to cosmetics, you know, you're doing it all. And you've also made history as, you know, being the first woman in your family to actually join the Birla board. Can you tell us how that moment happened? Let's start there.
Absolutely. So first, I would just like to say that Papa has come here to see me speak today.
Can we ask Mr. Birla to just stand for a moment and just acknowledge him? We have one of India's most respected business leaders in the hall, and we really appreciate your presence here. Thank you.
And he refused. He told me I said, can we chat? He has refused because he thinks that he's not presentable enough. And I said that. So
can we change his mind, you think?
I think you can maybe.
I might call upon him to at least comment or ask a question, but let's start. Yeah.
So that it's today's extra special because you're here and he's here as well. So since we spoke, actually a lot has happened. I think the most important thing that has happened for me, regardless of everything professional, has been a lot of self-acceptance. And I think with self-acceptance comes a certain amount of confidence to take on personal and professional challenges. So I think I've been able to handle everything with my mental health much better. I'm in a really good place now, touch wood. It's been a long journey for me. I'm really grateful to be surrounded by great people, whether that's my dad, my mom, like you mentioned, my team, my best friends, super supportive mentors like yourself and friends as well. So I think it's all started with a lot of self-acceptance and just having a fierce mindset that this is what I want to do and I'm going to do it within my range of value systems, and I'm going to achieve what I set my mind to. So yes.
Was it tough to choose between, or did you really have to choose between music and business and, you know, your advocacy, or do you manage to find 24 hours in a day to do it all?
That's something I'm still learning how to do. So typical days, I'm working in the day, I'm at office doing my meetings, and then around after dinner, I go into studio. And till about 1 a.m., 2 a.m. So right now has been a little bit of an extra challenging time, like I was telling you.
Yeah.
Just because I'm doing both.
Yeah.
So a little lack of sleep, no real personal life beyond a point. But I'm obsessed with what I do. I love both sides. I really love both sides. And I just wouldn't have it any other way. If you love what you do, then I think that dedication to your business, to your skill, to your craft comes automatically. So I'm really grateful that I love what I do, and I'm really grateful that I can do both things and give time to both things.
Let's start with the business end of things. Whether it's a Swatantra, which is, a microfinance venture, or your cosmetics business, or Contraband, which is perfume. You've been shaking up things in the Birla empire, but you're also the first woman to actually be in this sort of leadership role that you're in. Obviously, things used to be different earlier when the lineage of business passed on only to the boys in families, not just, the Birlas,
everywhere.
All families.
Sure.
How did that moment happen? Was the family accepting? Was it only to be expected? Did you have to push back against a certain way of doing things? I know Dad is in the audience.
Papa's my best friend, and I'm super honest. And he's the one, actually, funnily, who tells me that please take this out of your mind. There is no difference in this family between being a boy or a girl.
Yeah, and that's amazing.
every time that thought even enters my mind, because of course we all have insecurities, and that is an insecurity of mine, and it's something I deal with. And the world can say whatever, but if you have your father, or for that matter, any figure, a man who you look up to, saying to you that it does not matter, your gender does not matter, it's your capabilities, and I believe in you, I don't think I can ask for anything more.
Yeah.
So again, I'm very grateful, and I don't know, maybe Papa can expand on that.
Mr. Billa, you can't be now very shy. We rarely have the pleasure of your company, so
I'll just give this mic to him. You can ask him.
This is an amazing moment. Can I call you up? Why don't you just join us on
Okay.
stage? That'll be lovely. And there's another mic for him there.
He's going to be very upset with me after this.
He can be upset with me. You can blame it all on me. Let's have a big round of applause for Mr. Kumaramangalam Birla. Amazing to see you here. Thank you. Thank you for doing this. Don't scold her for this. I called you up. Aajao.
By the way, I'm also someone who has the greatest admiration for you. So
thank you.
That makes two of us on this bench.
Thank you so much. Sir, have a seat, please. Come, Ananya, please.
I wasn't expecting this. I just tagged along. I'm not dressed for the occasion, but anyway, here we are.
You look splendid. Tell us a little bit about, your daughter. I mean, I know her, but not everybody here knows her as a person. And she's such a warm, wonderful person who's completely consumed by everything she does, and she wants to do a lot of things. So let's start with the fact that she's the first woman in your family to actually be part of the board of occupy a leadership position. And she says, you made it possible. You said, in this family, we don't discriminate between boys and girls. But, typically Indian families have the lineage, the heritage is all man to man. Did you consciously decide to change that?
I think it's changing everywhere now, Barkha. It's very different from our generation where it was only the boys. And, these things happen, things evolve with times, mindsets evolve, philosophies evolve. And I think this is a generation which sees no difference between a daughter and a son. You'll have a lot more families where the same thing has happened. Ananya, by the way, even by way of merit, I remember very clearly, I think she was 4 or 5, and Nija and I was sitting in the stands watching her play a football match in school. And suddenly we saw this little thing kicking the ball hard and harder and, kind of cutting across all the other kids and going and scoring a goal. And I kept craning my neck. We were at a distance. Turned out it was Ananya. And that was the first time I sort of said, wow, I mean, she seems to have leadership qualities. She's obviously a great leader. You know that. She's a multifaceted person. She gives a 400%, like she said, to whatever she does. All of those personal qualities, of course, kind of, add to the merit part of it. But yes, I think to your question, I don't think there is a difference between the daughters and the sons today at all.
Yeah, that's amazing. Let's have a big round of applause. I think more of our business families need to think like this. How has it been for you? Do you guys disagree? Do you agree? Do you have the same approach to business? And this is not to do with gender. You can now be honest.
Guys, I think we're going to, in a couple of years, this show will have We the Men.
Equality is what we want. So we the men and women.
That's right.
We the women and men.
That's right.
Do we disagree on all? I feel like I'm a version of like Papa and I are very, very similar as people. Do you want to take that question?
I think we're basically cast in the same mold, but Ananya, I think, is a much stronger personality. She's very unafraid to express her views and does that very vociferously.
Do you also
I think
sing?
I come from a
Do you
generation.
sing like her?
Sorry.
Do you also sing like her?
Sing?
He's he's so if you think I can sing, you need to hear him sing.
I need to hear both of you sing.
But he's got the most beautiful texture when he's like he's not a trained singer, so I can't imagine what would happen if he trains himself. His texture of his voice naturally, it's like probably one of the most beautiful voices I have heard.
Are we going to? Can I push this further and make you both sing?
I'm completely out of
practice.
Practice just now, but
Yeah.
yeah. So I think that I'm part of a generation where, especially in business families, I mean, you didn't sort of express your opinions so strongly in a sort of public way. I've always had strong opinions, so maybe she gets that from me, but that's been within the four corners of the house. But I think that she's much braver. She has a lot more courage to stand up to her convictions and to speak her mind. And I think that's what makes Ananya Ananya.
I think he's being very kind, honestly. I think he's an incredible father, and obviously his work speaks for himself. I would not be here today if it wasn't for him. So I think that says it all, right?
It's a lovely father-daughter moment. But if I can ask you, I have spoken to Ananya in her more vulnerable moments when she and her mum, Nirja Birla, came on this very forum. I think it was about 4 or 5 years ago. And they both spoke about this, how for her mom being a caregiver on mental health, and Ananya was very, very open and honest about her anxieties, her mental health challenges. As a dad, how has it been for you? Fathers tend to get very protective about their daughters, and then they feel helpless sometimes because they don't know how to make it better. And I'm just wondering how it's been for you.
It's like diabetes, right, Barkha? I mean, you could have diabetes, you could have...
Absolutely,
you
absolutely.
could be a little depressive. I think it's to be taken like that now. I mean, that's
totally.
What,
but I'm just wondering how you dealt with it.
No, I think there were times when I'd be, as a father, I think I'm less strong. I think fathers are generally less strong than mothers when it comes to their children. So there would be times when I'd be worried. But as you understand more about it, I think it's something that is as common as, like I said, diabetes. So you've got to take it in that perspective.
Yeah.
I think a lot of
understand. Once you understand it, you realize that there are so many people with these sorts of issues. It's like obesity, for example. Anyone could have obesity. Not a cause to really worry about beyond the point. You wouldn't worry about it more than you would about diabetes, for example. It requires something to be done about it, but that's about it.
It's all about destigmatization, which is why it's so important that people who are well known, who are in the public eye, actually speak about it. So kudos to you and your family, Ananya, for being such a pillar of support. I want to ask you, what is your dream? When you think of Birlas, you think of this classic, well-respected, Indian family that has done its bit for India's independence, the freedom movement. You think of Gandhiji, you think of all of that, right? But for you as a young business leader today, what is your dream? What do you want the Birla name to stand for in the next 50 years?
I just hope I can do justice to everything that my dad has done, really, and follow in his footsteps, and add a little bit of my own charm to that, a little bit of who I am, because I have to obviously remain authentic to who I am, just the way he was, who he is authentic to who he is after Dadaji. And it's not an easy task. It's a huge responsibility. And I think my siblings and I, we're trying to fathom the weight that comes with it, the responsibility of it. And it's a learning curve, and I hope I can do justice.
But what is your personal dream? Is there's one thing, do you ever, with classics, and that's what the Birlas are, your classics. You want to keep the tradition, and then you want to reimagine it. So for example, this morning, we opened this festival with the Maharashtrian dhols, except that this time it wasn't just the men, the women were also playing it. And that's a change. So I was just saying that's tradition, and then there's change, and both can coexist. So I think that's what I'm interested in.
I think I would like to achieve that and then talk about it. I know exactly what I want to achieve. I don't know when or how exactly. I have an idea, but I would not like to talk about that right now on a public platform. I think that's something I would have to discuss with you. I know exactly what I want to achieve, and that may change, but I want to get there or get closer to that position and then talk about it.
So we have time for a couple of questions. And as you're preparing your questions, yes, I'm seeing hands go up. Yes, on the left side. Please stand up, and can we get her a mic? In the meantime, tell us something about Ananya that you think the world doesn't know. Ananya has...
Sorry,
tell us something about Ananya that you think the world, the media doesn't know.
Papa.
She's such an honest person.
Yeah.
I think sometimes she's more honest than she needs to be. And I tell her that. So I don't think there is anything that the world doesn't know about her. She's
Because
very
what you
candid.
see is what you get.
She is what she is. It's up on social media. It's
Yeah.
up on Instagram. It used to really take me aback, but I know it's a bit of a generation thing, but it's
Yeah.
also about who she
Personality.
herself is.
Yeah.
So not much more light than that I can throw on that.
But
really.
that's a big compliment because there's such few people who would like just wear their heart on their sleeves, who are, whatever they are for anybody to see. And it takes vulnerability and strength, Ananya. So more power to you. I think that young lady had a question. Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead. Stand up so we can get the mic to you. Yeah. Can we get the mic to her, please? Here, you can take my mic. No, could you? I don't see anybody moving to her with the mic.
You can take mine.
No, it's all right. Yeah, there's the mic. Yeah. Can't hear you.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello, myself Deepika. I'm a mental health professional too. So, Hananya, I heard you that when people like you speak about our mental health, right, on a public platform, it becomes easy for the other public to speak and destigmatize that it's okay to speak about, and like physical pain, mental health is also a part of us. So,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Deepika, for your question, and thank you for all that you do in the mental health space. I think that now I can say it. I think it's my superpower.
Yeah,
I think it's made me see things in a very different way. It's made me work on myself the way that I don't think I ever would have. And I think so-called perceived weaknesses that we may ourselves, because of conditioning of society, etc., may think it's a weakness. Those are actually our superpowers. It's just about refining them and finding a balance. But of course, I think the most important thing, and why I talk about it, is I feel very lucky to be in a position where I have the support, right? And but many people may not, and the stigma is still very much present, even though I think it's gone down a lot after COVID, because many people experienced it. It's something you don't see, so I don't blame others for not understanding it. Like my dad said, I think it's a matter of understanding it. So I speak about it because I think that even if one person out there feels less alone, or feels like it doesn't make them any less capable, in fact, it can become their superpower if they know how to harness it correctly. That's the goal of. Otherwise, I don't see why I would be talking about it in the public forum.
Can I just ask you in the end? When we introduced you into the program, we called you the daring disruptor, because I actually see you as a disruptor, right? Because as your dad said, you're not afraid to experiment. You're not afraid to express your opinion. If there is one, I know there are things about the business you can't share on a public forum, but if there's one unfinished dream for you personally, what would that be?
I think music is a very, very integral part of who I am. And I think that it is, deep down, I know that it is very possible if you work hard with good intentions, with the right values, and surround yourself with the right people who can give you perspective when you don't have it. I think it's very possible to be very successful in the business space and also in the arts.
Yeah.
Papa says that business is the most creative thing one can do. Business is the most creative thing one can do. And I agree with him to a large extent, but I think for me, that's music as well. And if I can reach a space where I can balance both of those, I think that would be the dream. And slowly and steadily, I think I'm doing a lot of behind the scenes work to get there. And at the end of the day, I think work speaks for itself.
Well, we only wish you more than the very best. And Ananya, I want to say I admire you so much for speaking about so many things so openly, even if your father worries a little bit about that trait. I'd just like you to come step up, and Mr. Birla, if you may as well, because we want to honor Ananya with our Changemaker Award for shifting the conversation around so many things, women in business leadership, mental health. And to do the honors, I want to introduce somebody who has the most never say die spirit of anybody I know. Any guesses? Please put your hands together to welcome the inimitable Shobhaa Day on stage. Let's show her some love. And there she is. Hello. We have a surprise for you. A surprise for you. A surprise for you. We had asked you to send this to Ananya. Thank you so much. And say something also. We got.
I think we need 2 awards. What about for him? What about for?
I didn't know he was coming. You'll have to share this.
You'll have to share the award.
They are two of my most favorite people in Bombay. And like Ananya, of course, a much more senior version. Shobhaa is someone who's never held back from speaking her mind, which is what makes her Shobhaa Day.
Thank you. To me, it's like seeing my own child standing on the stage. No, maybe my grandchild standing on stage, because I'm your grandmother's age. So it makes that all the more special, because I've seen you since you were born. I've known your parents since they were married. And to be here with both of you, your father and yourself, acknowledging all that you've done. I heard you speak from backstage. It's been a remarkable, remarkable journey. And what you said for the young women, that if you just have the courage and the determination, you work hard. And I loved your line that business is creativity, because it indeed is. People miss the point. You can't be successful no matter what, whether it's business or the arts, without creativity. So thank you for saying that. And I'm really so happy to give this award to you.
Let's have a big round of applause. Thank you. And before...
You made my Sunday hangout with my dad really fun. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, are we ready for... No, Shobhaa, don't leave. We need you. Are we ready for the gorgeous, inimitable, irreverent, irrepressible Shobhaa Day? I'm not hearing the applause loud enough. I really need more. I need more. More. Okay. Before we introduce a very, very special guest who's going to be in conversation with Shobhaa, I can't resist asking a couple of questions. Shobhaa Day just has a new book out. She is a brilliant, prolific writer, irrepressible, as I said. It's called The Sensual Self. And I want you to tell us, this book is about, in a way, the gap between men and women when it comes to the senses, sensual pleasure, and the fact that nobody even has these conversations. What made you write this book?
Exactly what you just said. No one is having these conversations. And it's actually a very deep subject. It's a philosophical subject. It's not a halka-fulka book about how to make love. Though that too. Yeah. But we tend to underestimate even that in relationships. Because I think the most important relationship anyone under 30 is having is with their telephone, with their phones, cell phones. And I see young couples in restaurants, they're on a date. Yeah. The date is an individual date, respectively, that they're having with whatever they're scrolling.
Yeah.
And I feel they're losing out on so much. So when I wrote the book, it was out of a sense of, in a bit of a panic. And
why panic?
Panic because I felt I can see my children growing up somewhat with the same kind of, not making enough time for one another. I have 6 married children.
Wow.
No, 5 of them are married. One is, I hope she'll get married when she decides to get married. But they have great marriages. But the intimacy, that intimacy, that maybe someone at my age feels nostalgic about, which is to do with really emotions, love, tenderness, showing each other that you mean something to one another, tune into each other. It doesn't only have to be what happens in your boudoir, in your bedroom.
Yeah.
And I think there's a generation there for whom perhaps spreadsheets matter more than bed sheets. To put it bluntly.
That's Shobhaa for you. This is going to be a great conversation. I want to now welcome someone lovely on stage. He could have had a career in business, but he chose to leave it all for his first love, which is storytelling. He has been a movie maker, a writer, a documentary maker, and a relentless champion of human rights, of civil rights, of equality, of pride. I want you to put your hands together to please welcome the amazing Moses Singh on stage. Let's show him some love, guys. And there you are. Thank you. And this is going to be one hell of a conversation, Moses. So I'm going to leave you to it in the moderator's chair. And I will be back shortly, but you guys are going to love this. These two, we call them the storytellers on fire. And that's actually what they are. Shobhaa, please.
Thank you, Barkha.
Thank
you so much.
Moses.
How are you?
I'm good. And
I've known her since I was 13 years old. So we go back many, many, many decades. I have to tell everyone this little backstory, this little history. I was in a boarding school. I was in the Doon School. And me and my best friend, Hanuj Singh, who's an incredible jeweler, we were obsessed with Stardust. And we couldn't stop reading it month after month. And it was literally like our monthly entertainment, which we used to wait for. And then we knew that the editor of Stardust was this lady called Shobhaa Day. And we were completely enamored by the way she wrote, by the way she ran the magazine, and especially by the way she wrote the Nita's Natter section, which was just, we loved it. It was so full of every kind of news. And then she went ahead and wrote this incredible debut novel called Socialite Evenings, the first of her 23rd, right?
The first of 28.
28, oh my God, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
And
I've lost count myself, honestly.
I'm sure you have. It's been 5
just
decades,
keep coming,
right?
but it's wonderful. It's been 53 years of writing.
53 years of writing, and she writes every week, and she writes a few things every week. And she has never missed a deadline. Why don't you tell us all about your discipline? I mean, how have you managed that?
Well, I write every single day, as a matter of fact, because to call yourself a writer, you have to write every single day. Like you call yourself a singer, you have to do your riyaz every single day. You can't say, I'm going to start doing it 3 days before a concert.
Right.
Similarly, like a singer, the more riyaz a singer does, or a classical dancer, there is muscle memory.
Right.
So for a writer, the discipline does not change that much. The more you write, the more sure you are of what you want to say. And I have been journaling since the age of 14. So daily writing, a routine, and cursive writing, which the younger generation, my grandchildren barely know what cursive writing is. They either write in all capitals, or they use 2 thumbs to write on phones.
Right.
And across the world, it is a crisis. So I would urge anyone here who is an aspiring writer or just likes writing for themselves, stick to writing at least a page or 2 every day of your life, physically writing a page or 2. Because that keeps even your mind and your hand and the coordination that is needed to complete a thought on paper or on a laptop going. So that discipline does not vary. I write 4 hours a day, no matter what.
Do you have fixed hours every day, or does it keep fluctuating depending on your schedule?
No, it pretty much sticks to a schedule. I start writing around 10:30 in the morning. And sometimes I keep going till 4:30, sometimes 5:30, sometimes 6:30, it depends. But I never shortchange myself of those hours of writing intensely and with all of my being, because there's really no other way to do it. There are no shortcuts. And therefore, when writers talk about a writer's block, I just say, get on with it. Put your nose down and write. What block are you talking about? I mean, to me, I'm sorry if there may be many in the audience who've experienced it, but I see it as something like being too self-indulgent. It's like writing is my vocation. Just as a lawyer has a vocation, a lawyer does not go to court and say, I'm having a lawyer's block. You have to represent your client. A surgeon doesn't walk into surgery saying, I'm having a bad hair day and there's no inspiration happening, so let's reschedule the surgery. Why should writers have a different set of rules for themselves? They are doing a job like everybody else. There's an over-romanticized approach to writing and creativity. And a lot of writers suffer from that that syndrome, like they're about to, change the world with the next sentence that they write. And I keep saying, you have not exactly invented penicillin.
Right.
You're writing. You haven't saved lives or stopped. Well, wars can be stopped, but not one writer doing it. It has to be a kind of movement that is often triggered by what a poet or a writer or an artist or a filmmaker says very powerfully. I'm not undermining any of that. But 20-year-olds, 25-year-olds, I just launched 5 young, extremely talented debut novelists, all of them women. And I'm very proud of women's voices being heard strongly and emphatically across the world. At a time when I wrote my first book, I was told categorically by my publisher, mind you, that there is no market for women's writing. No one is interested in what women want to say. And for me, that was something that was so deeply offensive. But I took it as a challenge. I could have been negative about it, but nothing in life is worth negativity. Someone throws a challenge at you, pick it up and run with it and show yourself more than the world what you can do with it. So that has always been a kind of guiding principle for me.
But do you ever feel, because I mean, I script write, right? And that's the only time I write. And when I'm writing a script, I'm very disciplined about my writing process. But when I'm not script writing, I don't write. So do you write on a days when you don't have an assignment, when you don't have a deadline? Do you just write for your own self, or is it always for someone or a purpose or something that you have to hand in? Do you just write?
Moses, I write even in my sleep. I'm writing even as we are talking. I can never say I switch off, which can be, it can be a huge pressure for maybe someone else.
Right.
It's not that I'm inattentive to the person I'm with. I'm 110% listening to what you're asking me. I'm 110% aware of the audience and Barkha and Ananya and Kumar. All of it is registered, but that's also part of the writing process. Everything registers.
Right.
Everything registers.
So the writing almost happens a lot in your brain, like you're thinking and you're writing.
It's simultaneous. It's a process that never stops. A writer never sleeps, basically, I think.
So do you ever, well, not writer's block, because you say that you always pass that, but when you're writing something, sometimes you're in a dilemma about which way you yourself want to go with this. So when you reach a situation like that in, say, your 3 hours or 4 hours of writing every day, and you hit like a wall and you don't know which way to go, what happens to you in moments like that? Do you get up and leave, or do you sit there and let that dilemma pass you by till you reach the solution that you want to reach?
One of the most intense and interesting questions I've ever been asked, Moses. So thank you for asking that.
Wow.
It is. When only another writer could possibly ask it, because I'm sure you've been at that.
Yeah, because it
crossroad
drives me
yourself.
crazy.
It drives you nuts. I listen to my intuition. I always have, and my gut feel. And I tell myself that even if it's not the absolutely right decision, this is what my instinct is telling me right now. Just go ahead and write it.
Okay.
Not in an irresponsible way.
Right.
But with mindfulness. You're aware of what you're writing.
Right.
You're aware that it could be politically incorrect, but that's the whole point of writing.
Right.
I'm not there to run a PR agency for anyone, and I'm not there to win, a popular award or a popularity contest. I'm there to share my truths such as they are, acceptable to some, not so acceptable to others, unpalatable maybe to many. But this is who I am. This is how I write. This is what I do. And you're free to reject every word of what I've ever written. And I'm free to continue to keep saying what I believe in. And I think that's the whole point.
Well, one thing is for sure, that in your entire career, and because I know we have dear friends, but I'm your fan before anything else. And I've been following your career since the age of 13. You have never bent. You have always had spine, and you've always stuck by whatever you have written, and you have never gone back on it, which I think is really very, I mean, commendable, yes, but it's also extremely rare, right? That you have such a long body of work, you have such a long career, and do you never get scared? Ever? You're like, oh my God, I know I'm saying this. I know this is going to trigger. I know, because I know how intuitive and perceptive you are as a person. And I know that you're going to trigger something. Do you never get scared because you know that you have to write that, and that is the truth of what you're feeling? Do you never get scared?
The only thing that scares me is cockroaches. No political neta, no political party, no super celebrity, no one. They're human beings like you and me. And just like I have my failings, and there are enough people out there to point those out, troll me, etc. That's part of the game. No person can intimidate me if I know what I'm saying. I can defend, and it's something that is coming from a place where maybe I'm giving a voice to millions out there who don't have a platform. I'm speaking on behalf of citizens. I'm speaking on behalf of women. I'm speaking on behalf of many people who may echo my feelings, but don't have the means to put those opinions out there. What comes with the opinions has often been not so very pleasant.
It's
but
death threats and security personnel and sometimes bodyguards.
Yes.
You've had to go through that whole thing.
Yes. But I've done so knowing that that is the risk.
Right.
And it's worth taking. Or I should be doing something completely different. Like I could become a chartered accountant, which I don't have a head for numbers. So even that is out of the question. But something safer than being out there expressing an opinion. But the wonderful thing, Moses, in today's times is that every single person in the room is equally empowered.
Right.
You don't need a newspaper, or you don't need Barkha to call you on a show, though that all helps. You can express an opinion on any platform of your choice. And that's very democratic. And it's a level playing field for every single person. Why more people don't do it is something that often I wonder about, because they're free to. And what actually bugs me quite often is that people who, even my co-professionals, my colleagues, junior colleagues, they come up to me and say, oh, I think you should be writing a column about X, Y, and Z, whatever it is that they don't want to write about. And I feel that's such a cop-out. That's so cowardly. If you feel so strongly about it, what's stopping you from writing about it? Yes, so having done that, having stuck my neck out more than, I don't know,
a billion times.
Countless number of times, having faced riots at my door, having faced political parties coming to public occasions where I'm there to launch a book, to blacken my face, invite the media to watch, as they say, Ami Shobhala kasa and kai kartoy, something or the other they want to do. Humiliate kasa karna raha, tumi yon baga. I mean, tone. They've even they've often invited the press to watch them gag me with a vada pav, for example. Gag. So they've come with tokeris full of vada pav because they found it somehow insulting that I should make a reference to it. Though I'm Maharashtrian, proud of it, often say it over and over again. I don't know what I need to, I can say alert, sir, no, to prove my credentials as a Maharashtrian. But a comment against vada pav, and God, I had political parties threatening to,
But tell me something, do you feel comfortable, be safer writing fiction over non-fiction? Because fiction is your imagination running wild and you can do whatever you want, and non-fiction is more kind of in real, truthful things. So do you feel a difference as a writer in your own heart when you're writing either?
Yes, I mean, the personality definitely splits. Non-fiction, like you said, the only limits you place on yourself as a writer is what you impose.
Right.
You are free to express yourself. And if there is anything that is that inflammatory, it's for your editors to tell you or your publishers to say, I'm sorry, but this is kind of...
Have you
need to
ever
tone
had
it down."
stuff like that where your editor or your publisher is like, Shobhaa, no way are we ever printing this? Have you ever had a moment like that?
No, I think I'm pretty good at convincing editors that they are being cowardly, not me. So yeah, I've taken that risk too. But and that's part of the fun. That's part how much can you push the boundaries.
Right.
It's
right.
part of a writer's job. You're not there to play safe.
Yeah.
If you're playing safe, I've been bored a long time ago because safe is not sexy.
Yeah.
So I
Absolutely.
like what I do, and I like the way I do it.
Absolutely. So I want to, since we're talking about sexy, I wanted to talk to you about your latest book, right? The Sensual Self, which is your 28th book. When I read the book, I know the book on its immediate level is about sensuality, right? Which is, and all aspects of it. But I also found the book incredibly spiritual because whenever you read anything that is a spiritual text or you read any kind of book on spirituality or whatever it is, what you're really tapping into is layers of yourself, right? I found a huge similarity between that and what you were talking about. Obviously, you were writing about it in a different way, but I think where you were going with it is the same place. Did you ever feel that The Sensual Self is your most maybe spiritual book to date without it being obviously spiritual?
Well, it's certainly the most difficult book I've written so far. And that's something my husband also wondered. He said, my God, and so have a lot of my friends, like people like yourself who read it, who've seen a much deeper layer to it. And that's inevitable because when you're talking sensuality, I mean, I've quoted from Kalidasa to Rumi to Japanese haikus and various great philosophers and poets from the past, images from the past, cities that are inspiring, sculptures that are inspiring. All of it is part of my own search. Any search that is deep has got to have a spiritual push behind it. Because you're looking within for something that maybe I would do it through words, maybe you do it differently through cinema, and different creative people use their platforms, and eventually the search is the same. It's for the sensual self could as easily be the spiritual self.
Right.
Because it involves all the five senses.
Right.
And you cannot see sensuality in isolation.
Right.
At all. It involves every aspect of our lives, which is why it was written also to remind the young, the very young, that there is a very rich inner life that maybe they're missing out on because they're so focused and determined to achieve targets and goals which may not have the same enriching quality. Maybe their search is completely different. I get that too, because the challenges that the 20-year-olds face today are qualitatively different from anything that I faced, but every generation has their challenge.
Right.
The one big differential is social media, which has revolutionized the way we look, think, talk, eat, consume. So the book was also a reminder to myself about my much younger self and what I enjoyed then. And have I lost touch with that? And if so, isn't it time for me to go back to loving it all over again?
Wow. So do you think when readers read your book, the sensuality in your book, the way
difficult but terrific question, because the responses that I've had from men who, of course, it's always directed through someone else, because 90% of the men I meet are so intimidated, and sometimes I feel,
they're intimidated by you?
They don't ever come and talk to me. They stay miles away and they nudge their wives or girlfriends or someone else who maybe is bolder to come up and speak to me. So I'm used to that, and it's not that I don't understand it. I get it. Their response, again, conveyed through friends, is on a very physical plane. They are focusing on the book. There are many very explicit chapters in the book which talk about our bodies and about our intimate relationships, minus filters, seen from a point of view of a woman, because that's the best perspective I have. For example, for centuries, how we look at ourselves, how we look at lovemaking has been told to us by extremely gifted writers, extremely gifted philosophers. Even the Kama Sutra is written by a man, primarily for other men.
Right.
And I also understand that, because how would a man ever know what a woman expects, wants, feels? It's not possible. They can only guess. And unfortunately, in most societies, women are too embarrassed to even voice desire, even talk about it.
Yeah.
And in 2025, isn't it time those barriers broke down so that intimacy itself can be celebrated in a more meaningful way by both the people involved, by just tuning in and talking about what makes them feel good with each other without having to feel self-conscious about it.
Right.
So those parts of the book are the ones that men are relating to.
Right.
The softer aspects, the emotional aspects, where I've talked about whether it's the seasons of love, about growing that much older and still feeling the same sense of passion and compassion towards your partner. All of that, I think, has women responding to it. But I also feel strongly that in a country like India, which is sensual in every conceivable way, our climate, our clothes, our colors, our music, our dance, our poetry, our spices, we are not bland like the British.
Right.
So it was only when the British came to India with their bland cuisine and their blandness towards life and towards relationships, I'm sorry, I'm generalizing, that completely killed our own sensual past, our own sensual history, made us all so self-conscious. Till then, we had the Mughals with their poetry, their fountains, their ittars, their fantastic food, their love of miniatures, their art, all of it celebrating every aspect of life.
Right. Right.
And then suddenly, what happened? Boom! It was all wiped off.
So do you think that you, well, what are you writing next? Let me ask you that first. Are you writing fiction, non-fiction? Because I know you're constantly writing something or the other. So what are you writing next?
I have a 3-book offer, but I'm not jumping.
And it's fiction or non-fiction?
They leave it to me, most editors. They let me decide my own subjects, which is, I feel I'm very lucky and very privileged to be in a position where I can say, yes, this is what I want to write. And most of the time, they're happy to go with what I'm saying because I write very organically. So I can't write to an editorial decision. I'm not a writer who, a lot of my contemporaries, no, much younger writers who may be 100 times more successful than I am, their method, their approach to writing is very different. For them, writing is a business model. They start with the business model first and the book comes next. For me, that's the last thing on my mind. I want to write what I enjoy writing, and I hope and pray that the readers will enjoy it too. So yesterday, Moses, I have to share this because I'm still I'm so deeply moved by it, that a lady in Marathwada has spent the last, and as you know, it's a drought-prone district in Maharashtra, underprivileged, tough, hardly what you'd expect a city audience to even know what life in Marathwada can be. But it's next door to us, but we don't know. We don't need to know.
Yeah.
So she has just done her PhD on my work, the relationship of men and women in my fiction. Now, I don't know, this lady what makes her remarkable is where she comes from. So it's not an urban elite phenomenon. It's not urban elite people who are responding to the books, not because I write the most wonderful books, but because what women are saying is penetrating all the way down. It's not just about all of us in this room. And there are over maybe 250 published dissertations and PhDs on my work across the world.
Wow.
So often they send those to me just to let me know what's going on, and I can, of course, access them in universities across the world. But this woman dedicating so many years of her life to studying my work, that has touched me. And that is my reward as a writer.
That's really amazing. And is it your entire body of work or a few specific books?
The fiction, the relationships between men and women through my fiction, not my non-fiction work. But I know how tough it is for women to carve out that kind of time in our cities, and more so in the smaller cities. They have to do it almost surreptitiously. But I also know how progressive some of the men in the lives of the women who have taken 10 years off to study my books and present their papers and finally get a PhD awarded to them. I have had them come to my home with their husbands who have said, I lost my wife to you and your books for 10 years, but I don't mind at all because I'm so proud that she got her doctorate.
Wow.
The men have supported them, and that's how the women could do it. So we can't keep talking about men and women in confrontational ways. It's just fabulous what we can do together. And
Wow,
that is the
that's
most
amazing.
important. For me, that was the biggest learning.
Okay, I have a fun question before you ask your next question.
Okay.
I just have one fun question. So when you edited Stardust, you invented all these amazing monikers, right? For all our incredible film stars, like for the late and great Dharmender, it was Garam Dharam. For Jitendra, it was Jumping Jack. For Rajesh
This was
Khanna,
all Shobhaa.
it was all her. And it
Wow.
was for Rajesh Khanna, it was The Phenomenon.
Shotgun Sinha.
For Shatrughan Sinha, it was Shotgun Sinha. For Zinat Aman, Zini Baby.
La Tagore for sure.
La Tagore for sure. Mila Tagore. All these monikers have stood the test of time. And literally these amazing film stars that we are literally known by these monikers now globally, universally, everywhere. Do they ever come and thank you? Like, thank you for creating these amazing names for us that have literally are going to be eternal.
As a matter of fact, yes, which always surprises me. We are at Litfest frequently, like when Shatrughan had published his book, or when Sharmila is at a Litfest, and if they spot me in the audience, they always turn around and say, almost like, I don't know whether I have to feel like a culprit at that point, or someone who's, well, obviously they love those names, or they wouldn't be making a special reference to them. But at the time when I was coining them, I was doing it with a sense of mischief,
You never thought that they stand the test of time, the way that they have.
I don't think of it. I don't think of legacy, Moses. I'm not preoccupied with the thought of, are my books going to outlive me? I've written them. I've enjoyed writing them. Readers have enjoyed reading them. For me, it begins and ends with that.
I just, come on, show them some love. I'm coming in only to ask Shobhaa. You know, we were having this conversation earlier in a completely different context about women being boxed in by age. Not that we feel it, but that society does that to us. And I have a very special woman who's going to come out and award both of you and perform for us. But what is age to you?
Age is the age I'm born with and will die at. That's about it. It's a fact of life. I have never challenged it, or it has never made me feel insecure. In about 2 months' time, I'll be turning 78.
Wow!
And sometimes it's not, I don't think of it as an achievement. I've lived my life, and I've loved my life the way I've lived it, with all its fault lines. But age has not preoccupied me. Let's put it that way. But yes, society is ageist. Society is cruel. They put women into the cage of age much more than they do men. Men become distinguished with age.
Yes.
Women become buddhis. And women at 30 are now called auntie-chees.
Yes.
So we have to really ignore the people out there who are so foolish in creating these kind of categories. because each decade comes with its own enriching platforms and its own learnings.
Absolutely.
And you to love it and feel it and be it and let the world know that you're proud of it, and never ever shrink away from it and feel in any way apologetic for being who you are and at whatever age you are at.
I couldn't agree more. But on that note, I want to introduce a very wonderful person who's come all the way from Pune. She's called the Warrior Ajji. And I don't know how many of you recently saw, she was performing in Gujarat, and, you know, Akshay Kumar was in the audience and Dimple Kapadia was in the audience. They couldn't believe their eyes. They couldn't believe it because she's in her 80s and she does this spectacular performance. And I want us to put our hands together to please welcome Shanta Pawarji on stage, because you're going to see something incredible from her. आपका पहले परफॉर्मेंस देखना है सबको. Look at these dandas. Thank you. Can we have a big round of applause for her? Oh. ये शोभा मैम जो है ना, अभी बोल रही थी कि उम्र से क्या होता है, जितना दिल में उम्र है उतना उम्र है. आपका उम्र पूछ सकती हूँ मैं?
88 है.
बैठेंगी? बैठ जाइए ओके बैठिए 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 हाँ ये बताइए थक गए थक गया
हाँ
थक गए
इसलिए रहेगा ना तो थोड़ा थक रहा है थक लगता है
अच्छा बस आपको ये आप रेस्ट करो आपसे बस एक बात पूछना था किसने सिखाया आपको ये मैजिक करना
माँ बाप ने
माँ बाप ने
हाँ
और आपको लगता है 88 पे कैसे करते हैं
घर में बैठने के लिए कोई भी नहीं है भगवान है आप माँ बाप है मेरे पास अनाथ बच्चे लोग हैं उनको पढ़ाई कराती शादी भी कराती रहने को छत भी देती कभी कर्जा में डूब जाती तो महीना महीना में कर्जा लौटा देती किसी मांगती नहीं
किसी से मांगते नहीं आपको पानी So Shobhaa, when we're talking about age being just a notional thing, she's 8. I mean, look at her. Amazing, huh? Aji, एक आखिरी सवाल. ये जो लोग कहते हैं कि अभी उम्र हो गया, अभी रेस्ट करो, उनको आप क्या कहेंगे?
मेरे जैसे बनने का घर में नहीं सोने का घर में सोने का नहीं
Can we please have? I thought Shanta ji should award Shobhaa Day as two women for whom age is irrelevant come together. Can I please have the awards on stage? Shanta ji, आपसे मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी कि आप शोभा मैम जो है इनको आप ये ट्रॉफी प्रेजेंट अच्छा फिर आप उनका दो पहले ओके थोड़ा आगे आओ ना शांता जी
अनिल
इथे या
दादी
हे तुमच्यासाठी आहे हे तुम्हाला
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Can we have a huge round of applause for Shanta ji, Shobhaa Day and Moses Singh. Extraordinary moment on stage right now. Once more, an encore. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Didi. Thank you. Amazing. We can clap for her. She goes, no? Melu. Will you just help her? दीदी आपका जूता जी आपका जूता मैंने पकड़ा bottle. I mean, imagine she was balancing on this bottle. Amazing. Thank you, Shobhaa, Moses. Thank you, Shanta ji. Okay. You know, through the day, we have been having allusions to mental health. We spoke about it with the military. Somebody asked a question. Masaba was talking about, her meltdowns, postpartum depression. We've had Ananya talk about it. And we thought that actually it really needs a conversation of its own, right? And I want to welcome three very special guests. They're from three completely different walks of life. And they have all in their own way shone a light on this conversation that is so important to so many of you. And sometimes older people will say, hey, you young people, you have this language. Hamare time mein to ye hota hi nahi tha, right? But I know many of you are interested in this conversation. Many of us have dealt with mental health challenges in our own way. So we have some extraordinary speakers for you, and I want to, you've been a great audience, but I think this is a really sensitive topic, and I urge more and more of you to ask questions in this panel. I want to first welcome on stage I want to first welcome on stage Neha Kripal. She is somebody who's curated one of India's best art fairs, but she's now devoted her life to advocacy for mental health, has a personal story that you're going to hear about. Ah, there you are. Thank you. Thank you, please. I then want you to put your hands together for somebody who's actually runs and curates the largest youth organization of India. How many of you are affiliated with IIMUN? Many of you are familiar with it, right? Let's hear it for Rishabh Shah. Thank you. Thank you, please. And actor Kubra Said, right? And a lot of people are really excited to meet her. There she is. Hello. How are you? Thank you. And I'd like to welcome on stage somebody who actually runs a very, very successful show based out of Germany, works with Deutsche Welle News. Isha is here, one of our partners on this event. I want you to put our hands together for Isha. I've been on her program. She's absolutely superb. And she's going to be leading this conversation. Thank you.
There are few there, but...
okay. I have to thank Barkha for curating this session because I know it's called We the Women, but mental health is something that does not decide whether you're male or female or you identify yourself as diverse. So we have a nice panel, and I heard backstage the kind of cheers all of you got. Kubra, let's start with you. You've been very vocal about mental health and how you've dealt with it. Now tell me, as an actor, when you have to do a difficult role, I'm sure all roles are difficult, but if you have a character where there's abuse, you're dealing with probably an abusive partner, and you have to show those emotions on your face, in your eyes, how difficult is it as a person? Do you have to dive deep within yourself? Does it bring back any trauma? Or is it that you can really disconnect between the two?
Wow. I didn't know you were going to start from there. So what I've learned and realized in the process of being an actor is that you can't be one if you can't access your emotions. And accessing your emotions can be a very, very dangerous path. But I remember learning this from one of my directors, Anurag Kashyap, because I felt the first time I didn't know how I was going to cry, which was one of my biggest challenges in my mind before performing the scene. He said, we're going to sit here, we're going to read the lines, we're going to be with ourselves, and we're going to open that window a little bit so that we can let those emotions come in. But before we leave here tonight, we're going to close that window. And I think we all have access to open that window and close it. And that's what keeps us alive, the access to emotions. But then what happens, I believe, is that when you're not an actor and you're just living life, which I do, I'm not always acting, so I'm not opening and closing the window. Sometimes they are floodgates. Sometimes they take over you. And I think with the world that we live in, we are kind of confused between like our languages. We call everything a trigger, but I think sometimes we are just annoyed or frustrated because a trigger takes you back into your past. And annoyance or frustrations is in that moment. So I feel when you know the differentiation and also the access, and you know that you hold the key to the door or the window, yeah, I think that kind of releases you.
But I'm sure not every director is as good a therapist as Anurag Kashyap and would not give such analogies.
Which is why I have a therapist, ma'am. I cannot rely on my directors and my co-actors. Sometimes I can't rely on myself.
Right.
So I do need that help. And I am not afraid to say that I need help. I'm not afraid to say I don't know. And that is very empowering, I feel.
So I work in Germany as a journalist, and we have an on-site psychologist, especially for people who are in newsrooms, who are, who have to deal with footage of war and children dying of hunger and blood and everything. It does impact you. Either you get really immune, which is also not a very good sign, or you start getting depressed looking at that. But the backup is that you have an on-site psychologist. I don't think the film industry has anything of that sort. And coming to the numbers, Neha, you've been extremely active in this field. When I was researching numbers, in India, there is one psychiatrist to 1 lakh people. Now, we keep saying, go and seek help, go and see a therapist. But if there is one psychiatrist to 1 lakh people, how do we seek help?
Yeah, it's. I think there are many challenges at that level. It's actually 1 lakh, one psychiatrist to 1 lakh patients. So people who actually need mental health and not the general population. So I think statistically speaking, we've got to really wake up to the fact that the mental health challenges has arrived and is sort of really as the floodgates, as Varma mentioned. So it's really, India's got 1/3 of the world's depressed, suicide and addiction cases. Suicide is the single largest cause of death in the age of 15 to 29. It's not road accidents. It's not any of those other challenges. It really is. And so mental health challenges are getting younger. Challenges around addiction and digital addiction, of course, we all talk about a lot, but various kinds of addiction, all of this is becoming sort of a real a problem to deal with. We're seeing across we're seeing 10-year-olds who are coming in with depression and self-harm. We're seeing people who have undiagnosed and untreated developmental disorders or ADHD and other things later struggling and then dealing with the other mental health issues. And then, of course, there's this classic of separating mental health and physical health. So I think statistically speaking, India, we say there was a 2017 report that said 200 million people with diagnosed mental health problems. It's basically every 4th person, right? So in every home, somebody or the other in the course of their lifetime will deal with a mental health challenge. But mental health belongs to everybody, right? As you were saying, Rishabh, it's really, mental health is the right of everyone, and it's a spectrum. So we have to recognize that we'll bob in and out of mental health challenges, but essentially resilience and wellness is sitting in our mental health, which is sitting in our body. And, we all have to take ownership of that, recognize the challenges, and then either get help from a psychiatrist or a therapist. Maybe there are total about 8 or 10,000 psychiatrists and therapists in the country. We're training now actively because we have large clinical services. We reach about 600 cities across India. And most of these cities don't have anybody physically located in them. And so it has to be online. So creating more talent is a really important thing. Creating policies and certification around that. So it's not just a bunch of wounded soldiers who are out there practicing as therapists, but they're also bringing their clinical expertise. So some regulation around that is important. But we have to trust ourselves, lean on our families, lean on our teachers, lean on each other, because this has got to be a community-based solution. No practitioner is ever going to come and solve it or fix it for us.
Right. You've been dealing with it not just professionally, but also in your personal life. How did you manage that when you saw people in your family dealing with mental health issues?
Yeah. Well, I'm from the 80s, and back then nobody knew what words like schizophrenia and bipolar disorder and all of this are. And so my mom had schizophrenia in the 80s, and she actually, disappeared for a period of 10 years. We spent 20 years before we even began her treatment. Today, she is doing very well. She's on 1 injection, totally recovered and healed, and is dealing with her life and is an active grandparent in my daughter's life. But it took 20 years. And in the course of that, what happened was we neglected my younger brother who struggled, and he went away with her. And so he lost out of school and friends and everything that we call normal childhood. And we lost him 5 years ago. He died by suicide. And so these problems are really real. And it is these sort of stories. And I bet if you go around the room and say, how many people have seen this in their families?
Let's ask, how many of you have ever, even for a fraction of a second, had second thoughts or know of someone in your family who's had it?
If you look at, 1 degree of separation, whether it's depression, if we raise our hands to say how many of us are caregivers to somebody or the other with a mental health problem, right? And if you then say that, what is the challenge around depression? Or we know that there are maybe 30, 40 million people with psychotic disorders. We know that there are 70 million people with depressive and anxiety disorders. So this is when it's diagnosed. But what if it's not diagnosed? What if we're just sitting at home, going to school, going to college, and just dealing with this in the course of our lives, right? And that's the silent battle. So I think we're all waiting to give each other and ourselves the permission to talk about it. Let's start talking about it.
So let's start. Rishabh, you've been talking to a lot of youngsters, to Gen Zs and Gen Alphas. You go to a lot of schools. What are the 3 main mental health issues that you really see that kids or youngsters are dealing with?
So I'll answer the question also. Firstly, just want to thank Barkha for having me next to a young superstar and somebody in the space. In regards to mental health, I do feel that it is very important in order to talk about it. And I think people are talking about it more than ever. The small organization that we run called IMON that works with schools essentially. In 2014, when we went to Gorakhpur for the first time, that's the first time there was a conversation on mental health that took place. So I've seen mental health boom as an industry also and as a conversation as well. Today you've got this conversation more than ever happening on stage and in drawing rooms. The problem sometimes is that there is overdiagnosis, and what is construed as a breakup can also go into clinical depression. So the idea is that if one had a breakup in school, and I had far too many of them, but when that happened, it wasn't rushing to your therapist necessarily. So what is also important to state, I think, because of the stage and the platform that we are at, is that it is a real problem. It is a pressing issue. It's a gremlin of our times. But at the same point in time, overdiagnosis and that also thinking that everybody's a victim and then saying that, why are we building, and I often say this, that we're building a Pookie generation and a generation full of Pookies, which is fine, which is nice, it's sweet for Gen Z and Gen Alpha. But the idea that we're building a victim mindset and we're not building necessarily a resilient mindset. And I think that's why it's also very important to see this problem from an Indian context. It's a universal problem, but it's a very different solution that is offered in the West through psychiatry, and a very different issue when it comes to India. So of course there are pressing issues like bipolar disorder. There are issues that young people are facing in schools and colleges and all across, and they're very well documented. What isn't documented is the fact that this sometimes gets misused. Mental health becomes an excuse, and then you've got a generation, like I said, which is using this in a way which might be other than what it was intended for. And so that's also a real problem that needs to be dealt with per se. But the 3 things that you said in terms of school, I think one is bipolar disorder. That is something that's very common that I do see in young people. But that's also because, and one must understand, it's the prefrontal cortex that's developing. It's an impressionable young mind that is there. Therefore, your hormones are changing, your body is changing, and therefore what can be construed as a bipolar disorder is actually something just happening to your body at that point in time, which is what I'm trying to say. We're getting counselors, we're getting psychiatrists, but the thing is that are we trying to see this from making them feel that, look, there's something that is fundamentally wrong with you, vis-a-vis this is something that has happened biologically, and which is why you can deal with it slightly differently from just going to a therapist. So that's the context I wanted to give. Also, I must say, because we're talking about India, the very first mention of mental health it's not a Western concept. It's a very much Indian concept. Sometimes parents don't yet accept it in households. The Charaka Samhita was the first book, which comes from the Agniviksha Samhita. That was the first book where you had mental health actually mentioned. So the fact that mental health is fundamentally an Indian thing that is spoken about since centuries, but the only thing is the context of seeing this is very different. Backstage, we were talking about doctor-client confidentiality. Now, in the West, it is compulsory in order to have doctor-client confidentiality. Even for an underage patient. Even in India, it's a compulsory thing. If you go and ask a psychiatrist, they will say this is a mandatory thing. I'm not saying that it shouldn't be mandatory, but just perhaps another perspective. The perspective being that India is a familial society. Today, a 16-year-old who's in India versus a person who's in the West. A person in the West is told saying, go and fend for yourself. Take care of yourself, get a roof above your head, get a job, etc., etc. Till date, turned 34 this year, my mom calls me up and says, "Beta, khana khaya ki nahi?" Now, the thing is, India is yet a deeply familial society. Your parents know a lot about you. Your parents will care about you till the time it's, from cradle to grave. So what basically I'm trying to say is that a person who's 16 years of age in India, if they're running away from their family and going to the therapist, that's another thing altogether. But if they're not running away from the family and going to the therapist, why can't the therapist go to the family also, involve them, and try to solve the problem? Now, even Jung and Freud commented about this. But the thing is that up until the time we look at this from an Indian lens and try to see that India is a familial society, a lot of the problems that are there today, one is overdiagnosis. Second is the fact that, we're solving these issues giving Western medication or Western solutions. So all of that must change. And I think it's about time that we start looking at it and make tech such as the Charaka Samhita a part of core curriculum per se.
Is that possible, Neha?
Absolutely. It's the way it should be. I mean, we have to not locate the problem in a person and say, let's fix this person. We have to look at all the factors that have contributed towards those challenges. Often they are biological, they are social, they are psychological. It's to do with our upbringing, our environments, pollution, green spaces. All of these things impact our mental health. And so as you look at this, we cannot continue to just adopt a Western biomedical model and say, have this medicine, do this, these 5 types of therapies will fix this. It's really about understanding context. What is the cultural context of that person and their family, and tap into that, right?
Yeah, even the definition of mental health, according to the West and Western psychiatry, is the absence of illness. The absence of illness is when you are supposed to be mentally fit, when you don't have any illness. But in India, it is based on Santosh, Sukh and Anand. And that is perpetual state of happiness. That happiness is is something that is joy continuously that you feel. So the very definition and understanding of mental health as it exists in the West and the East is fundamentally different. Yeah. But the problem is that if you are trying to solve an issue, it's like us going out there and saying that yoga karo, meditation karo, and all the problems that are there in your life will go away. The guy who's 16 is like, I don't have time for meditation and yoga out there because I need to care about so many other issues. Right. Not saying that meditation and yoga won't work there. It's worked beautifully.
But feeling low every time does not mean depression necessarily. No. And that is what you have to understand. What was that one point where you realized that ab to therapy leni hai mujhe, I need to step out?
Oh, thank you. This is such an amazing question. I didn't go to therapy for any problem. I went to therapy because I firmly believed my family needed help and I will be role model. Only when I got into the therapist chair, I said, "Arey bhai sahab, so many khud ka problem." But that was the realization. And I feel sometimes it's absolutely okay to be brave for your family. It's absolutely okay to be brave for your friends, for your community. Like the numbers that you just spoke of and the numbers that you agreed to are astounding numbers. If you have 1 lakh patients and 1 therapist, right? I'm talking about the time when we went through COVID and it was a particularly rough time for most people, and the kind of change we were seeing because the kind of social adaptation was different at that point, even for like the new kids, the kids who were in school and whatnot. And it was particularly a tough time because a lot of death by suicide cases were being reported and we were hearing about them. And I guess there was something inside me that spoke to me deeply. And I said, I want to go speak to one of these NGOs and I want to certify myself and understand what do I need to do when I got a call. So I think it's really this whole mental health conversation that we are having is that change that can happen when we collectively choose to change, see, be aware as a society. Because at some place where I was, maybe I'll be able to see someone who is. So can we communicate? Can we build that? Can we empower ourselves in order to empower those who do not have that immediate access? Just for them to know that they perfectly belong. This is their society as much as it is of those who are reformed.
You know, I was in the audience when the session with Mr. Birla and his daughter Ananya, and he said it's like diabetes. In the family, somebody could have diabetes, and then you go to the doctor and you get it sorted, right? And it's the same thing here. So why make such a fuss around it? On my flight from Germany to India, I was watching Karthik Calling Karthik. मैंने अभी तक नहीं देखी थी. That came out in 2010. And I remember back in the day, a friend of mine who'd gone to see the movie, he came back and said, पता नहीं क्या था यार, सस्पेंस थ्रिलर तो कुछ था नहीं, शुरू से तो मालूम था हमें कि वो खुद को फोन कर रहा है. So there were so many people who didn't realize that the idea of the movie was to raise awareness about mental illness. 15 years later, we've talked a lot. A lot of celebs have come out and spoken very candidly about it. And awareness हो गया. Now want to know, बात कर लिया, awareness हो गया, solutions कहाँ है? Of course, एक problem तो यही है, infrastructure नहीं है, right? If we have only one doctor to 1 lakh patients, that one doctor cannot talk to all those 1 lakh. So obviously there would be a huge gap. I don't know how many more years it would take to create that kind of infrastructure. Until that happens, what are the solutions that we could work on? Family support, like you said, but what if the family is the problem? So let's talk about some solutions and just collect some solutions, Rishabh.
No, I don't know about solutions. I think for solutions, you should start in that order.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, for solutions, maybe from here.
I think, we all recognize there's no one size fits all, and we cannot keep waiting to go to the doctor, right? And so we have to be able to solve for things in our settings. So in the homes, in school, classrooms, at the dining table, normalizing conversations, opening it up, creating safe spaces so people don't feel judged, blamed, shamed, and embarrassed about owning their reality and truth, right? We're able to talk about it. Teachers are equipped to be able to recognize signs of distress. School management is investing in counselors to come in and help people. Where young people are training as mental health first aiders, right? Suicide prevention programs exist, mental health first aiders programs, so we can help each other, right? Yes. So how do you create communities of care and support wherever you might be? You look at workplaces. We today work with over 150 corporates. They try and do mental health solutions for not just the employees but also their families. But how can we actually help using apps, using online tools and resources also to put easy access in the hands of people? So 90% of the work can happen even before you get to a psychiatrist, right? You can support each other, you can get information, credible information from the right sources, right? Not just randomly chat GPTing something.
Precisely,
So
I wanted to come
get,
to that.
Yeah.
Because I'd been to a lot of campuses and I realized that a lot of them told me that we talk to chat GPT in the evening. Whenever they're heartbroken, they want to know from chat GPT ke ab aage kya karna hai. And there have been cases where generative AI has told them कि कुछ भी नहीं हो पा रहा है तो जाओ मर जाओ. So you can't really rely on that kind of information. How do you create awareness on that कि this app ये वाला सही है, ये वाला गलत है?
I think we have to also recognize that we're talking about depression, but actually the problem is of loneliness. It's of lack of connection. If we could go and talk to our parents safely and comfortably without feeling a backlash, we would do that, right? But oftentimes those circumstances don't allow for that in homes where there may be certain challenges. That is why a lot of people are turning to technology as well. And at the same time, technology, of course, is built to try and take you away in any direction that you choose to. So it's quite dangerous because there's no filters, there's no perspective, there's no context. I think it's just about recognizing that we have a sense of agency and a responsibility to ourselves to be able to get help. And we all know at what stage we need help outside of us, from a family member or a friend, and at what stage usse bhi kuch nahi ho raha hai and you need to get specialist help. There are enough psychiatrists and therapists out there to be able to start trying to build that access. Now, it may not be in terms of sort of ongoing care in the optimum way in which it is needed. But the idea is that when you need help, do you take the first step? 80% of the journey is that first step. 20% is the rest of the entire journey of actually navigating care.
It's the first step.
And then you identify, do I need therapy? Do I need a psychiatrist? Do I need medication? What is my diagnosis? What is the challenge? Maybe there is no diagnosis.
Right.
Maybe I'm just dealing with traumas and you'll work through it.
Right. Rishabh's been trying to pitch in.
No. I just want to give an alternative perspective to the same thing, saying that sometimes it's the family that is the problem, and sometimes it is the phone that is the problem. So the thing is that the phone is, most of the times, at least this is what I've seen, in whether it's Gen Z or Gen Alpha or even millennials for that matter, is that we've grown up in a digital reality. It's a simulated world where essentially I feel sometimes are like characters in a Squid Game, or we are essentially pawns on a chessboard. And it is the digital dopamine that keeps us alive. And the reason why I mention this is because it's echo chambers. The algorithm works in that way. So if you're going to see reels of depression, or you're going to see reels of people being unhappy, then it's just going to be one after the other after the other. Olden times when you didn't have reels, you had Sonu Nigam songs, and you were wondering Kal Ho Na Ho. But the only thing is, from there, you would jump onto a Govinda movie, or you would jump onto some other Tom Cruise film, and you would get out of the loop. Unfortunately, the algorithm doesn't allow you to come out of the loop. And because the algorithm then feeds you in that manner, therefore, the solution for this is just normal conversation with, perhaps, like you mentioned, family. Unless, of course, you're running away from family, then having a conversation with a friend or family is much better than ChatGPT. So I'm just providing the alternative context to it. And the one small, go on. And then I'll jump in. No, because the other thing that I just quickly wanted to mention is that you said that what is the solution to the problem? The solution to the problem, I don't have a ready-made solution, but I do know that as society, sometimes one needs to deal with grief differently. I'll share a small anecdote. The closest person to me in my family is my grandfather, and he passed in 2022. When he passed, my grandmother, who'd stayed with him for about 60 years, everybody came home to pay their respects, and everybody went to her and said, "Aapke saath bahut kharab hua. Can you, how did this happen?" So the grandmother has to recount the same horrific experience, not once, but 60 times or 70 times to the 70 people who come and grieve. I didn't shed a tear because I didn't think it was necessary at that point in time, and I didn't feel it until date. I have not. But every second conversation at home, sometimes when we talk about things, it's about my grandfather. But the idea that because I did not grieve, so society will think, saying that up until the time he started crying, that basically means he's not come to terms with grief. Or let's make sure that the grandmother recounts the same experience for 60 times, only then, and completely oblivious to the fact that the individual on the other side is being made to recount probably the worst experience of her life.
Because that one person is only doing it once. They don't know about the other 59, right?
So what I'm trying to say in this is, जब therapist आपको पूछता है तो और बताओ मुझे और बताओ इसके बारे में और बताओ. मैं क्या बोलना चाहता हूँ, saying it's not sometimes necessary. Sometimes giving space, and therefore academic study. I am not academically qualified. The ones who are the academic study of how to solve this issue. Our Upanishads speak about this. The Chandogya Upanishad speaks about how food also impacts the mind. The purity of your food will impact the mind. We eat 3 meals a day. 3 meals a day is not an Indian concept. But we are told saying 3 baar khana khao, breakfast, lunch and dinner. This did not come from the Vedas. It came from Victorian England. When you had, no, but it's true. It's true. And it came from Victorian England, where essentially you had the Industrial Revolution, because of which you had factory workers. You had to have breakfast in the morning, lunch and then dinner. Technically, what we called Ekahara, or what Jainism calls Ekadashi, or what is called Akanitika in Buddhism, is essentially eating once a day. And now we call it OMAD. So the thing is that essentially, if we look at problems just from our lens, we'll find solutions per se, and there's a change in lens that we need to put. That is what I'm trying to say. And the change in lens is not just an Indian lens, but also societal lens, where when somebody dies, perhaps let's stop asking them, saying, "To bahut bura hua aapke saath. Hua kaise?"
Yeah. So next time you do that, you have that in your mind. Cobra, you wanted to say something?
No, I
lost
just wanted to add to both our wonderful panelists here that as a society, sometimes we're like so focused on looking what's wrong with the society itself that we rarely ever turn the mirror towards ourselves. Like it happens to me, and I catch myself in those subconscious moments sometimes when I'm watching reels and I see something about narcissism, hot topic for the day. And it's so interesting. It's so easy for me to say, they are narcissist. He is narcissist. She is narcissist. Turn that towards your own self and say, what about this do I identify in me? Forget about giving problems to other people. You will recognize how many problems you're giving yourself. I feel one of the biggest solutions that we can provide to ourselves before reaching the 20% is to be perfectly honest with ourselves and to say that this doesn't make me happy. This is something I don't know. And look at everything from a curiosity point of view rather than a solution point of view. Okay, now I have read this and I will fix narcissism. No. Look at it and slowly try to understand how can you relieve yourself from it. Like I remember going to this homeopathic doctor once a long time ago for my cat, in fact, and she gave the white pills and said that often we associate, disease with like just the problems that are. But I want to give your cat this medicine so that she can be at the lack of dis-ease. So I can make her feel easy with these tablets. So I'm not affecting the problem. I'm trying to make her free from the problem. But identify it so that you can make it free.
Right. And not only for yourself, have empathy also for others.
It will happen if you are kind to yourself. The problem is that we are so kind to others and shit with ourselves. And it's easy for us to be shit with ourselves. And I look around this room and I'm so happy to see people in this room who are at an impressionable age and stage in their life where they do hold the capacity to look within. So for how long are we going to start passing on the baton to other people? Instead, look within, because I truly feel that that joy that we are looking for is here inside. And once you see it, you cannot unsee it. You cannot sit in your loneliness and depression, and you will start finding more answers. And only through answers can we be able to help each other.
Very well put. And our time is actually up. But before we go, Neha, everything that Kubra said, your book actually deals with all of that. There are stories, lived stories of women who've gone through it. Very briefly, if you could just tell us one story that left a mark with you. There's one story that you say that you all need to really read it.
I think stories really heal, and every time you share, somebody else will share as well, because we're all waiting for that permission. This book is called Homecoming. It's mental health journeys of resilience, healing and wholeness. But the idea is it's 11 women who have come together, because we heal in tribes and we heal in communions. So it's 11 women's stories. And in those stories is a psychiatrist, is an entrepreneur, is a philanthropist, is a teacher, but who have also dealt with severe mental illness and what the stories of their lives have been. So the idea is not to just look at the mental health aspect of somebody's life and label this person bipolar, OCD, ADHD, ab to wo wohi hai. Right? Instead, let's look at the whole person as a mother, as an entrepreneur. I mean, I'm here. I've shared a little bit of my story, and there are so many phenomenal stories. There's Zainab's story, for example, who grew up in the chawls of Juhu in the trans community, and what kind of challenges, traumas, rape, abuse, molestation, all of that have been seen in those communities, and how they have dealt with it. These stories are really powerful. Or Dr. Kavita Arora, who's a psychiatrist herself, but was a child carer to a parent with schizophrenia and is now a child psychiatrist. And, these are stories of resilience, but also of giving back. So inspiring.
Right. I was reading an excerpt from the book yesterday, and I realized it made me think of my mother. Every time our mothers would say, "Jab tumhari umar mein hoga, tab pata chalega." Whether it was for lack of the vocabulary, whether it was that they were not able to figure out what was going on with them at that age, or whether they wanted to protect their children and say, "Ki abhi there's no need to tell them what we are going through." But the fact remains that they would never talk about their mental health, and that is the kind of thing that this book really talks about. So please go ahead and read the book, and as you said, share stories, which is most important. And I need to ask you, marathon it is, what does it do to your mental health? You just go on. I was just telling backstage that ours is the only panel because of which you get a half-an-hour break, and that's about it. How do you do that?
With a very sore throat and a lot of passion. The time flies by when you're having great conversations. And I think we've been having those today, including this one, which I was listening to from backstage. And I cannot thank all three of you enough for being so candid, for being so direct. It's been wonderful to hear. And before we let all four of you go, we count you as the Changemakers of the Year. We've been recognizing and honoring Changemakers, all day. So if we can please have our awards on stage, this award from me, very humbly presented to all of you. Okay. To you first, because you make the most noise. Let's have a big round. Okay, guys, now you can't let me down. You have to be the best audience ever, right? And this is for our wonderful moderator, Isha. Wasn't she great? Wasn't she great? Yes. And Rishabh, whose new book you must absolutely read. You will be shocked at what you discover about influencers particularly. And to Neha for sharing and bearing your personal experiences with such courage. Thank you. Wow. Can I please request all four of you to just come up for a photograph? And I would like you to show them some love, because this has been one of the most difficult conversations to have. Thank you so much. A little louder, right? Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye, darling. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Are we ready for our fabulous next speaker? Any guesses? You all have ratta marrowed the schedule, is it? Huh? Looks like that, right? We've been talking all day and you've seen some extraordinary moments. You saw an 88-year-old woman come out here, the warrior Aji from Pune, and almost dance on a bottle. Bottle and two phattas. She literally had two phattas. Imagine, right? And you've seen Shobhaa Day at 78 out with a new book. And yet, when it comes to age and women, the cliches, the stereotypes are so darned irritating. And woman after woman has come on stage here and said, hey, we're living our best life. And yet society continues to stereotype us. My next speaker is a woman of so many parts. If you're of a certain age as I am, I remember her back in the day as a Vijay. She's been a broadcast host, a host of reality shows, a Vijay, a model, an actor, a dancer, an entrepreneur. I run out of words when it comes to describing her. She's now also an author with a brand new book out that I'm very happy to say will be launching from this platform of We the Women today. But before I welcome her on stage, you've got to promise me that you're going to give her a rousing applause, because she certainly deserves it. The wonderful, beautiful, gorgeous, amazing Malaika Arora. Thank you. That was beautiful. Okay, that wasn't loud enough for me, so we want to show her some love, right?
Wow, that feels good. Woo! Yes, make some more noise.
Make some more noise.
Wow.
Yeah, thank you for being here.
I'm just trying to take it all in. It just feels surreal to be sitting over here. And I've been seeing this over the years.
Yeah.
And how amazingly you conduct this. What an amazing platform We the Women have become. So I just feel this moment, me sitting here in front of you, feels very surreal. So thank you.
And
Thank
it's
you
very,
all.
very special to be talking to you. I don't know why we're doing it for the first time. I hope it's the first of many. I want to ask you, how do you do so many things? How do you do so many things? I mean, I was running out of words to capture it all. And which part of your multifaceted life captures you the best?
Wow, I think that's an often asked question. And I think it, however cliche it may sound, the answer, I think we've mastered the art of juggling. We've mastered the art of balancing life. And I think I don't just speak for myself, I speak for every woman in this room and men out there as well who also kind of understand all that women go through on a daily basis. So I think we've pretty much understood the art of balancing. I feel, I think every single time someone has tried to say that, oh, we don't think she can do it, I think that just,
spurs you on to do it.
It just gives me that extra added irritation or frustration or that impetus to say, you know what, I can do it. So every single time someone has actually kind of, chided me that in that direction, I think I've woken up the next day and said, you know what, I'm going to make this a mission. I'm going to do it. So whichever aspect I've tried to add to every single time in my life, I think I've tried to do it as honestly as I can.
But here's what I see when I see your life, the little that I know about it in the public domain. You live on your own terms. You live without apology. You live with confidence. You live with assertion. Your life plays out as it does with many famous people in the public domain. This includes breakups, romances. This includes what you might be doing next. This includes being papped all the time.
This includes everything under the sun.
Yes. Does it get claustrophobic?
No, it doesn't get claustrophobic. It does get annoying sometimes.
Yeah.
That's about it. I think sometimes when you enter this profession, when you are in this profession, you got to come with that knowledge that all of this is going to come attached. All of this is part of the deal. You have to be a little thick-skinned, which I think along the way we kind of become a little thick-skinned.
Yeah. Are you thick-skinned?
I am.
I was once interviewing Hillary Clinton and she was still Secretary of State in America. And she said, Barkha, remember one thing. This is a lesson of life I'm sharing with you as an older woman. I said, yes, ma'am. And she said, if you're an opinionated, confident, successful woman, be ready to grow a skin as thick as the hide of a rhinoceros.
I agree with her completely. That's what you asked me. Am I thick skin? Trust me, I may look like I'm really slim and slender, but behind that, I am thick skinned, let me tell you. Nothing bothers me. In fact, the other day, my son was going through one of his days. He's a 22-year-old boy. And, he goes through one of his good days and bad days. And then I was like, I turned around and I said, you know what? It's fine. It's all part of growing up. One day you'll feel okay. One day you don't. And he's like, Mom, he looks at me and says, Mom, does anything affect you? Or do you just wake up every single day and you say, you know what? I'm like, yeah, but I think after a point, that's pretty much how I look at life. And I pretty much block out as much noise as I can, as much as I can. But yes, I am in a profession where there is so much of emphasis on everything, how you look, what you're doing, what you eat, where you go, etc., etc., etc. So I pretty much take all of that in my stride without complaining.
Is that something that comes with living longer? I don't like growing older, with living longer. And I'll tell you what I mean. I find that in my 20s, if somebody said something to me, I would first think they were really interested in a genuine argument. So I would argue. When social media first started, I would actually respond to trolls and engage them. And I would think, oh, if I make a good point, they're going to actually be interested. And then I realized it's all a mind game. They just want to get under your skin. At 54, I couldn't give a shit. But at 24, I did. And I want to ask you, have there been moments in your life when it felt hurtful?
Of course, I'm human and it would. There have been loads of instances where things have, kind of really riled me up or made me cry or made me upset or sad. You read something, somebody says something to you, it definitely kind of throws you off your game momentarily. And I think about it, I would stew about it, I would get harrowed, worried, all of it. And then I came to a point in my life where none of that mattered. None of it.
And how did you reach that point?
I think it was just something which I internally tried to address on a daily basis. I'm not saying I've attained some sort of nirvana over here at all. There are days when I still see something or somebody says something. It definitely, kind of pick something in me. But I think over a period of time, there were certain aspects of my life. Something even I decided, okay, I'm going to dress a certain way. It became an issue. The length of my skirt became an issue. Me getting divorced became an issue. Me dancing after, when my son is a certain age becomes an issue. Every little thing is is trolled. Every little thing is questioned. So I felt if I am going to get affected by all of that, or if all of that is actually going to dictate things in my life, I'm never going to be able to move forward or do anything because I'm going to be so stuck in the fact that 10 faceless people have something to say. I figured that out somewhere along the way. Wasn't easy, but I'm glad I figured it out sooner than later. Today I can sit down over here at 50 and say, you know what, bark all you want. I really care a damn about it. I really do.
We love that. I think we love that louder, right? Yes. You mentioned your divorce. It's one of the many sort of pegs that people have used to hang your personal life on. Your personal life gets even on my Instagram feed, there will be some rando speculation, right? Can you imagine? No, my question is not to ask you any questions on your personal life. We don't do that here. It's a different question. How do you cope with that? How do you cope with the most personal of your relationships, the most personal of your decisions, whether it's marriage, whether it's divorce, whether it's dating somebody, whether it's dating somebody younger, whether it's breaking up with them, whether it's dating, whatever. What does that feel like? Because, every star lives in the public gaze, but because you have lived so ferociously, unapologetically, on your own terms, in such a ballsy, fiery, feisty way, I love it, people have scrutinized you even more.
I don't know why. Maybe I think people don't like a strong woman. Is that it?
I think that there are some
Do
people who
actually grudge a strong woman?
We love a strong woman.
I often wonder, I do wonder, what is it? I mean, if you are tame and docile and don't have an opinion, or is that what actually works? Is that what people find attractive? I don't know. I mean, I really can't understand that sometimes because I mean, as much as there are loads of women, I'm sure, who are not very vocal about a lot of things in their life and probably find it difficult being vocal. I mean, I feel bad sometimes. I wish they had a platform. I wish they had a voice where they could actually be vocal about it. But sometimes I feel being a strong woman, you're constantly judged for being strong because, and I'm not even somebody who has an opinion 24/7. I don't do
You're
that.
just living your life.
I'm just living my life. I'm not somebody out here to preach and tell you, live like this, do like this. Oh, I don't do that. Live and let live. I think that is something I've always believed in. I think that's my tagline. I think the day I say goodbye to this world, it'll be, she said, live and let live, and she lived queen size. That's what it's going to say.
We love that.
So coming back to what you were actually saying. So I think we are going to have these judgments irrespective. I just feel I'm sorry, there are loads of men in this room over here, and I have utmost regard for you. I have utmost love for you because I feel some of the men in my life are really instrumental for the woman I am today because they've been really amazing, men in my life, irrespective whether they are past, exes, etc. But they've all had certain impacts in my life. But I think in today's day and age, a man doing it, a man living a certain life is, it's great. It's fantastic. And I'm not bashing. I really am not.
The language used is different, right?
Yeah, I just wonder why a man decides to move on, get, divorced, remarry somebody half his age. It's like, wow, what a man. I mean, but a woman having to do it is always questioned. If a woman has to do it, it always is looked at in a way, why would she do something like that? I mean, doesn't she have sense? So I think these are just constant stereotypes that are there that need to be shut down.
Is there ageism in the way that they used to be, or is it better today?
I don't think it's better today.
Nothing's different.
I think things are moving at a pace. I won't think at some breakneck rocket speed. One day at a time. Things are getting better. Definitely, because there's a voice out there, women like you, the way you talk, the way you bring about change, the way you bring about a certain conversation.
Thank you.
So definitely there is a certain thought process. People think differently. I don't think it is, off the table. But it definitely is a conversation. So yes, things are getting better, but I wouldn't say it is now something that we can say, oh, you know what, I can sit back and say, great. No.
Language is shifting. And there was a time when some of the most iconic dances that you have essayed on the screen were called item numbers. Personally, a very problematic phrase as far as I'm concerned. And the language has shifted. But did you feel at that time that there was a kind of dichotomy in the response where everybody was dancing to these numbers at their weddings or their daughters' weddings, everybody was humming along and tapping along, and yet the language they were using was kind of pejorative? Did you go through that, or did you never care?
Maybe initially it didn't occur because I don't think it made too much sense. In the sense, it wasn't really part of my scheme of things because it was a word coined by the media. It wasn't coined by me or a producer or a director or a fellow actor. No, it was coined by the media, and I would say where we give the media so much of power, where sometimes I feel they tend to not understand certain things. They tend to misuse that. So yes, it was coined by the media, but eventually I think people realized that it sounded a little off. It sounded a little derogatory. I've said this time and time again. I have been part of various dance songs, which I have enjoyed doing. I've loved doing. People have loved it in every which way. Maybe lyrics may have sometimes been a little suggestive. Maybe sometimes it could have looked a little sexy, so to speak, as people would say. That's the language, right? Yeah. Never once did I feel that I was being taken, granted for or taken advantage of or being,
feel objectified?
or felt objectified. Not once. And I say this as a woman. I mean, I know a lot of women come and ask me that, did you feel objectified? I'm like, not at all. In fact, I felt celebrated every single time I was on screen and I did a song. Yes, it's a film set, which is majority of men out there. Fair enough, probably looking at you and ogling you and gazing at you. Fine. But I never once did I feel objectified. Not once did I feel that I was in a space of that I was not comfortable in. So I feel, yes, things have definitely changed on that front. I feel women today have a lot more of a voice where they feel, you know what, this is better. Let's do it this way. I don't think that's something that's meant for me, or I don't think that I'll be comfortable in that space. So yes, maybe earlier it would just be like, okay, fine. If I was told to do something, I would just, you would just do it. I think that voice and that language has changed over a period of time.
You started as a VJ. Did you ever think that you would be here today, Malaika Arora? No. What did you think your life would be like back then?
No, definitely not sitting here in front of you, Barkha, in front of an audience and having this conversation. I definitely thought I would, from a VJ, I thought I would, do a few songs here and there, get married, settle down, have a kid. I thought that. I didn't think at that point, little did I realize that I'm a lot more ambitious than I actually give myself credit for. So over the years, right? Yes, I realized that, you know what, I'm not happy with just that. I'm highly ambitious. I'm very, very somebody who's really hungry every single day to want to do something different and something better. So yes, and today I sit here, I feel extremely proud. I'm sure my mom, she's not here. She was supposed to be here. Oh. She's somewhere around, I know.
Is she here at the venue?
She said she's coming over here.
Let's
so she's,
find her,
I don't know. Mom, are you sitting here? I don't know. I'm not so sure because she said, maybe I'll see you.
Mom?
She said, I'll see you over there. So I'm sure this is a moment for her where she would be super, super proud. I think she would be the most proud lady right now.
Tell us about her. I hope we can find her.
Yeah, I don't know where she is.
I'm not sure because okay, they're checking.
She's probably
somewhere.
We're
looking for Malaika Arora's mom, public service announcement.
Oh God.
No, but honestly, tell us about your life growing up as a young girl. VJs were a new thing then. And you said you thought your life may take a very different direction. But how were you brought up? What were your dreams? What were you encouraged to do? What were you discouraged from doing?
Wow. Okay. I think my mom I think I am what I am because of her, because she was the kind of lady who would say, go live your dreams, enjoy your life. Please don't marry the first guy you meet, which is what I did. I married the first man I dated, and she couldn't understand why the hell would I be doing something like that. She says, if you're going to do that, how are you going to ever know, what's out there? And I was like, Mom, chill now, I mean, whatever. But she has always been that lady who would say, live, encourage us to aspire, to actually dream, So she would be that lady. She never ever stopped us from anything, whether if we wanted to travel, whatever. Tomorrow she said, okay, fine. You want to have a drink? Have a drink. Tomorrow you feel the need to smoke. I mean, eventually we realized that, I don't like smoking and I don't like drinking. That's something I figured along the way. But she always said that, listen, if you felt like it, then please tell me. As a parent, tell me and do it in front of me, and so that I know what my daughters are up to. Fiercely protective, my mom. Fiercely, she would fight anybody on the streets, anywhere, to protect us. And I think that's pretty much how we are. We're like her little, she's a tigress and we are her cubs. So that's pretty much how we are. And she's brought us up
I
pretty
really
much
hope
that
we
way.
can find her. Any news on Malaika's mom? All
I
right,
don't know where
not
she is.
yet. They're still
Not
looking. My question to you is, are you that kind of mom? Are you, they say we eventually become our parents without even realizing it. Do you find that your mothering style or your parenting style is a lot like your mom's?
I hate to admit it, and I'm glad she's not here if she's not
No, we're going to
listening to
find
me,
her. I hope
because
we find her.
I hate to admit it, but yes, it's a lot like her, and a lot of the things that she's instilled in us have definitely gone forth. But I think we also have our own parenting styles. I think with time we all change. We are not those overbearing helicopter kind of moms.
Yeah.
I think we kind of learn with times, and I think the one thing that I've learned along the way is to be a friend to my kid. And that's pretty much how
What
I
do
am.
you and your kid fight about?
What food should be cooked in the house? That's what we fight about.
Thecha paneer recipe, even I have seen on Instagram.
Have you tried it?
I have tried it and it is delicious.
Oh, lovely.
Even I.
But then you should come to the restaurant. You should come to the Scarlet House and eat it over there.
100%. But that takes me to an interesting question. Malaika, you're gorgeous, you're fit, you're healthy, you're beautiful. And that's you. And I know that there's a book you've written about fitness, and we'll come to that. But in an age of Ozempic and Mounjaro, in an age of Botox, you argue that fitness is still easy. It's easy to be fit. Is it?
I believe that, and that's something how I pretty much live my life. That's pretty much how I have learned along the way, made my mistakes, but I figured out what works for me and what doesn't. And I think that is how eventually I came about wanting to do this book, because that was what it was. I think it was from trial and error, things that work for me. I don't judge people. You want to take any kind of added aids in your life? Sure, go ahead. That's your choice.
Would you?
Not me. Not me, because I don't think I need it. I don't think, and when I say I don't need it, it's not because I feel I look a certain way. I feel because I have other alternatives of how I would like to live and how I would like to talk about living. So tomorrow, if you feel that you want to adopt a better lifestyle, or a lifestyle that is not preachy, that a lifestyle that is not difficult to actually go about, then I'm very happy to be that person you want to pick up the phone and speak to. No judgment if you feel the need to adopt to, whether it's Ozempic, etc. But I think there are various other ways of going about life, various other ways of being healthy.
Where is that balance? Because we're going to, you met her backstage, and for the audience, there's a young girl we'll be introducing on stage in a moment, who comes from Uttar Pradesh in a small town called Hathras. And she caught my eye because I saw a video of hers where someone in her school principal or teacher is asking her, "Are you beautiful?" And she says with great confidence, "Yes, I am." And the background is that she was fighting colorism. People were mocking her for the color of her skin. And she decided to assertively say, "You know what? I'm not going to go by your definition of my beauty. I just think I'm beautiful." And before I call her out, Malaika, I want you to tell us, where is that balance between looking like Malaika Arora, who has to, of course, you have to work to look like Malaika, but also not having girls, in particular girls, lose their confidence if they don't look a certain way?
That's a very, very very fine line over there. I think today girls have such a, an issue of dealing with it on a daily basis, about how they look, body dysmorphia, things like that, dealing with food, all of it. They're just going through it on a.
Did you ever have any self-image issues back in the day?
Back in the day, maybe I felt, because I remember back in school, they used to say, "Oh my God, she's so hip heavy. Oh my God, she's so busty." Back in school, I remember that. So that kind of made me a little awkward. It made me feel a little weird. Maybe for a bit. I remember that very clearly because I remember a lot of, kids saying that. But I think somewhere along the way, I figured, you know what? That's how I am. That's how I look. I love my curves. I love the way I'm the way I look in whatever I wear. So I think I should just kind of be happy with that, and I should be able to embrace the way I look. And then I somewhere along the way, I decided, that's that. You can think, however. And I've had that my entire life. Oh, she walks like this. She walks like a duck. Look at her hips. Look at that.
Really? I mean, you were mocked and commented.
All my life, I've had that. So somewhere along the way, I figured, I'm like, you know what? This is how I am. This is my body. I love my body. You may not like it, but I have to learn to love my body. I think that's the first thing. Learn to love yourself. I say that over and over and over again. I wake up every single day and I say that. Learn to love yourself. And I think eventually you will love yourself.
So on that note, I want to bring out the young girl you met, backstage. Can we please put our hands together to welcome Anjali? Anjali. I think we can welcome her more warm.
Come on, everybody. That's our little Anjali here.
Malaika दीदी के साथ बैठे.
Yes.
So, अंजलि जी, आप माइक उठाएंगे? ऐसे पकड़िए. हेलो. ऑन है.
हेलो.
थोड़ा सा जोर से बोलिए.
हेलो.
हाय.
हाय.
आपकी क्या एज है?
13.
हमने आपका वीडियो देखा सबने, जिसमें आपकी टीचर या किसी ने स्कूल में पूछा आप सुंदर हैं, आर यू ब्यूटीफुल? आपने कहा आई एम ब्यूटीफुल, है ना?
Yes.
मुझे उसकी स्टोरी बताइए, क्योंकि वो कॉन्फिडेंस जब हमने देखा, कैसे आपने अंदर से उस भावना के साथ बोला. अभी हम मलाइका जी के साथ बात कर रहे थे कि ब्यूटी जो है, जो सुंदरता का नोशन है, वो हमारे अंदर बैठता है ना? तो वो स्टोरी बताइए कि वो क्यों आपसे पूछा गया और कैसे कुछ बच्चे आपका मजाक उड़ा रहे थे पर आपने उनको जवाब देने की ठानी.
जैसे कि आजकल ज्यादातर कलर कैरेक्टर पे उंगली उठाई जाती हैं.
कलर पे?
यस. और आधे से ज्यादा लोग अपने सपनों को ये सोच के छोड़ते हैं कि हम सुंदर नहीं हैं. और अगर कोई व्यक्ति अपने ही प्रोडक्ट की बुराई करेगा तो कोई दूसरा व्यक्ति उसे कैसे खरीद सकता है? तो
वैसे अभी मलाइका यही कह रही थी कि लर्न टू लव योरसेल्फ.
तो वैसे ही अगर हम खुद ही मान लेंगे कि हम सुंदर नहीं हैं, तो फिर दूसरों को क्या? दूसरे तो गिराने में लगे ही रहते हैं.
आपको इतना समझदार किसने बनाया?
मम्मी पापा, टीचर्स.
मम्मी पापा है यहाँ पे?
यस.
मम्मी पापा कहाँ है भाई ऑडियंस में? प्लीज स्टैंड. कैन वी प्लीज अपलॉड द वंडरफुल पेरेंट्स? I wish we could have also found Malaika's mummy. आप लोगों को बहुत हम बधाई देना चाहते हैं कि आपने ये कॉन्फिडेंस अपनी बच्ची को दिया. ये आपके ऊपर भी रिफ्लेक्ट करता है. थैंक यू. अंजलि, बताइए आगे क्या अब जैसे बच्चे आपने कहा कलर को लेके कुछ कहते थे, क्या कहते थे आपको?
अभी जैसे कि कभी कभी होता है ना, फ्रेंड्स में ही बहस हो जाती है छोटी छोटी बातों पे. जैसे कि तू उसके साथ बैठी, मेरे साथ क्यों नहीं बैठी? तुमने उसके साथ लंच किया, मेरे साथ क्यों नहीं
जैसे
किया?
आपके रंग कलर को लेके जो मजाक उड़ाते थे, वो क्या होता था?
तो ऐसे ही कभी कभी जब भी बहस होती थी तो सबसे पहले यही बोलते हैं कि चल हट काली, ऐसे करके. तो इसलिए मैंने ये बोला कि सर मुझे कुछ प्रेयर में बोलना है. तब सर ने बोला मुझसे कि ठीक है आप बोल सकते हो. उस वक्त मैंने बोला कि मैं बहुत सुंदर हूँ.
आपने वॉलंटियर किया कि मुझे अपनी स्कूल की असेंबली में उठ के बोलना है, क्योंकि आपको जब ये बोलते थे चल हट काली, तो आप क्या बोलते थे वापस?
बस यही कि गोरे रंग, मैं यही बोलती थी कि आप सुंदर नहीं हो, क्योंकि गोरे रंग से सुंदरता नहीं होती है. ना आपका बिहेव अच्छा है, ना ही आपके मैनर्स हैं, ना ही आपके बोलने का तरीका अच्छा है, तो आप सुंदर कैसे हो सकते हो?
एक लास्ट क्वेश्चन बिफोर आई आस्क मलाइका टू गिव यू योर अवार्ड. आगे बड़े हो के क्या बनना है?
सिंगर.
डू यू सिंग? डू यू सिंग?
मैम मेरी एक रिक्वेस्ट है, मैं एक गाना गाना चाहती हूँ.
प्लीज गाओ. ओके, जल्दी से गाओ थोड़ा सा. ओके.
घायल परिंदा है तू, दिखला दे जिंदा है तू, बाकी है तुझ में हौसला तेरे जुनू के आगे अंबर पनाहें मांगे कर डाले तू जो फैसला रूठी तकदीरें तो क्या टूटी शमशीरें तो क्या टूटी शमशीरों से ही हो कर हर मैदान फतेह कर हर मैदान फतेह कर हर मैदान फतेह रे बंदिया हर मैदान फतेह कर हर मैदान फतेह कर हर मैदान फतेह रे बंदिया हर मैदान फतेह. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say that what makes this, if I can request you to award Anjali, but what makes this forum so special to me is that actually Malaika and Anjali said the same thing. If you don't love yourself, everybody is going to drag you down. Can I ask you to do the honors, please? Anjali, ye aapke liye Malaika ji ki taraf se. Let's give it up for Anjali. और हमारी तरफ से भी. More power to you. More power to you. Thank you, Anjali. Okay. Malaika, we still have to honor you, which is going to come from me. But before we do that, we have a book to talk about. If we can please bring out Malaika's book. I am waiting for it and it will come soon. Thank you. Before we launch this book from this forum, and I'm so proud that we're launching Malaika's book from the We the Women Forum. It's easy to be healthy. Malaika's Guide to Living a Good Life. Tell us, what are the secrets in this book?
Firstly,
is it really easy to be healthy?
Firstly, Barkha, thank you so much for giving me. I mean, it means the world to me to give me this platform over here, to actually to hold up this book in front of everybody. I can actually say now I'm a published author, so it makes me feel really happy.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. And yes, it's easy to be healthy. Malaika's Guide to Living a Good Life. Trust me when I say this, there are little excerpts in it from my life. And every time people ask me this question, everywhere I go, what do you eat? What do you drink? How do you work out? What time do you sleep? What do you apply? You know, things like that. I think I'm often asked these questions. I thought, you know what, why not put it all in a book? Literally, these are things that you can flip through any page and it'll come to you. Little things over there about what you can do first thing in the morning or the last thing at night before going to bed, how you can actually pack a quick lunch on the go and without having to feel pressured or guilty or having to feel that, oh my God, how am I going to do this? How am I going to shed that extra kilo? Those shouldn't be the issues in your life. Just make life a little easy and a little simple. And that's where I've come in
So
with this book.
congratulations on this book, but also this is from the We the Women team. This is from me, for Malaika Arora, for being a change maker, because you know what? She really is a change maker. She has lived life entirely on her terms. And it has been extraordinary to watch her journey. This is from all of us. Can we please have a huge round of applause for Malaika? Okay, I want to hear a bigger round of applause. Thank you. And before we let you go, because the book says it's easy to be healthy, I think we must get one little tip in this book, right? What do we want to know? Anyone? What do we want to know? Okay, ask. Can we get, yeah, mic to her, please.
I remember watching her morning routine. You know, there is a detox drink that she has every morning. Can we get that, please?
That's yours, yeah.
That's also acted together and have a little drink, and that really works wonders. So do read the book. It's
Thank you so much.
So before we let you go, what is the most misunderstood thing about health, the health conversation? You know, today everybody has so many theories. Influencers are telling you what to eat, what not to eat, and they're not doctors. In fact, in the morning we had somebody saying, listen, you can't take your medical knowledge or knowledge about health from, you know, just anybody randomly. Share with us one thing that's in this book that you think is central to living a good life.
Something that is given very, very little importance, and probably the most underrated aspect in people's life is sleep. Believe it or not. And I say this a lot. People think sleep is not very important. I will actually tell you, and I talk a lot about it in my book, please do not underestimate what sleep can do for you. So get those, you know, quality sleep, and it really, really makes a world of difference to your life. And I feel few things. I feel there are non-negotiables in life, like sleep, nutrition. Everybody thinks losing weight is the answer. That is really not the answer. That really isn't. I think staying healthy is the answer, and eventually everything just falls into place.
Well, thank you. I know it's hard work. It is. Sorry.
Sorry, sir.
How do you manage your time? How do you manage your time? Can I just have that mic? Can I just have that mic?
I'll tell you, I know time. Sometimes I feel that 24 hours in the day are really not enough. I wish I had a few more hours so I could pack in a few more things that I can do. But I think at the end of the day, if you love what you do,
absolutely,
and if you enjoy and derive
the time just
that passion in
passes.
what you do, it doesn't matter.
Okay,
it just doesn't matter. It really does.
Thank you. More power to you, and thank you so much. Please, let's give it up for Malaika Arora.
Wonderful audience. Thank you so much. Thank you, Barkha.
Thank you. Thanks, Malaika. Thank you. Thanks, darling. Okay, this is a very, very special segment coming up. There's a beautiful new movie out. I don't know how many of you have seen it. Gustak Ishq. Beautiful music. And my next two guests that I'm about to introduce, I have so many things to say about them because they are, again, so multifaceted, so hyper-talented. And first, I want to welcome on stage somebody who has probably designed, draped, styled for the biggest names in India, not just in the film industry, but everybody from the world of business to the world of glamour. I think even for those who are getting married and want clothes for a special occasion, can we please put our hands together for somebody who's been a fashion icon and has now entered the world of film producing. Manish Manlhotra is with us. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And my next guest is also very, very special. You've seen him in Mirzapur, you've seen him in Darlings, you've seen him in Gully Boy, and now in Manish's production. Beautiful movie, I highly recommend it. Gustak Ishq, absolutely beautiful. A throwback to a time gone by. Can we please put our hands together for Vijay Varma? Thank you. Please come. Okay, guys. I want more mics. Lots of mics. Lots of mics. First, these are the men we love. And we always applaud men who come to this forum. So can we have a special round of applause for them? I have to say sorry to keep you waiting. We've been running a little late with this very enthusiastic audience that doesn't stop asking questions. So forgive me and thank you for your patience.
But Barkha Dutt is worth waiting.
Oh, thank you.
Isn't she?
Thank you.
Of course.
Manish, how many hats are you going to wear in life? How did you've crafted this beautiful film. Vijay's in the movie. I saw it. Gorgeous. I was just talking about it. But fashion to films, at one level, it's a natural journey of expression. But at another level, two very different mediums. Kaise hua ye? How did it come to be?
I think for me, it's my journey's been a bit different because I I was strangely born in love with movies.
Yeah.
And I'm grateful to my parents to have encouraged it. They never stopped me. And my entire education to fashion, color, dreaming was through movies. My father had an air conditioning business, and in summer holidays it was his peak season, so we never traveled. I've always lived in Bandra. Gaiety Galaxy Germany is where I was.
Wow.
Every day, literally.
Yeah.
So there was always a dream of doing something with films.
Yeah.
And clothes was another thing that I was completely fascinated by. That's how I got into costumes. And ये हमेशा था कि someday I want to direct, write, produce, all of it. So instead of direction, I've started with production.
And is direction also on the cards?
Well, I would love to direct. That's something that's always been in my heart. And I think it was during COVID when we had a lot of time with ourselves, where I thought कि कुछ तो करना है personally के लिए, for my personal self, and that would be making movies. And also that the thing is, my costume work got so popular, I started making wedding clothes. The label happened, so things just kept happening, and I kept working hard and harder. But I thought I want to now, absolutely start a company from point zero. And that's why I thought of Stage 5 as a name. So from its first letterhead, from its name to its first Instagram post, everything we've created.
Yeah.
And so today I feel it's about 4.5 years to Stage 5. We have 3 films ready, and it's a company I've single-handedly and with my team created it.
And more power to you. And I have a lot to ask, but since you mentioned how your father had an air conditioning business, you said, so it was not like you were born into this
No,
industry.
I was not born into movies at all.
When you first said that you were drawn to the movies, was he encouraging?
Well, I have to say, in fact, I've always lived with my parents. I lost my father just before COVID, and I live with my mother. And in fact, I actually asked my mother, I said, how come you never stopped me from dancing near all your friends on every song or cutting your sari? She said, the only 2 things in life, and actually more than anything else, was so much in love with films. Why should I stop my son from what he loves? And I think when you have validation, or when you have the backing of your family, you're not really embarrassed of anything.
Yeah.
I remember when I told her that I modeled for 5 years, and during that I worked in a boutique. And I one day told her I want to be a fashion designer. So she said, "Wo kya hota hai?" So that was about 1988.
Yeah.
So I said, I want to make clothes. So she says, "Aap दर्जी का काम करोगे?" So I said, "हाँ, उसमें क्या खराबी है?" She said, "खराबी कुछ नहीं है, पर फिर अच्छा करना." And I remember I had a small room. I had 2 tailors in my room, and my room became my office, my studio, everything. And they were absolutely fine with it.
And imagine going from that, Darzi ka kaam, to today, Nita Ambani, Rekha, Isha Ambani. I mean, I don't even know where to start to read out the roster or the galaxy, I should say, of the people that you drape, design, and style for. And now you're making movies. Vijay, Manish had his family's support. You had a more complex journey with your family. Your family wasn't instinctively drawn to this idea कि आप पिक्चरों में जाने वाले हैं. And it took you many years to repair that relationship with your father, who wanted you to come into the family business. How did you convince them? क्योंकि आप तो चले गए घर से. आपने कहा बस मुझे यही करना है. This is what I'm going to do. Take us back to that journey.
First of all, good evening, everybody. It's so lovely to get such a warm welcome. So thank you so much.
Let's give them some more love. Yeah.
Actor खाली तालियों का भूखा होता है और कुछ नहीं चाहिए. Love you जाने जा. मेरी फिल्म का नाम.
मुझे मालूम है.
My journey, okay. So I was born in a lower middle class Marwadi household in Hyderabad. Maybe a 2nd or 3rd generation Rajasthanis who migrated from Rajasthan to Hyderabad. My father has a small handicrafts business in Hyderabad, and I had a very sheltered and a very beautiful childhood. I had 2 older siblings, but some part of me was always lost in stories. I remember spending most of my time by myself, either solving puzzle books or spending a lot of time with comic books, and then eventually with novels and video games. And so I was always, when I reflect back, I was always losing myself to another story. I think my fascination for stories started very early on, but it was a dream. It wasn't even a dream. It was a scary a thought in my head ki what if I want to become an actor. I didn't know how to make this
Do you
happen.
remember seeing a movie or somebody did you have a hero that you wanted to be like?
I remember walking out of Jackie Chan films feeling like I want to do a flying kick or, so those things. But it wasn't until I did some odd modeling jobs here and there. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Odd modeling jobs here and there in Hyderabad. It wasn't until I joined a theater group is when I realized, like Manish tried several things. I also applied at NIFT Hyderabad, and I wanted to get my father's signature on the form.
So you wanted to do fashion design?
Yeah. I wanted to do something in the creative field.
Yeah.
So I took the form. I said I want to become a designer, whatever, fashion designing course karna hai. He said tailor banna hai karke. He tore the form.
Your father?
Yeah. So so I didn't have any support from my father to pursue education itself. Forget about having a career as an actor. Then I figured when I went on the stage for the first time, something clicked. I remember the feeling and I was like, I want more of this. It wasn't the interaction with the others. It was just how I felt doing that thing, what I was doing. Then I found out about Film Institute through a newspaper ad.
FTII.
At FTI. Then I applied for it. I didn't get selected. Then I waited for a year, applied again, secretly, all happening behind the scenes. Plays where I was doing plays, but again, I was bunking college and rehearsing and performing.
Yeah.
It wasn't until I got the seat that I had to take a tough call because my father wouldn't let me go. And I didn't have the money as well to support the fees and stuff like that. That's when I decided that I have to hatch a plan and run away from home.
And so you just ran away. How old were you then?
I was 20.
And that's very young. I mean, that's the age of many people in this hall.
Yeah.
Where did you go? Bhag ke kahan gaye aap?
I left my home and went straight into a nice hostel room. And I think just having a room to myself fixed a lot of my life. Because in a bustling Marwadi household, there was always a crunch of space. I never felt I had the privacy or a private room. And for an actor, that kind of isolation or solitude or just interaction with the mirror is very crucial. So just having the space for myself, having the time to read the books and watch DVDs and movies, and that gave me all the knowledge that I needed because my household wasn't Bollywood at all. In fact, it was detested and looked down upon.
Really? And now how do they feel? Now that you're a big star?
They feel, my father just sent me a voice note this morning, said, तेरी फिल्म अच्छी है, ऐसा अखबार में आया है.
मतलब कि मैंने देखी नहीं लेकिन अखबार में आया कि अच्छी है.
अच्छी है. So
आपने क्या बोला?
I was like, thank you so much. My entire family went and watched the movie last night in Hyderabad and they loved it.
It is a gorgeous film and I want you to tell me, Manish, I'm from Delhi and the film is set in Delhi and it took me back to a Delhi that I remember growing up in. But it was also beautiful to see Urdu spoken so impeccably, the music, and also the sort of representation of characters, the friendship, thoda bantering dosti between the Hindu and the Muslim friends who live together in the gully mohallas of Old Delhi. The simple but heartfelt plan to save a printing press. I don't want to give away the whole story. Why this idea? Nasir Saab, Vijay is brilliant in it. It's a very, very moving film. But it's a very unusual film for the times we live in. Aajkal log kehte hain that pata nahi, nobody knows what the formula is. People either want to see superheroes or they want to see, I don't know. People are trying to figure out what people want to see. This is it's a simply told deep story. That's how I saw it. Tell us more. Tell the audience more.
Well, for me, when I started during COVID, I said कि कुछ करना है फिल्मों के साथ, and I started speaking to some platforms, and I think when they spoke to me, they said, "Oh, it's you. So do you want to do something on fashion? Do you want to speak to Kareena Kapoor? Do you want to speak to Aishwarya Rai?" So मुझे लगा कि they are looking at when they see me.
They see you in only one way.
Yeah, they see me only in one way.
Yeah.
And I started my career, and I started working in commercial films, which I absolutely love, and born and brought up on them. And वो होता गया and मैं करता गया. But I said, now is the time because I'm starting a new company, I don't want to feel like a me too to the big company. So let me start with a different concept of unusual stories. Maybe the big production houses will accept these films, but films have given me so much. They've given me lifestyle, money, relationships, friendships, name. I think this is the time to give back. And I should take that chance, because it's the popular people or the big commercial people who should take a chance and back unusual stories. And I also don't want to be a production house or a producer who's only making one type of films. I want to do different films.
Sure.
And so the first film actually I started is what's coming on the 12th of December. It's called Sali Mohabbat.
Yeah.
And it's got Radhika Apte. It's got Devendu. It's got Anshuman Pushkar, Anurag Kashyap. It's a very dark film, very unexpected from what I would do.
Yeah.
The second film that I started was Bantiki, which it's a story about a teacher, Abhay Deol, and his child. And it has a bit of an LGBT angle. There's Zeenat Tamanji, Shamana Azmi, Nusrat Barucha, a lot of people, actors in that. We started very quaint in a hill station. This was the third film, Gustakish, where I was attracted to the world because I think it was about nostalgia.
It really is.
And you
It
know,
really
and for
is.
me, since I'm brought up on all the 70s films and watched all the 60s and 50s films, it took me back to a world of nostalgic cinema. So I said, you know what, I should do this.
Yeah.
And that's how it is. And somehow I always thought Vijay has that stance of a hero. He's such a brilliant actor.
Yeah.
He's tall, he's got the height, he's got a very good zaban. Jisko kehte hain, like he delivers his dialogues very well. So I thought he would be a really interesting, actor to take for this film.
But as you said, people tend to box people in, and people think Manish Malhotra, and they will look at you only through the lens of bling, glamour, fashion, and that's one part of you. But the movies that you have backed and produced are actually, all three that you've named are very different from this other side of you. Is that like two sides of Manish Malhotra, or is it like a conscious decision to back these kind of movies?
Well, for me, I think that no, there is. When I was watching Manmohan Desai and Yash Chopra, whom I absolutely loved, I was also watching Basu Chatterjee.
Yeah.
I was also watching Shyam Benegal's films. So, but I think people, you get to know for something, right? You get to know your work, because I worked well in all those films, from Rangila to Raja Hindustan to Yash Chopra, Karan Johar, all of that.
Yeah.
But I thought as a company, I should start with a different note, an unexpected note, which is also exciting for me. And of course, we'll go on to doing all kinds of movies.
How different is Manish Malhotra, the designer, from Manish Malhotra, the producer?
Well, Manish Malhotra, the producer, has just started his journey, so he can experiment. I'm not so sure how much can the Manish Malhotra designer and the brand experiment.
Because people expect a certain
kind of,
craft,
and the businesses are higher. But the thing is that what we can constantly do there is evolve. Change in the same narrative, but constantly evolve.
Yeah.
But here, it's a little bit of a cleaner slate right now, and a new slate rather than a cleaner slate. And I can experiment for some more time. But ultimately, of course, I'm going to land up doing glamour films, because that's the core. Yeah.
Both of you, Vijay, are out. Today we look at you and you are completely embedded in the sort of elite industry hierarchy. You're leaders in it. But you were both actually outsiders to the industry. Manish, made his mark earlier than you, and here you are making your mark every day. After you went to that hostel room और आपको अपनी privacy मिल गई, उसके बाद कितना struggle करना पड़ा, कितना मुश्किल था आपको इस point पे आने के लिए?
काफी time लग गया, काफी साल लग गया actually. I came to Bombay in 2008, and till about 2010 I was doing stage here. Because I was just too tired of the auditions and the rejections. And it was also like, some people are cut out to do this more regularly, and I figured it drains me to just go out there and put myself out there in front of the camera and get a tag of not fit and rejected and stuff like that. So I said I should maybe
What would people say when they would reject you?
Ad auditions are pretty ruthless.
Yeah.
You just there are some great instances from ad auditions. So it's a room full of people. It's a cramped up space. You open the door, and some AD will come and they'll be like, "Hi, I'm here for that commercial. Who sent you?" This person. No, I've come on my own. So it's like, okay, you don't fit. Right?
Just like that.
Yeah, just like that. So I mean, I've had some great instances where this guy came, and this is one of my favorite stories. So this guy comes, can I stand up?
Yes.
Okay, so the guy enters the room and he's like, "Do I fit?" And the girl is like, आपको किसने भेजा है? कह रहा है माता रानी ने.
So then what happens?
Then is it come inside?
Nahin.
Sometimes you have to just.
No,
that
but
wasn't
I
my
think-
story.
Huh.
Okay, my story. So yeah, I would take them. They take those personally, and I didn't like the idea of. And I was like, where do I fit then? You
Yeah.
know, yeah. What do they want, and how do I not fit into any of it? So then I was like, I need to probably go do more work on myself a little more. So I kept doing stage. I was working with Mr. Tom Walter. I used to go do backstage for Nasir sir
Yeah.
at the Motley. Whatever little I could do, I was doing until I,
And was it tough to earn? Like, was it tough to live?
Yeah, it was very tough to earn. I mean, I would get 500 rupees a show when I was doing plays.
Wow. So how did you live?
For the first couple of years, I remember my father used to send me my rent money and some expenses. And I would never ask for more than what he was sending. So whatever he is sending, I will take it. Until 2-3 years later, I figured ki, maybe I should not take any more money from him. And I told my mom, tell father not to send any more money because he's not talking to me. He's just sending me money.
Yeah.
So then she communicated to him and he's like, kya karega, bhuka mar jayega. I said, I'm not taking any more money from him. So I stopped taking money and another few months were very, very tough. I remember Jaideep, my friend, I borrowed some money from him back in the day, which I have not yet returned. So it was tough, but I think, if we get one ad, we'd get few thousand rupees, so that'll take care of something. Money-wise, it was tough, but, I had a great time. I bonded so well with my classmates from FTI. We were all here in Bombay. We don't know what one phone call can change can make us very busy or whatever. But I kept doing something or the other, one film or the other. I was actually in the hospital when I got my first film. I had 2 kinds of dengue and malaria.
God.
I was in Nanavati hospital in a general ward, and I remember on the 8th day of my stay there, I got a call from this casting director, Hani Trihan. He's like, one director is here from the US and he's making a film. And this director is Bedo, who's made Chittagong, Shonali Bose and Bedo. So I was in the hospital. He's like, can you come and meet the director? He wants to meet actors. I said, what time? 7 o'clock. This is 3 o'clock in the afternoon in Nanavati hospital. So I told him ki, "Theek hai, I'll come." Then I told the hospital staff ki I need to go. They're like, we can't discharge you today. We can discharge you tomorrow. I said, no, I need to go. So I remember leaving the hospital and I have all the hair is like shaved and because so many saline things. But so I left the hospital. I went, I met the director. Next day, I receive a message from them that you are in the film, but we can't tell you for which role. You might be doing one of the roles.
So you left from the hospital with malaria, dengue to go and do this?
No, I was cured by then.
Achha, you were cured. No, I wasn't casting aspersions, but
Eight-
it's tough, right? It's been
It is
tough.
tough. It
It's
is
been a tough journey. Was it tough for you in the beginning?
Well, I came from modeling. I came from a simple family, and I came to the film industry where they used to look at heroines designer है. अच्छा, तो मतलब ये बहुत पैसे लेने वाला है.
अच्छा.
And ये heroine की mother की कमेंट. Those days star mothers were also. So and the producer, it was very disorganized. So I'm this new boy with this pad and sketch. Because I used to sketch very well. I mean, I sketch really fast. So I asked the director, ki, what's her role? So she said, abhi tum role puchoge mujhse? He said. So I said, yeah, what's her character? Who's she? He said, just glamorous banaiye usko, bas yehi ho gaya description. So it was a very different film industry then. And I remember one producer owed me money. He didn't open the door of the office. So, there was things like that. In fact, 2 years later, I was hysterical. I was working some 18 hours. And my father one day sat me down and said that, do you want to just go back to modeling? Because you've left this and you're just making in fact, now you've asked me for more money. So I said, no, this is something I want to continue. One day will come. And Rakesh Shrestha, Rohan Shrestha's father used to take me to all the actors. And then one day I got a call from Karan's dad.
Yeah.
And he said, "Yes, Johar bol raha hu." And I used to have a small garage.
So you used to work out of a garage?
Out of a garage in Gitanjali Dubbing Studio in Khar, which was owned by actor Maushmi Chatterjee.
Wow.
And so at the reception, they said, phone aaya. And they said, मैं Yash Johar bol raha hu, and Shri Devi has given me your number. And she wants you to make 2 outfits for a film called Gumrah. And I'm sending you 10,000 rupees as advance. I was like, 10,000 rupees as advance? Nobody has offered it till now. So that was one of my first encounters. And
so designing for Sri Devi was your first big...
It was my first big thing. And Gumrah, where I did a look for her, which I started this whole trend of there has to be a consistent look. Because I always feel each person in this room likes a particular fit, likes their hair in a particular manner. But earlier, when I came into films, the heroine had a short wig because it's a Western dress. Next sari, it's a sari, so it's a choti. So I was like, how does the hair change on a daily, So those are the real factors. And the industry was quite like, why are you asking about makeup and hair and shoes? You just give your garment and you go. So I was like, no, entire look matters. And that's how it all started. But I think also 90s was a very changing time in movies, Barkha. There were 21 heroines that came together. All Shah Rukh, Amir, Salman, all young directors like Farah, Aditya Chopra, Dharmesh Darshan, Karan Johar.
Yeah.
So it was a very changing time. And I was a part of that change because I also loved movies.
Yeah.
And that's how Ram Gopal Varma. So I think that's how it all happened.
Okay, we have time for maybe a couple of questions. I see a lot of hands. I need somebody to get a mic into the audience. Is there a mic there? Yeah, thank you. Behind you first, to the lady there. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Barkha ma'am, for curating all this very intriguing conversations.
Thank you.
I have a 2-part conversation to both of you. The first part is to you, Vijay. Creativity often blooms from chaos, as I was hearing you. Was there a moment when breaking the rules led you to your truest and most authentic expression?
Creativity comes from chaos. How much of your life is chaos? Seedha pucho na.
I look at it slightly differently. I feel like creative person has a craving or a need to kind of venture outside the comfort into the chaos. I feel like that's a sign of being somebody who is creatively inclined. Because not everybody is inclined towards leaving the comfort, boundaries of the comfort, and go outside in chaos, the unknown. Unknown is basically chaos because what you can't understand or comprehend could be chaotic.
Yeah.
So as artists, the idea is to kind of push the boundary, go out into the unknown with a return ticket, hopefully, and come back with something, some kind of wisdom, some insight, some perspective.
Yeah.
But it does help to kind of have as rich, as lavish, as diverse, and as chaotic experiences as you can, because that becomes your bank to understand stories. And once you understand, then you're able to execute them and own them.
Manish, do you agree that, you don't seem like a very chaotic person. You seem like a very controlled person. Controlled, no? Am I reading you right?
Yeah, I'm quite
He designs his chaos very well.
Yeah, maybe that's the thing. I get hyper. But my temper's also like only at work. Like I can get very hyper about work and like, say, what is this and all that. Yeah, but otherwise it's all fine.
Okay, one more question here. Yes, the young girl here in the front. Can we get her the mic? Yes. Yes.
हाय विजय।
Yeah.
जैसे महारानी ने आपको मनीष के पास भेजा, तो आपको कोई डर थी कि जैसे मनीष इस इंडस्ट्री में बहुत सालों से है, कभी भी आपको रिप्लेस हो सकता है? मीन्स उनके पर कोई प्रेशर आया कि जैसे हमारे भतीजे हैं, भांजे या हमारे बेटे, उनको इस फिल्म में ले लो, तो आपको लास्ट तक कभी कोई डर थी क्या?
मुझे?
Yes.
नहीं, मैंने
आप रिप्लेस हो जाएंगे बेचारे विजय को।
नहीं, मतलब महारानी ने इनको मनीष के पास भेजा तो।
महारानी कौन है?
माता रानी।
नहीं, वो मेरा किस्सा नहीं है वो। माता रानी का वाला किस्सा मेरा नहीं है। I saw one story unfold.
नहीं, लेकिन मेरा
अच्छा, मैं आपका सवाल समझ गई। Let me ask.
Okay.
Let me expand the question. Forget that example.
Yeah.
I think the question is what, somebody was saying the other day, now you get roles depending on your Instagram followers. Is that true? I know Manish hasn't made that kind of movie, but is there that pressure? So let me tell you, we had Jaya Bachchan in the morning, and she was.
I saw.
You saw, and she was angry about the paparazzi, and I told her that young actors today engage with the paparazzi in a different way than you, because a lot of their presence is online. So let's not vilify the paparazzi, because there are people also. It's a symbiotic relationship. दोनों को एक दूसरे की जरूरत है. She's नहीं ये क्या है, ये nonsense है, and so on. But my question is a little bit related. Is it true today that there has to be a little more performative presence on social media, online, at parties, at mahurats, at paparazzi corners, to be considered for movies?
As actors, I feel what you do in the audition or what you do in the movies or stage or whatever performance, that's the true testament of where you stand. And that is the only reason why people will like you. I mean, apart from a lineage, because there is a certain sense of comfort that people find in filmy families and filmy kids, because it's like a familiarity that they already have. But for somebody who comes from the outside, just like me, a rank newcomer, nobody knows anything about me. My existence was in the unknown for years. I was still around. So it takes a while. But I feel like I'm still not new age when it comes to these things. I feel like what is happening right now with Instagram followers equivalent to casting in movies, I don't experienced it. I don't have a massive Instagram following, but my calendar is mostly booked for 2 years. So
Well done. Well done.
मुझे लगता है आपकी पहचान बहुत आपके काम से होती है. So
I agree.
like अभी रणबीर कपूर एक बड़े एक्टर हैं, वो इंस्टाग्राम पे नहीं है.
सही बात है.
So ultimately it's your work only which will speak. This can be short-lived.
So let me ask you in the end, what next for both of you? Aage ka sapna, Manish, you started in a garage. I mean, agar aap soche where, your journeys, both of your journeys are so incredible. आपके दोनों ही परिवारों में एक सवाल आपसे पूछा गया कि आप दर्जी बनना चाहते हैं. At one point, both of you were asked, not that that's derogatory in any way, just that that was your beginning. अगर आज आप अपने young self को कुछ बोलना चाहें after living this life and having learned something from it, वो क्या होगा, Manish?
Maybe I should have been a little more, I should have educated myself a bit more, because I had to make a lot of mistakes.
Like, what is your biggest mistake that you can share?
No, like it's a sense that I didn't know what was coming up, right? I had a very simple, see, there are two sides to it. Like I've led my life very simply. Even today, I look at it very black and white. And sometimes that's a blessing, right?
Yeah.
I don't have too much knowledge about anything else but my own work. Either it's movies or it's fashion or clothes that I am doing. What am I doing in a day? Because of that, I've never really felt envy, jealousy, or I've never felt like, oh, that's happening. Of course, Instagram can make you anxious, but I've never felt that. I'm very like, okay, what am I doing next is the more important thing. But I felt that when I got into business, when I started the label, which I'd never thought of earlier, I thought I'll do costumes all my life. I thought businesses need some kind of a preparation, which I didn't have, and that I learned with a lot of mistakes. But the ability to get up next morning and say, "Ho gaya jo hona hai, tomorrow onwards, what am I doing?" And I think I constantly had film work. I had so much film work each day that I had to deliver. So I think all my life I've just got up and gone to work. It's never been a day कि आज कुछ नहीं है करने के लिए.
I mean,
I think that is something I would fear.
No, I agree. I was just going to say that I think work is purpose. Yes. Work is therapy in some ways. Work is love. For me, at least, I love my work.
That saying, no, empty mind is the devil's workshop.
Yes,
absolutely.
Our minds are filled with work. That's why we are sane right now.
Sahi hai. Let me ask you, that tempestuous young man who left home at 20, what would you say to that man today?
Should have taken more holidays and should have just not be so scared and so fearful of the future.
Well, I know you didn't need to be. Thank you, Manish and Vijay. Can we have a big round of applause?
Thank you so much.
But I have a special moment. I have one special moment. You see, what I love doing at this festival is bringing together people who may not typically come together, because as you said, nobody likes to be boxed in. Nobody wants to be stereotyped. So we would like to honor you with our Changemaker Awards, both of you. And to present the award, I want to bring back on stage two of our very favorite women. They have been frontline warriors in Operation Sindoor. Some of you may have heard them earlier in the day today. Can we please have on the stage to felicitate Manish and Vijay, our Air Force officers, Wing Commander Gulia and Flight Lieutenant Antara. May I ask you all to stand here?
मैं एक बरखा से कह रहा हूँ कि फगोर से कि दोनों इतनी tall, beautiful and charming smile है दोनों का, besides doing what they do, which is wonderful.
This is such a lovely surprise. Thank you so much, Barkha ji.
Let's hear it for Vijay Varma. And may I ask Flight Lieutenant Antara to present Manish with his award? Can we have a big round of applause? And ma'am, can we ask you? And this is an incredible moment on our stage. 4 leaders, very different walks of life, all achievers, all living on their own terms, their own kind of leaders. And it's fabulous to create these moments. So let's have a big round of applause for all people on the stage. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes. Okay. Okay, one more and then that's the last one. Selfie यही तो खत्म ही नहीं होगा. Okay, okay. Okay, guys, we're on a live broadcast. So, okay. Bye. Thank you. Thank you. Bye. Thank you. All right, everyone. In a short while from now, we have some amazing people coming up. We have Rasika Duggal coming up, Neha Dhupia, Janhvi Kapoor, and we're ending the evening with our cricket champion Harmanpreet Kaur. So it's an amazing lineup. But we're going to give you a bit of a break. We do also want to play out, some information on our partners. I'd like to start by acknowledging the role of Lokmat, Maharashtra's major newspaper. They've been a major partner, as well as Franklin Templeton. They have been major supporters, so we can play out their films. And then we'll have some music for you. You can also enjoy the music, take a break as our next set of stellar speakers come up. Thank you. You've been a great audience. See you in a moment.
म्यूचुअल फंड
हम्म
एक बात पूछूं तुम लॉन्ग टर्म टाइप हो या शॉर्ट टर्म
तुमको क्या पसंद है Hey, I'll be whatever you want me to be. पर ये जरूर याद रखना, you can have your mutual fund to fall back on. Yeah.
गर्ल्स म्यूचुअल फंड्स इतने भी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड नहीं है इन्हें थोड़ा समझो इन्वेस्ट करो और टाइम दो म्यूचुअल फंड इन्वेस्टमेंट्स आर सब्जेक्ट टू मार्केट रिस्क्स रीड ऑल स्कीम रिलेटेड डॉक्यूमेंट्स केयरफुली
मैं जल्दी से आगे और सेशन बचा है चलेगा चाहिए फोटो
Check, check, check. Check, check.
तीन नंबरचा तुझ्याकडे आहे का सात नंबर कुठे
Oh my God, then I think he came for Jaya, right? Oh, here we are. Hi, where's the green room? Green room is there. Yeah. I'm so confused. Why Vijay is here? She had mentioned. थोड़ा सा ही हाँ जी हाँ ये रहा फोन अभी क्या करें इसको बंद करना है पता नहीं वो शिरानी को भेजो उसको
अरे माइक चालू
Welcome back, everybody. Are we ready for our finale segment? And I'm so excited for it because while we've had absolutely exceptional speakers all day, the grand finale is just going to be something else. And the women you're going to see walking out on this stage today are from varied walks of life, right? They're from sport, from cinema, but also we're very excited because we have commandos, women commandos who have come in from Chhattisgarh. And they come from very modest backgrounds, tribal women themselves who actually became police women, right? So it has been really a very inspiring experience for me to talk to them. And I hope that you will be as inspired by them as I have been. So while we wait for our next set of speakers to be introduced, any guesses who they are? Some of you have ratta marred the schedule, right? Huh? Neha and Rasika Duggal? Yes? Okay. I want to introduce two very special guests now. Many of you have followed their careers in different ways. They're both what I would call multi-talented women. We've seen Rasika shine in everything from Mirzapur to Delhi crime. We've seen Neha lead beauty pageants to hosting her own podcasts alongside movies. But there's one thing that really unites these two wonderful women, both of whom I'm very proud and happy to call my friends. And that is that they have both been stereotype busters. I call this session, I Did It My Way, because I really believe that they've done it their way. They have not followed the norms. They've refused to be boxed in. They both speak their minds. They're very fiercely themselves. And that's very difficult to do in an industry like the film industry, which has a very templated idea of what beauty should be, what success should look like, and so on. So if I can just ask the audience to settle down at the back. I know some of you are just walking back in. Please take your seats quickly. Could we please just have the noise down a bit at the end, please? Waiting for you to take your seats. And as I said, this is only the beginning of a really exceptional finale session. So can we please show some big love for our two wonderful next speakers, Rasika Duggal and Neha Dhupia. Let's have a huge round of applause. And walking in hand, as it should be. I love these moments. I love moments when we collectively show what we can do. Thank you. Thank you. Beautiful. Thank you. Please. So I was just telling the audience that what I think I find in common between both of you, maybe in very different journeys, is that you've got to this point in your lives following very hard negotiated journeys with your own individuality. You know, you haven't done it in a templated way. You have done it in your own way. Could I request you all to settle down? Okay. Thank you. What? And the audience is now having one, they want to take over my job, I think, and moderate this. All right. So, Rasika, Neha, military brat, you have nothing to do with the film world either growing up, and here you both are. How? Why? I mean, you said, and you've said often, Rasika, I'll start with you, this is not the life you thought you'd be living. How did it happen?
Pretty much by chance. I sometimes have to pinch myself every day to understand that I'm here and this is a career and this is something that I can be doing for a living and for a while. I think I just had I was at that age, I was in my 20s, where anybody who said anything which I found mildly interesting, I would pick up my bags and do that. So I was a research assistant before I became an actor, and somebody
Research assistant?
Yeah, an academic research assistant.
In math?
No, I had decided early on that math was not to be continued after Lady Shri
So
Ram College.
what were you researching?
I actually worked with Abhijit Banerjee
in economics, the Nobel laureate. Yes.
Yes, for a while. And Rohini Pandey, they were doing a project together.
Rohini Pandey is my college mate.
Yes,
Small world. Yeah.
She was a professor at Yale at that time, and somebody wrote me an email to say that they're doing a project. And I said, "Oh, sounds interesting," and I went off to Lucknow to work with them. When that project got over, somebody told me people are doing a project on gender and public space in Bombay, an organization called Pukar. I came here to work with them. While I was working with them, I opened the newspaper and saw that FTI was restarting their acting course. And I said, chalo, ye bhi interesting hai, ye bhi try kar lete hain. And my boss at that time, Samira Khan, a very well-known journalist,
yes,
she was one of the people heading the project. And I was nervous about this. I said, you know, this decision is irreversible. And she said, the only decision in the world which is irreversible is motherhood. Everything else you can undo. So I said, chalo. I went to FTI, and 6 months into the course, I knew this is what I wanted to do for as long as I can help it.
And I have a lot of questions about how you still carved that path in this industry your own way, as did you. But she said the only thing irreversible is motherhood. You're a mom, and you've been I'm my own kind of mom. I've seen some of your interviews, I've seen some of your comments, and I was giggling the other day because you were talking, I think, about a birthday party at home. And then how after that, everybody was saying, it was great, but Neha, tu badi thaki hui lag rahi hai. You know, so let's start there because that comment stayed with me.
Well, that's amazing, Barkha. Thank you for having me here. And, you know, hats off to you. You've been doing this since morning and for many months of prep and
Thank you.
And for years, just making people say the right things.
Thank you.
And sound good. So
Thank
hopefully
you.
I'll fill in. Yes,
You
so
will
guys,
pass
huge round
with
of
flying
applause.
colours.
So Barkha, I promise you, I'm going to forget the question because I've started rambling about something else. But मैं सुबह उठी तब भी ये शो चल रहा था. फिर मैंने देखा Instagram तब भी ये शो चल रहा है. लोग आए हैं, सिद्धार्थ मल्होत्रा यहाँ आके लंच के लिए चला गया है. फिर भी ये शो चल रहा है. I'm like, oh my God, Barkha, you're at it, and your team, well done. I mean, like really, guys. I just feel like everyone backstage also here, all of it.
Thank you.
अब रही बर्थडे पार्टी की बात.
हाँ जी.
हाँ, मुश्किल तो होता है, but I just, like she said, irreversible, and that's how you want it to be, right? Like I feel that nothing. Oh, just as soon as I'm talking about motherhood,
birthday party, a baby's crying.
and I'm letting
On
I'm
cue.
No, that's absolutely fine. Take your time. Yeah. She's the sweetest little boy who's crying right now, but then. कोई बात नहीं, guys. Pretend like nothing is happening. ऐसे मत देखो उसकी तरफ यार. जैसे उसने कोई गलती कर दी हो. कुछ भी नहीं हुआ है वहाँ. But I'm just saying that, you know, she's talking about irreversible decisions. But for me, from the beginning, Barkha, it was always like, you know, कि या तो हम यही सोच लेते ना. दिल्ली छोड़ने से पहले I was in Delhi and I was like, you know, I was also preparing कि फौज में जाएंगे. My dad was in the फौज. And then it was like, I remember.
Did you want to be part of the force?
Yes, I see all these women backstage on stage, and
we've had fabulous.
I'm in olive green and high heels, and that's not how it's supposed to be. Whereas they are in the right shade of green and blue and white.
Well, tell them that.
Of course I did. And what women, you know, who are there and all over. But I'm just saying that for me, it was always like, let's dekhte hain, chance lete hain, kya hota hai? Like, you know, and I feel like when you come from the outside, right? When you're not a part of the business, I somewhere feel the pressure is so deflated. Like, you know, itna aapke sar pe pressure nahi hota hai ki ye nahi karo. Lots of times this finger could have been pointed at me. Miss India, agar haar gaye to kya hoga? Ya phir movies mein gaye aur pehle hi scene mein Indian cinema ki aapne pink color ki bikini pehni to kya hoga? Ya phir jab mainstream actresses you know, commercial cinema kar rahi hain, you're doing offbeat movies like Mithya or Phas Gaye Re Obama or Ek 40 Ki Last Local. It's about taking those chances. Or then I was just like, nahi, abhi podcast karte hain. So a lot of people at that point would have thought ki, oh, podcast kar rahe hain, to kya, like I could have either thought ki, you know, log sojenge shayad kaam nahi hai isliye kar rahi hai. Us time koi ban nahi raha tha na podcaster. Ya phir roadies pe chale gaye. which was a risk, but it paid off. And, you know, I see a lot of people who want to be a part of Gang Neha, which makes me feel good. You know, itni calculated moves agar na ho na, I feel like those chances also, sometimes they pay off and sometimes they don't.
But how easy or not easy has it been? Because it could be said that neither of you are typical templates of what an industry, any industry may expect you to be. You just don't have that personality. Neither of you does, right? I'll start with you. I mean, it's not about, you know, your versatility, both of you, your versatility is there and everyone can see it. But in terms of everything else that's asked of you, you know, the fitting in, the PR machine, the PAPs, all of that, how tough has that been?
I think it's been very, very tough at every stage. In fact, I sometimes feel it was easier when I had nothing to lose, you know, when we were all sort of struggling in Bombay, didn't have any work. I used to share a flat with 4 other girls, and we sort of went through those days.
And did they all want to be actors?
You know, some were editors, some wanted to be actors, and 4 people legitimately lived in that house. When I opened my room on some days, everybody from FTI was in my living room because nobody had anywhere else to go. And I used to just do auditions every day. I used to stand in a long line and do really terrible makeup because I didn't know how to do makeup. And somebody would open a door and say, "Ki nahi, aap fit nahi hote." You know, and I did that for years. And I just can't imagine doing that again. It was just very, very hard. But I
mean, Vijay Varma was here and he was saying exactly this line, that he would go through these auditions and people would just open a door for a nanosecond and say, "No, you're not a good fit."
Yeah. And no, they don't do it like that. I'll tell you how it happens. They're like, हमको एक लंबा लड़का चाहिए जिसकी बुरी वो description, this color eyes, this color ये, this color वो. And then line से ना 300 लोग आएंगे और फिर एक बंदा एक कमरे से निकलेगा. The door is always below ceiling height. He'll duck and come out and, you know, whatever, लड़का लड़की जो भी. And first look at all of us and be not fit, not fit, not fit, not fit, not fit, not fit. आप आ जाइए अंदर. By then you are standing 16th. It's happened to me. Somewhere I was like fit for this audition, but I was like, मैंने तो सोचा 1 से 15 की time आएगी. उतनी देर में मैंने लाइनें ही नहीं याद की. So I was like, अभी बाहर निकलेगा बताएगा. So you don't know, and you know that's the thing, right? Like, and when you go there and you're not fit, one thing you need to have clear in your mind, and maybe age teaches you this, that this not fit means you're fitting in somewhere else. वो अपने आप में, अपने मन में, अपने दिल में ठान के रख लो, because that is the fit that's actually waiting for you. क्या पता, you know. And it's really that. Like, you know, I'm as a person, even for me, like, you know, even roadies, to be connected in your mid-40s to an audience that's in their teens and their 20s. I mean, I'm so glad I made that move or I made that switch, because otherwise I would have lost that connect entirely. And maybe, you know, किसी film में मैं not fit थी, तो मुझे 2 महीने मिल गए और मुझे ये offer आ गया और जिंदगी में अलग सा बदलाव आ गया. And likewise for you also, I would imagine you've had these kind of experiences as well.
And I want to go back to that place where you said मुझे makeup करना नहीं आता था. Then what happened? Like, you actually thought in your mind that I can be an actor, I love doing this, but makeup nahi aata.
I mean, you know, in the Film Institute, you really are in a bubble. I had absolutely no idea that I needed to learn how to do makeup. And that's actually a flaw of the curriculum. They needed to sort of teach you that, you know, so that you can come to... We were just not presentable. We were these people who used to sit and watch films at the Institute, 6 se 9 baje, pajame mein baithe hue, wisdom tree ke niche, and we are like, oh, we are breathing cinema. You know, that used to be the thing. And we thought that would make us get work in Bombay. But that was also fine, you know, because that you don't find again. You can learn all this along the way, but the time to watch films, to sit and read, to look at artwork in a library, that does not come back. You will probably not get to watch Tarkovsky now if you're not seeking it, you know. So that I think is irreplaceable, and an institute should have that kind of an environment. But when I came to Bombay, I learned how to do makeup. I called a friend whose friend was a model. I went to her and I said, please, mujhe sikha do. And I did that and then just learned along the way. If you see some of my early photos, there's some pretty bad makeup.
Now, of course, there's an army of people who actually do this. It's a very different sort of context. But I want to ask both of you, coming from, you know, backgrounds that were professional, military, salaried, academic, what were some of the things that you told yourselves we love some parts of this industry, but we're not going to embrace the other parts because they're not us?
I mean, anything that helps me create more opportunity to do work that I want to do,
You will do.
I will
Fair,
do it.
fair.
I will decide how much I want to do it. The things that I won't do is celebrate misogyny or be part of a propaganda film. I won't do those things. Are non-negotiable for me. But otherwise, I think any kind of machinery which sort of supports the idea that you can enable yourself to do the work that you want to do, I will do it.
So you would not have accepted Animal?
No.
I think I asked Rashmika Mandana this question, and she argued that, but we're actors and we don't have to play parts that we agree with. But I think your point is, it's not the actor, it's the institutionalization or the respectability given to the misogyny that's the problem.
Exactly. I mean, I would be very, very happy to play an actor who play a character whose politics is not in sync with mine.
And you often do.
And I often do. I mean, I'm not Beena Tripathi in real life. I don't go around killing people and violating men. But I'm very...
Mike.
Yeah, maybe, who knows. But
आपको डर लग रहा है कि ये मार देंगी?
नहीं, अभी ऐसे लग रहा है अब मैं पास में बैठ सकती हूँ. पहले लग रहा था कि शायद मार देंगी.
Sorry, I just wanted to complete that thought. It was that I'm very excited to play a character whose politics is not in sync with mine. That's wildly exciting to me as a performer, because then I have to go and understand a mind which I have not understood, and that to me is why I do what I do.
Sure.
But it's important for me that the politics of the project is aligned with mine. Sometimes as an actor, you get misled on that. And my biggest fear is one day I'll find myself
in something you don't like or can't defend.
The politics of the film will not be aligned with mine. And I would not have known that before, And sometimes actors don't know that.
Yeah.
It's easy to get...
because someone's doing a script reading or whatever, and you don't know how it's going to be put together later and what that... Do you regret something you've done or taken or accepted?
No, but I was almost going to and I didn't.
Share. You can't. Okay.
But I'm very glad I didn't.
But these are tough choices, right, Neha? Because people are trying to survive, remain relevant. These are professional ambitions across industries. Like, we deal with these dilemmas in media every day. How do you remain true to yourself, but how do you also remain commercially viable? How do you, what are the things you do today that you wouldn't have thought you would ever do 20 years ago? And these are constantly evolving, shifting norms. I'm sure if someone had asked Rasika 20 years ago, would you be styled by somebody? Maybe you said, no, not me, I don't need it.
I'll be like, what is that?
You'll say, what is that? So we all change, we all sort of evolve with the times. What's the one thing that you, coming from the background that you did, felt that this would be inauthentic for me?
I just felt, Barkha, see, the time that I started working, हर तरह की फिल्में बनती थी. Like, there were all kinds of films, some would work. Now we've reached a point where you look at things that are released on OTT, short films, even cinema. They're very conscious of on most days, they're very conscious of what society stands for. Ye theek nahi hai. There'll be networks looking at everything. No, this is going to work against us. These people are going to react badly. Social media, pe storm aa jayega. Ye sab cheezein na pehle nahi hoti thi. So for me, when I was sent away from home, my parents just told me one thing: apni izzat apne haath mein hai, aur wo kabhi nahi gawani. So for me, kahin pe bhi, like whether you're at work, whether you're on a film set, kahin pe koi agar badtameezi kare, कोई तुम्हें इज्जत ना दे, और अगर कोई ये सोचे कि तुम उनकी इज्जत के लायक नहीं हो, या तो निकल जाओ या take them head on. So I genuinely feel that, you should know where to draw the line professionally and personally. I have a daughter, I teach her that. I have a son, I teach him that. The first word, literally, I'm digressing a little bit. और मैं सबको बताना चाहती हूँ, पहला शब्द वो होता है ना, माँ बोल लिया, पापा बोल लिया, उसके बाद क्या? I still remember I was feeding, और वो feeding chair होती है ना, वहाँ पे बैठी हुई थी मेरी बेटी, and I kept saying, Babu, just say bus. Bus. You should know where you draw the line. Whether someone is feeding you, whether you're in a room with that person, kuch bhi ho, chahe tum kaam pe jao. Bus bolna seekh lo and you will define kahan pe wo bus bolna hai. Literally, for me it was that in this industry. And kai baar, you know, लोगों ने भी सामने से बस बोल दिया मेरी कला देख के कोई बात नहीं हम उससे भी आगे निकल जाएंगे और कईयों ने नहीं भी बोला कईयों ने कुछ और भी देख लिया बट ठीक है जान है जहान है we'll figure it out literally I had that attitude and ठीक है अब I genuinely felt मतलब I came here in 2001 to Mumbai. I remember my dad at that time, of course, we had very limited resources. So for my father to buy an air ticket, वो Air India की ना वो पतरी वाली leaf वाली ticket
वो booklet type हाँ
तो 2 खरीदते थे ना वो package deal मिलती थी और return पे ना date नहीं डालनी होती थी कुछ ऐसा था मुझे exactly याद नहीं and when my dad gave me that ticket it was the biggest gift he got me because for you know him at that point to buy me that air ticket to go for Miss India was God, it was tough. Like, you know, it's a lot.
Yeah.
And he only said one thing, like, ज़रूरत नहीं है ना, तो return ticket मत use करना. जाओ Bombay और बना लो अपनी जिंदगी वहीं पे. I still have that ticket. I still have it with me. And कहीं पे ना वो अपना shoe box जो पुराना वाला खोल के देखते हैं ना, they'll be like, ठीक है यार, कहीं पे अपना सपना पूरा हो गया, हमने ये ticket use नहीं की. It was that.
How did your family feel about you wanting to take the plunge into movies? And acting?
I don't think they took me seriously.
They
said, oh, she wants to do one more new thing. And so and I was also not taking myself seriously at that time, you know. But they've, of course, been very, very appreciative of every small win that's happened along the way. Many of the films that I did early on in my career were independent films which never got released or had very tiny releases. Kissa was released in 2 theaters in Bombay. Kshay was a film that I had done in a lead part in 2011, which traveled to many festivals, but I think had again 2-3 theaters in Bombay. My mother did a screening of both those films in Jamshedpur for anybody who wanted to come. So yeah.
So I want to ask you in the end, how has this stardom changed both of you? And how do you keep yourselves real? One thing that maybe the audience doesn't know, but I do, is both of you are married to men who are in the industry, but also who, like you, come from spaces that weren't movies oriented, right? Angad is the son of Bishan Singh Bedi. Mukul is my mate from college and came from a background in finance. Does that help that your partners are also not originally from here and therefore there are spaces that you can keep real? You all are looking very thoughtful.
No, I mean for me to like मैं अभी पीछे कहीं पे किसी को backstage बोल रही थी. There was one lovely lady who walked up to me and I thought she's gonna, you know, have high praise for me and she's like, I love how your husband is. मैंने बोला wow, yeah, thank you. But I was like, you know, that's when, and then she spoke about, you know, it's so obvious that both of you are flag bearers of equal parenting. And I feel like these are conversations now we need to stop having. Because if the woman is out there working, the man holds fort at home, and likewise for the man, woman.
I'll tell you, you missed this moment. We had an Air Force officer on the stage, and her child is 1.5 years. And her husband was in the audience looking after the baby. He had to go out and look after the baby while she was here. And it was just, that's life.
But that's true.
Exactly.
I remember Meher was 41 days old, and on 41 or 45 days old, 2nd of January, we were shooting and it was cold. The vanity van was there and she was on an exclusive feed and I was breastfeeding. I said, nahi, abhi formula, abhi nahi denge, baad mein. So literally that. It used to be that I was on set recording and then Angad would send me a message. She's awake. He'd be in the trailer. I would go back, feed her. Then he would burp her and then I would come back and shoot.
Yeah.
But that's, a man's got to do what a man's got to do and a woman's got to do what a woman's got to do. Literally. But it is great. I don't want to speak too soon. We're 7 years in. But I just want to say, Shadi ke mamle mein, I've hit the jackpot.
Well said. No, but I think my question was more like, how do you keep it real? Because,
I don't know. That got me thinking.
Yeah.
Because what would so far I've only been asked, how does it feel to be married to an actor? And
no, I'm actually asking bilkul ulta question.
Yeah, I don't know what it would
No,
have
I
been.
feel like I think keeping it real is सुबह उठ के discussing खाने में क्या बनाना है और तुम अगर फ्रूट के पैसे दे रहे हो तो मैं फिर सब्जी के पैसे दे रहा हूँ. We split our bills, right?
You all also have these normal type conversations?
No, I remember the first date we went on and I was like, I took out my card and he was like, no, you don't have to pay. I said, I'm not paying, but this seems serious, so let's go Dutch. और ऐसे ही रखेंगे जिंदगी भर. So, you know, it's the real stuff, right? I feel it's more real than it's not. I think just having this person by your side when there are months on end as an actor when everything's going south.
Yeah.
ना काम का फोन बजता है, बाकी लोग, और जब आपके काम का फोन नहीं बजता ना, बरखा, you have to understand it's so circular. It's बाकियों के सबके काम के फोन बज रहे हैं. So you know, पर उसको भी मिल रहा है. And then जितना भी आप बोलो ना, we will not compare. जितने भी साल आप इस इंडस्ट्री में गुजार लो, you're always doing that. But I think being married to an actor is having this friend who's going to tell you, no, it's going to be okay. And you believe him because he's been on both sides as well.
Yeah.
It's a very large part of who, we are also as couples and,
No, so let me give you the last word, Rasika. Something you'd say to the young girls here. Something that life has taught you, both of you. Quickly, just closing comments.
Picking up from what Neha said, it's taken me a long time to define my bus and to be able to say ki bus, stop here. It doesn't come on one day. It comes with a lot of experiences which you will regret later, but it'll come one day. And so just hang in there and do it your own way.
Yeah.
मतलब जितना मैंने कहना था मैंने कह दिया, और बाकी जो है ना, आपकी जो पूरे सारे सपने, आपकी पूरी दुनिया, सब कुछ आपके अंदर है. कभी किसी को आप रोकने मत देना. आपको nothing should come between you and your dreams, and I promise you सब हो जाएगा. और जो हो रहा है ना, जो नहीं भी हो रहा है वो भी अच्छे के लिए हो रहा है. And that acha also you'll get to know later on in life. So don't beat yourself about anything. You are amazing just the way you are. I promise you.
Thank you. Can I please request you both to step up here while we call our next set of speakers to honor both Rasika and Neha, and I wish I had more time to talk to them because they're so much fun. They both have a special relationship with women, not just women, but with the uniform, right? Neha, as I mentioned, is, comes from an armed forces background, and Rasika, of course, we know, as somebody who is essay the role of a policewoman in Delhi crime. By the way, talking about the uniform, and Neha was talking about this, we have Air Force officers and Army officers in the front row, and we never get tired of clapping for them. खड़े हो जाओ, अच्छा खड़े हो जाओ, दोबारा खड़े हो जाओ. No, the officers, सब खड़े हो गए. अच्छा चलो, ये भी ठीक है. But I want to call on stage now 3 women who have come all the way from Chhattisgarh. They're in the Chhattisgarh Mahila Police. They're known as the Durga Commandos, and they've been in the jungles of Chhattisgarh fighting Naxals, armed Naxals. And 2 of them come from Adivasi communities themselves. And I thought that it was appropriate that for 2 women who have had a special relationship, fictional and real, with the uniform, we should call women in uniform to award them. So please may I have the Durga Commandos on stage. कैसे हैं? अब मैं आपसे पहले रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी कि यहाँ हमारी जो स्टार्स हैं उनको आप हमारे अवार्ड्स दें, है ना? तो ये है नेहा मैम के लिए. तो अंजू जी आप देंगी नेहा मैम को? Can we have a round of applause for this beautiful moment? Rasika, you can also come in. And मैं हिरनी जी से कहूंगी कि रसिका मैम को अवार्ड दें. And can I ask you all to just step up for a photograph? आ जाइए आगे. आ जाइए. They march ahead. I feel like थोड़ा pressure, मेरे को marching नहीं आता. आप लोग मार्च में चलते हैं रियल लाइफ में भी. Okay, thank you for standing. Can we please have a big round of applause for Neha and Rasika? Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You are amazing.
Thank you.
You are amazing.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. ओके, आ जाओ, आप बैठ जाइए यहाँ पे, यहाँ पे आ जाओ मैम, बैठ जाओ। आई नो। ओके नेहा, हाँ no, that's okay. No, because they're waiting. Only because of that. Thank you, girls. Thank you. Acha, that's what she said. 1 minute, Rasika, come back. Come back. We missed that moment. Which one of them? आप बोलिए।
आपने बोला था ना।
आप बोले ना, मैम के लिए बोलो।
हाँ, मिर्जापुर बहुत मस्त वेब सीरीज है, मैंने पूरे पार्ट देखे हैं उसके।
मिर्जापुर बहुत मस्त है, मैंने पूरा।
थैंक यू सो मच।
अच्छा लगा? बेस्ट क्या लगा?
बेस्ट तो जैसे मैम का सीन है वो बहुत अच्छा लगा, बाकी जो मतलब उसमें क्या बोलते हैं गुंडे का रोल, इनकाउंटर, वो सब चीजें बहुत मतलब मजेदार है। अपन को तो वही पार्ट पसंद आता है, गन्ने की खेत।
I'm so glad I put pressure on her by staring at her that she has to say something about my scene because I felt like she was going to say Munna Bhaiya.
That's lovely. Thank you. हाँ जी, बहुत दूर से आप आई हैं। अपने बारे में आप तीनों कुछ बताइए कि आप पुलिस में कैसे आई तीनों। अंजू जी, आपसे शुरू करती हूँ।
मैम, मैंने तो CGPSC 2016 क्लियर किया, 2018 में मेरी ज्वाइनिंग हुई, फिर ट्रेनिंग करते, डिस्ट्रिक्ट ट्रेनिंग, अपनी फिजिकल ट्रेनिंग होते 2021 जुलाई में मेरी पहली पोस्टिंग हुई दंतेवाड़ा, बस्तर का एक जिला है, बस्तर आप सभी जानते हैं
जी।
तो वहां पे मेरी पोस्टिंग हुई। फिर मैंने DRG, जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट रिजर्व गार्ड एक टीम है, मतलब हर जिले की जो पुलिस की जो नक्सलियों से लड़ती है उस टीम को हम DRG बोलते हैं। और जो हमारे दंतेवाड़ा में महिला टीम है जिसको हम दंतेश्वरी फाइटर्स बोलते हैं, और सुकमा में जो हमारे दुर्गा कमांडर हैं, तो मैंने दंतेवाड़ा की दंतेश्वरी फाइटर्स टीम को लीड किया और उसी दौरान हमने 5 नक्सलियों को मारा। तो उसी से मुझे राष्ट्रपति जी का वीरता पदक मिला। मैं छत्तीसगढ़ की पहली महिला ऑफिसर हूं जिसे गैलेंट्री अवार्ड मिला है।
तुलसी जी, कैसे आना हुआ पुलिस में?
मैं नक्सल संगठन में पहले गांव में थी। मैं पढ़ी लिखी नहीं थी, लेकिन मैं बचपन में मेरा दिमाग नहीं था। मैं इसी कारण से मैं नक्सल संगठन में गई थी। तब वहां जाके मैं
अच्छा, आप कह रही हैं कि पहले आप नक्सल थी?
जी।
ये यही बता रही है?
यस मैम, ये 10 साल नक्सल संगठन में काम करी है। जब ये छोटी थी, नक्सली गांव में आते हैं, जो अच्छे लड़के लड़कियां रहती हैं, जो मतलब फिट होते हैं, जो काम कर सकते हैं, भाग दौड़ कर सकते हैं, वैसे बच्चों को जबरदस्ती, उनका एक रूल होता है कि हर घर से एक बच्चा देना है संगठन के लिए, चाहे माँ बाप चाहे या ना चाहे।
तो तुलसी जी हमें यहाँ बहुत बहादुरी से बता रही हैं कि जिनको ये आज इनकाउंटर्स में मारती हैं, एक टाइम पे ये भी वही थी। ये कहती है मेरा दिमाग नहीं था, मतलब आप गुमराह हो गई और आप नक्सल थी और आज आप उनको डिफीट करते हैं, उनके खिलाफ इनकाउंटर करते हैं, है ना?
जी मैम।
तो 10 साल आप नक्सल रही।
जी।
फिर क्या हुआ?
मैं वहाँ रहते वहाँ रहने का मन नहीं था। वहाँ हर समय खाना नहीं मिलता था, जंगल में सोना पड़ता था, जंगली पानी गिरते समय भी जंगल में सोना पड़ता था। वहाँ रहने का वो सुविधा नहीं था। वहाँ यहाँ रहने के भी कोई मतलब नहीं है बोल के मैं वहां से नक्सल संगठन को छोड़ के वापस आई हूँ।
और पुलिस पे कैसे भर्ती हो गई फिर?
जब मैं वहां से रात को 8 बजे नक्सल संगठन को छोड़ने के लिए 8 बजे रात को, जैसे नक्सल 150 संख्या थे नक्सली, उन लोग यहाँ से 8 बजे रात को निकली। जब आई हूँ तब मैं रात को आंध्रा बग गई हूँ। आंध्रा से फिर छत्तीसगढ़ जा गई हूँ। छत्तीसगढ़ आके फिर।
और हिडमी जी, आप कैसे आई पुलिस में?
मैं तो सीधी भर्ती में आई हूँ। मेरा भर्ती 2022 की हुआ था।
हाँ, जोर से बोलिए।
2022 के मेरा भर्ती हुआ था बस्तर फाइटर्स करके। तो बस्तर फाइटर का एक बाग है दुर्गा फाइटर, तो मैं उसी में काम करती हूँ।
तो आपने कैसे सोचा पुलिस में आने का?
पुलिस में आने का मेरा सोच था मैम, मेरे गांव में बहुत सारे नक्सली आते थे, कई बार आके मीटिंग करते थे, वो छावा लूटते थे, और कहीं बाहर जाने के लिए और स्कूल जाने के लिए नहीं देते थे गांव वाले। जैसे छोटे छोटे बच्चे जो पढ़ना चाहते थे ना, वो कोई स्कूल जाना मना कर देते। अगर तुम पढ़ोगे लिखोगे तो क्या बनोगे, कैसे, मतलब क्यों पढ़ोगे, अगर पढ़ोगे तो तुम वर्दी पहनोगे, हम लोगों को रोकोगे, हमारा जल जंगल जमीन को वैसे काट दोगे, पूरा बैटरिया बनाओगे, ऐसा टाइप का मीटिंग करते थे गांव में। तो मैं 2017-18 में 9th क्लास ऐसे 12th क्लास पढ़ती थी। तो मेरे को नक्सल संगठन में मेरे बड़ा मीटिंग हुआ था गांव में, बहुत बड़ी जंगल में, लगभग 700-800 हाइट के ऊपर। तो मेरे को एक नक्सली थी, कमांडर नक्सली, बहुत जानकी नाम की, वो फेमस नक्सली थी, बहुत बड़े कमांडर। तो वो मुझे बुलाई थी वहां पे, मैं गई। तो तुम स्कूल जाती हो, अगर स्कूल जा रही हो, पढ़ना चाह रही हो, तो लाइफ में क्या बनोगी? तो मेरी माँ मुझे बोली थी कि बेटा तुम वहां जाओगे तो वे बनूंगी, ऐसा करके मत बताना, तो बताना कि मैं नर्स बनूंगी, ऐसा कुछ बनाना, बोलना कि मैं फोर्स में जाऊंगी, ऐसा मत बोल करके। तो
अच्छा।
तो माँ ऐसा बोली थी, तो मैं वहां पे नक्सली को झूठ बोला कि मैं पुलिस में भर्ती नहीं होना चाहती। तो नक्सली को
अगर ये बोलती कि नहीं मैं पुलिस में जाना चाहती हूँ, मैं फोर्स में जाना चाहती हूँ, या मतलब छत्तीसगढ़ सरकार के किसी भी मतलब विभाग में जाना चाहती हूँ, तो नक्सली इसको मार देते।
तो वो लोग मेरे को वहां पे पूछे, तो मैं उनको झूठ बोली, और वैकेंसी निकली, मेरा 12th हो गया। होने के बाद मैं सुपके से वैकेंसी निकली, तो मैं भर्ती हो गई। उसके बाद मैं खड़ी मेहनत करी वैकेंसी में, तब
खड़ी मेहनत की और वैकेंसी में आप आ गए।
उसके बाद मैं गांव में, मेरे फैमिली से लेकर मेरे मम्मी पापा को किसी को पता नहीं था कि मैं वैकेंसी निकली और मैं यहाँ पे भर्ती होना चाहती हूँ फोर्स में। तब मैं ट्रेनिंग, मेरा मात्र 6 मंथ का ट्रेनिंग हुआ मैं राजनांदगांव में। तो मैं वहां गई, मेरी माँ बहुत रो रही थी कि मेरी बेटी कहाँ गई है, किधर गई, कहीं घूम गई, कोई मार दिया ऐसा। तो मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लगता था, वर्दी पहनना मेरी सपना थी। जब मैं वर्दी पहनूंगी तो मेरे बदान में कितना तिरंगा झंडा पकड़ना कोई चाहते हैं, बहुत अच्छा लगता है।
तो अंजू जी, आपने कहा, मतलब मुझे, मेरा दिल खुश भी हो रहा है, मुझे रोना भी थोड़ा सा आ रहा है आप तीनों की जिंदगी के बारे में सुन के, बहुत इंस्पिरेशनल है। आपने कहा छत्तीसगढ़ की आप पहली वुमन पुलिस ऑफिसर है जिनको गैलेंट्री अवार्ड मिला।
यस मैम।
वो किस ऑपरेशन के लिए मिला मैम?
मैम हमने एक कैंप खोला नहाड़ी, मतलब दंतेवाड़ा है, फिर अरनपुर, एक जो
ये बिल्कुल नक्सल वायलेंस का गढ़ है, जैसे
हाँ,
हमारी ऑडियंस को समझाइए ना। हाँ
हाँ, जैसे आपने एक दूरदर्शन मीडिया वाला न्यूज सुना होगा कि जो मीडिया वाले वहां पे इनकाउंटर में फंस गए थे, एक जवान शहीद हुआ था। ये 2018 की न्यूज है, आप लोग अगर रिमाइंड करेंगे तो डीडी न्यूज का जो रिपोर्टर था वो फंस गया था, उनके साथ इनकाउंटर हो गया था। तो वो अरनपुर थाना, उससे 20-30 किलोमीटर अंदर एक गांव है नहाड़ी, जो मतलब बहुत लीडर टाइप का नक्सल है, देवा माड़वी, जो झीरम घाटी घटना किया था मैम।
अच्छा।
झीरम घाटी कांड 2018, जिसमें बहुत सारे कांग्रेस के नेता मारे गए थे। तो वो उसका गांव है, वहां पे हमने जाके कैंप खोला। जब कैंप खोला तो फिर ऐसा है कि 2-3 दिन बाद जो जन मिलिशिया होती है, जो नक्सल की सबसे फ्रंट लाइन होती है, वो हम पे गोलीबारी कर रहे थे,
मतलब फायरिंग कर रहे थे, शूटिंग।
हाँ, फायरिंग कर रहे थे मैम, रात में 2-3 दिन से। बट हमारी जो टीम है ना, हम लोग 3-4 लेयर पे रहते हैं, कि जहाँ कैंप खोले, फिर फर्स्ट लेयर पे एक टीम, मतलब बहुत सारी टीम है, सेकंड लेयर, थर्ड लेयर। तो फिर एक इंट आ रही थी कि जो अभी हिड़मा जो इनकाउंटर में मारा गया, उसकी बटालियन की एक कंपनी हमारे ऊपर अटैक करने आ रही है। तो हमको ह्यूमन इंट मिला, टेक इंट में भी हमने उसको डिकोड कर लिया। फिर हम उनके आने वाले रास्ते पे जाके एम्बुश बैठा, जहां पे हमने 2 महिला नक्सली को मारा जो उनकी संतरी ड्यूटी कर रही थी। तो जब उस नक्सली को मारे, फिर वो कैंप खोलने के दौरान ये ऐसा घटना हुआ था कि हम नक्सल के गढ़ में गए, वहां कैंप खोले और 2 नक्सली को मारे। तो इस घटना, इस मिशन के लिए मतलब मुझे गैलेंट्री अवार्ड मिला है।
तो आप लोग जब इनकाउंटर में जाते हैं तो आप किस तरह की बंदूकें लेके, जैसे आपको किस तरह की बंदूक शूट करनी है?
मेरे पास तो AK-47 होता है।
वाह वाह। हाँ?
हाँ। मैं हमेशा AK-47 लेके ही चलती हूँ।
अच्छा, कभी आप लोग को डर लगता है हिट में जी?
नहीं मैम, मेरे को कोई डर नहीं लगता।
कभी नहीं?
कभी नहीं लगता।
ये क्या बात हुई? कभी भी नहीं?
कभी नहीं लगता।
कभी नहीं?
नहीं
कभी नहीं?
नहीं नहीं मैम, नहीं लगता।
कुछ तो हुआ होगा जैसे आपको लगा मेरी जिंदगी डेंजर में है।
नहीं मैम, ऐसा नहीं लगता। मैं अगर डरने का होता तो मैं कोर्स में भर्ती ही नहीं होती। ये तो मेरी अपनी रिक्स की बात है ना। जब मेरे मम्मी पापा नहीं चाह रहे थे कि मुझे कोर्स में भर्ती होना, तो मैं सोरी सुपके से आ गई, भर्ती हो गई, वर्दी मिला मुझे और देश की रक्षा कर रही हूँ। और बस्तर ऐसा इलाका है कि कदम जैसे उठा के कदम रखते हैं ना, तब भी खतरा होता है। अभी मेरे साथ DRG 1 की कमांडो 27 तारीख के ID ब्लास्ट हुआ है। अभी रायपुर में अस्पताल में एडमिट है, उसका पैर पूरा गया है, वो बहुत दर्द में है अभी। ऐसा है बस्तर में ना, बहुत ज्यादा खतरा है। हम वही चाहते हैं कि हमारा बस्तर जल्दी ठीक हो जाए, हम जल्दी ठीक करें, जैसे मुंबई जैसा हो जाए।
मुंबई जैसा हो। हाँ? आपने कहा कि मम्मी पापा से चोरी छुपे आप भर्ती हो गए, आज क्या कहते हैं मम्मी पापा?
अभी माँ तो बोलती है, मैं अभी गांव तो बहुत कम जाती हूँ, दिन के जाती हूँ 1-2 घंटे के लिए। अभी भी एरिया बहुत खराब है गांव में।
हाँ।
तो मैं 1-2 घंटा के लिए जाती हूँ माँ को मिलने के लिए, तब माँ रोती है मेरे को देख के। ऐसा बोलती है कि मेरी बेटी को कोई मार देगा, नक्सली मार देगा।
डर लगता है उनको आपकी जिंदगी के लिए?
कई बार हम दो क्यों वहां गई ऐसे, तो मैं बोलती हूँ माँ को, माँ ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता, मुझे कोई फिक्र करने की बात नहीं है, मैं ठीक हूँ, बहुत सेफ रहती हूँ, ऐसा करके उनको बोलती हूँ।
तुलसी जी, आपने तो जिंदगी दोनों तरफ से देखी है, आप नक्सल भी रह चुकी हैं, आज आप पुलिस में हैं, तो आपने क्या सीखा इस पूरी जिंदगी से जो आप लोगों को बताना चाहती हैं? अपने जो एक आपकी एक्सपीरियंस रही दोनों तरफ से, क्या सीखा आपने?
मैं पहले नक्सल संगठन में,
थोड़ा ऊंचा पकड़िए ना माइक को। हाँ।
मैं पहले नक्सल संगठन में थी, उसके बाद फिर नक्सल संगठन को छोड़ के फिर पुलिस में आ गई हूँ। मेरे को दोनों तरफ से अनुभव है। मतलब पहले नक्सली में जिंदगी कैसे जीना है, नक्सली से छोड़ के फिर यहाँ पुलिस में आई हूँ, तब कैसे जीना है। मैं पहले से अभी बहुत बदलाव है मेरा जिंदगी। पहले कुछ कपड़ा से लेकर साबुन से लेकर कुछ भी वहाँ नहीं मिलता था, वहाँ रहती थी समय। अभी यहाँ पुलिस में आई हूँ, तब मेरे को खुद का घर है, खुद का वो हर महीना में पेमेंट मिलता है, और खुद कहीं घूमना जाना है, कहीं इधर उधर जाने भी किसी को पूछ के जाना है, ये मेरे को नहीं पूछना पड़ता। पहले जो नक्सली
मतलब आज एक जिसको कहते हैं अंग्रेजी में इंडिपेंडेंस,
जी,
आप एक अपनी आजादी से अपनी
जी
डिसीजंस ले सकती हैं।
जी जी।
अंजू जी, इसके बारे में आप क्या मुझे बताइए कि छत्तीसगढ़ में ये जो ऑल महिला कंटिंजेंट्स हैं, चाहे वो दुर्गा कमांडोज हों, चाहे वो दांतेवाड़ा में फोर्स हो, इसको ये किस सोच से बनाई गई, और इससे मतलब जो औरतें आती हैं उनकी जिंदगी में कितना फर्क पड़ा है? एक कॉन्फिडेंस के नजरिए से देखा जाए, एक इंडिपेंडेंस, फाइनेंशियल इंडिपेंडेंस क्यों ना हो, पर्सनालिटी में एक वो आ जाता है ना कि आप जिंदगी अपने आप अपनी चॉइस से जी सकते हैं, है ना?
यस मैम।
तो अपने बारे में बताइए, और घर का किस तरह से एटीट्यूड रहा, आपने नहीं बताया।
यस मैम। मैम, जो महिला टीम बनी दंतेवाड़ा में, जैसे दंतेश्वरी फाइटर्स बनी, क्या बोलते हैं, सुकमा में दुर्गा कमांडो बनी, वैसे ही हर जिले में महिला की टीम बनी हुई है। पहले क्या होते थे ना मैम, जब नक्सलियों जैसे इनकाउंटर होता था, वो मारे जाते थे, तो जितने भी उनके जो अर्बन नक्सली है, मतलब अर्बन नक्सल है, या फिर और उनकी जो भी मीडिया टीम होती है, रिपोर्टर होते हैं, वो ना हमेशा एलिगेशन लगाते थे। क्या बोलते थे कि मतलब इन्होंने पहले जो भी फीमेल नक्सली मारे गए उनके साथ रेप कर दिया, जब वो सर्च पे जाते थे, एरिया डोमिनेशन पे जाते थे, तो उनका मतलब रेप कर दिया, बलात्कार की, घर लूट लिए, पैसा लूट लिए, ये सब चीजें बहुत वो होती थी, बहुत एलिगेशन लगते थे। लेकिन जब से ये मतलब महिलाओं की टीम बनी है, जब हम साथ में लड़कों के साथ में गश्त जाने लगे हैं, उनके साथ काम करने लग रहे हैं, तो ये जो एलिगेशन ये तो पूरी तरह हट गई है। और दूसरा, इसी से हमको भी फायदा हुआ है। पहले क्या होती थी कि देखते थे अरे फोर्स में पूरे लड़के हैं, वो अगर किसी गांव से गुजरते थे तो ना वो पानी देने के लिए होते थे, ना बातचीत करने के लिए होते थे, क्योंकि ज्यादातर जैसे जो नक्सल गांव है हमारे, उसके भी जो मेल है वो तो काम करने खेत पे चले जाते थे, या जैसे भी उनकी जिंदगी रहती थी, मिलते हमको महिलाएं ही थी। तो बट वो कंफर्टेबल नहीं होते थे, या उनको जो भी डर लगता था, जब हम साथ जाने लगे तो उनको जो भी चीजें हैं, जो भी परेशानी, वो हमसे शेयर भी करते थे। मैं आपको एक किस्सा बताती हूँ, जहाँ हमने नहाड़ी कैंप खोला, जो अरनपुर से गए ना 20 किलोमीटर, वहां पे कोई रोड नहीं था, हम रोड बनाते हुए गए नहाड़ी, जहाँ पे हमको कैंप बिठाना था।
मतलब साथ साथ अब रोड,
हाँ मैम, पहले रोड बनाए, 2 दिन तो हमने रोड ही बनाया, फिर जाके हम जहाँ पे हमको कैंप बिठाना था वहां तक पहुंचे। तो अब उसमें ऐसा हुआ कि कुछ के पेड़ कटे, कुछ के वो, अब क्योंकि वो तो उनका जमीन था ना, तो जहाँ हमने रोड बनाते हुए गया तो कुछ के इमली झाड़ काट दिए हमने, बस्तर में इमली बहुत फेमस है। अब उन लोग का ऐसा था कि अब उनको कुछ थोड़ा बहुत जो भी मतलब पैसे वैसे चाहिए थे, तो वो बात करने के लिए देखे कि वहां पे मतलब मेल ही अपने मतलब कमांडोज थे, तो उन्होंने बोला नहीं, एक जो मैडम आई है ना उनसे हमको बात करना है। फिर उन्होंने मेरे को बताया रिपोर्टिंग करे, तो फिर मैं जाके बात की, तो उन्होंने बोला कि मैम हम लोग के आपने जो पेड़ काटे या जो भी थोड़ा बहुत नुकसान हुआ है उसका हमको मतलब पे करिएगा। तो मैंने एसपी सर को तुरंत रिपोर्ट किया, अभिषेक पल्लव सर को, फिर उन्होंने मतलब कैश में भेजे, तो फिर हमने सबको उनका जो भी था ना वो पेमेंट किया। तो वो क्या होता है ना मैम, उनको बहुत ईजी होता है हमसे बात करने के लिए। जब से हम डीआरजी टीम के साथ में गश्त जाने लगे, एरिया डोमिनेशन करने लगे, तो हमको इंट मिलने लगी है, उधर जो भी प्रॉब्लम होती है, जो भी दिक्कतें होती है वो भी होती है। जो नहाड़ी गांव था मैम, वहां पे मतलब बीपीएल का जो मतलब राशन कार्ड का जो चावल लेने के लिए वो 20 किलोमीटर पैदल आते थे। जब हमने वहां पे कैंप खोला तो हमने प्रशासन से बात की और फिर हम वो चावल वहीं पे पहुंचाने लगे। तो जो महिलाएं हैं ना मैम, वो बहुत अच्छे से मतलब बात करना, फ्री होना, अब वो बहुत सारी चीजें बहुत अच्छे से वो करने लगी।
अच्छा मुझे बताइए, we have time for maybe 1 or 2 questions if anybody has, but उससे पहले मैं पूछना चाहती हूँ कि हम यहाँ पे हमारे आर्मी एयरफोर्स के भी ऑफिसर्स बैठे हैं, उनसे भी ये पूछे। उन्होंने कहा कि यूनिफॉर्म जो है वो आदमी और औरत के बीच में फर्क नहीं देखती। आपको क्या लगता है हिडवे जी, क्या ये बात सही है? क्या क्या एक अनुभव रहा है आपका एज अ वुमन इन द पुलिस, एक औरत होने के नाते ये यूनिफॉर्म जो है ये आदमी और औरत के बीच में डिफरेंस करती है कि यूनिफॉर्म पहन ली तो आदमी भी एक और औरत भी एक?
नहीं मैम, कोई डिफरेंस नहीं करती।
हाँ, कोई डिफरेंस नहीं है।
कोई डिफरेंस नहीं है,
क्योंकि
जितना जैसे पुरुष में जितना क्षमता होती है ना, उतना एक महिला में भी क्षमता हो सकती है।
आजकल लोग ये मानते हैं, मतलब मानने लग गए हैं। जैसे आपको तो अपनी मम्मी पापा को भी मनाना पड़ा ना कि लड़की भी ये कर सकती है।
जी मैम।
तो अब आज आपकी जिंदगी कैसे बदली है?
अभी तो मेरी जिंदगी बहुत अच्छी बनी है मैम। मैं चाहती थी, मेरा सपना था कि मैं बदन में वर्दी पहनूं और फिर ऐसे जगह में पहुंचूं कि सब मिले जुले, ऐसा टाइप का। मैं ऐसे बस्तर में तो ऐसे मेरे गांव में बहुत छोटा सा गांव है और बहुत जंगल इलाका है। जैसे हर समय नक्सली संगठन, हम उनके अंडर में रहना पड़ता था, कहीं पढ़ने लिखने नहीं देते थे और हम लोगों को जैसे स्कूल जाना भी रोक देते थे और फिर ऐसा होता था। अभी
स्कूल जाने से भी रोकते थे?
जी, हमारे गांव में आसपास 15-16 किलोमीटर ऐसे स्कूल नहीं थी। अभी धीरे धीरे पोर्शन आ गया और बिजली की कमी थी, पानी की कमी थी, नाला का पानी पीना पड़ता था और नेटवर्क नहीं थी, कुछ नहीं थी। और जब हम पढ़ते थे तब भी बिजली नहीं थी, तो जैसे केटल जला के हम लोग को पढ़ना पड़ता था।
मोमबत्ती से?
जी।
या केरोसिन से?
नहीं मैम, मिट्टी तेल होता है ना बस्तर में।
मिट्टी का तेल?
जी।
मिट्टी के तेल से पढ़ाई करते थे आप?
जी मैम।
कब कहाँ तक की पढ़ाई की आपने?
मैं 12th हुआ मैम, बस।
आगे इच्छा थी वैसे पढ़ने की?
जी, पढ़ने का इच्छा तो अभी भी है मैम। धीरे धीरे कोशिश करूंगी अभी देश की सेवा करते करते।
It's very, very moving. You know, 2 of these young women have come from abject poverty, actually, and to see this evolution, these choices is just very moving. We have time for a couple of questions. Yes, second row here. Could you stand up? 1 minute. Where are the mics? Mics, please. Excuse me, can we get the mics? Yeah.
जय हिंद मैम। मेरा क्वेश्चन है कि अभी मेरा क्वेश्चन है कि जब आप छोटे थे एंड अभी जो आपका एरिया है एंड आने वाले फ्यूचर में क्या चेंजेस आपने देखे हैं और क्या देखना चाहोगे?
हम जब छोटे थे तो हमने तो जैसे बहुत ऐसा था कि जो ये बोली ना कि मिट्टी के तेल से पढ़ी हूँ, मैं भी अपनी पढ़ाई मिट्टी के तेल से ही करी हूँ। पहली दूसरी की जो मैं पढ़ाई है, मतलब हम ये KG1 KG2 नहीं जानते, हम सीधा आंगनबाड़ी जाएंगे, उसके बाद क्लास 1 क्लास 2। बट अब बस्तर इतना बदल रहा है, अभी भी सुविधाएं इतनी पहुंच रही है। अभी हमारी जो छत्तीसगढ़ गवर्नमेंट की नीति है, पुनर्वास नीति है या नियत निलनार है, बहुत सारी जो योजनाएं चल रही है, तो अब मतलब कि जो नक्सली है बहुत सारे वो सरेंडर भी कर रहे हैं, प्रशासन हर गांव में पहुंच रहा है। जो बहुत सारे लोगों के आधार कार्ड, राशन कार्ड, कुछ भी जो सरकारी योजनाओं के कार्ड नहीं होते थे वो सब पूरे बन रहे हैं। बिजली, स्वास्थ्य, एजुकेशन, सब चीज पहुंच रहा है, तो वो चीज बदल रही है। तो हम अब ऐसा है कि 2-3 सालों में तो जो सुविधाएं जो हम केवल रायपुर, बिलासपुर में देखते थे, जो हमारे छत्तीसगढ़ के 2 बड़ी सिटियां हैं, अब वो सब चीजें अब हमारे बस्तर में पहुंच रही है। और हम ये चेंज चाहते हैं कि बस्तर भी बदले, बस्तर में भी सारी सुविधाएं हो, वहां से भी लोग निकल के आगे बढ़े, पूरी दुनिया को देखें।
अंजू जी, आपकी फैमिली का कितना सपोर्ट रहा है?
मैम, मेरी फैमिली का तो मतलब सपोर्ट रहा है, बट ऐसा था कि गरीबी ने मुझे बहुत परेशानी किया है। मतलब मैं आज तक कहीं बताई नहीं हूँ, बट ये मंच में को बताने का मन कर रहा है कि मैं ऐसा है कि मतलब मैं 8 ईयर से, मतलब जब मैं क्लास 2 में थी तब से मैं काम कर रही हूँ। मतलब मैं काम करने जाती थी, मैं क्लास 8 तक एक होटल में काम की हूँ, प्लेट धोने का। ये मेरी
प्लेट धोने का?
हाँ मैम, जूठा प्लेट धोने का, ये मेरी वो रही है। मतलब मैं ऐसा था कि गांव में ऐसा कोई भी काम नहीं है जो मैं नहीं की हूँ। मतलब ईंट भट्टा होता है, जो सर पे हम ईंट लेके जाते हैं, वो काम करना, क्या बोलते हैं, सड़क बनते हैं तो उसमें जो काम होते हैं वो काम करना। मतलब
तो खेती से आप बच्ची थी, आप काम कर रही थी?
हाँ, मैं काम कर रही थी।
मैं सिर्फ इतना कहना चाहती हूँ कि आप लोगों ने हमारे दिल को छू लिया। हमारी आर्मी एंड एयरफोर्स ऑफिसर्स आल्सो इंस्पायर्ड अस एंड यू आल्सो रियली इंस्पायर्ड अस। और मैं बस आप लोगों की करेज की दाद देना चाहती हूँ। इफ आई मे रिक्वेस्ट यू टू स्टैंड हियर, अंजू जी, हिडवे जी एंड तुलसी जी। एंड आई थिंक कि आपने इंस्पायर किया है यहाँ पे एक स्टैंडिंग ओवेशन। एंड आई वांट टू कॉल अ वेरी स्पेशल गेस्ट to honor them. If I can also have the award for the Chhattisgarh Mahila Police on the stage. We have, and oh my God, before I could introduce Janhvi, here she is. I was just going to do the introduction.
Oh no, I'm
but,
so sorry.
But she doesn't need an introduction. This is Janhvi Kapoor, everybody. Can we please welcome her? Hello, a big round of applause. And may I request Janhvi to please present the Mahila Police Commandos. They've been talking about how they came from extreme poverty and now battle violence in the forests of Chhattisgarh. Very moving stories. Are you, ma'am? And I'm going to request you to do the honors. Can we have a please big round of applause for this moment? I want to hear the hall burst with applause. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Come, Janhvi. Second seat. Thank you. Okay, I couldn't actually introduce Janhvi properly, so I'm going to do it now. Could I request everybody to take their seats? The very lovely, accomplished, generous, gentle Janhvi Kapoor is here. And when I was thinking of how I wanted to frame this conversation, I called it redefining stardom, because I really believe that Janhvi has done this journey on her own terms with absolute rootedness, authenticity, grace and humility, and a lot of talent and a lot of hard work. So may we please put our hands together for the fabulous Janhvi Kapoor. I want to hear some more love in this hall. Yes. Param Sundari. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's always lovely to meet you. It's always lovely to have you at this forum. I want to start by asking you, there's something you said to me the last time we met, which has been about 2-3 years ago, at a We the Women. And you said, I've got fame, but I still haven't got respect. You said, stardom to mili, izzat nahi mili, ek din izzat bhi milegi. I think this is your moment. I think in so many ways, whether it's a Param Sundari or whether it's a Homebound, which is India's Oscar selection, Oscar entry, you've traveled very far from that moment where you felt that people adored you, they applauded you, but you felt that you were missing that moment of respect. Is it? You remember you said that to me? Do you feel differently today, Janhvi?
Firstly, ma'am, I just want to say it's such an honor to be on the stage with you. I'm
Thank
so
you.
happy to be here with all of you guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's welcome her warmly. Yes.
And it's such an honor to be on the stage, especially with the, with the amazing people that you've had on previously. I was just speaking to them before and I said that I'm really no one to give them an award. It's just such a blessing to even share the stage with people that are doing so much good work and real work for our country. Even looking at the front row here, honestly, it's my honor to see all of you women in uniforms. It makes me so proud. Yeah, it's been a while since I've spoken in front of a live audience. I don't know why I'm nervous today. I feel like I'm maybe coming down with something because of this shitty ass AQI, but
yes, that we can all complain about.
Yeah, no, but coming back to your question, ma'am, I think that over these past couple of years, one thing that I've learned for sure is that जब तक आप खुद की इज्जत नहीं करोगे ना, कोई और भी आपकी इज्जत नहीं करेगा. And I think that has been my major learning. So I think back then, if I was sitting like, I'm aware that I'm being watched. I'm aware that, as weird as this sounds, fame, I guess, came easily to me by virtue of whose daughter I was. And so I've never felt that this thing, oh no, I want eyeballs or I want reach. वो तो हमेशा से मिलता था, whether it's a good thing or whether it's a bad thing. And I kept waiting कि अरे कोई मुझे बोल दे कि मैं आपकी इज्जत करती हूँ या I look up to the work that you do या अच्छा काम कर रहे हो. But till you don't recognize your own skill set, till you don't recognize what you have to offer, what you bring to the table, कोई आपका माँ बेटा चाचा नहीं है कि वो आपके लिए करेगा. You need to give yourself वो दर्जे पे आपको खुद को रखना है.
बिल्कुल.
And you need to recognize your skill set. And I think especially as women, we're so wired to get that signal externally.
Yeah, constantly seeking validation.
Yeah. But I think whenever you enter a room, whenever you enter a work environment, whenever you're told how to feel about yourself, you need to decide on your own that, no, I believe in myself this much. And then everything else follows. So I don't know कि बाहर से वो इज्जत मिल रही है, नहीं मिल रही है. मैं बस अपना काम करने की कोशिश कर रही हूँ, शिद्दत से कर रही हूँ, मेहनत से कर रही हूँ और मैं खुद की इज्जत करती हूँ. मैं जानती हूँ कि जब मैं सेट पे आती हूँ, मैं मेरा काम जानती हूँ और बाकी लोग वो देख के मेरी इज्जत करते हैं. They hear what I have to say and I think that I'm still working on that. But that's the journey that's happened over the past couple of years.
That's quite a journey since we last met. And I guess therefore I should reframe my question. क्या आपने वो दूसरों से इज्जत ढूंढना बंद कर दिया है?
नहीं प्लीज इज्जत कीजिए. ऐसी बात नहीं है. बट आई थिंक वो एक चीज होती है ना, एंड आई थिंक इट्स अ कॉन्सिक्वेंस ऑफ द जॉब ऑल्सो दैट प्लीज लाइक मी, आई वॉन्ट यू टू लाइक मी, ये पसंद आया, आज जो पहनी वो पसंद आया, वो जो मैंने मूवी के वो पसंद आया आपको. And I feel like as an artist, as a human, as a citizen of this country, I'm curious about so much more in life than to just be liked. So it's okay if not everyone over here is a fan of my work or supports everything that I say or do.
Yeah.
But my agenda is that I'm doing everything with honesty and I'm in search of something that ultimately I hope will make me a better artist and a better citizen of this country and a better global citizen. And that's really what I want out of life.
And more power to you. And as I said, it's been a year which in so many ways has been your moment. And we're all really rooting for Homebound at the Oscars. And, you know, fingers crossed. Ishaan was here earlier this afternoon. And I said, he was here in the afternoon. I said the same thing to him. Your mom has been such a larger than life presence in your, you know, even after she's no longer here, but she's always with you. And one of the things that you've spoken about and you've shared is your pain at not being able to grieve her with dignity and privacy, where you, everything, every response you had to losing Sridevi ji was judged and caricatured. How did you deal with that? You know, I think you said if I smile, they say, oh, she's not even grieving. If I don't smile, they'll say something else. It just sounds so cruel to have to go through that, to lose your parent. And then, I think as you said, see it reduced to entertainment.
I think the feeling and the phase that I went through during that time is something I'll never be able to verbalize. And I think that it was such an individual experience that even if I told y'all everything about it, I don't know if any of y'all would ever be able to relate to it. And I'm always conscious about sounding like I'm saying things to get y'all to feel bad for me. And so I always refrain a little bit because
we're not going to
I would hate that. I know everyone is opportunistic in nature and everyone just wants a headline. And I would hate if I ever sounded like I was using such a painful part of my life and my relationship with my mother for a headline. So I think that always holds me back. But what I will say is that the voyeuristic nature of, I hope you don't mind me saying this, but of journalism today.
I don't mind at all. I would agree with you more loudly than you would imagine.
Of media culture today, of social media today, has single-handedly contributed, I think, to the complete derailment of human morality. And I'm seeing it more and more every day. And I think it was horrible when I lost my mom. I don't know if any one of y'all can imagine what it's like to lose someone that close to you and see it become a meme. It's not, I don't even know how to compute it, so I don't know how to explain it, but it's just gotten worse. I mean, we saw what happened with Dharamji. It's happened repeatedly before that. I'm sure it will only get worse, but I will say this, I think we are part of the problem. I think every time we give videos or headlines or narratives like this, views, comments, likes, every time we look for something like that, we are incentivizing this culture. And I'm telling you guys, humanity, morality is in shambles. And it's so depressing to look at because I think before we had a consciousness in us that stopped us from seeing certain things, saying certain things, indulging in certain practices, but that's out the window and it's disgusting. I think that this is the modern day crisis, that we've lost our morality as a result of how voyeuristic everything has become. Someone dies somewhere, some horrible attack has somewhere, you kind of want to see the things that you shouldn't see, and it gives you this strange feeling of, I guess it's that same horrible feeling of satisfaction that sometimes you get when you gossip, but it's been encouraged so much through social media. And yeah, I think it's, even if I'm not directly involved in all of these things, even when I see it from a third person's point of view, I find it to be quite depressing.
Yeah, you know, I was just remembering when your mother died, I wrote a column in the Washington Post and I said, Sridevi died and so did television news today. Because I was so horrified as a journalist at how her death had been memed, how there were graphic reproductions, how there was, God, I don't know why I'm remembering this, but a reporter actually sat in a tub and tried to recreate that. And I can't imagine what you felt watching that. I was commenting on it as somebody who couldn't recognize my profession. You would have seen it as a daughter, as a devastated daughter. And I can't even imagine the scars that must have left.
Honestly, I wasn't allowed to watch TV
I'm glad.
for a lot of that phase. But I mean, things keep coming up even now. Things
They'll
are
just
said
pop
even
up on
now.
the feed or whatever,
And of course, it hurt me as a daughter. It was so confusing for me as a daughter. And it's something that I don't know if I'll ever recover from, but the anger that I felt was not so much as a daughter, but it was more to do with what have we come to? Like, why does anyone think it's okay? Like, yes, you want to get your TRPs up, but at the cost of what? Like, how do you sleep at night? And then when I realized that even saying these things or asking these questions doesn't make the other person want to introspect, I was like, I'm genuinely at the point where I'm feeling like I don't know what hope we have if we don't course correct and have certain guidelines in place that discourage these kind of practices.
Yeah. You said actors also, or not just actors, all of us also fuel this social media frenzy. How do you deal with it? Do you step back from it every now and then? Do you say, you know what, I'm not going to go there, I'm not going to look at it? Like, how do you, and this is, beyond personal losses, beyond personal tragedies. As you said, sometimes, you're looking for that, am I looking nice? Are they saying nice things about me? How do you keep your sense of balance, Janhvi?
I'll tell you what, Barkha ma'am, a couple of weeks ago, I took a social media break, an internet break. I didn't forget my social media. I just didn't look at anything. And I was extremely happy. Ignorance is bliss. Everything was amazing. There were unicorns running around, rainbows in the sky, la-di-da-di-da. And then I started feeling like, okay, but because of my profession, I need to know what people are saying. I need to know what they think about my work. I need to know if like this movie is tracking this way. I needed to keep my hand on the pulse of all of these things. So I don't know how much I can afford to completely step away, but there are certain things that I know about how the system works that makes me a little calmer with my approach to it. I know that no opinion on social media or on the news, or in the newspaper for that matter, is any longer an honest opinion. So much of what you see has an agenda. For example, there are many variables, right? Like if you're an influencer, if you're a content creator, what is your main agenda? You want influence, you want those likes, you want those views. So what are you going to talk about? What is your headline going to be? It's going to be things that get attention. Everyone's just jumping on a bandwagon. There's that, and then there's different things, sometimes this is a new thing that I learned about digital agencies. They even start trends against you, or they leak something from like a long time ago, and then they call you up and they're like, oh, this thing is happening, we can sort it out for you if you let us work for you. So there are so many machineries in place, there are competing production houses, there are competing narratives, and so you kind of have to realize that none of this means anything. I can do that, but I know that for the common man, when they see these things, it's so easy for them to buy into it. So
so let's talk about happier things than media. I'm being self-flagellating here, but I agree with every word you've said. What are your safe spaces? What are your normal moments? What are your, sort of go-to corners for being yourself?
With my dogs, for sure.
With your dogs?
I love my dogs. I have 19 dogs.
What? What? Do you know?
I'm a mad dog lady.
Okay, hang on. You know all the names?
Yes.
No, like.
Should I name them? Some of them are politically incorrect.
19 karo name.
Yeah.
Okay, go.
Okay. Jackson Jordan, Saitama. Any of y'all watched One Punch Man on Netflix? Yeah, so apparently he's called Saitama. A friend of mine told me, so we named him Saitama. Then we adopted another dog who we were going to give away eventually. So we had a placeholder name for him. We called him Saitama ka Bhai Tama. But then he just stayed. So now his name is Bhai Tama, which has really affected his personality. There's Yuki Shiro Bopeep, Luna Anora, Nepo. and how many am I at? Is anyone keeping count? 10, nah?
Oh my God.
Oh, and then there's Mogambo, Danger, Tufan, Malai, Kulfi. Now how many am I at? No, guys, how is this
Yeah,
possible?
we've lost count now.
We've lost count.
Yeah.
15? Wait, I definitely have more dogs than 15. I've been saying 19 for the past year. Did you guys count Luna and Anora? Oh, Mochi and Panda. And Mo the Pappu, which means Dal Chawal in Telugu.
What?
No, 19 ho gaya na?
Acha.
Yeah.
Okay, so 19 dogs. Yeah. And is that your safe space? Is that
Does
your
that
fun
sound
space?
horrible that I only feel safe around 19 dogs?
No, look, I say this as an animal lover. Like when everything else goes wrong, if I find that like I can talk to my cats and dogs and feel so much better. And I do. It doesn't mean I don't talk to people. It doesn't mean I don't have friends. It doesn't mean I don't have anything else. But there's something so unconditional in the love of your pets that it is just...
I mean, of course, it's with my pets. It's at home with my family. It's on a film set. It's in front of a camera, I think, is when I feel the most myself, the safest, the most like, okay, this I know. This I can be myself. Over here, no one's judging me. And even if they are judging me, I'm a character or I'm in this world where I can play and I can do things. So,
yeah.
Okay.
I will never be forgiven if I don't allow some audience questions. So we're going to open this up. I'm going to first go to the women. I'm going to first go to women if I can see them. Here, okay, you've got to come up because the hall is dark, so I can't see you. I can't see them. Yeah, there. Yeah, okay. Hand her a mic, please. Hand her a mic. Yeah, there it is.
Hi, Janhvi. This is Snigdha. I'm from IIMUN. First of all, I must compliment this outfit. This drip is totally giving.
Thank you.
Lovely outfit. Now, my question to you is, for all of us, for every human being, every citizen of India, we want to serve the nation in some or the other way. We've heard some beautiful women from our defense who've served the nation by being or by joining the defense. Some people do it by portraying the nation in sports. Do you think what you do as art, and now that Homebound has also made it to the Oscars, do you think your art and your cinema also is serving the nation in some or the other way, or is bringing India to the international platform in some or the other way?
I really don't think I can compare my profession to that of amazing defense forces at all. But having said that, I was actually having a discussion with my friends the other day about civic sense and civic responsibility. And I think the point that we arrived at is that no matter what your profession is, I think the first step in serving your nation is being a good citizen of the country in small ways. And
you can clap more freely. Yes.
And if I can be completely honest with you guys, I think that we can all collectively do better at it.
Yeah.
Especially with everything that we have in our land, within our people, within our communities, our heritage, our culture. I don't know if, I know that we kind of have this sense of we're a young nation. We got our independence, we're not as old as some of these other nations that we often compare ourselves to. Population is another thing. And given all of these variables, where we stand today is extremely commendable. But I think that all of us, or I feel like the common man sometimes walks around with this feeling of, I don't know if I'm being looked out for enough over here. To main to bas khud ka dekhunga. It's about survival. And I think And I think we're waiting for things to get better on the outside to be like, acha, abhi sab kuch theek hai, now I'll be a better citizen because I'm being looked out for. But I really think it starts the other way. And I'm completely aware that I'm sitting on this high horse over here, living a life completely different to that of the common man of this country and saying, we need to all have better civic sense and responsibility. But I really think that we need to be more responsible about the land that we've been given. We have so much. And I know that we're dealing with the baggage, centuries of baggage of being looted, plundered, invaded on, not just literally, but even psychologically by so many people. But I think that what we have is so valuable. And I think it's time that we start showing more respect towards it, even if it's something as small as just littering or when we go to public places, the way that we deal with each other. And no matter what job you have, just doing it with complete sincerity. And I know that not all of us are doing jobs that we're fully passionate about. Sometimes we're just trying to make ends meet. But I think that it's going to be a collective effort in having our ultimate goal and vision for India to be what it's meant to be. I know I went off on a rant.
No,
I'm
you
really
actually
sorry.
didn't. I mean, I think it made a lot of sense that you start doing the little things, and that too is service to the country and to the community. Okay, one more question. Yes, ma'am. Could you stand up? Yes, you. Stand up. Can we get at the mic, please? Yeah, there.
Hello. Hi.
Yeah.
Hi. I just
Speak louder a
have
little bit.
I just have a question I was just thinking about. So do you think harm is systemic? And do you think we can do things to, even with women, systemically, having to face discrimination or something? But do you think, people can bring about change in that?
Of course, and I think that all change first starts with awareness and conversation and debate. I was thinking about it the other day, and I hope this isn't misconstrued into a headline. If y'all can just try to understand what I'm saying before jumping to conclusions. Of course, this conversation of privilege has been a big conversation my whole life.
Yeah.
And I was talking to someone about how you will always meet someone who's more or less privileged than you. And with the way things are, I think people don't realize what a privilege it is sometimes to be a man. There's so many things that are just taken for granted.
Absolutely.
No one says no to you for so much. You don't have to think about when you go out at night. You don't need to think about what you wear. You don't need to think about, did I say too much in this meeting? Did I say too less? It has become a privilege that so many people are not even privy about. We as women know the difference sometimes. So I think it starts with conversation. It starts with debate. It starts with being able to use your voice and encouraging people the generation ahead of you to sort of be more aware about what being an equal actually means. Because as women, I really think that we're completely unstoppable. We just need to realize it a little bit more. And there truly is no bigger privilege than being a woman. We just need to start being treated the same way.
Thank you.
What would you like to use your voice for? You said it's about using your voice for the issues you care about. And obviously, passion is in front of the camera, your craft. But how would you like that craft to change lives? How would you like to, it could be, as you said, something small. It could be, on the road in front of my house, I will ensure there's no littering. Or it could be rescuing animals, it could be anything. But outside of your craft, which is your professional passion, what else do you love doing? What else do you want to spend and immerse your energy in?
Like I said before, ma'am, I'm an extremely curious person.
What makes you curious these days?
These days, I think a lot of everything makes me curious, really. I think my art is obviously a medium through which I explore lives that are completely different to mine. But really, I don't think we can go anywhere if we don't know where we come from. And I think for a long time, we were very disconnected from our roots.
Yeah.
And of course, I think that's a result of so many things that have happened to this country historically. But I think it's so important for us as the youth of this country to be completely aware and connected to what is happening on the ground level, why certain things are the way that they are, where certain behavioral patterns come from. For example, I'm ashamed to admit this, but I knew nothing about the caste dynamics of this country before doing Homebound. I knew very little about women in armed forces and what that journey has been like before I did Gunjan Saxena. My knowledge about pre-independence India, what happened during the partition, what happened during, the Vedic civilization or Mesopotamia, all of these things, I'm so curious about it because I think it's made up the genetic DNA of all of us as a population and is dictating how we interact with each other. And of course, things like our foreign policy. But I guess what I'm trying to arrive at is that we need to empower ourselves with all of this knowledge and use it in all aspects of our decision making, whether it's our profession, whether it's about even in our personal life. So I think that, just empower yourself with as much knowledge as possible with regards to why we are the way that we are and where that heritage
And
comes from.
do you still find time to read? Because, these days, all of us are just reading our phones.
To be honest, I don't know if you guys feel this. Has your attention span diminished completely because of reels? It's horrible. Like, I feel like movie dekhte waqt bhi na, my finger starts going like this and I'm wondering where my phone is and I'm so ashamed of it. It's horrible.
It is.
But I've made it a point to, before I go to sleep, read at least a couple of pages of a book or watch videos that seem to be a little more informative. But I find that nothing engages me more than human interaction. I think no matter how horrible our attention span has gotten, one thing that we'll never get tired of is just connecting with another person and asking them about their experiences.
I just want to ask you in the end, to all the young girls in particular here who are listening to you, something you've learned in the last few years from living life, right? That you want to say to them that they can take away from this evening.
I don't know if I've done enough to sort of give a sermon about...
Not a sermon. It could be a little thing. Something you've discovered about yourself that you think probably everybody goes through that journey.
I think self-doubt has been a big one in my life. And I think that what I've realized is people encourage self-doubt in you sometimes. And I don't think this is exclusive to women. I think even in men, oftentimes to sort of control you. I think that you need to identify that, and you need to identify, because all of us have something to offer that the next person doesn't. But the way of the world is that you will always be compared and you will always be made to feel inferior. And it's also human nature to look at someone and think कि काश मेरा भी ऐसा होता या काश मैं भी ऐसी होती. But एक बार खुद के अंदर भी झांक के देखो, आपके अंदर में भी इतना सब कुछ है जो सामने वाले के पास नहीं है. And I'm not talking about materialistic things. I'm talking about inherently how you see the world is so individually yours. And this is something that I've come to, an aspect of my personality that I've come to be very proud of. And I get very irritated when people say, plastic bolte rahenge, oh nepotism bolte rahenge. But when they say I'm PR trained and the things that I speak don't come from my experiences and my mind, that really offends me. Because I've seen these things, I've lived these things, I've formed these opinions. I'm very proud of the way that I process everything that's happened in my life and the way that I articulate it.
Well, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you short. You want to complete
No,
that
and
thought?
I was just saying, I was like, I don't want anyone to take that credit away from me. And even if you don't want to give me that credit, they should at least give themselves the credit, because they've really given me a lot of character development through
I was just going to say that anybody who's heard you this evening is never going to think that you're saying anything in a PR trained way, because it's so you, it's so authentic, it so comes from your own experience. And I just want to thank you, because I do think you're one of the most thoughtful, reflective, accomplished actors of our time. And you're very much yourself, and that is so refreshing. Can we please have a gigantic round of applause for Janhvi? And I know you can, if you want to stand up, you can, because we have an incredible moment coming up. I want to bring on now the woman we've been all admiring for the last month. We've all been admiring her for the last month, and I thought in this moment, a celebration of two wonderful achievers on this stage, along with some of our other achievers, can we please put our hands together for the woman who gave India a World Cup? This is so amazing. And before we give Janhvi her honors, I have one request. We have the wonderful women of the Air Force and the Army. May I ask you, ma'ams, to join us on stage, please? Can we have our 4 officers? You have to give them space to come up, please. You have to give them space to come up. Please, if we can allow them to come up. Ma'am, give them space to come up, please. Everybody needs to go back. Everybody needs to go back. Everybody needs to go back. Back, 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 back. Back, please. In your seats. In your seats. No more thronging the stage. Yes. Everybody have a seat. Come. Harman, we need you in the center. We need you right here in the center. And I know this is a very, very special moment. I just wanted all of these incredible women to be on stage together. Our military officers, our World Cup champion who made history by giving us the first Women's World Cup. Oh my God. And the amazingly thoughtful Janhvi Kapoor. And I wanted all of you to present this to Janhvi. Harman's honor is coming. We have a surprise for her at the end of her conversation. But Harman ji, may I ask you to do the honors with Janhvi ji? Yeah, ma'am. Can we have a huge round of applause? This is such a beautiful moment that I want to hear the whole hall. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And thanking our officers. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please, ma'am. Let her. Now, come on. No. Now, in your chairs, ma'am. In your seats, please. Can we now put our hands together to properly welcome the World Cup champion? वैसे ना मुझे आवाज थोड़ी कम आ रही है. कम और making history in a way that I'm sorry to say, उस दिन किसी को याद भी नहीं था कि एक मेंस क्रिकेट का भी मैच था, right? Harman, thank you, and I'm such a fan. Thank you. आपसे पूछना चाहती हूँ कि अभी भी रियल लग रहा है कि अभी भी सिंक इन नहीं हुआ? आप तो काफी दिन हो गए.
To be honest, अभी भी
थोड़ा सा माइक ऊंचा.
To be honest, अभी भी sink in नहीं हो रहा. But the kind of love and support we are getting from entire country. Thank you so much, guys. I think आप लोगों के बिना भी ये possible नहीं था, because I know we have been working hard, but जब अपने साथ देते हैं तो कोई भी चीज मुश्किल नहीं लगती. तो I think the kind of support we got in the stadiums. Thank you so much.
क्या बदला है आपकी जिंदगी में जब से ये वर्ल्ड कप आप घर लाई for this country? Your life must have totally changed as a sportswoman, but also in many other ways. You know, you're on fashion magazine covers. हर इंसान आपको फोन करके कह रहा है हरमन प्लीज आ जाओ, जैसे कि मैंने भी किया. And I'm so grateful you came. जिंदगी थोड़ी बदली हुई लग रही है?
जी हाँ, क्योंकि मुझे पता था कि अगर हम वर्ल्ड कप चैंपियन बनेंगे तो
थोड़ा सा ऊंचा कर मैम। हाँ।
बहुत सारी चीजें चेंज हो जाएगी, लेकिन इस तरह की लाइफ होगी ये नहीं पता था। आई बीन ट्रैवलिंग एंटायर कंट्री, कभी इधर कभी उधर, बट जो एक चीज जो सबसे ज्यादा अच्छी लग रही है, जो सबसे प्यार मिल रहा है, जो सब दे आर शोइंग के कैसे उन्होंने सेलिब्रेट करा। और
when you have the perfect response in your head but your fingers just can't keep up. We've all been there, typing, deleting, retyping. Now I use Whisperflow. I just think out loud and it creates perfect formatted text on any app or website. Whisperflow understood what I was trying to say and gave me the exact output I wanted. Check out the difference between this same sentence being dictated into Siri versus Whisperflow. Let's meet at 12 p.m. at Joe's Pizza. Wait, no, actually I can't do 12, so let's do 12:30. And instead of Joe's, let's go to Kelly's Diner. Whisperflow understood what I was trying to say and gave me the exact output I wanted. For longer texts like this email, they even formats it professionally, so it's ready to go with no editing. So much faster than typing.
Whether you're writing in Gmail, ChatGPT, iMessage, WhatsApp, Slack, Cursor, or anywhere else, break free from your keyboard.
Do you know how much time you'll save if you quadruple your typing speed? Try Whisperflow for free on desktop and mobile.
तो एक विजुअल था जिसमें आई थिंक आपके पापा आपको हग कर रहे हैं और उठा रहे हैं लाइक यू आर हिज लिटिल गर्ल, राइट? और वो बहुत दिल को छूने वाला इमेज था। आपके साथ आपकी फैमिली का भी एक इन्वेस्टमेंट, एक स्ट्रगल रहा है। आप उसके बारे में थोड़ा बताइए, अपने मम्मी पापा के बारे में।
जी हाँ, मेरे मम्मी पापा ने बहुत सपोर्ट करा। पापा तो डे वन से ही, क्योंकि क्रिकेट के खुद भी बहुत बड़े फैन थे, और जब से उनको पता चला कि मुझे क्रिकेट रियली मतलब बहुत पसंद है और मैं क्रिकेट में अपना करियर बनाना चाहती हूँ, तो उन्होंने मुझे कभी भी नहीं रोका। वो हमेशा ही वाज फाइंडिंग आउट कि मैं कैसे आगे क्रिकेटर बनूं। और
मतलब हाउ ओल्ड वर यू व्हेन ही स्पॉटेड दैट टैलेंट?
जब मैं सिर्फ पापा के साथ खेलती थी, मेरे फ्रेंड्स थे, उनके फ्रेंड्स थे, तो ऐसे कर कर मैं 10th स्टैंडर्ड तक तो मैं वैसे ही खेलती थी। तो मुझे क्रिकेट बहुत लेट पता चला कि गर्ल्स भी क्रिकेट खेलती है। तो मैं 10th स्टैंडर्ड के जब मैंने 10th के एग्जाम दिए थे, उस टाइम पर मुझे पहली बार बहुत सारे कोचेस मिलते थे जो बोलते थे कि बाकी के स्पोर्ट्स को सीरियसली मैं अगर लूँ तो मेरा करियर बन सकता है, बट मुझे हमेशा से क्रिकेटर बनना था। तो पहली बार ऐसा हुआ था कि जो मेरे स्कूल के प्रिंसिपल थे वो आए और उन्होंने मुझे पूछा कि अगर आप क्रिकेट में इंटरेस्ट रखते हो तो मैं क्रिकेट की टीम बनाऊंगा आपके लिए। तो दैट वाज द फर्स्ट टाइम समबडी केम एंड आस्क्ड मी कि इफ यू आर रियली इंटरेस्टेड इन क्रिकेट तो क्रिकेट की टीम मैं बनाऊंगा आपके लिए। मैं अपने कॉलेज और स्कूल की लड़कियों को बोलूंगा टीम खड़ी करने के लिए। तो आई थिंक दैट वाज द फर्स्ट टाइम, और मुझे इतनी खुशी हुई थी कि पहली बार जो मैं करना चाहती हूँ मुझे वो करने का मौका मिला। तो उसके बाद आई थिंक द काइंड ऑफ सपोर्ट आई हैव गॉट फ्रॉम हिम एंड माय फैमिली, दैट इज समथिंग वेरी स्पेशल। एंड मम्मा ने तो हमेशा डे नाइट सपोर्ट करा है, उन्होंने मुझे कभी मना नहीं करा। इवन दो गली मोहल्ले में जो आंटियां रहती हैं वो उनको बार बार बोलती भी रहती थी कि ये सारा दिन लड़कों के साथ खेलती रहती है, इसको थोड़ा स्टडी में फोकस करने के लिए बोलो या फिर घर के काम करने के लिए थोड़ा सा इनकरेज करो। बट कभी भी उन्होंने वो चीज़ें मेरे तक आने नहीं दी, मुझे हमेशा सपोर्ट करा। और ये वर्ल्ड कप में मैंने पहली बार ऐसे देखा था कि मेरे मम्मी भी इतना ज़्यादा इन्वॉल्व थे। शी वॉज ओनली टॉकिंग अबाउट कि जीतना है जीतना है। इससे पहले वो हमेशा ये बोलते थे कि 2 टीमें हैं, एक जीतेगी एक हारेगी, लेकिन कभी भी ऐसे हार्ट ब्रेक नहीं होना चाहिए, कभी भी ये मत सोचना कि आप क्यों हारे। लेकिन दिस वाज द फर्स्ट टाइम शी वाज सो इन्वॉल्व एंड आई वाज लाइक पहली बार मम्मी से भी आ रहा है, क्योंकि नहीं तो मम्मी हमेशा ये बोलते थे कि कोई बात नहीं, दो टीम है, एक जीतेगी एक हारेगी। तो दिस वाज इवन शी वाज सो इन्वॉल्व, क्योंकि उनको भी ऐसे लग रहा था कि बहुत साल हो गए, बहुत सालों से आई बीन वर्किंग हार्ड और मेरी टीम कब से हार्ड वर्क कर रही है, लेकिन दिस वाज द टाइम। और सबसे बड़ी बात थी कि इंडिया में मैचेस हो रहे थे, इंडिया में वर्ल्ड कप था। द काइंड ऑफ सपोर्ट वी वर गेटिंग फ्रॉम ऑल इंडियन फैंस, दैट वाज सो स्पेशल। एंड जब वो पहली बार स्टेडियम में आए और उन्होंने देखा, और शी वाज लाइक और बार बार जैसे जब भी मैं उनको मिलने जा रही थी उनके रूम में, दे वर आल्सो इन द हुडल रूम, तो टीम मीटिंग जैसा माहौल क्रिएट कर देते थे कि क्या क्या प्लान कर रहे हो, क्या सोच रहे हो, कल क्या करना है। तो दैट वाज द फर्स्ट टाइम आई एम सीइंग कि मेरे पेरेंट्स इतने ज्यादा इन्वॉल्व थे। नहीं तो वो हमेशा यही बोलते थे कि खेलो, दिल से खेलो, लेकिन हार जीत तो बनी है, एक टीम जीतेगी एक टीम हारेगी।
वो भी पूरे competitive mode में आ गए.
इस बार तो वो भी full involved थे कि नहीं इस बार जीतेंगे और जीतना ही है.
आपने कहा ना कि जैसे गली मोहल्ले में आंटी जीज होती थी जो कहती थी भाई ये कि वो लड़कों के साथ खेल रही है. कितना मुश्किल था सोसाइटल एक्सेप्टेंस फॉर योर जर्नी, क्योंकि आप इस पॉइंट पे तो अब पहुंची हैं, लेकिन ये जर्नी एक लोनली जर्नी भी रही होगी. आपकी फैमिली पे भी प्रेशर, जो सोशल प्रेशर है वो भी होता होगा लड़कियों पे जैसे होता है. तो वो कितनी लोनली, कितनी मुश्किल वो जर्नी रही.
आई थिंक यहाँ पर मैं अपने पेरेंट्स को क्रेडिट देती हूँ कि उन्होंने कभी भी इन चीज़ों से इफेक्ट नहीं हुए, क्योंकि वो हमेशा ऐसा नहीं था कि पापा के पास पापा के फ्रेंड्स नहीं आते थे. और मम्मी का तो मुझे पता है कि जब भी मैं कोई आंटी घर पे मम्मी के पास बैठी देखती थी तो मुझे लगता था अभी ये आ गए हैं, कुछ ना कुछ मम्मी को पक्का बोलेंगे और फिर पता नहीं मम्मी कैसे रिएक्ट करने वाली है. लेकिन मतलब मेरे पेरेंट्स दे वर सो सपोर्टिव. उन्होंने कभी ऐसे नहीं मुझे बोला, और इनफैक्ट वो उनको ऐसे लगता था कि इसको स्पोर्ट्स में इतना इंटरेस्ट है और किसी ना किसी स्पोर्ट्स में जरूर जाए, क्योंकि मेरे घर के सामने जो कॉलेज भी था वहाँ पे मल्टीपल स्पोर्ट्स होती थी, बट क्रिकेट कोई नहीं खेलता था. हम लोग ही क्रिकेट खेलते थे, हमारी ही बॉलें लोगों को लगती रहती थी और गालियाँ खाते रहते थे. लेकिन आई थिंक बिना पेरेंट्स की सपोर्ट के कुछ नहीं होता, और मेरी लाइफ में जो सबसे ज़्यादा सपोर्टिव रहे हैं वो मेरे पेरेंट्स रहे हैं, और उनकी वजह से ही आज मैं यहाँ पर हूँ.
Amazing. How did you keep the self belief? होता है ना कि जब सब लोग विश्वास करना छोड़ देते हैं तो खुद के विश्वास पे ही जिंदगी आगे चलती है. Of course the winning catch was yours, the captain, you know, you're the captain, but लोगों की 10,000 judgments होती हैं जो when the sun is rising सब सलाम करते हैं, लेकिन जब वो चीज नहीं होती तो सब जज करते हैं, right? So I am saying, you know, as a captain, I think your first World Cup as a captain. ODI, yeah. Did you feel the pressure of that judgment? कि जो मतलब होता है ना कि लोगों का अगर ये आउटकम अलग होता तो लोग हार्श भी हैं, हमारे फैंस हार्श भी हैं, तो वो कितना प्रेशर रहा?
देखिए पूरी लाइफ मैंने हारा ही है.
अरे
दिस इज द फर्स्ट टाइम हम लोग जीते हैं.
You're now what happens in the end, the winner takes it all, right?
हारने के बाद क्या फील होता है, लोग कैसे क्रिटिसाइज करते हैं, वो तो मुझे पहले से ही पता था. तो इस बार सिर्फ यही था कि लेट जस्ट कीप एवरीथिंग अवे, थिंक के जीतने के बाद क्या होगा. तो जीतने के बाद क्या फील होता है, कैसे सेलिब्रेट करना है, हम लोग वही डे एंड नाइट सोच रहे थे. और मेरा ये बिलीव है कि टीम एक्टिविटी में सबका एक साथ आना बहुत जरूरी है. और इससे पहले शायद हम 3-4 लोग थे जो बिलीव करते थे कि हम अच्छा कर सकते हैं, बाकी की लड़कियों के ऊपर मतलब वो इतना बिलीव नहीं करती थी. यहाँ आई डोंट नो व्हाट वाज द रीजन, बट दिस टाइम आई मेड श्योर कि जितने भी हमारे कैंप हो रहे थे, जितनी बार भी हम लोग एक दूसरे को मिल रहे थे, कि वी विल ओनली टॉक अबाउट हाउ वी कैन विन, और इसमें एवरीबडी विल कंट्रीब्यूट. क्योंकि जब सारे कंट्रीब्यूट करेंगे और सबको लगेगा कि नहीं वी आर हियर टू विन, तो अपने आप आपका बॉडी लैंग्वेज चेंज होगा, आपका थॉट प्रोसेस चेंज होगा. तो इस बार हम लोगों ने जो डिफरेंट चीजें करी है वो यही करी है कि हार्ड वर्क तो हम इतने सालों से कर ही रहे थे, डे नाइट मेहनत तो हम कर ही रहे थे, लेकिन द ओनली थिंग वाज कि एक साथ आकर जो जीतना कैसे है, ट्रॉफी कैसे जीतनी है, और उसके लिए हमें क्या करना है. तो वी वर टॉकिंग अ लॉट. ओके, उसमें वो टॉक करने से क्या हो रहा था कि हम लोग डे एंड नाइट उसी चीज के बारे में सोच रहे थे. जब भी रूम में अकेले बैठ रहे थे,
मतलब सिंगल माइंडेड फोकस,
तो फोकस सिर्फ एक ही था कि जीतना कैसे है. और सब यही बात कर रहे थे कि इससे बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म हो ही नहीं सकता कि एक होम टीम होम में वर्ल्ड कप जीतेगी, और इमेजिन पूरा स्टेडियम हमारे लोगों से भरा होगा, एंड दैट डे द एंटायर स्टेडियम वाज ब्लू. तो दैट वाज समथिंग लाइक अभी पहले हमने कभी नहीं देखा था. तो
यू कैन क्लैप.
पूरा स्टेडियम में लोगों ने ब्लू जर्सी पहनी हुई थी, द वे यू नो दे वर सेलिब्रेटिंग. तो आई थिंक इवन दो जो लास्ट कैच भी मेरे पास आया, तो उस वीडियो को मैंने पता नहीं कितनी बार देख लिया है. तो एवरी टाइम आई एम वाचिंग डिफरेंट पार्ट ऑफ द स्टेडियम कि वहाँ पे लोग कैसे सेलिब्रेट कर रहे थे, वहाँ कैसे सेलिब्रेट कर रहे थे वहाँ. तो आई थिंक वो मोमेंट ऐसा था कि यू नो जिस चीज के लिए हम लोगों ने ड्रेसिंग रूम में बात करी, इमेजिन करा, विजुअलाइज करा, और वो एग्जैक्टली वैसे हुआ. तो आई थिंक क्रेडिट गोज टू एंटायर टीम, क्योंकि जब अपना माइंड आप चेंज कर लेते हो तो आपकी पूरी दुनिया चेंज हो जाती है.
यू नो one of the very unique things about the celebration after the World Cup, and I think Ashwin pointed this out, male cricketers would not have done this, is the way you celebrated the women who came before. So Mithali Raj, Jhulan Goswami were in the field, और किस तरह से आप लोगों ने उनको भी कप दिया कुछ शन पकड़ने के लिए, and you said this is for, you know, the women who fought this before, जब कोई नहीं attention pay करता था. So what made you all do that? Because men don't do these things.
Well, देखिए विमेंस क्रिकेट का अगर आप पीछे का हिस्ट्री देखते हो तो उन्होंने बहुत स्ट्रगल करा है, और कहीं ना कहीं हम ये मानते हैं कि अगर आज हम क्रिकेट खेल पा रहे हैं तो वो मिताली दी है, जुलन दी है, अंजुम दी है, और इवन उनसे पहले के जो क्रिकेटर्स थे, नैना मैम, शुभांगी मैम, आई थिंक उन लोगों ने उस टाइम पर क्रिकेट खेलते रहे जब अपनी पॉकेट से वो लोग पे कर रहे थे. हम लोगों को तो फिर भी बहुत सारी चीजें प्लेट में मिली, लेकिन यू नो बताते हैं कि जैसे विदाउट टिकट दे वर ट्रैवलिंग इन द ट्रेन्स, एक टीम के पास एक किट बैग होता था, खाने पीने के लिए पैसे नहीं होते थे, बट स्टिल जो उनका पैशन था उन्होंने विमेंस क्रिकेट को अभी तक जिंदा रखा, और उनकी वजह से हम लोग क्रिकेट खेल पाए. तो आई थिंक वो हमसे भी ज्यादा ये विक्ट्री डिजर्व करते थे. द मोमेंट वी सॉ देम इन द स्टेडियम, तो पहले हम लोग भाग के उनकी तरफ गए, क्योंकि we all were, you know, जब हम लोग विजुअलाइज भी करते थे और मेडिटेशन में हम लोग यही बात करते थे कि we want them to be part of this. और इंडिया में वो वर्ल्ड कप जीतने के बाद इससे बड़ी ओकेशन नहीं हो सकती थी यहाँ पर हम उन सब के साथ सेलिब्रेट कर पाते.
आपके लिए टू गेट टू दिस पॉइंट सबसे मुश्किल चीज क्या रही है? इज इट इंटरेस्ट टू द पब्लिक, जो तो आप बहुत है? इज इट रिसोर्सेज? इज इट सोसाइटल एटीट्यूड? क्या रहा है? What has been the most difficult part of your journey?
Well, starting में तो जैसे मैंने आपको बताया कि I was almost past 10th जब मुझे पता चला विमेंस क्रिकेट के बारे में, तो मेन तो अवेयरनेस ही नहीं थी. That was, तो
आप मेंस क्रिकेट देखते थे?
हाँ, मैं सिर्फ मेंस क्रिकेट देखती थी. जैसे मेरे पापा के फ्रेंड्स थे, मेरे फ्रेंड्स थे जो गली मोहल्ले में हम लोग खेलते हैं, बस वैसे खेलते थे. तो आई थिंक वो जो शायद अगर मैं उससे पहले भी मुझे पता होता विमेंस क्रिकेट, और इमेजिन कि और भी कितना टैलेंट इंडिया में आता खेलने के लिए. तो आई थिंक अभी के टाइम पे जो अवेयरनेस है, अभी सारे पेरेंट्स चाहते हैं कि उनके बच्चे स्पोर्ट्स में अच्छा करें, लेकिन पहले के जो पेरेंट्स का वैसा माइंडसेट बिल्कुल नहीं था. स्पोर्ट्स मतलब वो सिर्फ ये सोचते थे कि टाइम पास कर रहे हैं, अभी थोड़ा लाइफ में सीरियस हो जाएं. लेकिन मतलब अगेन आई वांट टू गिव क्रेडिट टू माय पेरेंट्स कि उन्होंने मेरे इस ड्रीम को, इवन दो दे आल्सो नो कि हमें विमेंस क्रिकेट के बारे में कुछ आइडिया भी नहीं है, बट स्टिल आई वाज ड्रीमिंग अबाउट बिकमिंग विमेन क्रिकेटर. और जब मैं टीवी में मैच भी देखती थी तो मैं हमेशा ये बोलती थी कि मुझे इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट करना है, मुझे इंडिया के लिए वर्ल्ड कप जीतना है. तो आई थिंक वो फिर भी मुझे कभी रोकते नहीं थे. दे वर लाइक कि इफ शी इज ड्रीमिंग, और वो जो भी ड्रीम कर रही है, मेरे पापा मुझे बिल्कुल टोकते नहीं थे कि नहीं ऐसा नहीं हो सकता, स्टार्ट थिंकिंग अबाउट समथिंग एल्स. वो सिर्फ यही बोलते थे हाँ क्यों नहीं होगा. इवन दो मेरे फ्रेंड्स मुझे ऐसे बोलते थे कि जब मैं उनको बोलती थी मुझे सहवाग के साथ ओपन करना है, मुझे सचिन के साथ ओपन करना है, तो वो ऐसे देखकर मुझे बोलते थे दैट्स नॉट पॉसिबल, क्योंकि तुम लड़की हो, लड़कों की क्रिकेट में कैसे खेलोगे. तो मतलब आई वाज सो यंग, और मैं अपने पापा की तरफ ऐसे देखती थी और बोलती थी ये ऐसे क्यों बोल रहे हैं, मतलब आई नो हाउ टू बैट, आई कैन बैट विद देम. तो पापा वाज लाइक नहीं आप करोगे बैटिंग, ऐसा कुछ नहीं आप खेलते. तो आई थिंक पापा ने मुझे कभी रोका नहीं. तो आई थिंक स्टार्टिंग के जो स्ट्रगलिंग डे थे वो यही थे कि आई वाजंट अवेयर अबाउट विमेंस क्रिकेट, और आई थिंक पापा ने वो जो मुश्किलें थी उनको बहुत कम करा, क्योंकि ही डिडंट स्टॉप मी टू ड्रीमिंग अबाउट दैट. सो आई थिंक ऑल द पेरेंट्स हु आर वाचिंग और हु आर लिसनिंग, प्लीज आपके बच्चे जो भी ड्रीम देखते हैं, वो जो भी बनना चाहते हैं, एटलीस्ट गिव देम अ चांस. क्योंकि अगर मेरे पेरेंट्स मुझे चांस नहीं देते और मेरे पेरेंट्स मुझे उस टाइम पे टोक देते और बोलते कि कुछ और ड्रीम करो, तो शायद मैं अपनी लाइफ में इतना सक्सेसफुल नहीं होती जितना आज हूँ. तो आई थिंक पेरेंट्स play a very big role.
I wish we could have had your parents here. I have time for just 2 questions from the floor here in the front row. Yes, stand up, stand up. Let's get you the mic. I don't think there's a mic on the floor. Yeah, there it is. Okay.
Hello. Congratulations. I was there on the day of the match. Yes, I saw it.
How did it make you feel?
I am doing a PhD on women's cricket now.
So that's how.
I rushed from a wedding. I said, I have to see this. Thank you so much for making this happen. I'm too emotional right now. But one
Why does it make you feel like it felt personal? जब मैं भी मैच देख रही थी ना, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा था कि this is so personal, and I think every woman somehow felt like that, नहीं?
I played a cricket match in the morning and came here on the turf though. So actually, what I wanted to ask you is, you know, now that you're getting, like, the women's team is getting all the attention, I am focusing on something that is, how has WPL impacted your cricket? And you know, we are getting a lot of talent from villages and rural areas where they couldn't probably have access to all these opportunities. So how has it changed in the last couple of years?
And I believe that a lot of the members of the winning team were WPL discoveries.
Yes, अभी अगर आप देखोगे तो हमारी टीम में क्रांति है, चरनी है, they are, you know, WPL से वो लोग आए हैं, they didn't play much domestic. तो I think WPL ने हमारे women's cricket का पूरा, you know, face change कर दिया है, क्योंकि उससे पहले we were struggling to get good players, but अभी WPL की जितनी भी franchises है, they are really working hard to get, you know, Indian talent. और उनकी वजह से, you know, हमारी इंडियन टीम और भी स्ट्रांग हुई है. तो नो डाउट कि अगर हम इतना क्रेडिट दे रहे हैं WPL को, वो डिजर्व करता है. और आई थिंक इस साल और भी बहुत यंग टैलेंट पिक हुआ है, एंड होपफुली दे विल आल्सो, यू नो, विल सी इन द इंडियन टीम, एंड विशिंग देम लक कि वो WPL में अच्छा पार्टिसिपेट करें और अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस निकालें.
Okay, one more question to the red t-shirt boy who's looking very enthusiastic. Yes. हाँ जी. अरे आवाज ही नहीं आ रही. Aja, take that mic. Take that mic. Take that mic. It's okay. हाँ.
Oh my God, this is my moment. Harry Di, I love you so much. From 2017 semi-final against Australia, I love your batting. 171 not out to Australia's 89 runs in semi-final. I was there. So which innings did you like? That is my first question. And secondly, since 2017-18, I am a big fan. I'm following like Smriti Di, Harman Di, Jimmy Di, and all other people I love. Like after beating Australia team, which is a 7 times world champion, unko harana, I think world se sabse biggest ego satisfaction moment hai. So I think जो चीज रोहित सर इन 2023 नहीं किया, वो आप लोग करके दिखाए. This is the biggest. Yeah, ma'am. So, ma'am, I'll come to my question.
चलो जल्दी से now.
Oh my God. So 171.
He's so in love right now कि भूल गया सब कुछ.
Yeah, ma'am. So, ma'am. 171, which is the best innings? 89 runs against Australia, 171. That I want. Yeah.
अच्छा, which is the best? मतलब which is the most special moment to you?
Well, दोनों ही हैं, क्योंकि 171 ने विमेंस टीम को एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म दिया जिसमें पीपल स्टार्टेड बिलीविंग इन अस कि वी कैन, यू नो, प्ले ऑन बिगर स्टेज. हम लोग विमेंस क्रिकेट को भी आगे लेके जा सकते हैं. और अभी जो लास्ट इनिंग हुआ सेमीफाइनल में, दैट इज ऑल्सो वेरी स्पेशल टू मी, क्योंकि सेमीफाइनल था, होम में हो रहा था और ऑस्ट्रेलिया था सामने.
Okay, ma'am, one last thing.
Okay.
Just a moment. I actually met Jemima in 2021 in Nerul Gymkhana. I told. Just a moment.
मेरा भी एक सवाल है, मुझे भी पूछना. अच्छा, I have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Baba. One question there. Stand, and that's the last question. Okay, no flowers. You have to ask your question from there. I'll take the flowers later. Ask the question.
Hello, Harman.
Mic तो ले लो, इतना excitement. हाँ.
हेलो हरमन, माई सेल्फ श्रुति. मैं भी स्पोर्ट्स में हूँ. मैं नेशनल गोल्ड मेडलिस्ट हूँ. 3 बार मैंने गोल्ड जीता है, 2 बार सिल्वर जीता है. बट रिसेंटली आफ्टर वर्ल्ड कप मेरी भी नेशनल्स थी. वहां पर मुझे इंजरी हुई, उसके बाद मैंने खेला है, तो हमें सिल्वर बैठा. बट उसके बाद आई रियलाइज कि सिल्वर मैटर ही नहीं करता. सेकेंड रैंक कभी मैटर नहीं करता। एंड तभी मुझे रियलाइज हुआ जब मेरे टीममेट्स ने मुझे ही कहा कि ये तेरी वजह से हुआ, बट उन्होंने वो नहीं देखा कि इंजरीज में होकर इकलौता गोलकीपर है अपने पास, फिर भी उसने खेला है।
कौन सी गेम खेलते हो?
बैंडी, आइस हॉकी टाइप गेम है, रशियन गेम है। ये गेम मैं खेलती हूँ, तो उन्होंने ये नहीं देखा कि कैसे करना है। और मुझे जेन्युइनली मैटर नहीं करता ये सब चीजें जब से मैंने आपको फॉलो करना शुरू किया है। लाइक ट्रोल्स, क्या कोई बोलता है, क्या कुछ बोलता है, मुझे कभी मैटर करने नहीं लगा है जब से मैंने आपको फॉलो करना स्टार्ट किया है।
बट यू नो व्हाट, आई होल्ड यू देयर बिकॉज आपने लड़कियों की जिंदगी, ये कॉन्फिडेंस जो है ना, आपने बदल दी है। दैट इज द पॉइंट,
ट्रू।
Isn't that the point?
एंड मैम एक्चुअली मैं आज पूछना चाहूंगी, मैंने सोचा नहीं था ये पूछने का चांस कभी मिलेगा, बट जब वर्ल्ड कप्स में जो बैक टू बैक हमने मैचेस हारे हैं, उसमें जो ट्रोल्स मिल रहा था, लिटरली मैं, मेरी फैमिली एंड मेरे फ्रेंड्स रो रहे थे, बट आपने वो फेस किया। यू आर रियली स्ट्रांग। लाइक
ओके, बट इट्स अ गुड क्वेश्चन। मैं भी पूछ रही थी, जब क्रिटिसिज्म आता था तो आप कैसे डील करती थी?
देखिए,
जब
आप वर्ल्ड कप खेल रहे हो, इससे ऊपर कोई चीज नहीं है। और पहली चीज यही था कि फोन ऑफ ही था,
ये फोन ऑफ ही रखना चाहिए।
देखिए, फोकस होना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट था। और जैसे मैंने पहले बोला कि जितने भी हमने कैंप्स करे, हम उसमें बहुत सेल्फ टॉक कर रहे थे, हम उसमें बहुत टीम बॉन्डिंग सेशंस कर रहे थे। और उसमें हमने, जितने भी हम लोग थे जिन्होंने पहले भी वर्ल्ड कप खेले हैं, तो हम सब अपना एक्सपीरियंस टीममेट्स के साथ यही शेयर कर रहे थे, क्योंकि बहुत सारे यंग प्लेयर थे जो पहला ओडीआई वर्ल्ड कप खेलने वाले थे। और ओडीआई वर्ल्ड कप वाज लाइक, इट वाज अ वेरी लॉन्ग टूर। इसमें अप्स एंड डाउन होने वाले हैं, बट मैटर ये करता है कि आप लास्ट में कौन सी पोजीशन पे आते हो। स्टार्ट कैसे होता है वो मैटर नहीं करता है, मिडिल में कहाँ पर हो वो मैटर नहीं करता है। मैटर ये करेगा कि हम लास्ट में कहाँ स्टैंड कर रहे हैं। तो उसके लिए कभी कभी ये होगा कि आपका स्टार्ट अच्छा होगा तो मिडिल फेस थोड़ा सा आपको देखना पड़ेगा, फिर एंड भी अच्छा हो सकता है। तो वी ट्राई टू कवर ऑल द पार्ट्स, कि जिसमें हो सकता है कि लोग आपको क्रिटिसाइज करेंगे, हो सकता है लोग आपको इतना हवा में लाके रखेंगे कि फिर आपसे वो भी ना हैंडल हो। तो बेटर यही है कि जस्ट स्टे अवे फ्रॉम ऑल द टॉक्स और फोकस अपनी गेम पे करो, और गेम ही आपके बिहाफ पे बात करेगी।
बिल्कुल, पर उसके लिए एक मेंटल स्ट्रेंथ चाहिए। मेरा एक आखिरी सवाल है, आपकी टीम में म्यूजिक बहुत होता है, और मैंने एक वीडियो देखा जिसमें इवन यू आर सिंगिंग। यू सॉ दैट वीडियो? यू, मतलब वो पीछे ट्रैक शायद चल रहा था और आपने एक बूम बॉक्स पकड़ के आप, यू रिमेम्बर? कैन यू सिंग दैट फॉर अस? आई थिंक वी हैव
वेरी बैड सिंगर।
या
और मेरे को लिरिक्स तो वैसे ही नहीं याद रहते। बैड बॉय, यस यस, बिल्लो तेरे यार दी चढ़ाई नहीं दुनिया में। मेरे को लिरिक्स याद ही नहीं रहते, आई एम सॉरी।
ट्रैक सुना दूं? ट्रैक सुनाओ भाई। ट्रैक है क्या? वो वीडियो है हमारे पास। हाँ, एंड देन शील सिंग विद इट। दिस इज अमेजिंग। हरमनप्रीत जी, आपके कितने टैलेंट्स हैं? मैं तो बहुत
बढ़िया, तो जरीनी और जान दिया। एक्चुअली मैंने ना ये प्लान करा था कि
कंट्रोल हो गया।
मैंने शायद जब फर्स्ट टाइम इंडियन टीम में डेब्यू करा था तब स्पीकर लेके गई थी।
अच्छा।
दैट वाज वर्ल्ड कप फाइनल में मैंने स्पीकर लेके गई, और मैंने अपने फ्रेंड्स को बोल रही थी कि जब फाइनल खत्म होगा ना तो ये सॉन्ग पे मैं डांस करते हुए वापस जाऊंगी। तो जीते, और जीतने के बाद वो फिर मुझे करना ही था क्योंकि मैंने पहले ही बोला था। तो फिर मैंने स्पीकर पे गाना लगाया और रूम पे वापस गई।
अमेजिंग। अब 2 लाइन तो आपको गाना है। इफ वो लिरिक्स नहीं आ तो अपनी एंथम, जो आपका सॉन्ग टीम का एंथम था, वो तो याद ही हो।
बैड इन सिंगिंग। आप मुझे बैटिंग करने के लिए बोलो, मैं भी कर देती हूँ।
Okay, fair enough. Before we let Harman go from the stage, there are 3 more.
जिन्ना मेरे भाई, पाकिस्तान की मांग का आधार यदि धार्मिक है तो फिर विश्व के सभी मुसलमानों का एक ही राष्ट्र होना चाहिए। मुझे तो इतिहास में ऐसा कोई उदाहरण नहीं मिला जहां किसी कन्वर्ट ने अपनी पैदा हुई जमीन में किसी दूसरे राष्ट्र की मांग की है। मुसलमान तुम भी हो और मुसलमान मौलाना आजाद भी है। फिर क्या कारण है कि मौलाना आजाद पाकिस्तान बनने के सख्त खिलाफ है? वो हिंदुस्तान को जोड़ना चाहते हैं और तुम तोड़ना चाहते हो।
Applause for this moment. सीमू जी और निकिता जी, हरमन जी आपके साथ खड़े हैं, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? We have two World Cup champions on stage. या हरमन आप
काफी बार बातचीत होती रहती है। इन लोगों से भी बहुत मोटिवेट हुए हैं हम। बहुत बार देखा है इनको खेलते हुए। ये लोग तो मतलब वर्ल्ड चैंपियन तो डे वन से हैं। जिस टीम के साथ भी खेलते हैं वन साइडेड मैच जीतते हैं। आई मीन और अभी बैक स्टेज भी हम बात कर रहे थे तो शी वाज टेलिंग के देवर वाचिंग ऑल आवर गेम्स। हम अपनी प्रैक्टिस उसी हिसाब से कर रहे थे। तो हम लोग जैसे ही वर्ल्ड कप जीते उसके बाद दे आल्सो गॉट सो मोटिवेटेड कि अभी इनको इंडिया के लिए वर्ल्ड कप जीतना है। तो आई थिंक बैक टू बैक विक्ट्रीज और अच्छा लग रहा है कि इंडिया बार बार सेलिब्रेट कर रहा है और लड़कियां उसमें बहुत कंट्रीब्यूट कर रही हैं। तो आई थिंक इट्स अ वेरी स्पेशल थिंग फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस।
सीमो एंड दीपिका, वुड यू लाइक टू से समथिंग?
थैंक यू। हम कैप्टन से मौका मिला हम लोग को बात करने के लिए, मिलने के लिए। एक्चुअली पहली बार हमने मिला था मुंबई में, आई थिंक इज शी रिमेम्बर। ग्राउंड में हम मिले थे, हम फोटो खींचे थे। तो दोबारा हम लोग को मौका मिला। सब थैंक यू सो मच।
आप कुछ कहेंगी?
हरमन दीदी लॉट ऑफ सपोर्ट द ब्लाइंड क्रिकेट। मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लगता है। She is my inspiration.
She's your inspiration. Oh, look at this moment, guys. It doesn't get better than this. And now the grand felicitation of our champions. This has been a festival that has celebrated women, and men have taken part in that celebration. So we thought we must end the day by asking one of our most celebrated male stars to honor these three wonderful women on stage while we also honor him. Please put your hands together for the amazing Rajkumar Rao. May I please ask you to do the honors for Harmanpreet first? Applause!
Jay! She's the pride of her nation. We all felt so proud, so proud. I was watching it live, Harman, and I can't tell you that catch, that moment will live with me forever. And thank you for making us so proud. Thank you for making us the champions of the world. And thank you, Simu and Deepika as well.
Here,
what a year.
You have to award them too. Deepika and...
Applause, guys. Another world champions.
Thank you so much, sir.
So Raj,
thank you.
I want to ask you, when you were watching the World Cup final and you saw Harman's winning catch, what was going through your mind? हम लोग सभी वो मैच देख रहे थे.
I'll tell you, Patalekha 9th month pregnant थी. और of course, you know, I'm a very dedicated husband. पर मैंने उसको बोला था, please ये time मुझे थोड़ा चाहिए because मैं ये match नहीं खेल सकता. And I'm so glad I witnessed that moment live because you know the feeling. मतलब वो जो feeling होती है ना World Cup winning moment की, वो जो हरमन ने हमें दिलाई, टीम ने हमें दिलाई. I think it's just the most wonderful feeling. वो कहीं नहीं आती है.
Something you want to ask her. Take over my role for 5 minutes.
Something I want to ask her.
You take over my role for 5 minutes.
So I just became a father to a baby girl. She is 15 days old. तो मैं आपसे बोलना चाहूँगा कि what would you say कि as a father, because your father supported you so much. We all know your journey. आपकी journey हमने देखी है, हमें पता है आपके father ने आपको कितना support किया. तो आप मुझे क्या कहेंगी, मैं कैसा बाप बनूं, क्या अपनी बेटी को
आई थिंक उसके लिए ज्यादा बेटर एडवाइस मेरे डैड दे सकते हैं. बट आई मीन आई वाज वेरी क्लोज टू माय डैड. वो जो बोलते थे वो मेरे हीरो थे, मतलब मेरे हीरो है. मैं जब छोटी भी थी तो मैं उनको इतना ऑब्जर्व करती थी. मुझे ऐसे होता था कि जैसे ये बात करते हैं, जैसे ये खेलते हैं, मुझे वैसे खेलना है, मुझे उनके जैसा बनना है. तो बेटी के लिए पापा बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होते हैं, तो उसको बहुत सारा प्यार करना, उसको वो बनने देना वो जो बनना चाहती है. आई नो यू आर ऑलरेडी वेरी फेमस, डोंट पुट एनी प्रेशर ऑन हर.
नहीं, पर मैं आपको बोलना चाहूंगा कि आप ऑलरेडी उसकी एक इंस्पिरेशन है. आई एम श्योर बाय द टाइम शी विल ग्रो अप एंड शी लाइक से हमें 83 अभी भी याद है, हम बातें करते हैं. इस मोमेंट की बात वो भी करेंगी अपने दोस्तों के साथ, जनरेशन के साथ. सो थैंक यू फॉर इंस्पायरिंग हर ऑलरेडी.
यू नो राज, हम लोग बात कर रहे थे कि जब कोई सक्सीड करता है तो बहुत लोग खड़े हो जाते हैं, लेकिन जब वो लोनलीनेस होता है एक जर्नी का, तब कौन साथ खड़ा होता है, दैट मैटर्स. सो आई वाज वंडरिंग इफ यू वांटेड टू टॉक. यू नो राज की अपनी जर्नी भी इज अ वेरी सेल्फ मेड जर्नी लाइक योर्स. आप भी कहां से कहां और वो भी कहां. 2 stars, 4 stars on our stage actually. Something that you were watching that match and you thought कि अगर मैं हरमन से मिलूंगा तो मैं ये पूछूंगा.
मैं ये पूछना चाहूंगा बिकॉज आई नो कि हमारे देश में ऑफ कोर्स वी सेलिब्रेट मेंस क्रिकेट अ लॉट और वुमेन्स क्रिकेट इतने सालों से है, पर हम लोग ज्यादा उसके बारे में जागरूक थे नहीं. फॉर सम रीजन, फॉर सम अनफॉर्चुनेट रीजन हम लोग ज्यादा सेलिब्रेट कर नहीं रहे थे. बट मैं हरमन को बोलना चाहूंगा कि क्या वो जो प्रेशर था कि यू नो आई कैन इमेजिन कि फाइनल का जो प्रेशर होता है कि ये आर या पार की लड़ाई है, आर या पार वाला मैच है. ये बहुत चीजें डिसाइड करेगा, बहुत चीजें बदलेगा आने वाली जनरेशन के लिए, गर्ल्स के लिए. तो वो प्रेशर में हाउ डिड यू मेंटेन योर काम? आपने कैसे अपनी टीम को मोटिवेट रखा, वो मैं जानना चाहूंगा. बिकॉज हम लोग को भी बहुत प्रेशर आता है बहुत बार. तो उस प्रेशर के लिए अगर आप स्पेशली जो हमारी यंग जनरेशन है उसको आप बता पाएं कि प्रेशर में कैसे काम और हैंडल करने को उसको.
मैंने पहले भी यही बात बोली थी कि मैंने लाइफ में बहुत हारा है, और हारने के बाद आप एक ही चीज सोचते हो कि इससे ज्यादा क्या हारोगे, ऑलरेडी इतना हार चुके हो. अभी अच्छा करोगे तो जीतोगे, तो जीतने के बाद क्या फील होता है बस उसके बारे में सोचो. और बस वही ये था कि इस बार इतनी बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है, घर पे वर्ल्ड कप हो रहा है, मतलब सारी दुनिया हमारी, मतलब पूरा वर्ल्ड देख रहा है, पूरी कंट्री सेलिब्रेट कर रही है,
पूरा स्टेडियम भरा हुआ था,
पूरा स्टेडियम. इनफैक्ट आर्टिफिशियल स्टैंड्स बनाने पड़े क्योंकि लोगों की टिकट की डिमांड इतनी ज्यादा थी. तो दैट शोज कि सब ये वेट कर रहे थे कि कब ये टीम वर्ल्ड कप उठाए. और बस यही था कि इमेजिन करो कि अगर जब हम उठाएंगे तो कैसा फील होगा. तो बस उसके बारे में हम लोग बार बार बात कर रहे थे. हमने देखा ही नहीं, इवन दो हम 3 मैच बैक टू बैक हार गए थे. और अभी सब पूछ भी रहे थे कि लोग क्रिटिसाइज कर रहे थे. मैंने बोला मैंने वो देखा ही नहीं, क्योंकि मैंने वो पार्ट को फील ही नहीं करा. मैं सिर्फ एक ही चीज के बारे में फील कर रही थी कि वर्ल्ड कप जीतने के बाद क्या फील होता है, और मैंने बस वही फील करा और वही हुआ.
अमेजिंग.
अर्जुन की तरह आपकी नजर सिर्फ मछली की आंख पर थी.
अरे Raj, something you want to say? I know one of the films you've,
I know. I was just telling them backstage. मैंने श्रीकांत एक फिल्म की है जिसमें जो एक बायोपिक है एक विजुअली इम्पेयर्ड एंटरप्रेन्योर की. और मैंने बताया था जब मैं अपनी रिसर्च के दौरान, बिकॉज श्रीकांत भी क्रिकेट खेलते थे, ब्लाइंड क्रिकेट, और बहुत अच्छा खेलते थे. तो फर्स्ट डे मैं कुछ 2-3 महीने पहले जब मैंने अपना काम शुरू किया, होमवर्क शुरू किया, तो मैंने सोचा चलो लेट मी ट्राई क्रिकेट ऑल्सो. कितना ही टफ होगा, मतलब ऐसे दिल्ली के लड़कियां तो गली में क्रिकेट बहुत खेल रहे हैं. तो मैंने सोचा आई जस्ट क्लोज माय आईज फॉर नाउ एंड आई जस्ट, वो बॉल से आवाज आती है तो आई जस्ट हिट इट. स्वीप करना था. ट्रस्ट मी बरका, मैंने स्वीप किया और मेरा रिब केज इतना बुरी तरह इंजर्ड हुआ. आई रियलाइज कि कितना टफ है यू नो ब्लाइंड क्रिकेट ऑल्सो. देखने में बहुत आसान लगता है, इट्स सो टफ. वो जजमेंट रखना, वो फोकस रखना, सिर्फ आवाज के थ्रू उसको खेलना. इट्स जस्ट अमेजिंग व्हाट दीज गर्ल्स हैव डन. स्पेशली ये तो इतनी सेंचुरीज मारती है, मतलब इट्स
कुछ बोलेंगे आप?
Simu.
She's shy. Last word to Raj and Harman. Something you both have learned from your own journeys that you would like to inspire our audience with as we close this finale session.
Harman, you go first, please. I would love to listen to you.
I think अपने ड्रीम्स को फॉलो करो. और क्योंकि मैंने पूरी लाइफ अपने ड्रीम को ही फॉलो करा है और उसके बिना किसी और चीज के बारे में नहीं सोचा. जब आप अपने काम में इतना फोकस होते हो और पूरा हार्ड वर्क करते हो, दिन रात उसके बारे में सोचते हो, तो आपको जरूर सक्सेस मिलती है. तो आई थिंक वही एक चीज मेरे लिए हमेशा काम करी है और आई एम श्योर कि आपके लिए भी वो चीज काम कर सकती है बिकॉज आप जितने डेडिकेशन के साथ डे एंड नाइट, आई नो समटाइम्स बोरिंग लगता है बट उसी में तो मजा है कि बार बार उठकर वही चीज करनी और उसी में बार बार अपने आप को प्रो बनाना और आई थिंक ड्रीम देखते रहो और बड़ा वाला ड्रीम देखो, छोटे ड्रीम नहीं, थिंक बिग, ड्रीम बिग।
राज,
आई थिंक आई टोटली अग्री विद हरमन जो उन्होंने बोला कि मेरा भी यही है कि मेहनत करो अपने काम में और अपने काम से बहुत ज्यादा प्यार करो, उसके अलावा कुछ मत सोचो। मैं कभी भी यहाँ पर इस शहर में इस इंडस्ट्री में फेम मनी ये सब के लिए नहीं आया था। आई वांटेड टू बी एन एक्टर बिकॉज आई जेन्युइनली फेल इन लव विद माय आर्ट फॉर्म और आज भी मुझे उतना ही डर लगता है एक नई फिल्म शुरू करने से पहले, पर जब डर लगता है उतना ही ज्यादा मजा भी आता है कि ये कैसे होगा अब। तो हमेशा अपने काम से प्यार करो, उसके बाद बाकी सब सेकेंडरी है, फेम मनी सब कुछ अपने आप आ जाएगा। जस्ट लव व्हाट यू डू, दैट्स द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग एंड डोंट बी अंडर प्रेशर। प्रेशर में कभी कुछ काम मत करो। मैंने कुछ एक दो काम प्रेशर में किए हैं जो मुझे नहीं करने चाहिए थे बट हो गए, बट डोंट डू दैट। आई थिंक जस्ट लिसन टू योर हार्ट एंड वर्क हार्ड एंड बी सिंसियर एंड लव व्हाट यू डू एंड बी कंपैशनेट एंड बी काइंड, दैट्स द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग। आई थिंक आप जिंदगी में कहीं भी पहुंच जाओ, don't forget your roots and don't forget why you started what you're doing.
Absolutely. I just want to say in the end that Rajkumar Rao has been such a partner and supporter of this forum. He's a real change maker, and he for she kaha jata hai, lekin bahut kam log aake actually support karte hain. So this is from me.
Thank you so much
for all your progressive
thank you
empathy. Can we have a big round of applause for Rajkumar also?
Thank you so much.
And finally, to our world champions, to Harman, to Raj, to Simu, to Deepika, how about a standing ovation?
Thank you, Harman.
Thank you. I think they all want a photograph. Okay. Oh, acha, okay. Okay. This is his. ओह ओके 2 minutes of this guys, नहीं तो यहाँ से तो आपको निकलने ही नहीं देंगे। बैठना है? Are you okay? Okay. Thank you very much everybody. It's been a great day and you've been a great audience. Bye bye till the next one. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh my God. Thank you. Yes, sure. यहाँ से आप just get one photo at the back. One.